A 10-year-old prodigy built a toy rocket by hand and submitted it to the nation, but no one paid it any attention. In a fit of anger, he initiated the launch right in front of the police officer. Who would have thought this unremarkable-looking toy would shoot straight into the sky, shattering a satellite from a country across the ocean into pieces? The military high command was shaken, only to discover that the mastermind behind it all was a child no one would believe. My name is Zeyu, I'm 10 years old, and last month I unexpectedly awakened a system called Strong Nation Military Industry. This system allows me to exchange for various advanced military industrial technologies, ranging from small arms and ammunition to aircraft and tanks, even extraterrestrial civilization technology. But I'm just a kid, I can't even build weapons, let alone take care of myself properly, much less apply these technologies to national defense. Therefore, I made a crucial decision, to hand over the system and serve my country. But when I ran to the police station to turn myself in, Officer Wang Xiaoning mistook me for a mischievous kid there to cause trouble. She thinks I'm talking nonsense. To prove I wasn't joking, I told her I had built a small-sounding rocket at home. Half skeptical, she thought this was a perfect opportunity to find my parents and give me a good scolding, so she agreed to come home with me. The auto repair shop's gate was tightly shut, and my parents were traveling, which disappointed Aunt Wang Xiaoning, but she still followed me into the yard. In the backyard clearing, a massive object stood 3 meters tall and half a meter thick, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Aunt Wang Xiaoning's face changed color, nervously thinking it was a real rocket. I proudly introduced to her. This is the Chunyu 1 small-sounding rocket, capable of flying 500 kilometers with a speed exceeding Mach 5, using the plasma thruster I developed. But she soon noticed the rocket's surface was rough, with Ultraman stickers plastered on it, and the words Chunyu number 1 small-sounding rocket scrawled crookedly along its body. She immediately relaxed, laughing as she concluded it was just a realistically made toy model. Just to tease me, she said half-jokingly, if it's a real rocket, then launch one for me to see. Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? I'll launch it for you right now. I stomped over to the control system, expertly typed in the code, and the screen lit up, then decisively pressed the red button beside him. Launch countdown system initiated. The Chunyu 1 small-sounding rocket will launch in 1 minute. The countdown echoed in the courtyard. Aunt Wang Xiaoning stood with her arms crossed, watching the show with great interest. She didn't believe it was real at all, until the countdown ended and a rumbling sound came from the bottom of the rocket, followed by several thick jets of flame bursting forth. Under Aunt Wang Xiaoning's astonished gaze, the rocket soared from the ground, shooting straight into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Kyoto, Kirin Theater, Air Force Radar Brigade 7 Base. Radar monitor Zhao Lei was in the middle of his shift change when suddenly the piercing sound of the air defense alarm echoed through the monitoring room. On the radar display, a red blip suddenly appeared, continuously accelerating at 3 times the speed of sound. Approximately 250 kilometers northeast of our location, there is a high-speed moving target, preliminarily suspected to be a small rocket. Radar operator Xiao Wang exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Lei's expression turned grave. Without prior reporting, this very likely originates from civilian sources, it might even be a missile. They immediately accessed the Aerospace Tracking and Control Department's data, using the satellite infrared system to track the target. On the screen, a small rocket with a faint blue airflow shield raced upward, and the two sighed in relief, grateful it wasn't a missile. Just as Zhao Lei was about to report, his sharp eyes noticed that the rocket had collided with a low-orbit satellite. Oh no! The rocket collided with a low-orbit satellite. Xiao Wang stared at the screen in shock and asked nervously, is this satellite ours? No, it's a satellite from Freedom Country. Xiao Wang breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhao Lei frowned. That's even more troublesome. A rocket launched within our country shot down Freedom Country's satellite. If Freedom Country makes a fuss, it will become an international dispute. He immediately reported the situation to his superiors and requested instructions. Soon, the news reached the Theater Air Operations Command Center. After hearing the guard's report, the impeccably uniformed Chief Zhao Jinsong dropped the pen in his hand onto the table. Did a rocket from Dragon Nation shoot down a satellite from Freedom Nation? Is this news confirmed to be accurate? The guard quickly responded, confirmed. It has been verified. There are no official rocket launch missions scheduled for today. This rocket is from a civilian source. Zhao Jinsong furrowed his brow tightly. If this matter isn't handled properly, we'll be very passive in international public opinion. He made a prompt decision and issued the order, immediately block all news about civilian rocket launches, absolutely no leaks allowed. At the same time, lock onto the launch position and track down the civilian research team behind it. Forward the materials to the National Security Department for expert analysis. The technology behind this small rocket is quite extraordinary. Across the ocean, at the Space Agency of the Free Nation, Director Ryder was leisurely sipping his coffee when a staff member rushed in panicked. Director, something major has happened. One of our low-orbit microwave satellites has suddenly exploded. Reed's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Could it have collided with another satellite? The staff member shook their head. No, there are no other satellites in this area. Reed was puzzled. Then could it be an issue with the satellite itself? The staff member whispered, according to the self-check data, it's fine. There's only one possibility: it was destroyed by human intervention. Artificially destroyed? Who dares to attack our free nation's satellite? Ryder's voice rose sharply. Team leader, the position of this satellite at the time of explosion was directly above Dragon Nation's airspace. Dragon Nation? Later suddenly realized it must be Dragon Country. They must be conducting an anti-satellite test. This behavior violates international law. Report to the higher-ups immediately. We must condemn Dragon Country, demanding a public apology and compensation for the losses. Beijing, National Security Building. Wang Peng, head of the investigation team at the National Security Bureau's 15th Division, felt his scalp tingle as he reviewed the documents sent from the military zone. Holy cow, a civilian actually took down a satellite from the free country using a small rocket. There are some real hidden talents among the people. He immediately put on his overcoat and said to his assistant, Xiaoli, grab 2 people and come with me to the Aerospace University right now. Wang Peng headed straight to the office of Professor Chen Zhiping from the Aircraft Propulsion Engineering Department. Chen Zhiping is a preeminent academician in China's aviation field. Just after finishing his lecture and returning to the teaching and research building, he was stopped by Wang Peng and others. Professor Chen, hello. We are from the 15th Bureau of the National Security. There's something we need your help with. Wang Peng identified himself. National Security? What is it? Chen Zhiping was puzzled. We would like to ask for your help in identifying a rocket. Chen Zhiping was puzzled. How could a rocket be related to national security? Could there have been a major accident? He looked at Wang Peng, waiting for his explanation. Chapter 4, Alarmed Space Experts. Professor Chen, please take a look at this first. Wang Peng handed over a stack of documents he had prepared in advance. He stood by with a solemn expression, waiting. After all, if this small rocket truly performed as powerfully as the military had envisioned, they would need to reassess the severity of this incident. Moreover, it would impact how they handled the civilian research team behind the rocket's development. Height, 3 meters, diameter, 0.5 meters, just your typical small-sounding rocket. Upon seeing the documents, Chen Zhiping froze, his interest instantly waning. He had assumed that a rocket capable of mobilizing state security must be extraordinary. But now it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary small-sounding rocket. As a top expert in China's aerospace field, he was involved in research projects for the nation's main carrier rockets. To him, small-sounding rockets were practically toys. Wait, its flight speed exceeded Mach 5? Flight altitude over 400 kilometers? How could that be possible? And why was the rocket's flight path so perfectly smooth? What kind of propulsion technology was its engine utilizing? Chen Zhiping's expression shifted from initial disappointment to intense focus, and finally, his eyes held nothing but utter astonishment. How could such a small volume produce such exceptional data? This defies all logic. Hearing Chen Zhiping's words, Wang Peng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the military's suspicions were correct. This civilian-built mini-rocket truly was different. Professor Chen, what makes this small rocket different? Or is its technology particularly advanced? Chen Zhiping's eyes widened at the question. It's not just advanced, it's incredibly advanced. For a rocket of this size, the amount of propellant it can carry is extremely limited. Reaching Mach 2 would be remarkable, and its maximum altitude would barely exceed 200 kilometers. Yet this rocket not only boasts such powerful thrust, but its flight altitude is more than double that of comparable rockets. The only way to achieve this would be through the use of advanced rocket engines and propulsion systems. Chen Zhiping paused briefly before continuing. But such advanced rocket engines and propulsion systems are beyond our domestic capabilities. Even the free nation didn't possess such advanced technology before. Could it be that there's been a new breakthrough in international rocket engine technology? Hearing this, Wang Peng's expression grew uneasy. He struggled to control his emotions, though his mind was churning violently. Chen Zhiping was the undisputed authority in China's aerospace field. His endorsement essentially equated to official certification. Technology even the free nation doesn't possess? And it's being praised this highly? Team leader Wang, did your National Security Bureau obtain these materials through special channels? Honestly, this technology is truly cutting edge, at least 2 decades ahead of ours. Our nation already lags significantly behind the free nation in rocket engine R&D. Now you show me this material, it's like rubbing salt in our wounds. Chen Zhiping felt a wave of deep distress wash over him. They had experienced similar situations many times before. For decades, in order to rapidly catch up with the free nation, Manhwa had no choice but to adopt a strategy of crossing the river by feeling the stones. First, the National Security Department would use certain means to obtain technical documents or finished products through special channels. Then they handed it over to the Long Academy or other research institutions for reverse engineering. This approach proved remarkably effective in many fields. For instance, in military weaponry, they would disassemble every component and study them one by one, invariably achieving breakthroughs. But aerospace is different, especially rocket engines. Not only are they structurally complex, but their components are extremely precise. A single engine can have tens of thousands of parts, demanding exceptionally stringent technical and manufacturing standards. Moreover, it involves substantial foundational knowledge in physics and mathematics. Without this knowledge and technical expertise, even if given the actual components, they would be unable to fully replicate them. And this document doesn't even include the physical components. It only made him more anxious. Professor Chen, what if I told you this rocket was actually our own Dragon Nation's creation? Wang Peng's lips curled upward as he spoke. Hearing this, Chen Zhiping froze in place. After a full 10 seconds of stunned silence, he shook his head with a wry smile. Team leader Wang, please don't joke with me. I'm an expert in the aerospace field, after all. I've participated in numerous domestic rocket development projects. The technology in this small rocket, let alone the aerospace project labs at the Lunka Academy, even the Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation couldn't pull it off. These two are already the top institutions in China's launch vehicle or D field. If even they can't achieve it, what other research team could possibly succeed? Seeing Chen Zhiping's self-deprecating wry smile, Wang Peng pulled out another set of documents and handed them over. Professor Chen, take a look at this. This is. Upon seeing the contents of this document, Chen Zhiping's pupils suddenly contracted. A low-orbit satellite of the Free Nation has been destroyed? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Chen Zhiping asked in astonishment upon seeing the contents of the document. He was not only a professor at the Aerospace University but also a member of the International Satellite Association. Logically, he should have been informed about the destruction of an orbital satellite. This incident had occurred just recently. The satellite belonging to the Free Nation had been destroyed by this small rocket. The launch site of this rocket was within the territory of our Dragon Nation. Moreover, it was not launched by our official domestic agencies, but by a private entity. With that said, Chen Zhiping stared intently at Wang Peng. He wanted to confirm this wasn't some kind of joke. A satellite from the Free Nation had been destroyed by a small rocket developed by a private entity in the Dragon Nation. Good heavens! A private research team developing a small-sounding rocket with such powerful performance? You've got to be kidding me! A technology that even their nation's top scientists couldn't achieve. And now a private research institute has managed to break through it? Wang Peng felt a surge of agitation. From what Chen Zhiping implied, this small rocket would have a tremendous propulsive effect on the domestic aerospace sector. This was a completely unexpected windfall. Where is that private research team? What's their name? Chen Zhiping could no longer contain his excitement, grabbing Wang Peng's arm as he demanded. Professor Chen, please calm down. This just happened recently, and we've only pinpointed the approximate location of the rocket launch. As for the research team that developed the rocket, we haven't located them yet. Rest assured, with your assessment, we'll elevate this to the highest priority. We believe we'll locate them soon. However, we lack expertise in rockets and will require your assistance when the time comes. Are you available to join us on site? Yes. I'm available. I'll go with you right now. Chen Zhiping declared without hesitation. As a top expert in China's aerospace field, he wanted to see firsthand what groundbreaking technology this rocket employed. He was even more eager to discover which civilian research institute had achieved such remarkable feats. Seeing Chen Zhiping agree so readily, Wang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately called senior officials at the State Security Bureau to report Chen Zhiping's assessment. Upon learning the significance of this small rocket, the senior officials immediately elevated the incident's classification level. Without delay, Wang Peng drove straight to Taochang with Chen Zhiping in tow. Chapter 5, no need to look any further. The rocket was launched by a brat. Soon. The orders from above swiftly reached the Taochung police station. Upon receiving the news, police stations across Taochung's districts mobilized almost simultaneously. Simultaneously, the local armed police detachment dispatched a significant number of officers to assist. Xinhua Road Police Station. Dang! A series of hurried footsteps echoed from the upper floor. Chief Li Hanzhen shouted to the officers in the lobby while pulling on his police jacket. Quick! There's an urgent situation. All officers without immediate assignments, follow me. Hearing this, several officers in the lobby were momentarily stunned. What major incident had occurred in Taochang that even the chief himself had to take action? Chief, what's going on? Could it be a murderer on the loose in Taochang? Not a murderer, but something even bigger. Li Hongyan said with a serious expression. Headquarters reports that a private research institute in Taochung launched a small rocket that shot down a satellite belonging to the Free Nation. They ordered us to immediately search and locate this research institute. What? They shot down Liberty Nation's satellite? What kind of god is this? Several officers in the lobby were startled upon hearing this. The Free Nation's satellite? That's orbiting in space. And it was taken down by a rocket? This isn't just a criminal case anymore, it's an international dispute. Where's Wang Xiaoning? Where did she go? Li Hongyan scanned the lobby, noticing one person missing from the police station's main hall. He frowned and asked. She seems to have gone to deal with some brat. What's there to handle with a brat? Li Hongyan snapped. Call her and tell her to come back immediately to help. Yes, chief. With that, the chief wasted no time, gathering several officers, jumping into the police car, and speeding off toward the main street. At that moment, inside the auto repair shop yard, Wang Xiaoning was still interrogating Du Zeyu. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from a colleague, Wang Xiaoning answered without hesitation. Hey, Xiao Lu, what's up? Xiaoning, where are you? Get back here immediately, something major just happened in Taochang. Hearing his colleague's words, Wang Xiaoning's heart sank. What kind of big trouble? The satellite of the Free Nation has been shot down. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoning froze in shock. So what if Liberty Nation's satellite fell? What does that have to do with our Taochang Police Department? Did their satellite crash within Taochang's jurisdiction? Wang Xiaoning asked in confusion. The Free Nation's satellite falling is their problem. What does it have to do with their police department? The Free Nation's satellite was shot down by a small rocket. According to higher-ups, the rocket that took it down launched from over our Taochang airspace. The entire Taochang Police Department is mobilized for the search. You should come back soon. Buzz. The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Xiaoning's mind went blank. A small rocket launched right here from Taochang? Wang Xiaoning's gaze slowly shifted. He looked at the other small rocket model still sitting in the yard, unlaunched. It instantly clicked. No way. You're the one who took down the Free Nation satellite. Wang Xiaoning pointed at Du Zeyu, who sat before him leisurely munching on potato chips, and exclaimed in horror. Ha? What Free Nation satellite? Auntie, I have no idea what you're talking about. You told me to launch that rocket. You're responsible for this. Du Zeyu blinked innocently, feigning a guileless expression. Wang Xiaoning? Me responsible? You shot down a satellite. How am I supposed to take responsibility for that? Gulp. Wang Xiaoning's heart pounded wildly, her chest heaving. Xiaoning, are you still there? Her police station colleague on the other end of the line asked after she remained silent for a long while. Wang Xiaoning snapped back to reality. After a moment of internal struggle, Wang Xiaoning held the phone and said in a low voice. Tell the chief, we don't need to look for the person who launched the rocket. I know who it is. What? You know? Xiaoning, you're not joking, are you? Aren't you supposed to be dealing with a troublemaker? How could you possibly know who launched the rocket? The colleague on the other end of the line was utterly baffled. Because that rocket was launched by this troublemaker. Wang Xiaoning shot a complicated look at Du Zeyu, who was still munching on potato chips. 10 minutes later, several police cars pulled up outside the auto repair shop. A group of armed police surrounded the entire auto repair shop, sealing it off completely. A conspicuous perimeter tape formed a circle around the premises. Bystanders watching the scene murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoning was explaining the earlier incident to Li Hongyan. You mean that brat just fired a small rocket? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Xiaoning nodded blankly. And he built this mini rocket himself? Exactly. He even came to the police station earlier claiming he'd awakened a system called Strong Nation Military Industry. I didn't believe him, so I came to investigate. Wang Xiaoning nodded again. Police station chief? Armed police brigade captain? A primary school student first-hand built a rocket, then shot down Liberty Nation's satellite. If that small rocket weren't sitting right there in the auto repair shop now, and the story hadn't come directly from their own police officers, they'd never believe it. But this superpower system sounds way too sci-fi. Ha! Beside him, Gao Xian, captain of the armed police detachment, took a deep breath and approached Du Zeyu with a peculiar expression. Looking at Du Zeyu, who appeared innocent and was munching on potato chips, he crouched down and asked. Young man, what's your name? How old are you? My name is Du Zeyu. I'm 10 years old, Du Zeyu answered leisurely. Uncle, do you want some potato chips? No. Gao Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he continued his questioning. Xiaoyu, can you tell uncle that you really did launch that rocket? Well, I did launch the rocket, but auntie wouldn't believe me, so she made me do it. Don't blame me if something happens now. Instantly, all the surrounding officers turned their gaze toward Wang Xiaoning. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoning could only silently lower her head, feeling like crying but unable to. This brat had really screwed her over this time. Taking down the Free Nation's satellite, such a huge mess, and she was the one left holding the bag. But the officers around her didn't seem to blame her at all. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. After all, if a 10-year-old kid says his rocket model can actually launch into space, no one would believe him. So who built this rocket? Tell uncle the truth, and I'll buy you a big bag of potato chips. Really? Then I want original, cucumber, and tomato flavors. At the mention of potato chips, Du Zeyu's eyes lit up instantly. No problem. I'll have someone buy them for you right now. Seeing Du Zeyu's keen interest in potato chips, Gao Xian sensed an opening and immediately called out. Xiao Lu, go buy a few bags of potato chips, get the big ones. Yes. A paramilitary officer immediately holstered his gun and walked out. Before long, he returned with several bags of chips in different flavors. Zeyu quickly took them, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. Xiaoyu, now you can tell uncle who exactly built this rocket? Did your dad secretly contact someone and smuggle it in? Hearing this, Zeyu, who had just opened a bag of chips, blinked his big eyes. Uncle, that's leading questioning, it's illegal, you know. Besides, I already told you this rocket really is my creation. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. With that, Zeyu ignored Gao Xian and just kept eating his chips. This little brat? He actually knows the law? Gao Xian's mouth twitched, his frustration mounting. He hadn't gotten a single word out of this brat, and now he'd ended up paying for several bags of chips. This was outrageous. Where's the expert team? When are they arriving? Gao Xian stood up, abandoning any further interrogation of Zeyu. No sooner had he spoken than shouts erupted outside the door. Where's that small-sounding rocket? Take me to see it now. The voice faded as state security agents escorted Lu Changming and a group of aerospace experts inside. When Lu Changming saw the small rocket in the courtyard, his pupils instantly contracted. Yes, this is the rocket. We've finally found it. Chen Shiping said, his voice trembling. Chapter 6, what? You developed a hall thruster. That's right. This very rocket. After Chen Shiping and the state security agents entered, his eyes locked onto the small-sounding rocket in the courtyard. This small rocket was identical to the one he had seen in the materials provided by the National Security Bureau. He immediately stepped forward to examine the small-sounding rocket closely. Gao Xian, observing the scene, asked curiously. I'm Wang Peng from Bureau 15 of State Security. This is Professor Chen from the Capital Aerospace University. He is a leading authority in our nation's aerospace field. Leave the rest to us at State Security. Thank you all for your efforts. Wang Peng revealed his identity and introduced the others. Seeing state security and aerospace experts arrive, Gao Xian and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, I heard you not only found this rocket but also located its development team. Where are the members of that rocket development team? Wang Peng glanced around. Surrounded by armed police and officers from the police station, with only a child munching on potato chips nearby, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Well, Comrade Wang Peng, this is a bit complicated. According to the information we currently have, it wasn't some research team that developed this rocket, it was this kid. Gao Xian pointed at Zeyu, who was sitting on the ground looking greedy. What? You're saying this kid developed this mini rocket? Wang Peng's eyes widened in utter shock. Before receiving Chen Jiping's high praise for this rocket, Wang Peng might have believed it to some extent. But after learning that this small-sounding rocket might contain Blue Star's top-tier rocket engines and propulsion systems, he simply couldn't accept it. This was Blue Star's cutting-edge technology. How could a child possibly achieve what countless top aerospace experts, both domestic and international, had failed to accomplish? Seeing Wang Peng's expression of astonishment identical to theirs, Gao Xian then delivered news that sent shockwaves through Wang Peng and the others. Not only that, but the kid claimed he could not only build rockets, he had also awakened a military technology system. This rocket was created using that system. Nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. Hearing this, Wang Peng was utterly dumbfounded. What kid's hand-rolling rockets? What awakened systems? Do you think this is some damn novel? What the hell is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Wang Peng felt like he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. I'm not a kid, I'll be in 4th grade after summer break. And I'm the class hygiene representative, a respectable figure. I'd appreciate it if you'd watch your words. Seeing Wang Peng's exaggeratedly skeptical expression, Zeyu retorted indignantly while munching on potato chips. The hygiene representative counts as someone important? Wang Peng's mouth twitched. Kid, you. Wang Peng saw this and was about to crouch down to ask. But Zeyu cut him off immediately. Hold on, uncle. I know what you're going to say. The police and armed police officers have already asked me several times. This rocket was indeed built by me, and I did acquire the system. Didn't you bring experts with you? If you don't believe me, take a close look at this rocket. See if our country has such advanced technology? Zeyu said with great confidence. The small-sounding rocket was the system's welcome gift to him. Not only did he possess the physical rocket, but he also held the complete technical documentation for this model. As they say, anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. He had absolute confidence in the technology behind this small-sounding rocket. As long as the state sent people to dissect this technology, even if they didn't believe he had the system, they would undoubtedly regard him as a super genius. This would allow him to naturally leverage state resources for scientific research and acquire tech points. Seeing Zeyu shut him down with a single sentence, Wang Peng temporarily abandoned his plan to press further. Instead, he turned his attention to Chen Jiping, who was completely absorbed in studying the small rocket. As Zeyu had said, the key was to first determine the true value of this small-sounding rocket. Professor Chen, does this rocket match the performance you previously assessed? Hearing Wang Peng's question, Chen Zhiping snapped out of his careful observation and replied with a troubled expression. Team leader Wang, I can now confirm that the engine structure of this small rocket is indeed highly sophisticated. However, to further confirm its performance, I need to transport it back for disassembly and analysis with other experts. What I can't figure out is how such a small mass achieves such an ultra-high specific impulse. This shouldn't be possible with existing liquid oxygen methane engines. I suspect this rocket likely employs not purely chemical propellants, but incorporates electric propulsion technology. I can't make a definitive judgment at this point. Chen Zhiping pushed his glasses up and spoke hesitantly. Hearing this, Wang Peng couldn't help but feel disappointed. Even Chen Zhiping, one of the nation's top aerospace experts, couldn't give a definitive answer right now? Grandpa, you're right, the rocket I built does indeed use electric propulsion technology. To be precise, it utilizes Hall thrusters. It's a device that utilizes the Hall effect to achieve electric propulsion. The core principle involves confining electrons within a magnetic and electric field to form a ring-shaped electron beam. The propellant is ionized into ions, which are accelerated by the electric field and ejected at high speed to generate thrust. Specific impulse is 1,030 times that of chemical rockets, significantly reducing fuel consumption by 80%. However, due to the enormous power consumption of this propulsion system, nuclear energy must be employed if these technologies are to be applied to large launch vehicles. That's why I built a small rocket powered by a solar energy system. Additionally, substantial chemical fuel is required as an auxiliary to achieve adequate performance. Zeyu gave Chen Zhiping a look that said, "You're not too dumb after all," as he explained. What? Hall thrusters. Hearing this, Chen Zhiping's eyes widened in astonishment. Electric rocket propulsion technology represents a revolutionary breakthrough in aerospace. Its core advantages lie in ultra-high efficiency, extended lifespan, and precise control capabilities. It demonstrates irreplaceable value in missions like deep space exploration and satellite orbit maintenance. However, only a handful of nations such as the Free Nation and their Dragon Nation are currently researching this technology. Moreover, both domestically and internationally, electric propulsion technology remains far from mature. It is constrained by thrust limitations, making it usable only for satellites and fundamentally unsuitable for rocket launches. Domestic research into electric propulsion technology is classified as core technical secrets. Unless one is a specialist in the aerospace field, ordinary people have no access to it whatsoever. Yet this 10-year-old child possessed such detailed knowledge. He even directly recited theoretical data on electric propulsion technology. Yet the theoretical performance figures Zeyu cited were far more ambitious than any currently mastered by China. How do you know all this? This is state-level classified information. I researched it myself. How would I know who else knows? Zeyu shrugged and said with a smile. Chen Zhiping was instantly speechless. Wang Peng, watching Zeyu from the side, was also stunned. Not only had this kid launched a rocket, but he could rattle off every technical detail involved as if reciting from memory. The crucial point was that this technology was classified at the state secret level. Not just a kid, even top experts like Chen Zhiping weren't fully aware of it. All these signs pointed to one thing: this kid was no ordinary child. Professor Chen, how can we be certain this child isn't lying? Wang Peng asked, his face etched with concern. While I'm an expert in launch vehicles, Hall propulsion technology isn't my field of research. Perhaps only the Launch Vehicle Laboratory of the Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation, which leads the development of this technology, can provide an authoritative answer. I'll call them right now. With that, Chen Zhiping pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 7, a 10-year-old? A major scientific breakthrough? China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Launch Vehicle Engineering Laboratory. This was a state-owned, mega-scale high-tech enterprise possessing core competitiveness in Longwa's strategic high-tech sector. It is the leading force in Longwa's aerospace technology industry. It is also the nation's sole developer and manufacturer of intercontinental strategic nuclear missiles. The Launch Vehicle Engineering Laboratory specializes in the design and development of launch vehicles. Having just concluded a meeting, Liu Changming, head of the Launch Vehicle Engineering Laboratory, looked utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. "Director, are you there? It's Zhang. Come in." The person who entered was his student, a researcher on the new generation launch vehicle project team. Lu Mingchang looked at Xiao Zhang, whose face was grim. A sense of foreboding immediately filled his heart. Seeing his hesitant, stammering expression, Lu Mingchang couldn't help but frown. "What now?" "Director, the testing for the carrier rocket engine project team has concluded. The thrust of their new generation rocket engine didn't meet requirements. The specific impulse data and reusability cycles also fell short of expectations." With that, Liu Changming's mood instantly plummeted. Another failed experiment? This should be the third time. Rocket engine technology is the core propulsion technology in the aerospace field. It also serves as the heart of launch vehicles, deep space probes, and interstellar spacecraft. Its performance directly determines a spacecraft's payload capacity, mission scope, and success rate. It holds profound significance for both the aerospace industry and national defense development. More stable and powerful rocket engines directly determine whether the next generation of launch vehicles can be successfully developed. Due to technological blockades imposed by foreign powers, they must rely solely on their own efforts to achieve breakthroughs. As the launch vehicle engineering laboratory, this responsibility naturally falls on their shoulders. If they fail to achieve breakthroughs, the development of next-generation launch vehicles will stall. The primary causes of failure were performance issues with the propulsion system and instability in the throttling equipment. They were already analyzing the causes of failure and expected to conduct the fourth test in 6 months. Before Zhang could finish speaking, another thruster failure. Lu Changming slammed his fist on the table, his face darkening. The fourth test in 6 months? This is already the third attempt. If it fails again, are we supposed to wait another 6 months? Where would we find that much time? Disappointment and frustration were palpable. Over the years, their Dragon Nation had achieved numerous major breakthroughs in aerospace. In many areas, they have even surpassed the Free Nation. But due to their late start in space exploration and the extensive time required for technological iteration, this has left them relatively behind in several major projects. Particularly in the realm of heavy lift rockets, the gap between them and the Free Nation, which had built its technological foundation during the Cold War, was vast. What they lack most now is time. Zhang, rocket engines are the most critical component of a launch vehicle and they're our weakest link. If we can't achieve a breakthrough in this technology, do you realize how severe the consequences would be? Xiao Zhang nodded. The Free Nation's commercial space sector has already developed heavy lift rockets with thrust reaching 2,550 tons. Meanwhile, our current mainstay rocket only produces 1,078 tons of thrust, just about 40% of Liberty Nation's active heavy lift rocket. That gap is already substantial. Without resolving this issue, subsequent space development strategies cannot be implemented swiftly. But technical challenges aren't something they could solve just because they wanted to. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office grew oppressively heavy. Well, it seems we'll have to seek assistance from other aerospace research departments. I'll check with old Chen's team first. After a moment's thought, Lu Changming picked up the phone. Just as he was about to dial Chen Zhiping's number, the other party called first. Hey, old Chen, I was just about to call you, didn't expect you to beat me to it. Lu Changming was a bit surprised when he answered. I've got some bad news. The next-generation carrier rocket engine project experiment at our lab failed again. The problem this time was again with the rocket propulsion system. This is the third time. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet the national target on schedule. So I was wondering if your aerospace university lab has made any breakthroughs. If not, I plan to explore joint research with your university lab to resolve the propulsion system issues. Lu Changming explained the challenges he faced to the other party. Upon hearing his words, Chen Zhiping on the other end of the line fell silent. After a long pause, Chen Zhiping finally spoke in a low voice. Old Chen, about that rocket booster issue, it might be solved. Resolved? Old Chen, are you serious? Has your university's aerospace lab developed new rocket engine technology? Is it a liquid oxygen methane engine or a liquid hydrogen liquid oxygen engine? Lu Changming asked excitedly. He had called Chen Zhiping hoping to collaborate with his aerospace lab. But unexpectedly, the other party had already solved the technical issues for the next-generation rocket engine. How could this not surprise him? If the new rocket engine issues were resolved, the next-generation heavy-lift launch vehicle project could advance rapidly. Not whether it's a liquid oxygen methane engine or a liquid hydrogen liquid oxygen engine. No? Could it be that your lab has made a major breakthrough in nuclear thermal propulsion technology? Lu Changming grew even more excited upon hearing this. Both nuclear thermal propulsion and electric propulsion rocket engines represent future directions for rocket power systems. Among them, nuclear thermal engines utilize nuclear reactors to heat working fluids, achieving specific impulse over twice that of chemical propulsion, ideal for deep space missions, though safety and miniaturization remain unresolved challenges. This project was precisely the research focus of the Aerospace University's rocket laboratory. The other focus was electric propulsion, precisely their laboratory's research domain. This propulsion system boasts a specific impulse exceeding 3,000 seconds and is already used for satellite orbit maintenance. However, its thrust is relatively low, necessitating combination with chemical propulsion. Applying it to rocket engines still has a long way to go. High-power Hall thrusters have made a major breakthrough. This technology can be applied to your heavy-lift launch vehicle. Chen Zhiping said, enunciating each word clearly on the other end of the line. Boom. Hearing this, Lu Changming's hand holding the phone trembled involuntarily, nearly dropping it to the floor. High-power Hall thrusters? Impossible. Old Lu, you're pulling my leg. Even those bastards in the Free Nation haven't figured out high-power Hall thrusters. And this is a research project of our Aerospace Technology Corporation. We haven't made any substantive breakthroughs yet, but they at Aerospace University managed to pull it off? It wasn't our university lab that did it, someone else did. Which research institute or lab? Lu Changming grew increasingly baffled. In China's transport rocket sector, only 2 top-tier research labs existed. Besides them, what other lab could possibly develop such advanced technology? It was developed by a young boy. What? At that moment, Lu Changming felt like a herd of wild horses was galloping through his mind. A little boy? Developed a high-power hall thruster? That doesn't make any sense. If he hadn't known Chen Jiping to be meticulous in both speech and action, never one to joke around, he'd have thought he was getting a scam call. Old Chen, are you sure about this? Well, I can't be 100% certain, which is why I want you to come take a look. May I ask, how old is this little boy you mentioned? 10 years old. 3rd grade. As soon as Chen Jiping finished speaking, a distinctly childish voice chimed in over the phone. Grandpa, let me correct you after summer break, I'll be in 4th grade. As soon as Zeyu finished speaking, a clattering sound erupted on the other end of the line. Old Lu, are you okay? Chen Jiping asked urgently. I'm fine. Just looking for some quick-acting heart medicine. Hurry up and send me your address. I'm coming over right now. Chapter 8, Did my family offend the heavens? After hanging up, Chen Jiping turned to Wang Peng beside him. Team Leader Wang, I've already contacted the project lead at the Aerospace Group's launch vehicle laboratory. He should be on a plane heading here right now. Wang Peng nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, a state security officer approached from behind, holding a document. Team Leader, this is the personal file on Zeyu obtained by the local state security bureau. Preliminary checks indicate that both the child and his parents have clean backgrounds. There's also no indication of any contact with foreign entities. Hearing this, the assembled officers from various police stations expressed their admiration. No wonder it's state security, their investigation speed is truly impressive. In such a short time, they've already uncovered the basics about this kid. But what about the child? What's the matter with this child? Noticing the peculiar expressions on the staff's faces, Wang Peng opened the file and began reading it with curiosity. Zeyu, age 10, residing at 117 Xinhua Road, Zeyu Repair Shop. Past incidents, at age 3, mistook laundry detergent for milk powder and fed it to the neighbor's dog, causing the dog to foam at the mouth all day. Father dragged him over to apologize. At age 4, convinced he was an invisible superhero, he snuck out of the house naked to explore the supermarket and was apprehended by security. At age 5, to test if cats could swim, he snuck the neighbor's orange cat into the bathtub for a scientific experiment while home alone, only to get scratched. At age 6, caught peeping on girls in the bathroom, defended it as researching toilet structural differences. Reading Zeyu's record of reckless antics, Wang Peng, Chen Jiping, and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. This kid was a total handful. And this troublemaker built such an advanced mini-sounding rocket? Team Leader, what should we do now? Have his parents been located? Wang Peng asked thoughtfully. We've located them. They've been traveling out of town these past few days and are currently on their way back. They should arrive soon. But since the situation hasn't been finalized, we haven't alerted them yet. We've just assigned someone to follow their vehicle. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng nodded. Holy! What the hell is going on? Officer, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Why is my house surrounded? And they're all armed police officers. Did my family break some divine law? As Wang Peng pondered how to proceed, several startled cries echoed from outside the door. Then, a middle-aged couple dressed casually entered, escorted by several armed police officers. Dad, Mom, you're back. Zeyu, who had just finished a bag of potato chips, stood up with a smile and greeted them. Son, what's going on here? Didn't I tell you to watch the house? Why are there so many armed police here? Did you cause trouble again? Seeing several men in black, looking like tough-looking gangsters, standing in the yard alongside the armed police, Dubin felt like crying. Usually, when the kid caused trouble, a few officers from the police station were enough. Why did the armed police show up this time? How could that be, Dad? I'm such a good boy, how could I cause trouble? I just built a rocket and took down a satellite from the Free Nation. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Zeyu shrugged indifferently, flashing an innocent, adorable smile. In that instant, Dubin and his wife Zhang Yumei both froze in place. What did you just say? I said I took down a satellite belonging to the Free Nation. Not that one, the one before. The one before that? How could that be, Dad? Don't call me Dad. I'm not your father. From today on, we sever all father-son ties. I'm heading to the police station to change my name. I'm ditching my own surname, I'll take your mother's. From now on, I'm Zhang Bin. Zeyu? Wang Peng? A group of officers? Now they finally know who this little troublemaker takes after. You two are his parents, right? While your son shooting down a satellite is a serious matter. But his rocket technology research is incredibly important. If we can verify the technology of this rocket and the kid's capabilities, not only will he avoid punishment, but he could become a major contributor to our nation's aerospace program. So there's no need to worry. Chen Jiping, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to explain. A major contributor to the nation? Du Bin froze, his previously menacing mouth suddenly curving into a warm smile. Son. Dad admits he spoke a bit too loudly just now. But I was just joking with you. You don't mind, right? Du Bin pulled Du Zeyu into an embrace, affectionately ruffling his hair. Du Zeyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, not bothering to argue. Comrade, is my son a hero or a criminal now? He won't be punished, will he? Du Zeyu's mother, Zhang Yumei, asked from the side. We can't confirm anything yet. We're waiting for another team of experts to arrive. Results should be in soon. Several hours later, Lu Changming finally arrived at the auto repair shop's backyard with several experts from the launch vehicle laboratory. Upon entering, he bypassed Chen Shiping without so much as a greeting and headed straight for the small-sounding rocket. Is this the small rocket equipped with an electric propulsion engine? Old Chen, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Lu Changming examined the crudely crafted small rocket, which looked nothing like it contained advanced technology. That's right, old Lu. Don't let its crude appearance fool you, it just took down a free nation satellite orbiting over 400 kilometers above the Earth. What? Hearing this, Lu Changming's eyes widened in shock, leaving him speechless. Without another word, he swiftly led his team of experts to carefully dismantle the rocket engine. Upon examining the structure of this rocket engine's propulsion system, Lu Changming's entire body trembled. No mistake. This was indeed an electric propulsion system, and judging by its construction, it was unmistakably a Hall thruster. It was real. Gazing at this intricate miniature rocket engine, Lu Changming nearly leaped with excitement. Hall thrusters have always been a stronghold of the Free Nation. Never imagined we'd overtake them like this. Ha! They'll probably be furious when they find out. Lu Changming never dreamed that after all their years of effort, they hadn't even managed to develop a new generation of liquid propulsion systems. Yet here before him stood an even more advanced electric propulsion rocket system. Genius. Whoever developed this propulsion system is a genius. Old Lu, are you saying this technology is real? Chen Shiping beside him quickly asked. Real. It couldn't be more real. Although the specific performance needs to be confirmed after testing, I can assure you this thing is absolutely real. Quick. Let me see that little genius. Lu Changming's eyes lit up as he scanned the room. Finally, in the corner of the courtyard, he spotted Du Zeyu secretly opening another bag of potato chips. Little genius? You're the one with the smartwatch. Du Zeyu muttered, utterly speechless. You little brat. How dare you talk to an expert like that? Looking for a beating? Du Bin, standing nearby, saw this and smacked Du Zeyu on the back of the head. Just as he was about to scold his inconsiderate son. Freeze. Wang Peng's stern voice suddenly cut through the air. Previously, they couldn't determine the true value of this rocket. But now, top experts in China's aerospace field had given it extremely high praise. Du Zeyu's significance had completely changed. Swish. Du Bin looked up to find a ring of black muzzles trained on him. His soul nearly fled his body in terror. Sir, I was just disciplining my son. There's no need to execute me, is there? Du Bin buried his face in his hands, utterly helpless, and wailed. Chapter 9, Son. You're the one to support mom and dad now. Kid, you're Du Zeyu? Did you build this rocket? Lu Changming approached, bending down to peer intently at Du Zeyu. Of course. You saw the technology yourself. Besides me, who else in our country could pull this off? Du Zeyu proudly tilted his little head back, showing not a shred of modesty. Hearing this, even Lu Changming had to admit it. Setting aside the other technologies within this small-sounding rocket, the magnetic plasma thruster alone was beyond the capabilities of China's current aerospace technology. Even the Free Nation, hailed as a beacon of technological advancement, couldn't replicate it. And even if they achieved new technological breakthroughs, they wouldn't deploy such technology here. Therefore, the possibility that this rocket was obtained through other channels could now be completely ruled out. Yet he, as China's top aerospace expert, was expected to believe such advanced rocket technology originated from a 10-year-old child. Lu Changming still found it hard to accept. The advanced technology you've incorporated into this rocket is at least 30 years ahead of Blue Star's current capabilities. Xiaoyu, tell Grandpa, where did you learn about magnetic plasma propulsion technology? Lu Changming crouched down, trying to look as gentle as possible, his eyes softening. Heard? Magnetic plasma propulsion technology is something I developed myself. It's just that my family's resources are limited, so I couldn't conduct many specialized experiments, and the technology isn't quite mature yet. If I had access to professional materials and a lab, refining this technology further wouldn't be difficult. Du Zeyu said casually, munching on potato chips. Magnetic plasma thruster technology not difficult? Hearing Du Zeyu's words, the aerospace experts around him all flushed crimson. Here was a 10-year-old kid, working in such rudimentary conditions, managing to develop such cutting-edge technology. Here they were, the nation's top experts in the field, squandering the finest experimental instruments and equipment. Even Lu Changming felt a pang of shame upon hearing this. They had devoted their entire lives to academic research, yet they couldn't match the achievements of a mere child. The blow to their pride was immense. I told you before, I've awakened the military-industrial system. This technology comes from the system, but none of you believed me. Zeyu wore an expression of helpless resignation. Military technology system? Capable of providing advanced technology? Before witnessing the advanced technology of that miniature rocket, Lu Changming would never have believed Zeyu's tall tales. After all, as a researcher, he despised idealism above all else. Yet here stood a rocket surpassing Blue Star's current technological level by over a decade. This made him feel that Zeyu's explanation was actually the most plausible. Xiaoyu, it's not that Grandpa doesn't believe you, but this magnetic plasma propulsion technology is simply too advanced. Could you briefly explain this technology to me? If you can explain it, I'll believe what you say. Lu Changming took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Grandpa, aren't you an expert in aerospace? You don't even understand this technology? Lu Changming gave an awkward chuckle, suddenly spotting disdain and mockery in the child's eyes. His old face flushed involuntarily. Alright, it seems you genuinely don't understand. After confirming Lu Changming wasn't joking, Zeyu, like a young lecturer, began teaching Lu Changming and the other aerospace experts present. The core mechanism of this ion propulsion technology is to accelerate ions through the interaction between magnetic and electric fields. The most crucial step, constraining electrons with magnetic fields. You should all be familiar with that, right? Upon hearing this, experts like Lu Changming and others nodded obediently. Within the propulsion system's annular channel, permanent magnets or electromagnets generate a radial magnetic field. Electrons moving within this field experience the Lorentz force, causing them to travel along the annular path and form Hall drift currents. However, it is important to note that ion propulsion systems have extremely high power requirements, particularly during ion acceleration. This necessitates equipping spacecraft with large solar panels or other high-efficiency energy systems for power supply, increasing system complexity and weight. Although ion propulsion offers advantages in fuel efficiency, its use of propellant still requires optimization. For instance, the xenon gas used here is relatively expensive. In the future, I plan to use krypton gas or even water vapor to reduce costs. Its thrust formula is mA, where m is the working fluid mass flow rate and VE is the exhaust velocity. Does that make sense to you? Zeyu paused, looking at Lu Changming and the other aerospace experts, and asked. Lu Changming? Chen Zhiping? Aerospace experts? Although the specialized data and formulas Zeyu mentioned later left them feeling completely lost, they could at least confirm that Zeyu wasn't making things up. In other words, in aerospace and even in mathematics and physics, this 10-year-old child surpassed them, the top experts. A genius. Truly a once-in-a-century, no, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Lu Changming gripped Zeyu's shoulders excitedly, shaking him. Team leader Wang, while we can't verify the specifics of the system this child described, he is undoubtedly a genius in aerospace research. We must take this child back with us. Chen Zhiping stared at Zeyu with burning eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. Exactly. This child's talent in aerospace could potentially reshape the entire future of our nation's space program. Lu Changming agreed emphatically. At that moment, the two most prominent figures in China's aerospace industry gazed at Zeyu as if he were a priceless treasure. Wang Peng, however, frowned slightly upon hearing their words. Experts, you may take this rocket back for research, but not this child. Why? He's a genius in aerospace. I know, Wang Peng said with a helpless smile. But regarding this child, our national security must report to higher authorities. After all, what he described about the system is simply too extraordinary. As for whether he'll join the aerospace system in the future, we can only await the higher-ups' decision. Hearing this, both Chen Zhiping and Lu Changming could only sigh helplessly. Alright, but we'll still advocate for him. If this kid doesn't pursue aerospace research, it'd be a waste of his talent. Lu Changming said with a hint of reluctance. Then, Wang Peng walked up to Zeyu. Xiaoyu, you mentioned wanting to hand over the system to the state, right? How about I take you to meet the higher-ups? Rest assured, whether your claims about the system are true or not, your talent in aerospace alone will guarantee the nation's attention. All right. Zeyu nodded with a smile. Seeing Zeyu's decisive agreement, Wang Peng smiled with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to Du Bin and Zhang Yumei standing nearby. As this child's parents, please come with us. But my auto repair shop? Du Bin looked utterly bewildered. He and his wife had merely taken a few days off during summer vacation for a secret trip. Upon returning, their son had been snatched up by the state. The sheer magnitude of this shock left both Du Bin and Zhang Yumei feeling as if they were still in a dream. Given what's happened, you can't continue operating this auto repair shop. Rest assured, however, that the state security department will compensate you fairly for the auto repair shop. Moreover, the value of this rocket alone is enough for the aerospace department to give you a substantial sum. Honestly, you two could easily retire now. Wang Peng said with a smile. Retirement? That's like us parents leeching off our son. Sounds great. Ha! Others leech off their parents, but I'm leeching off my kid, how satisfying. Dubin laughed excitedly, patting Du Ziyu's shoulder with satisfaction. Son, you're 10 years old now, no longer a child. Your parents will rely on you for support from now on. If work keeps you busy and you can't come home, that's fine, but make sure to transfer the money to Dad's account on time, got it? Du Ziyu? Chapter 10, Military Industrial Complex? Nanobots, Two-Dimensional Foil. Dragon Nation. Army Headquarters Command Center. As the headquarters of the army, this place was always heavily guarded. Tonight, an added sense of tension permeated the air. Not only were there more soldiers on guard at the entrance than usual. Moreover, vehicles bearing license plates from various military branches and military regions were frequently entering the headquarters compound. Inside the command center conference room, several military experts in the field of missiles had gathered. Additionally, several high-ranking military officials from the naval, ground, air, and missile forces sat stiffly upright. The room was filled with cigarette smoke, yet every face bore a solemn expression. Gentlemen, the investigation into the incident where a free nation satellite was shot down by our civilian small rocket has concluded. At this news, all present in the conference room lifted their heads in curiosity. All present were high-ranking representatives from the nation's military-industrial complex and armed forces, naturally aware of the incident. They were all deeply curious about the details. These are the investigation materials from the National Security Department. Please review them first. Army Chief Zhao Baodong, leading the group, scanned the conference table without further comment and had the materials distributed. Beside him, Sun Tao, the head of the Navy, and Xian Yunxiang, the head of the Air Force, sat upright, their expressions solemn. This made everyone realize the matter might be more complex than they had imagined. Inside the conference room, the assembled senior officers and military industry experts all took the documents with curiosity and began reading. The initial confusion on their faces quickly gave way to expressions of horror and utter bewilderment. Commander, are you certain this information is accurate? A 10-year-old child took down the Free Nation's satellite? How is that possible? What? Even this rocket was hand-built by the kid? That defies all logic. Military industry system, this kid clearly reads too many novels. How could national security believe this? After reviewing the documents, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices. A wave of astonishment and skepticism swept through the room. Observing the expressions of those in the conference room, Zhao Baodong remained silent. After a moment, when the room had quieted down somewhat, he had someone pass around another set of documents. Everyone, please review this material before drawing any conclusions. The attendees took the materials and froze in shock. What? A breakthrough in high-power Hall thruster technology? I thought the Free Nation had always been leading this project? And even if they had it, it was still only in the experimental stage, a long way from practical application. We've overtaken them on the curve. This is cutting-edge technology on Blue Star. Good heavens! Our aerospace research team has made such tremendous progress. Heaven truly blesses our Dragon Nation. This technology alone could give our rocket engines a decades-long lead over foreign counterparts. Several leading missile experts were visibly moved upon seeing the Hall thruster technology. The other senior military commanders, though unfamiliar with the technical details, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing the military experts' assessments. It's common knowledge that rocket technology and missile technology are inseparable. Missile technology largely stems from rocket technology. The most critical components of a missile are its engine, materials technology, and high-precision gyroscopes. These are also the core technologies of rockets. Converting a rocket into a missile is actually less challenging than converting a missile into a rocket. It essentially involves stripping the spacecraft and installing explosives and a guidance system. Of course, significant differences remain in their applications, guidance systems, warheads, and operational environments. However, there is no doubt that mastering advanced rocket technology directly propels the advancement of missile technology. This is certain. This high-power Hall thruster technology has enabled Dragon Nation to achieve a major breakthrough in rocket engine development. This means their military missiles will also achieve tremendous progress. For a moment, everyone present had their eyes shining brightly. This technology wasn't developed by domestic aerospace research institutes, but by that unbelievable 10-year-old child you keep mentioning. Zhao Baodong delivered this statement with solemn gravity. The announcement instantly sent shockwaves through the conference hall. Both high-ranking military officers and top defense industry experts were left speechless. Commander, could the state security comrades have made a mistake in their investigation? Even the Free Nation couldn't develop this technology. How could an elementary school student possibly have done it? Indeed, this is utterly preposterous. Several top missile experts retorted. Absurd? I know it's absurd. But this technology has been authenticated by authoritative experts in the aerospace field. The technology itself cannot be faked. As you just stated, this technology is at least decades ahead of the entire Blue Star. Even the Free Nation couldn't replicate it. Given that, tell me which other nation on Blue Star could possibly develop this technology? Zhao Baodong asked with a bitter smile. Whoa! At this remark, the room fell instantly silent. The top military experts who had spoken up in opposition slumped back into their chairs, utterly at a loss for words. Indeed, if even they and the experts from the Free Nation couldn't master this advanced technology, who else could possibly achieve it? But even if this technology was truly developed by this child, I'd rather believe he's a genius. After all, possessing a military-industrial system was simply too fantastical. Though the assembly couldn't explain it, they clearly couldn't fathom anyone possessing a military-industrial system. In fact, this was precisely why I had called this meeting. It wasn't just the military experts and high-ranking officers who found it hard to believe. After reviewing the state security report, Zhao Baodong and the other two top military commanders found the matter equally baffling. Yet faced with the Hall thruster this advanced technology, they too were unable to offer an explanation. Gentlemen, I know the existence of a military-industrial system is too bizarre. For now, we can attribute this to a child prodigy. But consider this, if what this child claims is true, do you understand what that would mean? Zhao Baodong's words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly sending shockwaves through the entire room. If this were true. The moment he spoke, hope lit up in everyone's eyes. If this child truly possessed the military technology system, then the grand military projects that would have taken generations to achieve might soon become reality. At that point, the nation's destiny would be unstoppable. At this thought, everybody trembled uncontrollably. Commander, what exactly does this child mean by military technology system? Seeing someone finally get to the heart of the matter, Zhao Baodong finally spoke. According to the child's description, the military technology system he awakened can exchange for various advanced military technologies. Not only military technology from our current civilization, but even that of future civilizations can be exchanged. Future military technology? Commander, do you mean? A naval admiral cautiously inquired. Things like antimatter bombs, plasma weapons, nanobot swarms, and two-dimensional foil. However, according to the child, he currently cannot exchange for these weapons. The system's reason is that our civilization level is insufficient. Currently, our Blue Star civilization level is only 072. We can only exchange them once our civilization level reaches level 1. Gulp. The moment these words were spoken, the conference room fell completely silent. Nano swarms? Two-dimensional foil? These technologies are actually achievable? Chapter 11, Set aside disputes, pursue joint development. If this kid truly has connections in the military-industrial complex, we must support him wholeheartedly. Commander, you know our Navy doesn't even have a single decent destroyer right now. Could we have this kid use the system to build us a few aircraft carriers first? No need for anything too complex, just nuclear propulsion will do. A senior naval commander said with burning eyes. Cut the nonsense. Your Navy needs advanced equipment because it's outdated. Doesn't our Air Force need it too? I think we should have this kid develop a few 7th-generation fighters first. If that's not feasible, even some 6th-generation models would do for now. No sooner had the naval commander finished than an Air Force official chimed in. What's that supposed to mean? Just because your Navy and Air Force are underperforming, you get to demand gear first? The squeaky wheel gets the grease, huh? I don't care, the Army wants new gear too. Gentlemen, cease this bickering. Blue Star faces no conflicts requiring your 3 services. Our priority now is peaceful development. And what peace and development need most is deterrent weapons. I believe the most crucial step is for our 2nd Artillery to develop a nuclear weapon without explosive radiation. The military leaders from the 3 services and the 2nd Artillery immediately erupted into heated debate. Though they usually present a united front and cooperate externally. But when weapons came up, the commanders already plagued by firepower anxiety immediately began vying for dominance. Their voices grew increasingly heated. Had the commanders-in-chief of the 3 services not been present, they likely would have stormed out to settle matters physically. In an instant, the entire conference room descended into chaos, with each side refusing to yield. Zhao Baodong and the other 2 military leaders exchanged glances and shared helpless smiles. Their worst fears had materialized. If the military-industrial complex truly existed, the various branches of the armed forces would inevitably vie for control, none willing to be left behind. If this matter wasn't resolved properly, it was unclear whether their domestic military industry would achieve a leap forward in the long run. But the rift between the 3 branches would only deepen, something the military leadership did not want to see. Bang! Seeing the deadlock, Zhao Baodong, the leader, slammed his fist on the table in anger. The meeting room instantly fell silent once more. Look at yourselves. What kind of spectacle are you putting on? You're no different from haggling housewives at the market. Faced with Zhao Baodong's rebuke, the military generals, who had been arguing until their faces turned red and their necks strained, reluctantly sat back down. Commander, what should we do according to your instructions? Set aside disputes and pursue common development. Zhao Baodong declared with unwavering conviction. Shelf the disputes, pursue common development. The others stared wide-eyed, clearly baffled by Zhao Baodong's meaning. First off, the claim that this kid has access to the military-industrial complex hasn't been confirmed. We need further investigation. Even if it's true, our military will require a vast array of weapons and equipment. Deciding which projects to prioritize and how to allocate resources will be a major challenge. Moreover, if military researchers across all branches learn of this system's existence, who would still be motivated to pursue independent research? Then, all military weapon development would become dependent on exchanging through this child's system. That would completely undermine our nation's overall military research and development capabilities. What if something happens to this kid, or the system suddenly vanishes one day? How would their military industry compete with the free nation then? Our nation has never placed all its eggs in one basket. We must walk on two legs. Therefore, I believe it's better to let things take their natural course than to risk creating conflicts and divisions among the military branches that could hinder defense development. Let the child pursue whatever research he desires. This meeting is classified at the highest military security level. Everything discussed regarding the system must remain strictly confidential. If I discover anyone leaking this information or instructing subordinate units to contact or influence this child, they will face court-martial. After Zhao Baodong finished speaking, the military generals in the conference room exchanged glances, all finding this approach feasible. The nation need only provide full support for this child's military research and the resources required. As for what he chooses to research, the various military branches should not interfere with one another. This is the only way to ensure fairness and prevent the collapse of the nation's military-industrial system. Any objections? After Zhao Baodong finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Clearly, everyone agreed with this approach. Since there were no objections, the matter was settled. Zhao Baodong made the final decision. Now, let's move on to the second matter. Regarding the child's future safety and where to conduct subsequent RD. At these words, the expressions of those present grew solemn. Should the existence of Longwa's military-industrial complex leak out, especially to Western nations, particularly the self-proclaimed technological beacon of Liberty Nation, they would undoubtedly launch relentless attacks against it. The threat posed by this system surpassed that of nuclear weapons by several orders of magnitude. After all, this child held not only the future of Longwa's military-industrial capabilities, but also the key to unlocking a new level of civilization. His security must be given the utmost priority. Commander, I believe we should place this child in our highest-level laboratory and keep him there permanently. That is the safest course. No. He's still just a child and a great contributor to our nation, not a criminal. Locking him away in a lab forever is no different from imprisonment. Exactly. Setting aside whether even the highest-level lab is truly secure. This child is only 10 years old. If he realizes we're treating him like a lab rat, it will inevitably cause psychological issues. What if he rebels and refuses to cooperate with the research system? Therefore, I propose deploying our elite special forces to provide round-the-clock security. That won't work either. Such an overt display would be too conspicuous. Those Western nations and free states aren't fools. If we protect a child with such a big show, won't their intelligence agencies get suspicious? That could backfire. This won't work, that won't work. What are we supposed to do? Should we just treat him like an ordinary child and send him to school? The meeting room once again erupted in disagreement. Send him to school like an ordinary child? Hearing this, Admiral Sun Tao, the naval commander seated nearby, suddenly perked up. Old Zhao, I think this approach is viable. He's only 10 years old. Keeping him locked up in a lab would inevitably cause severe psychological issues. Directly deploying elite forces to layer him with protection would be too conspicuous, risking attention from other nations. Given that, we might as well let him attend school like any other normal child. This way, we can provide him with a normal living environment, preventing psychological issues. Second, it won't attract attention from free nation or other countries, actually making him safer. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Zhao Baodong couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It was indeed a sound plan ensuring the child's safety while fostering healthy psychological development. Once he reaches adulthood, we can decide whether to send him to a specialized research institute. But how could he conduct military research while attending a regular school? We can't just let his knowledge of the military-industrial system go to waste. Air Force Commander Qian Yunxiang frowned as he spoke. Though they planned to pursue a dual-track approach, that didn't mean squandering the child's military expertise. That's easily solved. We'll just find him a school with a research laboratory. Exactly. Doesn't the Dragon Academy have an elite youth program? Sending him there would allow him to study and live normally like other children while conducting research, a win-win solution. Then we'll assign state security personnel for protection. That way, even the free nation won't detect anything suspicious. Excellent. Let's proceed this way. Hearing this explanation, many present found it quite reasonable. Soon, consensus was reached at the Army Headquarters Command Center regarding this meeting that would shape the future of Long Nation's military-industrial development. Chapter 12, Genetic Serum? After the meeting adjourned, all attendees signed the highest-level confidentiality agreements before being permitted to leave. The three military chiefs proceeded to a lounge within the headquarters military district. Several heavily armed soldiers stood guard outside the door. Hey, Xiaoyu, snacking on chips again? Cut back on the junk food, it's bad for your health. As soon as the commanders entered, they saw Zeyu sprawled on the bed, binge-watching cartoons while devouring chips, prompting them to remark. Zeyu was now the military's prized asset. He was a walking arsenal of military knowledge. If anything happened to his health, it would impact the entire military strategy of Dragon Nation. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhao. My system store has gene-enhancing serums. Though I don't have enough tech points to redeem them now, once I accumulate enough, I can directly exchange for finished serums. When that time comes, I'll exchange several bottles at once. I'll give them to you elders to try first, guaranteed to make you feel 18 again, full of vigor and vitality. Zeyu said with a smile. Gene serums? Hearing Zeyu's words, even the veterans who had spent their lives on the battlefield couldn't help but feel a surge of longing. Their desire wasn't for youth itself, but for their bodies to remain vigorous for a few more years to continue guarding the Dragon Nation's borders and witness its rise with their own eyes. You're quite the little rascal, aren't you? Already trying to bribe us old geezers, huh? Zhao Baodong teased, his eyes fixed on Zeyu. How could this be bribery? You gentlemen are the backbone of our Dragon Nation's military. You've given so much to the country, this is only fitting. Zeyu replied with a rare seriousness in his eyes. Commanders Zhao Baodong and the others had spent their entire lives in the military, dedicating every ounce of their energy to the troops. They could tell whether Zeyu's words were sincere. This deeply moved the group. We old-timers haven't helped you in vain. Zhao Baodong said with a smile. Alright, our meeting has reached a decision. Considering your personal well-being and safety, we've decided to enroll you in the youth program under the Dragon Academy. What do you say, Xiaoyu? Are you willing to go? I can still go to school? Zeyu froze at the news. He had assumed that after handing himself over to the system, even if the state didn't lock him up like a lab rat for experiments, he'd be confined to a lab for life. Yet unexpectedly, even after military high command learned of his system, they still chose to let him live a normal life. This alone was something no other country besides the Dragon Nation could possibly do. They wouldn't let go until they'd squeezed every last drop out of him. How fortunate it is to be born in Dragon Nation. Of course, no matter how vital your system may be, you remain a child of our nation. If we cannot even grant you freedom, then what sets us apart from those Western nations? Zhao Baodong patted Zeyu's head affectionately. However, the existence of your system has been classified as the nation's highest level secret. Beyond us old-timers, only the military generals and experts present at today's meeting are aware, and they've all signed non-disclosure agreements. Your identity in this capacity will remain undisclosed. Outwardly, you're just an ordinary gifted youth. Zhao Baodong said with a smile. The elite youth program you're entering is a place gathering the nation's most gifted young researchers. This program is directly affiliated with the Long Academy of Sciences, allowing you to pursue your studies in daily life while conducting independent research. We old-timers have all agreed we won't interfere with what you choose to research. It's entirely up to you. Naturally, any weapons or equipment you develop will be tested and deployed immediately, ensuring your tech points are replenished promptly. Furthermore, whatever resources you require, we'll find a way to provide them. What do you say? Are you willing to join? At these words, Zeyu's eyes lit up. The military leadership's decision perfectly aligned with his wishes. Ever since he had crossed over into this child's body, his own temperament had been affected to some extent. Now, the idea of being confined to the lab to conduct research indefinitely made him restless. Moreover, the military leadership's hands-off approach spared him from internal competition with military researchers. These domestic researchers remained unaware of his existence, thus sparing them any disruption or influence. The nation's military research capabilities would thus continue to advance steadily. After all, no matter how powerful his system was, there was only one of it. A nation's military projects are as numerous as cow hairs. Even if he worked non-stop using his system to develop technology, he couldn't possibly meet all the demands. Upon careful reflection, this hands-off approach truly is the most correct path. The youth program is a specialized educational model established by the Dragon Nation for intellectually gifted, academically outstanding young prodigies. Its purpose is to accelerate their academic growth through personalized development plans. Youth program is merely a general term. Institutions like Huaqing University and Jingbei University also refer to similar initiatives as talent classes or leading talent programs. This educational approach compensates for the neglect of precocious children in conventional education, providing the nation with top-tier talent. Unlike youth programs at ordinary universities, as China's premier academic institution for natural sciences, its highest advisory body for science and technology, and a comprehensive research and development center for natural sciences and high technology, the Chinese Academy of Sciences (CAS). The elite youth program they established is far more rigorous and demanding than those at other universities. Only the most exceptional talents, truly one in a million, gain admission here. Crucially, as an affiliate of the Lonka Academy, it boasts abundant research facilities and experimental equipment. It can fully meet his research and development needs. I'm willing to go, Zeyu said sincerely. Ha, what a good kid, Zhao Baodong nodded with satisfaction. However, getting into the Dragon Academy's elite youth program isn't easy. Their entrance exams are even tougher than getting into a top-tier university. While we could certainly get you in, we prefer as few people as possible to know your identity. Xiaoyu, do you think you can get in on your own merits? Although the military commanders largely believed Du Zeyu possessed the system, in their eyes, all his military technology expertise came from the system. As for his own technical capabilities and knowledge base, the commanders remained unaware. Relax, it's just an exam. I can handle it myself. No need for you elders to worry. Du Zeyu declared with great confidence. They didn't know that after Du Zeyu exchanged technologies from the system, these technologies were stored in his brain as knowledge. Crafting a small-sounding rocket might seem simple, but it was actually extremely complex. Rocket research encompasses nearly every engineering discipline: aerospace engineering, mechanical engineering, materials science, aircraft design, navigation engineering, electronic engineering, computer science, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, and automatic control. At this moment, Du Zeyu's knowledge reserves had long surpassed those of engineering experts both domestically and internationally. How could a mere entrance exam possibly challenge him? Very well. In that case, we'll be awaiting your good news. Starting tomorrow, we will assign dedicated personnel to work with state security to ensure your safety. Should you require military assistance in the future, you may contact us through him. Regarding your enrollment, I'll have other departments handle it. The military won't be involved directly. This will minimize unnecessary attention and suspicion. Zhao Baodong ruffled Du Zeyu's hair and said with a smile. Alright, get some rest early. Kids shouldn't stay up late, it stunts their growth. Got it, grandpas. Goodbye. After the military leaders departed, a faint smile touched Du Zeyu's lips. He had finally found a powerful ally. With the nation as his backing, his military-industrial system could now function at its fullest potential. Then, a thought struck Du Zeyu, and he opened the system interface. Chapter 13, Cutting to the Bone, the Uncompromising Foreign Affairs Department. Host, Du Zeyu. Age, 10. Position, Labor Committee Member, Class 4, Grade 3, Xinhua Elementary School. Unlocked Technology, Space Launch Vehicle Technology. Tech points, 50. Looking at his meager, double-digit tech points, Du Zeyu shook his head helplessly. It seemed his tech points would only replenish once the military adopted the small-sounding rocket technology. Fortunately, he had already gained recognition from high-ranking military officials. With the support of the 3 military branches and their commanders, these technologies would soon translate into tech points. Indeed, having the nation's backing was the best way to break into the military-industrial system. Du Zeyu immediately took a satisfying sip of cola, his sense of fulfillment exploding within him. Since his transmigration, his fondness for potato chips and cola had only deepened. With a contented heart, Du Zeyu gave himself a quick wash before lying back down on the bed. Early the next morning, a young man in civilian clothes, yet still radiating the sharp aura of a soldier, knocked on Du Zeyu's door. Xiaoyu, hello. I'm Yu Peng, a member of the Divine Sword Special Forces. From now on, I will be solely responsible for your security. Of course, in addition to me, state security personnel will also be providing external security for you. Sword Special Forces? Du Zeyu froze at the mention. The Divine Sword Special Forces are known as the Guardians of the Capital, specializing in high-tech warfare and executing counterterrorism, intelligence reconnaissance, and other missions. It's an elite special forces unit under the army. As for the state security personnel providing outer perimeter protection, needless to say, their numbers were likely even greater. And this was only because the military had intentionally scaled back security to avoid drawing the attention of foreign intelligence operatives. This clearly demonstrated the high level of importance placed upon him. Hello, Uncle Yu. I'll be relying on you from now on, Du Zeyu said politely. No trouble at all. Your parents have already been brought to the capital and settled in properly. It's very close to the school you'll be attending. I'll take you there now. All right. After speaking, Du Zeyu followed Yu Peng into the military-issued bulletproof vehicle. They hurriedly departed the Army Headquarters Military District. Ever since Du Zeyu was brought back to Army Headquarters yesterday, military personnel immediately dispatched vehicles to transport the rocket away. The small rocket was subjected to technical disassembly and research by the Military Missile Laboratory and the Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Du Zeyu had also handed over the complete set of technologies, including the magnetic plasma thruster, to Lu Changming and his team. Due to Du Zeyu's highly sensitive status, his family could no longer remain in Taocheng. The state arranged a residence for them near the capital. Though not located within the prime inner or second ring areas of the capital, it was still quite valuable considering the exorbitant land prices in Beijing. Most importantly, the neighborhood was exclusively for scientists like Du Zeyu and their families who required special protection. The complex featured dedicated shuttle buses to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and its security personnel were specifically assigned by state security, ensuring exceptionally high safety standards. Additionally, the military issued Du Zeyu a special bank card. This bank card was even more powerful than the so-called black gold cards available on the market. Theoretically, this card has no spending limit. If he wished, he could even withdraw tens of millions of yuan without issue. Of course, Zeyu would never actually spend that much. After all, having surrendered such a vital military-industrial system to the state, he theoretically no longer needed money. Any resources he requires can be obtained simply by requesting them from the state. Therefore, for him, this card held more symbolic significance. At most, it would be used to ensure the livelihood of Du Bin's family. It was meant to ensure they never had to worry about money. However, Zeyu hadn't mentioned this matter to his parents. His parents were ordinary people who had come from 4th or 5th tier cities. Their life wasn't exactly affluent, but it was comfortable enough. Zeyu felt this level of life was already quite good. He feared that handing this unlimited credit card to Du Bin might backfire, disrupting the family's current harmony. The military clearly understood Zeyu's intentions. So, under the pretext of acquiring Du Bin's former repair shop, they gave his family 10 million yuan. With this 10 million in cash, plus the savings Du Bin had accumulated over years of running the repair shop, it was more than enough for the family's livelihood. Kyoto. General Armament Department Building. Sitting in his office, Wu Pengtao watched the routine press conference of Longhua's Foreign Affairs Department on the television with a smile. The news of a free nation's satellite being deliberately shot down by a foreign country was causing quite a stir. Though the White House spokesperson avoided explicit accusations, every statement pointed the finger at the Eastern superpower. In response to Liberty Nation's accusations, the Dragon Nation chose to adopt a cold shoulder approach. Throughout the previous day, neither the military nor the Foreign Affairs Department had responded to the incident. It seemed as though the downing of Liberty Nation's satellite truly had nothing to do with Long Nation. Seeing the Dragon Nation's refusal to engage, the White House leadership and the Free Nation felt both anger and helplessness. After all, the incident happened so suddenly, and they had no evidence to back it up. This left them feeling frustrated and unable to express their grievances. At today's regular press conference, foreign media outlets acting on behalf of Liberty Nation posed questions about the incident to the Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Associated Press reporter, yesterday, the Free Nation claimed its satellite exploded in low Earth orbit and suggested it might have been a deliberate attack by the Dragon Nation. What is the Dragon Nation's comment? Foreign Ministry spokesperson Gung Lei had already prepared his response. First, we express our deep sympathy regarding the unfortunate disintegration of Liberty Nation's satellite. After all, it is truly regrettable when a satellite suddenly becomes space debris. However, Liberty Nation's attempt to shift blame onto other nations demonstrates an imagination more advanced than their satellite technology. As is widely known, our Dragon Nation consistently adheres to the principle of peaceful space utilization. Our spacecraft are renowned for their rock-solid reliability and have never engaged in blame-shifting diplomacy. In contrast, Liberty Nation's satellites have frequently experienced self-destruction, loss of control, and communication failure in recent years. One can't help but wonder if Liberty Nation's Satellite Quality Control Department is slacking off? We suggest the Free Nation first thoroughly review their satellite manuals or consider switching to a more reliable supplier. After all, framing technical failures as deliberate attacks is a tactic even Hollywood screenwriters would call masterful. Finally, we stand ready to strengthen space cooperation with the international community and jointly safeguard outer space security provided that certain nations' satellites stop blowing themselves up for fun. Thank you. As Gung Lei finished speaking, the journalists below the stage couldn't help but chuckle. Longhua's move was nothing short of a masterstroke of psychological warfare. The Free Nation was already furious over its satellite explosion. Yet instead of defending itself, Longhua openly and subtly implied that Liberty Nation satellites were substandard. This was a brutal slap in the face to Liberty Nation. It also cast doubt on Liberty Nation's standing in the aerospace sector. Our foreign ministry is speaking with increasing assertiveness these days. Excellent. Wu Pengtao praised with a look of satisfaction. Once upon a time, their Dragon Nation endured constant humiliation under the harsh reality that weak nations have no diplomacy. Now, with the simultaneous rise of the Dragon Nation's economic and military power, the statements from foreign affairs representatives have grown increasingly forceful and incisive. This has instilled growing confidence in the nation's people. At that moment, Chen Jian, head of the Equipment Department for Military Branches under the General Armament Department, entered holding a document. Commander, the task assigned by headquarters has been completed. So quickly? Hearing this, Wu Pengtao's face lit up with delight. Chapter 14, Establishing a New Department, the Military Industry Coordination Department. Excellent. That was remarkably swift. Wu Pengtao took the documents and smiled with satisfaction. Commander, this newly established department concerns the future military-industrial layout of our Dragon Nation. How could we dare to be negligent? Chen Jian pointed to the list in the documents and continued. Commander, as per the higher-ups' requirements, every member of this newly formed department has undergone rigorous vetting by state security. There are absolutely no issues. Moreover, they are all elite personnel from various departments within our General Armament Department, possessing both extensive experience and strong capabilities. Additionally, the personnel lists submitted by State Security and other departments have been finalized. Please review them. If you approve, I'll submit the list immediately. Wu Pengtao scanned the names on the list and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. These are indeed the elite from each department. Proceed with the submission as listed. This newly established department is named the Military Industry System Coordination Department. It is a department specifically established by the military to coordinate and handle matters related to Zeyu. After all, Zeyu had submitted materials related to the military industrial system involving various military weapon technologies. The General Armament Department itself is the department responsible for formulating the entire military's equipment development plans, programs, and resource allocation schemes. Naturally, this newly established department falls under the purview of the General Armament Department. Wu Pengtao, as the head of the General Armament Department, concurrently serves as the director of this new division. The primary responsibilities of this department include ensuring Zeyu's personal security, implementing confidentiality measures, and managing resource allocation. It also evaluates, tests, and finalizes the various technologies developed by Zeyu, driving their rapid implementation for military units. Therefore, in addition to elite personnel from the General Armament Department, personnel were also drawn from State Security and other departments to form this entirely new unit. Although formally under the General Armament Department, this unit reports directly to the Central Military Commission and operates in strict secrecy. The leaders of the departments that recommended these personnel were unaware of their specific duties. Even the selected elite personnel from various departments would only be informed of their duties after formally joining the unit. You'll hand over your duties shortly. Once the department is established, you'll take up a deputy position there. Chen Jian, already the head of the Service Branch Equipment Department under the General Armament Department, possessed outstanding ability and ample experience, making him the most suitable candidate. Yes, sir. Chen Jian saluted with visible excitement upon hearing this. He understood that although this department was newly established and kept covert from the outside world, its importance was self-evident. Serving as deputy head here carried far greater weight than leading the Service Branch Equipment Department. By the way, now that the department structure is finalized, has the matter of Zeyu entering the youth program under the Dragon Academy been communicated to the Aerospace Science and Technology Group? Wu Pengtao looked up and asked. It's been coordinated. Professor Liu Changming was previously involved in that rocket shooting satellite incident. Moreover, as an academician of the Lunka Academy, he is acquainted with the head of the elite youth program. Having him personally advocate for Zeyu's admission won't raise any suspicions. Wu Pengtao's eyes widened slightly. The incident where Zeyu used a rocket to take down the Free Nation satellite. Although the National Security Bureau had contained the spread of information, but the rocket launch itself was witnessed by many locals in Taochang. Given the capabilities of Liberty Nation's intelligence agencies, even if they couldn't uncover the truth in the short term, maintaining absolute secrecy was unrealistic. If they eventually uncovered Zeyu's possession of the system, it would spell trouble. Rather than risk that, it would be better to leak information suggesting Zeyu was merely an unremarkable aviation prodigy. That way, even if the Free Nation eventually uncovered some information through their methods, they would only speculate along those lines. This approach actually reduced the risk of exposing the military-industrial system. Given that, we'll leave this matter to Professor Liu and his team. Yes, Commander. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Chen Jian nodded with a smile. Kyoto, suburb. Happiness Home Community. Wow, Xiaomei, look at this place, it's really something. Much brighter and more open than our old home back in the village. Look at the master bedroom, so spacious and well lit. And look, there's even a study over there. But aside from Xiaoyu, no one in our family really reads much. I think it'd be better to turn this into a small bedroom. Aren't 3 bedrooms enough for us? Why do we need so many rooms? Xiaomei, you're saying that like having just one son is such a big deal. We should cherish these powerful genes and have 10 or 8 more kids for the sake of our family and our country. That'd be our contribution to the nation. Ugh, who wants to have 10 or 8 more? Do you think I'm a pig? Ha! Dubin stood with his hands on his hips, strutting through every room with his wife like an ancient general inspecting his domain. Smiles hadn't left their faces since last night. They never imagined their family of 3 could live in such a spacious house in the capital. And it was free. They certainly never imagined that after toiling away for most of their lives, their efforts still couldn't match the value of a rocket model their son had made by hand. Ha, Xiaoyu, I hear that academician from the Aviation Industry Corporation is about to take you to enroll in the youth program. Once you're there, you'd better study hard and focus on your research, no more acting like a little rascal. I'm going to live off you for the rest of my life, you hear me? Seeing Dubin speak so boldly about relying on his son. Lying on his new bed, Zeyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His dad was just shameless. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your developed technology has received preliminary national recognition. Science points increased by 300. Hearing the voice by his ear, Du Ziyu's heart leapt with joy. The first batch of tech points had finally arrived. He immediately stopped paying attention to Du Bin. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened his personal interface. Host, Du Zeyu. Age, 10. Position, Labor Committee Member, Class 4, Grade 4, Xinhua Elementary School. Unlocked technology, Weather Rocket Technology. Tech points, 3050. Seeing his skyrocketing tech points, Du Ziyu couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. These points were awarded after his technology gained preliminary national recognition. Once these technologies were fully deployed and formally applied in national defense, he would earn even more tech point rewards. With these points, he could now exchange for new technologies in the system store. However, Du Zeyu didn't rush to make any exchanges within the system. After all, the system offered an overwhelming array of military technologies to exchange, and he wasn't sure which would be the most suitable choice. Therefore, he decided to follow the nation's path, not actively choosing, but instead going with the flow. He would decide which technology to exchange for when encountering problems that needed solving. Knock. As Du Zeyu pondered, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Immediately afterward, he heard Lu Changming's hearty laughter. Xiaoyu, are you ready? We're heading to the Dragon Academy's Elite Youth Program registration now. Hearing Lu Changming's voice, Du Zeyu smiled and walked out. Grandpa Lu, I'm ready. Alright, Grandpa will accompany you. Seeing Du Ziyu's confident expression, Lu Changming smiled. He then led Du Ziyu out of the Happy Home residential complex. Chapter 15, Teased by the Female Demons. The Longwei Academy of Sciences, abbreviated as LASA. As the nation's highest academic institution for natural sciences, premier advisory body for science and technology, and comprehensive research and development center for natural sciences and high technology. The academy comprises 11 branches, over 100 research institutes, 3 universities, and more than 130 national key laboratories and engineering centers. It oversees the construction and operation of over 30 major national scientific and technological infrastructure projects, with a formal staff of over 690,000 and more than 790,000 graduate students enrolled. It has established a comprehensive natural science discipline system, with overall levels in physics, chemistry, materials science, mathematics, environmental and ecological sciences, and blue star science now ranking among the world's advanced. In certain fields and research directions, it has also demonstrated strong potential to enter the world's top tier. The elite youth program of the Dragon Academy is based at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences UCAS, one of these 3 universities. The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, formerly known as the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, has its main campus located in Beijing. It is a full-time general higher education institution established by the state and administered by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It is an innovative university that integrates science and education and focuses on graduate education. Although the elite youth program is housed within this university, it operates under a distinct management system separate from regular undergraduate students. I'm actually going to college? Du Ziyu stood at the entrance of USTC. Munching on potato chips, he watched the undergraduates passing by the entrance and muttered to himself. Ha, Xiaoyu, even though you're entering the youth program, calling it university isn't an exaggeration. But when you graduate, you'll have direct access to the Chinese Academy of Sciences or other top research institutions. You'll be even more accomplished than these undergraduates, so you'd better work hard. Beside him, Lu Changming ruffled Du Ziyu's hair affectionately. Du Ziyu nodded nonchalantly at the remark and continued munching on his chips. Soon, the two entered the campus of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Many female students on campus streets couldn't resist approaching this handsome, adorable young man when they saw him, wanting to give him a pat. But Du Ziyu dodged them all with alert caution. Hee hee, little one, you're so adorable. Let your big sister touch your cheeks. Little one, you're just as handsome as my little brother. Come here and let your big sister give you a hug. Wow. This little guy actually blushed. Ha, that's so adorable. Seeing Du Ziyu's adorable blush instantly drew more giggles from the surrounding female students. Grandpa, can we walk a little faster? Faced with these bold young women, Du Ziyu felt a bit flustered. For the first time, Lu Changming noticed a flicker of nervousness on Du Ziyu's face. After zigzagging through the crowd, Du Ziyu finally evaded the female students lining the path. He and Lu Changming entered the teaching and research building within the school grounds. Oldly, I've brought you a promising prospect. Entering an office, Lu Changming's hearty laughter rang out. Inside, an elderly man with graying hair and silver-rimmed glasses immediately greeted them with a smile. Well, Lu, what a rare visit. You're leading the carrier rocket project at the Aviation Industry Corporation. Getting a meeting with you these days is no easy feat. Hearing Li Hongjia's teasing remark, Lu Changming waved his hand dismissively. Oldly, you're teasing me again, aren't you? You're the vice president of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences and head of the elite youth program. When our aviation industry corporation needs talent in the future, we'll still have to rely on you to pull some strings. Ha! After exchanging mutual compliments, Li Hongjie finally turned his attention to Zeyu, who had been following behind Lu Changming. Old Lu, this kid is. Ha! Congratulations, old Li, your elite youth program is gaining another prodigy. I came here today specifically to have this kid join your Lunka University elite youth program. Hearing Lu Changming's words, Li Hongjie paused in surprise before turning to Zeyu with a hint of skepticism. After sizing him up from head to toe, the old man hesitated before asking, "Old Lu, is this your grandson?" It's not that I don't want to help, but the selection criteria for this elite youth program are incredibly stringent. As an academician of our Lunka Academy, you should be well aware of that. This child is far too young. Even in our youth program, we don't have students this age. The selection process is extremely rigorous. Even as the person in charge of this program, I have no authority to bypass these procedures. If you believe your grandson is truly exceptional, I can recommend him to youth programs at other universities. Li Hongjie, mistakenly believing Zeyu to be his grandson, replied with some hesitation. As the nation's most elite youth program, countless parents and grandparents vie to enroll their children or grandchildren here each year. Among them, of course, are children of academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And compared to ordinary children, these kids truly could be called geniuses. But once they arrived here, those once-in-a-million geniuses were nothing special. After all, the Dragon Nation was vast and rich in resources, teeming with talent like fish crossing the river. Only the geniuses among geniuses could gain admission to the Dragon Academy's elite youth program. Hearing Li Hongjie's words, Lu Changming couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, old Li, I wish I had a grandson as bright as this. I know the rules of your elite youth program. Here are 2 recommendation letters, take a look first. With that, Lu Changming pulled 2 letters from his bag. Li Hongjie took them with a skeptical look. Upon opening them, his eyes widened in astonishment. One letter bore the seal of the Aerospace Industry Corporation, while the other came from the General Armament Department. One represented the leading state-owned high-tech RD enterprise, while the other was a crucial military department. To be jointly recommended by both sides clearly indicated this child was no ordinary talent. What extraordinary talent could this child possibly possess to warrant joint recommendations from both your departments? Li Hongjie scrutinized Zeyu once more, but beyond noticing the boy's fondness for potato chips, he detected nothing unusual. You heard about yesterday's explosion of a Liberty Nation low-orbit satellite, right? Lu Changming asked with a smile. Of course I heard about it. Liberty Nation even claimed our Dragon Nation used anti-satellite weapons to take down their satellite. What utter nonsense! Li Hongjie nodded indignantly, then asked suspiciously, what does this have to do with this kid? Ha! How could it not? Let me tell you straight, that Liberty Nation satellite? This kid took it down. Lu Changming patted Zeyu's head with a smug grin. What? Did we really shoot down Liberty Nation's satellite, or was it this kid? Old Lu, you must be out of your mind. How could a kid destroy a low-orbit satellite? He didn't shoot it down with a slingshot, did he? Li Hongjie stared wide-eyed, utterly disbelieving. A slingshot is a bit of an exaggeration. The kid built a small-sounding rocket by hand and accidentally knocked down Liberty Nation's satellite. And this rocket is incredibly advanced, it even uses high-thrust Hall thruster technology. Oh, and that high-thrust Hall thruster technology? He developed that himself too. Now tell me, with this kid's talent and capabilities, is he qualified for your USTC's elite youth program? Li Hongjie? Chapter 16, is this recruiting genius or monster? A hand-rubbed fire rocket? This little kid! Li Hongjie exclaimed, pointing at Zeyu. Grandpa, I'm not a little kid. I'm 10 years old this year, and after summer break, I'll be entering 4th grade. Zeyu protested, his hands never stopping their movement as he grabbed potato chips. Gulp! Li Hongjie's eyes widened in astonishment. As the head of the nation's most elite youth program, he'd seen countless prodigies. Some mastered over a dozen languages by age 6 with IQs soaring to 270. Others who taught themselves calculus at 8 and tackled relativity at 13. Some recognized over 4,000 characters by age 2 and published academic papers in Nature by 15. Others built websites at 5 and passed all computer certification exams by 8. Yet he had never heard of a 10-year-old who single-handedly built a rocket by hand and shot down a free nation satellite. Then there's high-thrust Hall thruster technology, a field even most domestic aerospace academicians know little about. Such a genius would be a rare gem even among the elite youth programs. Old Lu, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Though he knew Lu Changming wouldn't joke about such things. But it was still hard to accept. Do you think the seal of the Aviation Industry Corporation and the Ministry of Defense's General Armament Department is something anyone can forge? With both our organizations vouching for you, what else is there to doubt? Lu Changming chuckled. You're right. Li Hongjie nodded, then adopted a warm smile as he crouched down in front of Zeyu. Young man, with your abilities, you truly qualify for our elite youth program. However, per our requirements, you must complete an assessment test before enrollment. First, it will gauge your innate talent. Second, it will be archived as part of your school records. It's just an entrance exam, right? Bring it on. As he spoke, Zeyu finished the last of his potato chips. Wiping his greasy mouth, he shrugged indifferently. All right. Grandpa has a set of assessment papers here, university-level difficulty. Passing it will meet the admission requirements. Of course, there's also a higher difficulty assessment, extremely challenging. Since our elite youth program began, only a handful have passed the higher level test. As for scoring above 90? Not a single one. Would you like to give it a try? Li Hongjie was well aware that this was a genius capable of independently hand-assembling rockets and mastering high-thrust Hall thruster technology. His talent in engineering was practically off the charts. Even at just 10 years old, he should have a chance to pass the advanced test. Hearing this, Zeyu hesitated for a moment before looking up and asking. Then let's tackle the difficult set. Zeyu said, tilting his head. Li Hongjie wasn't particularly surprised by Zeyu's confidence. After all, he'd seen far too many prodigies in his time. These prodigies, living among ordinary people year after year, inevitably developed a touch of arrogance and peculiar temperament. Their self-confidence was boundless. But it was only when they arrived here that they truly understood the meaning of "there's always someone better out there." And this entrance exam served as their first lesson. Zeyu's talent was undeniable, but the 10-year-old's temperament remained immature. This exam paper serves as the perfect tool to temper Zeyu's arrogance. Only then would he recognize his true capabilities and settle down to study diligently in the elite youth program. Fine. Since you seek a challenge, Grandpa will grant you one. Li Hongjie chuckled inwardly. He retrieved a sealed envelope marked top secret from the office safe. Then he made another call to the state security agents. Shortly after, 2 state security agents dressed in black entered the room. Young man, you've requested to take the top secret test. These 2 gentlemen will oversee the proceedings. Upon hearing this, the 2 agents nodded, took the sealed envelope, and led Zeyu into a separate room. One supervised Zeyu as he answered the questions, while the other stood guard at the closed door. Hey, Oldly, what's the deal with this top secret exam? Why does it need state security agents to supervise? Standing outside the door, Lu Changming frowned at the scene. It's just a simple entrance assessment exam. Why make it seem like some major state secret? What do you know? Li Hongjie shot him a dismissive look. Li Hongjie shot him a withering look before explaining, this exam was jointly designed by over a dozen top academicians from various fields at our Lunka Academy. They cover the most challenging problems across multiple disciplines like math, physics, chemistry, and mechanics. Even you and I, could we guarantee scoring over 80? Tell me, is that easy? Especially that final math problem, only a handful of people in our country could solve it. You and I definitely wouldn't be able to. Hearing this, Lu Changming instantly felt a surge of defiance. Oldly, you're exaggerating a bit there. I'm still a top expert in aerospace engineering, after all. I might not ace the engineering questions, but saying I can't even pass is downright insulting. Besides, how can you be so sure I couldn't solve that final math problem? Because that final problem is the Poincare conjecture. Could you solve it? Li Hongjie narrowed his eyes, speaking with smug satisfaction. What the hell? The Poincare conjecture? Oldly, you've lost your mind. Who in their right mind would put that insane thing on an exam? Is this elite youth program trying to select geniuses or monsters? Lu Changming glared, his voice tinged with indignation. The Poincare conjecture is one of the 7 great unsolved problems in mathematics this century. Proposed by the Clay Mathematics Institute in the United States, each problem carries a $1 million prize for its solution. These 7 grand mathematical problems span complex geometry, topology, algebraic geometry, finite field theory, harmonic analysis, differential geometry, and mathematical physics. Among them, only the Poincare conjecture has been proven by a mathematician from the White Bear Nation. However, he declined both the Fields Medal and the $1 million prize. Subsequently, 2 professors from Zhongshan University in the Dragon Nation completed the final proof. The reason this conjecture was chosen as an exam question is simply because it is the only one among the 7 major century-old mathematical problems with a known solution. Rest assured, this exam question only requires verifying one step of the Poincare conjecture. If students were expected to complete the entire conjecture, this exam would likely take years to finish. Li Hongjie said with a smile. Even verifying just one step is impossible. This problem is too difficult. Forget that he's just a 10-year-old child. How many of our Long Academy's academicians could solve it? You're deliberately making things difficult. You just don't understand. Seeing Lu Changming getting a bit upset, Li Hongjie explained with a smile. This exam itself is meant to temper the child's resolve. Many prodigies who come here must pass this test. Even if he fails, I'll just give him a regular test paper instead. With this child's talent, he absolutely qualifies for our elite youth program. Hearing the explanation, Lu Changming finally let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Zeyu could join the elite gifted class, that was all that mattered. As for tempering his character, that was indeed necessary. Otherwise, with that little rascal's temperament, who would be able to keep him in line? With that, Lu Changming's worries vanished and he settled back into his seat. Du Zeyu was escorted by state security personnel to a separate room. Chapter 17, the first perfect score in history. Inside the private room. The state security department agent tore open the file envelope and handed the test paper inside to Du Zeyu. Paper and pen had already been laid out on the table. Du Zeyu took the paper and began reading it with curiosity. After a moment, a smile touched the corners of his lips. This is the highest level exam paper from the Dragon Academy? The difficulty wasn't that high after all. Ever since acquiring the system, his brain had undergone significant changes. Not only was his memory far superior to that of ordinary people, but his physical coordination had also become remarkably strong. Crucially, Du Zeyu could distinctly feel his neural pathways continuously connecting and growing. Yes, he could feel this sensation clearly. This sensation became especially pronounced after he recently exchanged for the technology of a small-sounding rocket from the system's marketplace. The sheer breadth of these technologies flooding his mind with complex, obscure knowledge further stimulated the growth of his brain neurons. Now, as he looked at the questions on the exam paper, they seemed as simple as solving 1 + 1. Brush. Without hesitation, Du Zeyu picked up his pen and began writing rapidly. For nearly every question, he glanced at it once and immediately wrote down the answer. Even those involving complex calculations, Du Zeyu solved mentally with his eyes closed, not even using the scratch paper he had prepared. The state security officer supervising his exam stared wide-eyed, his expression one of utter astonishment. As the state security officer assigned to liaise with the elite youth program, he frequently supervised exams for various prodigies across the country. He knew the difficulty level of these papers well. The last so-called genius had been reduced to tears by this very exam. One had even handed in a blank sheet. He had never seen anyone like Du Zeyu before, someone who answered questions so swiftly, with almost no pauses. But judging by Du Zeyu's appearance, he was only about 10 years old. How could someone so young possibly answer so quickly? Could this kid just be guessing? After all, these questions were as incomprehensible to him, a state security officer, as reading hieroglyphics. It wasn't until Du Zeyu reached the final major question. The pen that had never paused faltered for the first time. Seeing this, the state security officer finally let a smile touch his lips. Now that's more like it. The final problem, the Poincare conjecture, had truly stumped Du Zeyu. For the first time, Du Zeyu reached for the scrap paper beside him. Sand. Soon, strings of geometric figures resembling complex codes and various mathematical formulas sprang to life on the paper. Du Zeyu filled sheet after sheet of draft paper. The state security officer remembered it clearly. It was this very problem that had driven previous geniuses to tears and collapse. After filling over a dozen sheets of draft paper, Du Zeyu's lips curved upward as he finally wrote the answer on the exam paper. Done. Finished. Du Zeyu looked at his answer with satisfaction and handed the exam paper directly to the state security officer. You're handing it in already? Kid, aren't you going to double check? There's still plenty of time. Hearing this, Du Zeyu arrogantly shook his head. Real men never look back. With that, Du Zeyu strode out of the room with effortless grace, leaving the state security staff speechless. Grandpa Li, I'm done with the exam. Du Zeyu smiled as he greeted them outside. Finished? That fast? The two men, who had been chatting idly inside, froze upon hearing Du Zeyu's voice. Li Hongda glanced at his watch. Given the extreme difficulty of this test paper, the time required to complete it was significantly longer than a standard exam. Yet Du Zeyu had finished ahead of schedule, taking even less time than a regular exam. This made Li Hongda frown. He thought to himself, this kid is still too young, his temperament far too immature. As the nation's largest research institution, the Lanka Institute nurtured geniuses destined to enter the scientific research system. In scientific research, the most crucial qualities are not innate talent or ability, but rigor. A qualified researcher who lacks rigor, no matter how brilliant, could jeopardize the progress and direction of an entire study. After all, no human is immune to error. Only through repeated checks can the possibility of error be minimized. The only thing that brought him some comfort was that Du Zeyu hadn't been reduced to tears by this exam paper. This showed the child possessed remarkable resilience. Principal Li, here are the students' exam paper and rough drafts. We can confirm that this child did not engage in any cheating. Thank you. Li Hongjie took the exam paper, and Lu Changming hurried over beside him. Seeing that Du Zeyu had actually written answers for every single question, both men were taken aback. Xiaoyu, you solved all these problems? Even the last one? Yes, the earlier questions were quite straightforward. Only the final math problem posed some difficulty. I double-checked it for a while before writing down the answer. But I think the wording of that final question wasn't quite right. Gulp. At this remark, Li Hongjie and Lu Changming exchanged glances. They both saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Not only had Du Zeyu solved the final problem, but had also uncovered its incompleteness. Could it be that he already knew the Poincaré conjecture was unsolvable? But he was only 10 years old. How could he possibly have access to proof materials for such a top-tier mathematical problem? Ahem, Xiaoyu is truly brilliant. However, I still need to verify whether your solutions are correct. Li Hongjie simply couldn't believe Du Zeyu had solved every single problem correctly. After all, no one had ever achieved a perfect score up to this point. Without delay, Li Hongjie opened the office safe and retrieved another sealed envelope. Inside lay the answer key for this set of exam papers. The test was too difficult without the answers. Li Hongjie couldn't tell if Du Zeyu was correct. Soon, the two began grading Du Zeyu's test paper against the answers. Correct. This one's right. And the next one too. Good heavens. He actually answered such a difficult question correctly. A genius, a true genius. As they looked over the test, their expressions of astonishment never ceased. Du Zeyu had answered every single question with the most precise and correct responses. The stunned pair could have fit a whole egg in their gaping mouths. The final question remained. If this kid could actually solve it, he'd be the first student in the history of our elite youth program to achieve a perfect score on the highest level test. Li Hongjie watched Du Zeyu's solution process with trembling hands. The intricate, obscure formulas and diagrams left both of them dizzy. After a thorough systematic verification, they finally confirmed that Du Zeyu had indeed solved it correctly. Perfect score on the test. He actually got a perfect score on the test. Ha! Li Hongjie held the test paper aloft, shouting with excitement. Beside him, Lu Changming was utterly stunned. Although the matter of possessing the system had been largely acknowledged by the higher-ups, he never imagined Du Zeyu's talent would surpass their wildest expectations. Grandpa Li, I've passed this entrance exam, right? I should be considered a student in the elite youth program now. Does our school provide meals? Are there free potato chips? Du Zeyu raised his chubby little hand and asked with utmost seriousness. Chapter 18, Car Paint? Can I use fighter jet coding instead? After achieving the first perfect score on the highest difficulty test in the history of the Dragon Academy's elite youth program, Li Hongjie swiftly processed Du Zeyu's enrollment paperwork. He was terrified this prodigy might slip through his fingers. After completing the formalities, Li Hongjie gave Du Zeyu a series of instructions and thoughtfully arranged a meal cart for him. Beaming, he personally escorted both Du Zeyu and Lu Changming out of the National University of Science and Technology campus gates. On the ride home in the special vehicle, Lu Changming seemed even more excited than Du Zeyu himself. Xiaoyu, you've really made us proud. You wouldn't believe how arrogant that old fox Li Hongjie usually is. This is the first time I've ever seen him so excited and enthusiastic. Ha! Get back and prepare while classes start tomorrow. I'll head back to continue research on the next generation carrier rocket. If you have any questions about our project, come find me at school. And you must study hard in the elite youth program, understand? Lu Changming said with a hint of reluctance. Don't worry, Grandpa Lu. If you have any questions, just come find me directly. As for school, you don't need to worry about that, I can handle it. Du Zeyu smiled obediently from the back seat. Alright, I'll be going now. After getting out of the car, Du Zeyu returned to the happy home community under the escort of two state security officers. The moment he entered the house, Du Zeyu was greeted by a table laden with mouth-watering dishes. Sweet and sour pork, braised pork belly, and stir-fried prawns, all his favorites. Dad, Mom, what's the occasion today? Why all these special dishes? Du Zeyu asked curiously as he sat down at the table. Of course, it's to celebrate our son successfully passing the youth program entrance exam. Du Xiaozui placed a piece of braised pork in Du Zeyu's bowl and said with a smile. Good boy, you did great. Academician Lu just called to tell me you scored perfect marks on that entrance exam. You even solved that notoriously difficult conjecture. Dubin patted his son on the shoulder, beaming with pride. But is this special program for gifted youth that Academician Lu recommended really any good? It's just a perfect score. Is there really a need to get so worked up? Back when I was your age, I got perfect scores too, but I ended up running an auto repair shop when I grew up. Du Xiaozui, standing nearby, shot Dubin a disapproving look. Listen to yourself, don't you care if people laugh at you? Can the elementary school you attended even compare to the gifted program our son is in? If you don't understand, don't spout nonsense. After that, Du Xiaozui turned her gaze back to Du Zeyu. But son, that Poincaré the academician mentioned isn't all that great. He just made guesses, couldn't figure it out himself, and left the problem for you to solve. That's just bullying. Exactly. That Pang guy has terrible character. We should keep our distance from him in the future. Dubin nodded in agreement. Hearing their conversation, Du Zeyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. He said nothing, merely shoveling rice into his mouth. Oh, and one more thing today. Dubin downed a beer in one gulp, grinning as he spoke. I went down today and checked out the surrounding neighborhoods. Turns out there's only one auto-tuning shop nearby. There are plenty of residents around here. I've made up my mind I'm going to set up an auto repair shop right on the street next to our place. I've already found the shop space. I have to say, rent in the capital is expensive. With the same amount of money, we could open a full repair shop back home, but here it only gets us a slightly larger storefront. Hearing Dubin had already found a shop and planned to reopen a car repair shop so quickly, Zeyu was taken aback. Dad, you don't need to rush like this. Didn't the military give us a decent sum? It should easily cover our daily expenses. What do you know? That money is meant to be saved for your wedding. You can't just spend it recklessly, Du Xiaotsui said with a smile. Exactly. I'm still young. Do you really think I'd be living off you, a 10-year-old kid? Anyway, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Might as well open a repair shop, it'll be more interesting. Don't worry. I haven't touched a single cent of the millions from the military. Everything we're using now comes from the savings your father built up over the years. Mentioning the family savings made Du Bin's heart ache. Earlier, he'd been intimidated by the military's grand display. Fearing the worst, he'd handed over every last penny of his hard-earned savings, over 100,000 yuan, and confessed everything to Du Xiaotsui. Now he was completely broke, and the regret made him want to slap himself silly. But son, there's one thing your old man needs your help with. What is it? Well, your old man here has been looking into it. There are plenty of wealthy folks in the capital, and there's a huge demand for vehicle modifications or repainting. And they insist on using imported paint. The gloss and texture are simply unmatched by domestic brands. But I've heard that several well-known foreign car paint brands have authorized distributors here, and not every shop can get them. Your old man here is new to town and doesn't have the connections. You've just been accepted into the youth program at Lunka Academy, right? A prestigious research institution like Lunka Academy must cover all kinds of studies, right? I want you to ask around and see if anyone there is researching automotive coatings. If so, could we collaborate with them or buy some from them? I'm sure the car paint developed by Lunka Academy wouldn't be any worse than those imported brands. Old Du. Have you no shame? Du Xiaotsui, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Our son just started tomorrow. He probably doesn't even know his way around yet. And you want him to contact experts at the Chinese Academy of Sciences for you? I was just throwing it out there. I know Xiaoyu just started, so I didn't ask him to inquire tomorrow. We can see how things go after he settles in. Seeing his wife about to get angry, Dubin laughed it off. Dad, I'll keep that in mind. I'll ask around when I get a chance. I'm full. I'll head back to my room now. Zeyu pondered for a moment before standing up and saying. Back in his room, Dubin opened the system interface on impulse. First to appear was his personal panel. Host, Zeyu. Age, 10. Position, student, elite youth program, Dragon Academy. Unlocked technology, space launch vehicle technology. Tech points, 5550. Ha! Another 2,000 tech points added so quickly? Could it be from the aerospace technology group? Seeing the significant increase in tech points, Zeyu's face lit up with delight. The small-sounding rockets and related technologies he provided weren't just useful for enhancing missile performance. They were even more crucial for advancing carrier rocket technology. Though not classified as weaponry, launch vehicles were a vital component of a major power's space strategy. Having his technology recognized by them naturally earned him corresponding tech points. He estimated that once the next generation launch vehicle was built, his tech points would surge dramatically. After reviewing his personal panel, Zeyu immediately opened the marketplace. He intended to help his father resolve the automotive paint issue. As Dubin mentioned, the Lunka Institute, being the largest and most comprehensive research institution in the country, produces a constant stream of research projects. Research in coatings is certainly part of that. Moreover, now that he was collaborating with the state, any request he made would undoubtedly be fulfilled. But Zeyu felt a bit reluctant to ask the state for help just to get a car paint for his father. Immediately, Zeyu began searching the system marketplace. He soon found a military-grade coating listed in the store. It was a coating used on stealth fighter jets, and the price wasn't too high. This is the one. If it can be used on fighter jets, it should certainly work on a civilian car. Though his current tech points weren't enough to redeem a stealth fighter jet. The fighter coating was merely a branch technology of stealth fighter technology, requiring only 1,000 points to exchange. Seeing that he had accumulated a considerable amount of tech points, Zeyu didn't hesitate to make the exchange. Chapter 19, Transfer Student? Super Genius? Acquired stealth fighter coating technology. Current tech points, 4,550. As the system's voice faded, Zeyu's mind was instantly flooded with vast amounts of technology related to fighter jet coatings. Ha! As expected of stealth fighter coating technology, besides being waterproof, corrosion-resistant, and long-lasting, it also boasts exceptional stealth capabilities. Zeyu was thoroughly satisfied with this exceptionally high-quality coating material. Applied to automobiles, this coating would absolutely outclass foreign automotive paints in quality. As for color matching, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. Having run a repair shop for years, Dubin's color matching skills were second to none. With just a glance, he could match any car paint color with remarkable precision. The only complication was that manufacturing this coating material required numerous specialized equipment and materials. It seemed he'd have to wait until he got into the elite youth program to figure out a solution. After a moment of deep thought, Zeyu smiled and said. After all, Zeyu had already inquired the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences housed a number of advanced research laboratories. As for the youth program at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, its primary focus was cultivating scientific and technical talent. Therefore, most of the students' time was not spent on specialized courses, but rather focused on conducting various project experiments. There, he was certain, lay the materials and equipment needed to create fighter jet coatings. Early the next morning. Dad, Mom, I'm off to school. Zeyu waved at the two figures inside the room, a half-finished carton of milk dangling from his mouth. Take it easy on the way, you kid. You're going to be late on your first day of school. If the teacher calls your parents, I'm not going. Xiaozuwei grumbled while tidying up the leftovers on the table. Haha, so what if I'm late? Who hasn't been late to school? Son, take your time on the way. I heard your school provides lunch, so make sure to eat plenty at noon. Bin chuckled as he leisurely finished his leftovers. Got it. Leaving this troublesome home behind, Zeyu arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Suddenly, a black minivan pulled up in front of him. From the van, Yu Peng, dressed in a black suit with a crew cut, stepped out. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zeyu greeted him politely. Come on, hop in. Gao Xian smiled, ruffling Zeyu's hair before ushering him into the vehicle. After the car started moving, Gao Xian asked with a smile. Xiaoyu, your school starts at 8. You didn't leave home until 8:30, you're late. Though being late for school isn't a big deal for kids. But Zeyu was different. He was now a national priority protection subject. Seeing that he hadn't picked up Zeyu after all this time, headquarters had already called twice to inquire about the situation. If it weren't for other state security agents stationed in the neighborhood to ensure his safety, they would have already gone to his door. Sorry, Uncle Yu. I was a bit nervous on my first day of school, so I woke up a little late. Burp. It won't happen again. Zeyu finished the last sip from the milk pouch, belched contentedly, and stretched back against the car seat. Nervous? Yu Peng's mouth twitched. Watching Zeyu's lazy, carefree demeanor, it looked more like he was heading off on vacation. Where was the tension? Yu Peng didn't say much, just shook his head helplessly and smiled. By the way, the magnetic plasma propulsion technology you developed has been accepted by both the military and the Aviation Industry Corporation. However, per their requirements, your file must remain strictly confidential, so your name cannot be listed as the technology developer. Also, they've set up a separate bank account for you with 1 million yuan inside, for your personal daily expenses. If it runs out, they'll promptly replenish it. Oh, got it. Zeyu nodded lazily. He was now like Jack Ma. Money held absolutely no interest for him. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a cold string of numbers. After all, the state would cover any funds needed for his research. His only expenses were probably just buying Coke and potato chips. Yu Peng looked at Zeyu before him and felt a wave of emotion. His own son was now in elementary school, already in 5th grade. Not only did he not earn any money, but he also had to give him a considerable amount of pocket money every month. In contrast, Zeyu, at just 10 years old, already had $1 million savings account. This truly was someone else's child. Escorted by a private car, they soon arrived at the campus of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. To Zeyu's surprise, Li Hongjie was waiting for him at the entrance. Grandpa Li, I'm sorry I'm late. Zeyu stepped out of the car, feigning a disappointed expression. Ah, no worries. It's your first day of school. Being late is no big deal. Did you have breakfast? Shall I get you something? Li Hongjie's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he forced a warm smile. Even as the head of the elite youth program, having seen countless prodigies, he'd never encountered anyone as extraordinary as Zeyu. Naturally, he showered him with favor. After all, while the elite youth program wasn't as strict as regular schools, but tardiness was still not something that could be casually overlooked. Yet with Zeyu, it simply didn't matter. No thanks, I've already eaten. Class comes first. Good boy. Such dedication to learning, I'll take you there. Li Hongjie smiled fondly, taking Zeyu's small hand as they walked into the campus. At that moment, deep within the campus of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, within a separate teaching area, students of the elite youth program were in the midst of a mathematics class. Unlike regular school math classes, they were tackling university-level mathematics and beyond. Their instructor was an academician from the Lonka Academy, who also served as the class advisor for the elite youth program. Though the students in the program vary in age, some older, some younger. But as the name youth program implies, all are under 16 years of age. Anyone exceeding the age limit is not admitted. Of course, there are no students like Zeyu, who is only 10 years old. Most are around 13 or 14. Have you heard? We're getting a transfer student in our class today. A transfer student? Could it be another super genius? Seems like it. I heard our super strict principal Lee went to pick them up personally. No way. But the first period is almost over and the transfer student still hasn't shown up. Late on the very first day? That kid's doomed. Who says otherwise? With old man Lee's temper, he couldn't care less about any so-called geniuses. Which one of us geniuses hasn't been yelled at by old man Lee? Ha, this is getting interesting. I bet that transfer student is getting an earful from old man Lee right now. Several students from the youth class whispered among themselves while the teacher was writing on the blackboard. There's a tradition for entering the elite youth program. First, you have to grind down these geniuses' arrogance. Naturally, the task of playing the villain fell to Li Hongjie, the program director. Consequently, the students held a poor impression of Li Hongjie, secretly calling him the living king of hell. Teacher Xing, excuse me. Just then, Li Hongjie's voice echoed from the classroom doorway. Here he comes. The class of gifted youngsters all turned their curious gazes toward the doorway, eager to witness the transfer student's dejected expression. However, when the door swung open, Li Hongjie grinned, ruffling Du Ziyu's hair affectionately as he said, Miss Xing, this is your new student, Du Ziyu. He just joined our class today and might be a bit overwhelmed. Please give him some extra care. Hearing this, not only were the students below stunned. Even Xing Jianeo, the homeroom teacher standing at the podium, flashed a look of surprise. Holy crap, the living devil actually smiled. And it was such a sycophantic grin. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 20, The Pillar of the Military Industry. The Mechanical Dog Competition. Teacher Xing, allow me to introduce him to everyone. This student, Du Ziyu, is only 10 years old this year, yet he has already passed the highest level entrance exam for our elite youth program. And he aced it perfect score. Li Hongjie didn't hold back in his praise for Du Ziyu. What? That kid aced that insanely difficult highest level test? And with a perfect score? Many of the geniuses in the class had attempted that test paper. Without exaggeration, only one managed to barely pass. The rest were all crushed by that monstrous test. It was precisely the test paper that tempered the arrogance of these gifted youths. Yet here stands this transfer student, younger than all of them, who scored a perfect score. What kind of freakish genius is this? In an instant, not only did homeroom teacher Xing Jianhua turn to look, but the entire class of gifted students followed suit. Hearing Li Hongjie's praise, Du Ziyu couldn't help but give a wry smile. Li Hongjie was practically making enemies for himself. After all, this class was comprised of young geniuses selected from across the nation. Having just arrived and already overshadowing this group of prodigies, jealousy was inevitable. Just now, Du Ziyu had already sensed several hostile glances. But Du Ziyu didn't really care. He was here to do research. Why bother getting involved with these kids? After Li Hongjie's round of praise and instructions, Du Ziyu successfully drew the hostility of quite a few young prodigies in the class. Xiao Yu, right? You can sit with Yu Mingxi for now. Class teacher Xing Jianhua smiled warmly as she pointed to an empty seat. Du Ziyu nodded and sat down next to a cute little girl. However, Du Ziyu arrived too late. He had barely sat down when the bell rang for class to end. As the new transfer student, Du Ziyu instantly became the focus of his classmates' attention. Hi, I'm Yu Mingxi, 12 years old. How did you manage to get full marks on that insanely difficult test? The little girl beside him greeted Du Ziyu proactively, appearing lively and adorable. Was that test really that hard? I didn't think so. Du Ziyu shrugged. Being so talented at just 10 years old? I'll have to give you a fortune reading. A chubby kid sitting behind Du Ziyu pulled out a tortoise shell, placed 3 copper coins inside. He shook it while muttering incomprehensible gibberish. Seeing the chubby kid's actions, Du Ziyu was completely dumbfounded. How could there be a fortune teller here? His name was Liangda, and divination was his favorite pastime. Don't let his eccentric demeanor fool you. During the entrance exams, he ranked 3rd in our class. Rumor has it he solved quite a few problems using divination. Yu Mingxi explained with a smile beside him. That impressive? He could even solve math and physics problems with divination? If he was 3rd in the entrance exam, who was 2nd? Du Ziyu asked curiously. Naturally, it was Xiaoxi sitting next to you. Xiaoxi has exceptional memory, practically photographic recall, and is a genius in physics and math with strong reasoning skills. Before you arrived, Xiaoxi was the youngest student in our class, but now that title belongs to you. A classmate beside him explained with a smile. Du Ziyu glanced at the little girl beside him again. Who knew this little girl was so impressive? Holy crap! Thunder and lightning intertwine, lightning and fire collide. Damn impressive. Just then, a bronze coin from Liangda's tortoise shell slipped onto the table. It instantly drew the attention of the surrounding students. Fatso, is this hexagram really that impressive? It's not just impressive, it's absolutely incredible. Liangda exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Golden platforms cast armor by night lamps glow, purple lightning and blue frost coil round painted beams. 1,000 gene burden falls as light as a feather, one hand holds up the heavens to see the true dragon. After swaying his head and delivering this impassioned speech, he began explaining to his classmates. Look at this hexagram. The oracle says, thunder and fire intertwine, forging a bastion of strength. The 28 mansions align within the heart. Neither gold nor iron, yet true essence remains, supporting China's new Great Wall. He who receives this hexagram shall become the nation's most vital asset. Possessing the power to mend the heavens and bathe the sun, bearing the responsibility to span the earth and weave the cosmos even under 10,000 June of pressure, he remains composed even through 100 dynasties, his name shall endure. Bro! You're absolutely destined to become the pillar of our nation's military industry. From now on, I, Liangda, will follow you. After the divination, Liangda seized Du Ziyu's hand and exclaimed excitedly. That's a bit exaggerated. Du Ziyu's mouth twitched and he gave an awkward chuckle. Not exaggerated at all. Not one bit. My divinations have never been wrong. Liangda's gaze was as resolute as if he were about to make a solemn vow. Alright, we're friends now. Though Du Ziyu found this chubby kid a bit eccentric, he didn't underestimate him. Not to mention, anyone who made it into the elite youth class was a genius prodigy. His divination skills alone were something special. While he couldn't guarantee he'd become a pillar of the Dragon Nation's military-industrial complex. But with his system, he wouldn't be far behind. Liangda was already remarkably skilled to have divined so much. And me, if you ever run into any problems in class, just come find me. Yu Mingxi, standing beside him, patted his chest and added. These two, one ranked second and the other third in the gifted youth program. Even within this gifted class brimming with prodigies, they were among the absolute elite. They could potentially become valuable assets for his research projects in the future, so Du Ziyu naturally didn't refuse. Oomph. A mere 10-year-old child, and he wants to become the pillar of Longhua's military research? He must be out of his mind. A boy slightly older than the others approached. He shot a dismissive glance at the divination chart, letting out a cold sneer. This blatant hostility caught Du Ziyu off guard. Who was this arrogant guy? Brother Yu, this is Zhao Dongxiao, the top-ranked student in our class's entrance exam. He's the one who completed that most perverse test paper and scored 75 points. He's always been incredibly arrogant, and since he's the oldest, he's always acted like a bully. Now that you've scored perfect marks, you've completely overshadowed him. Expect him to pick on you from now on. Liangda murmured softly. Oh, I see. Du Ziyu nodded indifferently. He couldn't be bothered with such childish jealousy tricks. Just then, Li Hongjie walked in holding a list. Good news, everyone. To advance the development of quadrupedal robots in our country. They're hosting a robotic dog competition at USTC. Each department gets 5 spots. They've specifically invited our youth class to participate and granted us 1 entry slot. The competition will adopt the latest adversarial format. Diwu Technology will provide participants with basic model robotic dogs free of charge. Participants may modify and optimize these robots. Of course, you may also build your own robotic dog for the competition, but with only 1 month until the event. Building one from scratch in such a short time frame would be too rushed. I recommend using the modified robotic dog provided by Diwu Technology as the most suitable option. Due to limited spots, I will conduct internal selection within our class 3 days in advance. I hope everyone will bring their best skills to the table and bring glory to our elite youth class. Chapter 21, Robotic Dogs are 2-week build your own. A robot dog competition? Sounds like fun. Are we competing against those undergrads from UCAS? We can't afford to lose. Exactly. Those undergrads from the USTC Student Union have always looked down on our youth program. This robot dog competition is our chance to prove ourselves. Though our class is full of geniuses, they're still just 13 or 14-year-olds. They're not quite mature enough in character yet. The moment they heard about this high-tech competition, these kids were all itching to get started. Are the Kasu Student Union and our youth class at odds? Du Zeyu glanced at his desk partner Yu Mingxi and asked curiously. Well, although we in the youth program aren't officially USTC students, we do enjoy many special privileges. For instance, our meals are not only free but also served in a separate cafeteria. Also, to avoid interference from USTC students, our teaching area is completely separate. USTC students aren't allowed to enter without authorization, while we can move freely anywhere on campus. Furthermore, every year the university holds competitions in mathematics, physics, and other subjects. While some CASIC students are quite strong, the top spots are almost always swept by our youth program. We not only claimed the prize money but also snatched their honors. In short, many at USTC harbored resentment toward our youth class. Hearing Yu Mingxi's words, Du Ziyu raised an eyebrow. USTC is a top-tier university in China. Those who gained admission were undoubtedly top performers in their junior high and high school classes. Now in university, they were frequently overshadowed by these 12 or 13-year-olds. That would rankle anyone. Alright, here are the mechanical dogs delivered by Diwu Technology, 10 in total. Form groups of 3 and assign yourselves. You may use the laboratories at the back as needed. Remember, you only have about 20 days for modifications. If you need any spare parts, just tell your homeroom teacher, she'll provide them. Li Hongjie said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Du Ziyu. Though this class is full of geniuses, all focused on research-oriented fields. When it came to hands-on skills and R&D capabilities, however, no one could match Zeyu. After all, he was the one who could build a rocket from scratch and take down the Free Nation's satellite. Of course, due to strict confidentiality protocols, he couldn't possibly disclose that. Nevertheless, he was filled with anticipation for the mechanical dog Zeyu was about to modify. The lab is at his disposal, and the school even provides materials? How generous! Hearing this, Zeyu felt a surge of joy. Joining the Dragon Academy's elite youth program had been the right decision. Not only could he access all kinds of specialized, advanced labs, but the school even provided materials and components free of charge. Zeyu, let's team up. Brother Yu, I'm in too. Yu Mingxi and Liangda both extended invitations to Zeyu. Sure, but this is my first time in a competitive event. I might slow you guys down. No worries with me on the team, we've got this spot in the bag. Exactly. I just did a fortune telling we're definitely going to win first place in this competition. Hearing their words, Zeyu couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongxiao, seated in the front row, watched the trio automatically forming a team with a sour expression. He had originally intended to team up with Yu Mingxi and Liangda. After all, with the top 3 students from their class joining forces, that sole competition spot would be theirs for the taking. But now Zeyu had just arrived, not only snatching his top spot in the test, but he'd also managed to win over Yu Mingxi and Liangda. This meant the class's sole competition spot might not be his anymore. Oomph. What's so great about that? I can still get the spot without you too. Zhao Dongxiao snorted coldly before teaming up with the 2 students ranked immediately below them. After the teams were formed, homeroom teacher Xing Jianhua led the gifted class students to the rear laboratory area. There were over a dozen specialized small labs here, with 5 more advanced medium-sized labs in the rear. The equipment in these labs was quite advanced, not much inferior to the large laboratories at the Dragon Science Academy. Most crucially, to cultivate the scientific research capabilities of these gifted youth program students, the Lanka Academy had equipped the facilities with an exceptionally comprehensive range of experimental tools. It covered scientific equipment across most fields. This sight lit up Zeyu's eyes. Could this mean the fighter jet coding issue could be resolved here? Immediately, Zeyu and his 2 companions selected an independent research lab and entered. It must be said that the mechanical dogs manufactured by Dayu Technology were quite impressive. Its agility and coordination were quite impressive even by domestic standards. Liangda couldn't help but praise the robotic dog following behind them as it moved autonomously. Of course. While our country lags behind Free Nation and Western countries in quadrupedal robotics. But Dayu Technology is definitely a leader in China's quadrupedal robotics field. Even the basic model performs quite well. Yu Mingxi said, pouting her little mouth. Though both were only 12, their maturity far surpassed that of typical children their age. They were like 2 little adults. Zeyu merely glanced at the mechanical dog, which was walking down the hallway with a slightly unsteady gait, and quickly lost interest. Ever since arriving in this parallel world, he had noticed that most aspects here mirrored his original world. However, military technology lagged behind. Many cutting-edge military advancements from his original world were outdated here. Take this mechanical dog, for instance. While the Dragon Nation did have them now, its development was still in its infancy, nowhere near as advanced as in the later era. To his eyes, the clumsy mechanical dog struggling to walk beneath him was practically brain-dead, barely even qualifying as intelligent. This is a robotic dog combat competition. If we want to win, we must enhance its coordination. Otherwise, we'll trip over ourselves before even facing opponents that won't do. Therefore, we should modify its transmission mechanism to transfer motor power directly to the legs and reduce joint inertia. After pondering for a moment, Liangda offered his modification suggestions. Exactly. Its control system also needs reprogramming and optimization, and the sensors require upgrades. Yu Mingxi also shared her thoughts. Zeyu, what do you think? After speaking, both turned to look at Zeyu. I think you're both right. Zeyu said with a smile. Put. That's obvious, we already know we're right. Bro, you're the guy who aced that insane test paper. Seriously, you don't have any ideas for modifying this mechanical dog? Liangda looked over, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. It's not that I don't have ideas, Zeyu replied, but this mechanical dog's foundation is too weak. If we're going to modify it, it'd be easier to just build one from scratch. How about this, you two take this mechanical dog and modify it. I'll build a new one myself. After all, Principal Li said we could build our own. That way, our team will have 2 mechanical dogs. If one encounters an accident, the other can step in a double safeguard. Zeyu said with a smile. You want to build a whole new mechanical dog from scratch? Will there be enough time? Liangda's eyes widened at Zeyu's words. He'd assumed Zeyu might not be particularly skilled in mechanical research. But to his surprise, the guy was even more intense. He actually wanted to build one from scratch himself. Fine. Do as you please. The 2 of us will handle this mechanical dog. Mingxi shot Du Zeyu a meaningful look. Though Mingxi was only 12, she was a prodigy in mathematics and physics. Beyond her photographic memory, her analytical and deductive skills were exceptionally strong. Even though she'd only known Du Zeyu for a short time, she'd already recognized his extraordinary nature. Thanks for your help, guys. I'll treat you to chips later. After receiving their agreement, Du Zeyu said gratefully. Chapter 22, Military Quadruped Robot Mechanical Wolf. I'll go prepare the materials now. If you need any help, feel free to come find me. No problem. Mingxi smiled sweetly. Du Zeyu then walked into a separate room within the lab. Xiaoxi, why did you agree so readily? He wants to build a mechanical dog from scratch in such a short time, there's no way he'll have enough time. And even if he manages to build one, its performance couldn't possibly match the maturity of Dayutek's robotic dog, right? Liangda beside him grew anxious. Didn't your divination say Du Zeyu would become the pillar of Longhua's military research? How can you have so little faith in him? Or is your divination completely off? Mingxi chuckled with a hint of mischief. How could my divination be inaccurate? It's just that. Liangda scratched his head, his chubby cheeks radiating an inexplicable charm. Alright, even without Du Zeyu, the two of us alone can still optimize this mechanical dog. Time is running out, we need to hurry. With that, Mingxi dragged her petite frame over, cradled the mechanical dog across the lab bench, and began disassembling it with her small hands holding an electric screwdriver. Inside the room, Du Zeyu sat in the lab chair, summoning the system with a thought. This robotic dog competition, jointly organized by the military and the University of Science and Technology of China, carried significant weight. Most crucially, if he could take first place in this competition, he would undoubtedly earn a substantial amount of tech points. Du Zeyu intended to give this competition his all. After browsing the system store, he finally found a quadrupedal robot named Mechanical Wolf under the Army Equipment section. Compared to the mechanical dogs, this mechanical wolf was larger in size. Its larger size meant greater load-bearing capacity and the ability to mount more weapons. Moreover, as a military-grade quadrupedal robot, the Mechanical Wolf possessed superior performance and tactical value. It was in a completely different league compared to those civilian robotic dogs on the market. However, acquiring the technology for this Mechanical Wolf required 3,500 tech points, which made Du Zeyu wince at the cost. After pondering for a moment, he decided to redeem all the technology for this Mechanical Wolf. After all, its military utility was immense, and the nation was rapidly advancing missile technology improvements. He was confident the tech points would be replenished soon enough. Acquired military quadruped mechanical wolf robot technology. Current tech points, 550. Upon acquiring the complete mechanical wolf technology, Du Zeyu immediately began compiling a materials list. Though compact in size, manufacturing the mechanical wolf remains a complex multidisciplinary engineering endeavor. It required integrating knowledge from mechanical design, bionics, electronic hardware, control algorithms, sensor technology, and artificial intelligence. The optimized bionic structure of the mechanical wolf is crucial. Particularly, the leg joints must mimic the flexible movement of a biological wolf, including the degree of freedom design for the hip, knee, and ankle joints. While the biomimetic structure was already in his mind, the biomimetic materials for constructing the mechanical wolf still needed to be procured. To maximize the mechanical wolf's performance, lightweight materials such as aluminum alloy and carbon fiber must be employed. Additionally, high-strength plastics are needed to reduce weight while enhancing load-bearing capacity. While these materials could be directly exchanged from the system store. But since the state has promised to provide ample research materials and funding, he naturally wouldn't squander his precious tech points. He must use his resources wisely. Take, for instance, the main control computing chip required for the mechanical wolf. This serves as the mechanical wolf's brain. Without an advanced control chip, real-time motion control, environmental perception, and intelligent decision-making would be impossible. While domestic alternatives exist, they still fall short in computational power and energy efficiency. Even if the state were to provide this component, they simply couldn't deliver it. Therefore, he opted to exchange finished products for this computing chip directly from the system. Exchanging for the finished product required significantly fewer credits than acquiring the technology directly. After purchasing all the critical components currently beyond the nation's manufacturing capabilities, his tech points were once again depleted. Components like sensors, lithium-ion battery packs, microcontrollers, LiDAR systems, and high-performance servo motors required national material supply for manual assembly. He could also independently handle things like motion control algorithms. After finalizing the materials list, Du Zeyu took out another sheet of paper and began drafting a new inventory. However, the materials required on this list were significantly inferior in performance compared to those on his previous one. His purpose in creating this second list was to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, since he intended to build the robotic dog himself, he naturally needed the school to provide materials. If he bypassed the school and obtained higher-grade materials directly from the state, it would inevitably raise suspicions. With this second list completed, Zeyu headed straight to the office and found his homeroom teacher, Xing Jianhua. Teacher, didn't the school say we could build our own quadruped robots? Here's the materials list I've prepared. Can the school gather everything? Hearing Zeyu's words, several teachers and professors in the office turned their heads to look. Although the competition rules permitted students to build their own robotic dogs, the technical complexity of robotic dogs was too high for ordinary students to complete independently. Building upon the mechanical dog provided by Zeyu Technology Company was already considered quite an achievement. Thus, up until now, not a single participating team had applied to build their own robotic dog. Zeyu was the first. I was wondering who could be so capable. Turns out it's the little genius from the elite youth program. Only these geniuses would have the audacity to attempt building their own robotic dog. Several university professors spoke with a hint of sarcasm in their voices. There was no helping it. The elite youth program stood like a nail driven deep into the heart of USTC, feeling utterly out of place. Not only did many USTC students harbor grievances, but numerous faculty members felt the same way. After all, Xing Jianhua, as the head of the elite youth program, enjoyed significantly higher salaries and benefits than ordinary university faculty. Xing Jianhua himself was a genius who had emerged from the elite youth program earlier. At just 22, he had already been elected as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and held the position of associate professor at USTC. This stirs considerable envy among university professors in their 50s who still haven't attained the rank of associate professor. Xiaoyu, is your team planning to independently develop a mechanical dog? Not our team, just me. Zeyu explained with a smile. They're continuing to modify the school-provided robotic dog, but I plan to build another one myself just to have a backup plan. I see. No problem. Leave the materials list here. I'll hand it over to the Lunka Institute staff shortly, and they'll prepare the materials for you. Hearing Zeyu's group wanted to hedge their bets, Xing Jianhua finally exhaled in relief. After all, Yumingxi and Liang, two top talents from the youth program, were both on the same team. If their self-developed robotic dog failed, it would mean losing their chance at a competitive spot. The fact they were preparing a backup plan clearly meant they still had capacity to spare. Thank you, Professor. Zeyu nodded, but instead of leaving immediately, he continued his inquiry. Professor, do we have any equipment in our lab for manufacturing coating materials? Coating materials? We have them, but they're in Lab 3 at the back. Do you need them? Zeyu nodded obediently. Alright, here's the key to Lab 3. You can go straight there. You can use the materials inside, but since you're young, be careful about safety. Xing Jianhua handed a set of keys to Zeyu. Don't worry, Professor. I've got this. Only after receiving the keys did Zeyu leave the office with a satisfied smile. After he left, Xing Jianhua opened the materials list Zeyu had given her. Carbon fiber materials, carbon nanotubes, silicon photomultiplier tubes, graphene, long-range detection lenses, high-frequency sensors. These materials are way too high-end. What exactly is this kid trying to build? Staring at the list filled with exorbitantly priced items, Xing Jianhua couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Chapter 23, Cheating. The Next Generation of Mechanical Dogs. Upon arriving at Laboratory 3 at the rear of the school, Zeyu surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a school affiliated with the Dragon Academy, the lab equipment was nothing short of impressive. Not only were the facilities comprehensive, but there was even a dedicated warehouse for storing scarce materials, saving him the trouble of requesting them from the military. The process for manufacturing fighter jet coatings wasn't particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in the precise ratios of various materials and their manufacturing processes. Put simply, it was fundamentally a matter of materials science. For instance, blending materials like carbonyl iron powder, rubber resin, graphene, polyaniline, polypyrrole, and semiconductor oxides. With this specialized equipment and ample materials, Zeyu quickly produced a large vat of raw paint. By the time he finished, it was almost time for school to let out. Zeyu summoned the security personnel assigned to the youth program and had the large barrel of raw paint wheeled out to the main gate on a cart. Yu Peng, responsible for his transportation, had been waiting at the gate for some time. Uncle Yu, here's a materials list. Could you arrange for the military to help prepare these? Once in the car, Zeyu handed the list to Yu Peng. Beyond handling Zeyu's daily security, but also submitting Zeyu's research requests to higher-ups. Got it. I'll submit this list right after dropping you off. Yu Peng didn't ask what the materials were for. He knew Zeyu's research involved critical military weaponry and equipment. It wasn't his place to ask. Soon, the special vehicle bearing military license plates sped back to Happy Home without a single obstacle. Dad, I'm back. After spending half the day working in the lab, Zeyu's small frame was already exhausted. Son, how was your first day of school? Did you make any new girlfriends? Dubin rushed over as soon as he saw his son return, grinning as he asked. Girlfriends? Dad, I'm only 10 years old, okay? Having a father like this left Zeyu utterly speechless. What's wrong with 10? When I was 10, I could already pee in 2 streams. Do Zeyu? To change the subject, Do Zeyu quickly said. Dad, I got you the original car paint I asked for from school. I had Uncle you put it in the small room. You can check it out later and see if it works. Really? You got me Dragon Academy's car paint this fast? Ha, my son is truly dependable. From now on, the whole family will be counting on you. Upon hearing that Du Zeyu had procured the Dragon Research Institute's proprietary car paint on his very first day of school, Du Bin's eyes lit up instantly. That's the Dragon Science Institute, the nation's most authoritative and advanced research institution. Their car paint must be out of this world. Perfect. I just secured the shop space today. Give it a few days to spruce up the place and we'll be ready to open. Whether our business thrives or not will all depend on your car paint. Du Bin rubbed his hands together, already imagining luxury cars lining up outside his shop for paint jobs. There are plenty of wealthy people in the capital. If business is good, we'll definitely make more than we did at that small town repair shop. Oh, and this is that car paint developed by the academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. We should treat him to a meal later. Also, can I put Partner of the Long Academy of Sciences on our shop sign? Partner of the Long Academy of Sciences? With your repair shop? Du Zeyu nearly spit out the water he'd just taken a sip of. What's wrong with that? Is it a problem? Dad, this product is the latest research breakthrough. It hasn't even been publicly released yet. You're lucky you even got to use it. If you start bragging about connections with Lanka Academy, they'll probably cut you off. Du Zeyu made up an excuse, speechless. Oh, forget it then. Isn't it better to just keep the Lanka Institute business under wraps? If they won't let me, then I won't. I'll go downstairs and check out this paint. Du Bin muttered under his breath as he walked out. The next day, as soon as Du Zeyu arrived at the lab, he received the parts Xing Jianhua had sent over. He hadn't expected Xing Jianhua to move so quickly. But remembering Xing Jianhua's status as an academician at the Dragon Science Academy, he shrugged it off. Though these materials were somewhat scarce, they were certainly available within the Lanka Academy. Thank you, Professor. Du Zeyu immediately took the materials and returned to the lab. After setting aside the materials provided by the university, Du Zeyu retrieved the document box Yu Peng had handed him that morning. Du Zeyu was unaware that the military high command had established a dedicated department to better facilitate his work. He simply marveled at how efficiently the nation handled matters. Many items on his requested list were scarce materials. Yet they had managed to prepare everything for him in just one night. Having the nation's backing was truly satisfying. Du Zeyu glanced at the various scarce materials on his lab bench, smiled with satisfaction, and began the assembly process. University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Student Union Meeting Room. Xiao, how's the training going on that mechanical dog my dad provided? A student wearing black-rimmed glasses asked expressionlessly. President, that mechanical dog's performance is simply outstanding, and it's very easy to operate. We've been able to control it proficiently for quite some time now. The student addressed as Xiao below replied with a fawning expression. Of course it is. Our president's father is the team leader of the 2nd Technology Department at Dayu Technology. This upgraded model was actually a test prototype for Dayu's next-generation robotic dog. With Dayu Tech's level of technology, how could any of those modified junk dogs from our school compare? This time, our team will definitely win first place in the competition. When we get the prize money, the lion's share goes to our president. Hearing their exchange, Gong Hong, vice president of the National Science University Student Union, let out a cold laugh. The prize money doesn't matter, you two can split it later. What I care about is the honor of this competition. As a third-year student at UCAS, he had already served as vice president for 2 years. With graduation just over a year away, he still hadn't gotten the chance to become a full president. This robotics competition, jointly organized by the military, UCAS, and Dayu Technology, carried significant prestige. If they secured first place, his student record would gain a standout achievement. Not only would this secure his position as the university's full president, but also secure a direct job offer at Dayu Technology after graduation. After all, his father was already a technical team leader at Dayu Technologies. With his father's connections and his UCAS status, this was not a difficult task. To secure victory in this competition, he specifically asked his father to obtain a next-generation robotic dog prototype from Dayu Technologies or D-Team. Although this robotic dog failed to pass Dayu Technologies testing and was ultimately rejected. But the product's performance is also exceptionally strong, at least 2 generations ahead of these basic mechanical dog models. A product developed by so many engineers at Dayu Technology is undoubtedly far superior to these makeshift modifications by college students. To conceal their cheating, Gong Hong even had his father fine-tune and improve this robotic dog. President, we needn't worry about students from other colleges, but I hear the elite youth program will be participating this time. Those students are all geniuses. We undergraduates often get thoroughly outclassed by them. One student voiced his concern. Oomph. They're just a bunch of kids who haven't even grown any hair yet. No matter how talented they are, how could they compare to my dad and his team of engineers who've spent years researching mechanical dogs? This is the perfect chance to crush their arrogant attitude. My standing in the student council will soar. Gong Hong snorted with disdain. You're right, President. Once you become the official president, don't forget about us brothers. Rest assured, as long as you follow my lead, you won't be shortchanged. Once I secure my position at Dayu Technology, I'll find a way to bring you both on board. Thank you in advance, President. After the two left, Gong Hong stared out the window with a cold, dark gaze. Ha! Elite youth program? No one can stand in my way of climbing to the top. Even those geniuses are destined to be trampled under my feet. Chapter 24, Son, our family's future depends on you. Yay! Our mechanical dog mod is complete. Inside the laboratory at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Liangda and Yumingshi watched the brand new robotic dog on the floor just complete a series of complex maneuvers, shouting with excitement. As top students in the elite youth program, both possessed exceptional modification skills. Especially Yumingshi, a natural genius in math and physics. She optimized and upgraded the robot dog's algorithms while enhancing its sensory capabilities, making it more agile and responsive. Liangda, meanwhile, refined the robot's single-leg structure and combat systems. After all, they were participating in a military-sponsored robotic dog competition, which explicitly permitted the use of offensive equipment. Of course, they were required to use non-lethal paintballs provided by the school. He also innovatively added an intelligent divination system to the robot dog. When big data analysis encountered issues, the intelligent divination system would automatically intervene and provide recommendations. As Liangda put it, this represented a step forward in artificial intelligence. With our robot dog's performance, we'll definitely secure our class's spot, Liangda declared with absolute confidence. Don't get too cocky, Zhao Dongxiao's team is pretty strong too, Yumingshi countered, clearly more level-headed. Speaking of which, what about Zeyu? The internal competition is tomorrow. Is his robotic dog ready yet? Him? Ha! We've spent this long modifying our robotic dog. He's starting from scratch. If we're counting on him, we might not even make it to the competition. Liangda glanced at the tightly shut door of the lab hut and chuckled. Plus, that guy's super mysterious. Yesterday I asked to check on his progress, and he wouldn't let me see it, saying it's confidential. I bet he hasn't even built it yet and is just making excuses. Liangda's eyes held a hint of resentment. Alright, since he's put it that way, we won't bother him for now. Our modified mechanical dog is already pretty powerful anyway. Yumingshi didn't dwell on the matter, replying with a smile. The class competition starts tomorrow. Let's double-check everything to make sure there are no oversights. Alright. With that, the two began their inspection. Inside the lab's small room, Zeyu was meticulously assembling his upgraded high-performance servo motor on the lab bench. This was the core component of the mechanical Wolf's drive system. To balance high torque density and response speed, Zeyu personally designed the gear reduction solution. By the time he finished the drive system, evening had fallen and the school's dismissal bell had rung long ago. The security guard responsible for monitoring the lab had already come to remind Zeyu twice. Sigh. The LiDAR, integrated gyroscope, accelerometer, and magnetometer are all ready. Now all that's left is the intelligent motion control algorithm. A few more days should be enough. Zeyu sighed helplessly. Although the military mechanical Wolf's technology was fully mapped out in his mind, achieving his ideal specifications with the lab's current equipment proved challenging. To maximize the replication of the military robotic Wolf's performance in his mind, Zeyu had been racking his brains these past days. Fortunately, the hardware was finally mostly complete. Once the software was sorted out, this military mechanical dog would be finished. After repeated urging from the lab security personnel, Zeyu finally left the laboratory. The moment he arrived home, his father, Bin, scooped him up in his arms. My dear son, I've missed you so much. Seeing his father's delighted expression, Zeyu knew exactly what was going on. Put me down. Is it that original paint effect? You want me to get you some more? Zeyu narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly. Heh, no wonder my little man got accepted into the Dragon Academy's elite youth program, he's just so smart. Bin, his thoughts exposed, chuckled awkwardly. Their father-son dynamic seemed completely reversed. The son seemed more mature than his father. Xiaoyu, the Chinese Academy of Sciences truly lives up to its reputation as the nation's top research institution. Their standards are incredibly high. You wouldn't believe it, but when I first opened this shop, I didn't get a single customer for days. They all got snatched up by that tuning shop just across the street. It took a whole week before I finally got a customer needing car repairs. After I finished the repair, he was extremely satisfied with your dad's craftsmanship. I seized the chance to pitch my paint services, offering half price since he was my first customer. The young guy agreed on the spot. After the paint job was done, his eyes lit up. He said he'd never seen such a flawless finish. Later I found out he was an amateur racer for a car club. When he drove the car back and showed it to the club members, guess what happened? They all wanted to get their cars painted by my dad. We got over 20 confirmed customers right away. Whenever Dubin talks about that car paint job, his eyes light up. Over 20 people wanting paint jobs? Dad, your business is booming. Zeyu never imagined his stepfather would have such good fortune. Originally, Zeyu thought that since Dubin was new to the area and had just opened his shop, he'd have almost no customers. But barely had the renovations finished when he landed a major client. This is just the beginning. These 20+ customers are all amateur racers. They're already part of the car scene and might even know professional racers. If we can handle their car paint jobs, your dad's shop will never have to worry about customers again. Plus, I told them this paint is exclusive to us, you won't find it anywhere else in the entire country. Once we get more customers, we can do limited edition paint jobs and jack up the prices. When it came to business, Dubin's mind was sharp as a tack. So you absolutely must get me more of this paint in the next few days. I know these experts worked hard on this paint, we can't just take so much without paying. Find out the price Dad'll pay them. Dubin looked at Zeyu with hopeful eyes. No need to rush with the payment. The academician leading that project thinks I'm pretty sharp, so he let me join as an assistant. The academician said that since you're using this paint, it counts as conducting experiments for him. We'll discuss payment later. Really? Your academician is simply too kind. Then I'll leave our family's business in your capable hands. Hearing he wouldn't even have to pay, Dubin grew even happier. What do you want to eat tonight, son? Dad'll go get it. Potato chips, Coke, and a pack of spicy strips, please. Got it. Dad's on it. With that, Dubin scampered downstairs. Seeing this chatty dad finally gone, Zeyu breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow was the class internal qualifying round. He hoped the mechanical dogs modified by Yumingshi and Liangda would win. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify for the school competition. Dubin felt a pang of regret. If he'd known this military-grade mechanical wolf would be so difficult to build, he should have simply helped the two of them modify that mechanical dog model first. At the very least, they could have secured their spot in the competition. However, considering their talents, Zeyu felt reassured. He then turned and headed back to his own room. Chapter 25, Internal Qualifiers. The next day. Xiaoyu, good morning. You, why aren't you late today? That's unusual. As soon as he entered the classroom, Yumingshi and Liangda greeted him enthusiastically. Today's our internal qualifiers. Even though I haven't been much help, I still wanted to come cheer you guys on. Zeyu smiled with a hint of self-reproach. Bro, you're being too formal. If we cared about that back then, we wouldn't have let you build the mechanical dog alone. Exactly. We're a team. Even though you didn't help with our robot dog mods, you weren't slacking off either. Anyway, the three of us are a team, we should share in each other's triumphs and setbacks. Thanks. Hearing Yumingshi and Liangda's words, Zeyu felt a slight warmth in his heart. Friendship among children was far less complicated than that among adults. Especially Yumingshi and Liangda, though they possessed intelligence and talent far beyond their years, their hearts remained pure. At the very least, they weren't filled with malicious intent. No need to thank us, you go. Rest assured, this internal qualification will definitely be ours. I have confidence in Akainu. Liangda patted his chest in assurance. Akainu? What's that? Zeyu looked utterly confused. It's the name of our modified mechanical dog. Akadog refers to the celestial dog mentioned in the Great Wilderness West section of the Classic of Mountains and sees the legendary Tengu. How about it? Pretty badass name, right? Liangda beamed with pride. Celestial dog? Poof. If you name yours celestial dog, then our mechanical dog will be Erlang Shun. Zhao Dongxiao had approached unnoticed. Hearing the name, he sneered derisively. Ha! The students behind him in the same group joined in the laughter. Zhao Dongxiao, you're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Seeing this, Liangda slammed his fist on the table and stood up. He didn't back down at all, even though Zhao Dongxiao was a few years older than them. Thinking about a fight? You little brat, I could take you down with one hand. Zhao Dongxiao took a provocative step forward. Fight it out then. Who's afraid of who? Enough. Why waste time on someone like this? Zeyu grabbed Liangda, who was about to lose control. Let them call themselves Erlang Shin if they want. What difference does it make if their robot dog is named Sun Wukong? This is a robot dog competition, not a contest of who has the cooler name. Hearing Zeyu's words, Liangda immediately sat back down. Oomph. For my brother Yu's sake, I'll let you off this time. Zeyu, I hear you didn't follow the team's modifications for your mechanical dog. You want to build it from scratch yourself? Heh, you think your skills are better than Dayu Tech's? Seeing that provoking Liangda hadn't worked, Zhao Dongxiao turned his gaze to Zeyu. The anger in his eyes was unmistakable. So, are you going to bring out the robot dog you built for this qualifying round? I'm dying to see what kind of contraption you've cobbled together. Hope it's not some half-baked monstrosity. Ha! Why would I need my own custom-built robot dog to deal with your team? First, let's secure a spot in the qualifiers. Zeyu sneered coldly. How dare you look down on me? Zhao Dongxiao was about to lose his temper when their homeroom teacher, Xing Jianhua, walked in. Everyone, Principal Li is here. All teams, prepare your mechanical dogs. We're about to begin the internal qualifying competition. At this announcement, the class erupted in cheers as students rushed to the lab to retrieve their modified robotic dogs. Good morning, Principal Li. Zeyu greeted Li Hongjie with a polite nod. Ah, Xiaoyu, calling me principal is so formal. Just call me Grandpa. Li Hongjie looked at Zeyu with indulgent affection. Hello, Grandpa Li. Li Yingda, standing beside Zeyu, chimed in. Get lost. No manners whatsoever. At school, you address me as principal. Li Hongjie scolded, glaring at them. Li Yingda? How can someone be so blatantly two-faced? Xiaoyu, I heard you built a mechanical dog yourself? Why didn't you bring it out for the competition today? Li Hongjie noticed his empty hands and asked curiously. That robot dog took some extra time on the hardware side, which held up the software development. I'll probably need a few more days to finish everything. Oh, well, that's fine. No big deal if it can't compete today. Once your robotic dog is ready, just bring it over for Grandpa to see. Li Hongjie felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd been eager to see what level of performance Zeyu, the kid who could build rockets by hand, could achieve with his robotic dog. But it seemed Du hadn't finished it yet. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, the competition had been scheduled too hastily. Less than a month to develop a robotic dog from scratch was indeed too short. After a brief exchange, Li Hongjie proceeded to announce the competition rules. This competition serves as the qualifying round for our youth program. Unlike the school's official competitive matches, our internal competition will focus on performance evaluations rather than head-to-head contests. Finishing his explanation, Li Hongjie pointed to the temporary arena they had set up. This is the track we built for the competition, designed according to the international standard track for quadrupedal robots in higher education. It incorporates both natural and artificial obstacles, including sandy terrain, cobblestone surfaces, and yunlong fissures to simulate real-world outdoor environments. Additionally, we've added ramps, narrow passages, and irregular obstacles to test the robotic dog's adaptability. The rules are straightforward. Whoever's modified robotic dog successfully completes the entire course wins. If multiple teams complete the course, the winner is determined by the fastest time. Upon hearing Li Hongjie's explanation, the gifted students of the youth program all wore wry smiles. The track's difficulty was exceptionally high, meeting international competition standards. Navigating the complex terrain to complete the entire course was extremely difficult. Everyone lost confidence in the race, except for Yu Mingxi and Zhao Dongxiao, whose team still wore calm smiles. Alright, the race begins. With Li Hongjie's words, the internal qualifying round for the youth class officially commenced. Due to the track's limited area, each race could only accommodate 5 teams competing simultaneously. As seeded teams, Zeyu and Zhao Dongxiao's groups were both placed in the second heat. This arrangement also gave them an opportunity to observe their opponents' races. Soon, the first group of 5 operators took the field. Currently, most mechanical dog products in China are semi-intelligent devices. They require direct manual operation by the handler, similar to remote-controlled car racing. Yet even with human control, these robotic dogs lagged significantly in responsiveness, balance, and maneuverability. These modified robotic dogs either toppled over shortly after entering the track or malfunctioned midway through the course. In short, not a single team from the first 5 groups managed to complete the course. Not a single robotic dog even made it halfway through the course. Witnessing this, teachers like Li Hongjie and Xing Jianhua felt a sense of disappointment. This international track proved too challenging for them. The pace of development for our domestic robotic dogs is too slow, they simply can't compare to the advanced models from abroad. It seems the development of domestic robotic dogs still has a long way to go. The military, in collaboration with the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences and Dayu Technology Company, organized this robotic dog competition. The very purpose was to accelerate the development of domestic quadrupedal robots and narrow the gap with their foreign counterparts. But as things stand, we're still lagging far behind in this field. Next round, begin. The defeat of all 5 robotic dogs in the first group left many spectators deeply disappointed. At this moment, Li Yingda, Zhao Dongxiao, and others also took their robotic dogs onto the track, preparing to compete. If none of these 5 teams' robotic dogs could complete the full course, it would be a major embarrassment. Chapter 26, Victory. The laser gyroscope was hit. Go, Li Yingda. Yu Mingxi pumped her tiny pink fist, cheering him on. Go for it. If you win, I'll treat you to chips. Zeyu said with a smile. Don't worry, on this track, I can run 2 laps in one go. Li Yingda was brimming with confidence. Oomph. All talk. Zhao Dongxiao on the adjacent lane snorted disdainfully. Begin. With the command, the second group's race commenced. Click-clack. 5 robotic dogs began moving slowly, their steps stiff and jerky. Not long after setting out, one of the robotic dogs twisted awkwardly and fell flat on its side. It twitched its 4 legs frantically in the air but couldn't regain its balance, resulting in its elimination. Shortly after, 2 more teams' robotic dogs flipped over while attempting to climb an obstacle. Soon, only the robotic dogs controlled by Zhao Dongxiao and Li Yingda remained on the track, continuing forward. Go Li Yingda! Zhao Dongxiao, you've got this! Outside the arena, the students from the elite youth program cheered and shouted encouragement for the 2 competitors. Hearing the cheers around them, the 2 felt energized, skillfully operating their controllers. It must be said, both teams' modifications were exceptionally strong. Both robotic dogs demonstrated far superior balance and speed compared to the previous team's creations. Both teams approached the finish line almost simultaneously. Just as both were about to complete the course simultaneously, Li Yingda suddenly smiled. He pressed the black button in the center. Instantly, the mechanical dog he controlled crouched low, adopting a posture poised for a leap. Then, just before crossing the finish line, the robotic dog actually leaped into the air. It crossed the finish line ahead of Zhao Dongxiao's robotic dog and landed smoothly. Yes! We won! Du Zeyu, we won! Yu Mingxi excitedly hugged Du Zeyu beside her, bursting into joyful laughter. Seeing this, Du Zeyu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. The development of quadrupedal robots in this parallel world was lagging. Both their physical capabilities and artificial intelligence lagged far behind those of the original world. The basic mechanical dog model provided by Dayu Corporation was truly rudimentary. Apart from the core control algorithms being barely passable, Du Zeyu considered its overall performance utterly trash. This was the primary reason he preferred to build his own from scratch rather than participate in modifications. That Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi could modify Diwu's basic model mechanical dog to this level was already quite impressive. Especially the final leap and smooth landing that required not only powerful propulsion but also demanding precision in the robot's balance and limb coordination. Principal, they cheated. They jumped over the finish line instead of walking across. I demand their disqualification. The moment the race ended, Zhao Dongxiao rushed over, shouting in protest. Hey, Zhao Dongxiao, are you just a sore loser? The rules never said we couldn't jump. How is that cheating? Yu Mingxi crossed her arms, her voice brimming with indignation. Exactly. That was our secret weapon. You guys just couldn't compete, yet you call us cheaters? How shameless. Li Yingda retorted just as fiercely. Seeing this, Zhao Dongxiao was furious. Just as she was about to say more, Li Hongjie cut her off with a stern expression. Alright, both teams completed the entire course, excellent performance. However, our class only has 1 spot this time, and the competition rules don't explicitly prohibit jump-off maneuvers. On the contrary, their jumps and landings were flawless, proving the mechanical dog's modifications were highly successful. I hereby declare that the qualification for our elite youth class goes to Du Zeyu's team. Yay! The principal is so wise. Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi both jumped up in excitement. Zhao Dongxiao, however, glared at them with a dark expression, his eyes filled with resentment. Alright, Li Yingda, Yu Mingxi, and Du Zeyu, prepare thoroughly over the next few days. In a few days, you'll represent our class in the school's official competition. You're excused from classes for now. Use this time to refine your mechanical dogs and identify any shortcomings. Especially since the official competition is a combat tournament, your weapon systems must be fully prepared. If you need any materials, just let your homeroom teacher know. Li Hongjie smiled as he addressed the 3 students. Thank you, Principal. After securing their spots representing the elite youth class, the trio was overjoyed. Back in the lab, Li Yingda boasted to Du Zeyu. What do you think, you? That final leap by our mechanical dog was pretty impressive, right? That was my motion design proposal. Who'd have thought it'd actually work and win the competition? You should have seen Zhao Dongxiao's face, he was green with envy. Ha! It was indeed impressive. Du Zeyu nodded with a smile. But I still think the balance system you modified for the robotic dog has some issues. Especially when navigating the obstacle course, the leg support clearly wasn't stable enough. In the official tournament, it's a head-to-head competition. If the chassis isn't stable, it could easily lose balance and fall after getting hit by an opponent's bullet. That would mean an instant loss. So I suggest you use these few days to optimize this issue. This is a laser gyroscope I designed, along with a magnetometer accessory. It can monitor posture in real time and enhance dynamic balance control. Du Zeyu handed 2 sets of accessories and reference data diagrams to Li Yingda and his partner. After receiving the components, Li Yingda glanced at the reference data and exclaimed. Holy crap! Our gyroscope only has a drift of 10 h, but yours achieves 0.5 h? That zero bias stability is so much higher. That surpasses the highest zero drift stability data currently available. How did you achieve this? Hearing Li Yingda's words, Yu Mingxi beside him also picked up the reference diagram and glanced at it, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. The two hadn't expected Du Zeyu's gyroscope to perform this exceptionally well. Compared to this gyroscope, the one they'd been using before was practically junk. Brother you, if you had such an advanced gyroscope, why didn't you bring it out sooner? If we'd had this gyroscope earlier, my Tengu would have been rock solid. Even without my jump-based finishing move, I could have easily won the match. Liangda shot Du Zeyu a look of pure frustration. I was just worried about crushing your spirits, Du Zeyu replied with a smile. Besides, the overall performance of the mechanical dog you modified is actually pretty good. I really am crushed, Liangda said, his face drooping. He had believed his modified robot dog, while not reaching the nation's top tier, was at least comparable to Zeyu Technology's mid to high-end models. But Du Zeyu had simply tossed out a gyroscope component that completely outclassed their month-long efforts in the data. Brother you, if your gyroscope alone is this powerful, just how insane must the overall performance of your robotic dog be? Liangda suddenly grasped the implications, staring at Du Zeyu as if he were a freak of nature. Beside him, Yumingshi blinked her large eyes in astonishment. The mechanical dog I'm building is naturally very powerful. But it'll take a few more days to finish. You'll see it then. Put. Playing coy. Liangda muttered disappointedly. But considering that advanced gyroscope, we'll let you off the hook for now. In a few days, the school's robotic dog competition is happening, and I heard the military will be sending representatives too. We need to prepare thoroughly and aim to win the championship. Liangda declared confidently. We definitely can. Du Zeyu nodded with a smile. Chapter 27, The Dilemma at the Weapons Science Research Institute. Liangda and Yumingshi, armed with the laser gyroscopes Du Zeyu had provided, began modifying the Tengu once more. Meanwhile, Du Zeyu returned to the inner independent laboratory to begin designing the software for this military mechanical wolf. The software design of robotic dogs constitutes a multi-layered complex system, typically divided into 5 core modules. These modules collaborate to achieve intelligent perception, decision-making, and motion control. Sensor data processing fuses multimodal sensor data such as LiDAR, cameras, and ultrasonic sensors to analyze environmental information in real time. Additionally, computer vision design is required to enable precise recognition of obstacles, faces, and other targets. This requires deep learning models for image processing, combined with multi-camera systems to achieve stereoscopic vision. Furthermore, it requires designing gate generation and balance control, along with joint-level control, to build a motion control system. This enables actions like walking, running, and jumping, with dynamic balance algorithms handling complex terrain. Additionally, a human-machine interaction system must be designed to provide user interfaces, remote monitoring, and cloud collaboration. This enables remote control via smartphone, voice command output, and gesture recognition. Gesture recognition, in particular, is a critical capability for military quadrupedal robots. After all, when quadrupedal robots operate alongside soldiers, they typically communicate only through gestures to ensure operational stealth. A quadrupedal robot capable of interpreting gestures holds significant importance. The most critical component, however, is the decision-making and planning system. This is the core. Its cornerstone lies in navigation algorithms and task planning. This system generates paths based on simultaneous localization and mapping SLAM, dynamically adjusting routes through obstacle avoidance algorithms to achieve full autonomous intelligence. Though the software engineering is complex, Du Zeyu already possesses all the necessary technical knowledge in his mind. All that remains is to translate these mental blueprints into code and data. While completing the military mechanical wolf project these past few days, he also produced a significant amount of coding materials for Du Bin. This has significantly boosted business at Du Bin's auto repair shop. Finally, on the eve of the official school competition, Du Zeyu completed the fully assembled military mechanical wolf. Meanwhile, Kyoto City. Longwa Weapons Science Research Institute. This institution serves as the core research facility for Longwa's defense technology industry, undertaking tasks such as conventional weaponry development and the integration of military-civilian technologies. Its primary functions encompass system planning, top-level design, and R&D management for conventional weaponry, covering equipment for multiple military branches including land, sea, air, and rocket forces. It oversees 22 specialized research institutes and employs approximately 190,000 personnel. Today, the Intelligent Weapons Research Institute is convening a crucial meeting. This institute stands as China's premier R&D center for intelligent mechanical automated weapons, specializing in military armament development. Yet the atmosphere in the conference room today is heavy. Deputy Director Zhao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat upright with solemn composure. Seated below him were the leaders of each research team within the institute. Everyone is present. Now, let's hear the recent research findings from each team on the bionic combat robots. At this request, the team leaders below the podium all looked awkward. Bionic combat robots represent a key R&D focus for future warfare. The Free Nations Pentagon had even drafted a blueprint envisioning future battlefields dominated by unmanned, intelligent robots. They have already achieved promising results and are preparing to apply these to military applications. These so-called bionic combat robots are not humanoid intelligent robots like the Terminator seen in movies. While this represents a future direction for bionic combat robots, However, given Blue Star's current technological capabilities, creating humanoid robots with such performance remains a long-term goal. Therefore, the R&D focus of all nations has shifted toward multi-legged or legless robots, with substantial research funds allocated to this endeavor. The Dragon Nation is no exception. As the military's premier intelligent weapons research institute, they are the primary contractor for this project. Unmanned mechanical combat platforms are primarily categorized by mobility into tracked, wheeled, and legged robots, each with distinct advantages and disadvantages in military applications. Crawler-type robots excel in terrain adaptability, performing well on soft, muddy, or rugged surfaces like swamps and snowfields. Additionally, their large ground contact area provides high traction, making them suitable for towing heavy weapons or supplies. The continuous surface contact also reduces jolts, making them suitable for stable firing from firepower platforms. However, tracked robots suffer from poor maneuverability, clumsy turning, low speed, and a tendency to damage road surfaces. Moreover, their complex transmission systems consume significant power, making maintenance challenging and rapid battlefield repairs difficult. Existing tracked robots primarily include armored assault vehicles and mine-clearing robots. Wheeled robots, on the other hand, offer faster deployment speeds, making them suitable for rapid deployment and long-range missions. They also feature lower power consumption and outstanding endurance. However, they have weak obstacle crossing capabilities, rely on flat terrain, and cannot traverse trenches or high steps. They are primarily used in reconnaissance vehicles and logistics transport platforms. Both tracked and wheeled robots have been relatively maturely applied in military fields domestically and internationally. Yet legged robots have notably lagged behind in military development. This is not because legged robots are inferior. On the contrary, due to their superior traversability in complex terrain, stealth and concealment, and multifunctional expandability. They are considered the most promising type of unmanned robot for future military applications. They play a particularly critical role in special assault operations and urban combat. However, issues such as complex control systems, slow speed, and high cost have consistently hindered the advancement of multi-legged robots. To address this, the Research Institute established two separate multi-legged robot development teams. One team focused on quadrupedal robots, while the other concentrated on octopod robots. Team Leader Lu, how is your octopod robot research progressing? Director Zhao asked in a deep voice. Team Leader Lu, who had been called upon, stood up with an awkward expression. Director, our team has already resolved the power consumption issue for the 8-legged robot. However, we've been unable to resolve the coordination issues with the octopod robot, and the algorithm development is proving extremely challenging. Moreover, the mechanical structure of the octopod robot is overly complex, resulting in a high failure rate. Hearing Team Leader Lu's report, Director Zhao shook his head with a look of resignation. He was well aware of the immense difficulty in developing the octopod robot. In fact, not only in their own country but other nations on Blue Star had also been unable to achieve breakthroughs in this field. The development of octopod robots is indeed difficult, and it's not your fault. Team Leader Wang, how is the development of your quadrupedal robots progressing? The quadrupedal robot is our primary R&D focus, and both Liberty Nation and several Western countries have already achieved results. The higher-ups are paying the most attention to the quadrupedal robot development. Director Zhao's piercing gaze fixed on Wang Hao, leader of the quadrupedal robot research team. Unlike bipedal robots, which suffer from stability issues, nor like the extreme control complexity and high power consumption of octopod robots, quadrupedal robots are currently recognized by nations across Blue Star as the most suitable unmanned mechanical combat platform for military applications. They maintain a relatively balanced performance across critical metrics such as stability, terrain adaptability, speed, energy efficiency, and payload capacity. Most crucially, several nations besides Free Nation have already deployed quadrupedal robots within their military forces. In the civilian market, quadrupedal robots also dominate. Therefore, the military holds high expectations for this project. However, Wang Hao sighed bitterly. Director, while quadrupedal robots are relatively the most technologically mature, in terms of core performance metrics and data such as precision and stability, dynamic response capability, environmental adaptability, power consumption, and motion control, we still lag significantly behind similar foreign robots. Currently, our quadrupedal robotic dogs are only suitable for simple reconnaissance tasks and are not yet capable of fulfilling more advanced military roles. To meet military requirements, we estimate it will take at least another 2 years. Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Logically speaking, their quadrupedal robotic dogs should be the most technologically mature among all multi-legged robots. Yet compared to foreign counterparts, the gap remains substantial. To truly become a combat companion for the military, numerous technological hurdles must still be overcome. He had come to this conference fully prepared to be thoroughly reprimanded. Chapter 28, Campus Competition Time to Make Money from Foreign Countries. 2 years. After Wang Hao finished speaking, Director Zhao fell silent. 2 years? Are you aware that just days ago, the Free Nation joined forces with several Western countries to submit a draft proposal to the Blue Star Alliance Village? They intend to legalize the use of unmanned combat platforms on the battlefield.
Do you understand what this means?
It means that on future battlefields, the Free Nation and other Western nations will deploy advanced unmanned mechanical combat platforms. Only our Dragon Nation still sends warriors into battle, fighting with their very flesh and blood. After Director Zhao finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Not only did Wang Hao's face betray bitterness and helplessness, the team leaders of the other groups also wore grim expressions.
Unmanned combat platforms were considered pivotal weapons to reshape future battlefields. Previously, the Free Nation had deployed tracked robots in combat on the Afghan battlefield.
They had accumulated vast experience, and now their performance with quadrupedal robots far surpassed that of the Dragon Nation. They all understood the principle, fall behind once, and you'll fall behind forever. In the field of unmanned combat platform RD, the Dragon Nation had started late. If they fail to catch up now, they will forever be trailing behind the Free Nation.
However, the nation's war robotics program is still in its infancy.
Expecting to close the gap in such a short time frame is indeed unrealistic.
Alright, I understand.
Achieving this level of development in such a short time is already remarkable.
The only thing we lack is time,
Director Zhao said with a bitter expression. The others in the conference room were equally disheartened.
Director Zhao, there's no need to be so anxious. We're already exploring ways to accelerate the development process.
Wang Hao quickly interjected, meeting Director Zhao's disappointed gaze. Currently, we've not only shared non-military critical technologies with relevant private enterprises. We're leveraging their technical personnel to tackle our technological challenges together.
Simultaneously, we've organized quadruped robot competitions with multiple universities.
This sparks young people's interest in robotics while leveraging their innovative ideas to seek technological breakthroughs. By the way, in a couple of days, we're organizing a quadrupedal robot competition with Zeyu Technology at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. If Director Zhao has time, he's welcome to join me in observing. You never know, those students might come up with novel ideas that could help us overcome our current RD challenges.
USTC? The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences under the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Director Zhao raised an eyebrow.
Exactly. Wang Hao replied earnestly. For this quadrupedal robot competition, we aim to maximize the students' imagination and creativity.
Not only did we provide them with Zeyu Technology's base model robotic dogs for free modification,
but also allowed them to build their own robotic dogs for the competition. Plus, it's a combat competition using simulated ammunition, so the intensity is quite high.
Director Zhao nodded upon hearing this. This is a good idea. While we researchers possess advanced technology, our thinking has become somewhat rigid.
These young minds are agile and full of ideas.
Who knows?
Their modified robotic dogs might just have something valuable to offer.
I'll accompany you there when the time comes.
Yes, Director Zhao.
Wang Hao replied with a smile. Alright. That concludes this meeting for now. Time is running short.
I expect each research team to accelerate the development of their projects.
This concerns the future development of our military. Dismissed. A few days later. Kyoto.
The campus of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences buzzed with unusual activity. While the university frequently hosts various events, large-scale projects jointly organized by the military, enterprises, and academia like this one were rare. And especially one as technologically advanced and competitive as this robotics tournament.
While the female students might not be overly interested, almost no male student could resist the allure of robots and an intense competition.
So, the competition area on campus was packed with USTC students from early on.
At the same time,
representatives from the military, including the Longwo Weapons Science Research Institute delegation, along with Wang Xing, chairman of Zeyu Technology Company, and the company's technical staff, were all present.
As the university's vice president, Li Hongjie personally hosted the reception.
Chairman Wang, your Zeyu group is the leader in China's private mechanical dog industry, isn't it? Your company accounts for about 60% of the domestic sales of mechanical dogs. Such a high-tech enterprise deserves an even larger market share.
Director Liu remarked with a smile. Haha, Director Liu, please don't flatter me like that. I actually feel quite ashamed.
Wang Xing chuckled. Zeyu does hold a significant share in China's mechanical dog market. But compared to those other domestic mechanical tech companies, we're still far behind. We need to redouble our efforts in RD to expand our market overseas.
Director Liu nodded in full agreement. You're absolutely right, Mr. Wang. Chinese enterprises should go global and earn more from foreign markets.
But with our current technology, we still have a long way to go. Director Liu's words resonated with everyone present. Zeyu Technology's robotic dogs hold a leading position domestically, but compared to several major foreign companies, the gap remains too wide.
Breaking into foreign markets is incredibly difficult.
No need to get too worked up, gentlemen. Li Hongjie, standing nearby, noticed the gloomy mood and chimed in with a smile. Our nation's development in quadrupedal robotics merely started later, it's not truly behind.
Our nation is brimming with talent. Breaking through these technological barriers is only a matter of time. Principal Lee is absolutely right.
Our nation has never lacked talent, especially in universities like yours. Director Zhao seemed to regain his fighting spirit. I came here today specifically to see what kind of changes your university's young minds can bring to our robotic dogs. Then we'll just have to wait and see. I'm confident our students won't disappoint you. Li Hongjie smiled with great confidence.
Isn't this a university competition? Why are there elementary school students among the contestants? The group chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the competition backstage area.
However, when they saw Zeyu, Liangda, and the other children preparing their modified robotic dogs, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. Director Zhao, you may not know this, but these are students from the elite youth program under our Dragon Science Academy. Don't be fooled by their teenage years, they're all top-tier scientific prodigies in the country. I'm the head of this elite youth program. I'm confident their performance in the upcoming competition will truly impress everyone. At these words, both Director Zhao and Wang Xing raised their eyebrows. These kids are all child prodigies? Talents handpicked nationwide by the Lonka Institute, they must be extraordinary. And honestly, just judging by the appearance of the mechanical dogs these kids modified, their performance should be quite impressive. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing them in action on the field. Director Zhao, Wang Xing, and the others all smiled as they spoke. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a staff member approached. Principal, it's time. The competition is about to begin. Hearing this, the group wasted no time and took their seats at the judges' table. Soon after, with the referee's command, the competition officially commenced.
Chapter 29, Riding a Mechanical Wolf? That's so cool.
At the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences competition venue, the competition had officially commenced.
This tournament used a draw system to determine opponents.
The University of Chinese Academy of Sciences offers 15 undergraduate majors, with each major having 2 contestants.
The tournament format is a double elimination bracket.
The elite youth program was invited to participate and thus received a bye in the first round.
At this moment,
all the students from the elite youth program were nervously watching the matches between their competitors on the field. Only Du Ziyu was absent.
Liangda, where is Du Ziyu?
Class advisor Xing Jianhua scanned the room, frowning as she asked.
Teacher, Brother Yu is still tinkering with his mechanical dog in the lab.
He should be here shortly.
Hearing Liangda's words, Xing Jianhua finally felt relieved.
In truth, after observing him for less than a month, she realized that although Du Ziyu was only 10 years old, his mindset was more mature than hers, a woman in her 20s. Only occasionally, when eating potato chips or other snacks, did he act like a child. Moreover, as the record-breaking student in the elite youth program's entrance exams, Xing Jianhua was also quite eager to see the mechanical dog Du Ziyu had been working on. But over the past month, not only had she never seen it, but even his teammates Liangda and Yu Mingqi hadn't laid eyes on the mechanical dog he was building.
What's the point of tinkering with that junk at this stage? Could it be that his mechanical dog would actually compete in the race? It's just a backup option.
Zhao Dongxiao snorted derisively at the remark.
Zhao Dongxiao, you loser, you still have the nerve to talk? What's wrong with being a spare? Your trashy mechanical dog wouldn't even qualify as one.
Liangda shot back without mercy. You. The mention of being a defeated opponent instantly enraged Zhao Dongxiao, whose pride was immense. Just as he was about to retort, a sudden cheer erupted from the arena.
What's going on?
Zhao Dongxiao and Liangda, who had been arguing moments before, both turned toward the sound.
Liangda, your team has met its match this time. Look at that team, their operator is the vice president of the student union at the University of Science and Technology. The mechanical dog he's controlling is incredibly powerful.
The competition has barely begun, and this robotic dog has already crushed its opponents, achieving an instant kill. Their mechanical dog is just too powerful.
What?
Hearing this, Yu Mingqi and Liangda both tensed up. The rules of this battle were simple, both robotic dogs were equipped with weapons and used paintballs for attack.
The first team to be hit 5 times was eliminated. On the battlefield, the robotic dog controlled by Student Council Vice President Gong Hong showed not a single mark of being hit.
Meanwhile, the opposing robotic dog was already covered in a kaleidoscope of paint.
This overwhelming victory put immense pressure on both of them.
After all, both were using robotic dogs provided by Daewoo Technologies. Even after individual modifications, the gap between them shouldn't be too significant. Just like when Liangda defeated Zhao Dongxiao earlier, it was only through a last-minute leap that he pulled off the upset. In terms of performance, their mechanical dogs weren't significantly stronger than Zhao Dongxiao's teams.
He won that fast.
This student's modified robot dog clearly outperforms the others by a wide margin. Both its stability and coordination are exceptional. This team's modification skills are truly extraordinary. Director Liu, seated among the judges, watched as Gong Hong and his team secured a decisive victory with a crushing display of dominance.
He smiled approvingly. Though compared to the quadrupedal robots currently under development by the military, this robotic dog's performance didn't exactly blow him away. Amongst these basic civilian robotic dogs, its performance was still quite impressive. It's truly impressive, but the craftsmanship on this robotic dog is exceptional. Did students really build this themselves? Wang Xing, chairman of Zeyu Technology Group, stared at the mechanical dog and murmured to himself. Now, Chairman Wang, someone interjected. This robotic dog was provided by Zeyu Technology. Only a few teams built their own models. What could possibly be wrong with it? Li Hongjie replied with a smile. You're right. I may have overthought it. Wang Xing knew it would be inappropriate to openly question the students from the University of Science and Technology of China, so he quickly smiled. Chairman, we won and it was a landslide victory. Look, even the female students are cheering for us with excitement. The president, the military officials, and the chairman of Zeyu Technology up on stage all seem to be watching us too. We've really made a name for ourselves this time. That mechanical dog your dad gave us is incredible. This championship is definitely ours. The other two students in Gong Hong's team exclaimed excitedly. Shut up. Don't speak for my dad. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Gong Hong shot a cold, piercing glare at his classmates beside him. Sorry, President. I just got too excited. Oomph. As long as no one notices, this championship is ours for the taking. Gong Hong sneered as he surveyed the other robotic dogs on the field, his voice dripping with disdain. After the first round, only 15 teams advanced. Liang Da and his team also officially began their competition with their mechanical dog. Their modified robotic dogs were inherently superior in performance, far surpassing those built by other university students. Combined with the laser gyroscope Du Zeyu had gifted them earlier, Liang Da's sky dog moved across the arena with the steady grace of an old hound. Much like Gong Hong's team before them, they swiftly ended the match with an overwhelming victory. Yeah. We won. Total annihilation. Ha, these university students aren't much to speak of. They're nowhere near as good as us from the youth program. The performance of the elite youth program students instantly drew the attention of all the university students present. Seeing how formidable their modified mechanical dog was, many students' expressions darkened. No one wanted to be crushed by a bunch of 12 or 13-year-olds, even if they were geniuses. Impressive. Who'd have thought these little kids could be so good? The performance of this modified robotic dog is outstanding. Especially its balance, it's even better than the quadruped robot our military is currently developing. Principal Li, your young prodigies have truly surpassed all expectations. After the competition, I'd like to meet them. Director Zhao said, his eyes sparkling. Ha, no problem. I'll have them come over right after the competition ends. Li Hongda was thoroughly pleased to hear his students being praised. But as he scanned the group of gifted youngsters, he couldn't spot Du Zeyu anywhere, which puzzled him. Chairman. How can those kids' robotic dogs be so powerful? Yeah, their performance seems to match ours perfectly. These kids are seriously abnormal. We're in trouble now. The student council members, who had been gloating moments ago, now wore grim expressions after witnessing the elite youth class's outstanding performance. They had assumed securing Zeyu Technology's next-generation prototype mechanical dogs would guarantee their victory. Little did they know they'd underestimated the capabilities of these young geniuses. No! They absolutely cannot let them take first place. Gong Hong glared coldly at the elite youth class. My future can't be ruined by these kids. Xiao Zhao, if the elite youth class actually makes it to the finals, use the unsigned firmware update mechanism my father gave me earlier to inject malicious code into their system and disable their robotic dogs. Yes, Chairman. Gong Hong's face twisted into a cold smile. To secure victory in this competition, Gong Hong had made thorough preparations. Besides having his father provide this mechanical dog, he also had his father write a piece of malicious code. He could exploit the mechanical dog's firmware update mechanism to remotely implant the malicious program using the service key. This would cause individual robots to malfunction and shut down. As the number of competing teams dwindled, the mechanical dogs from the student council and the elite youth program dominated the field. They fought their way all the way to the finals. As the final match was about to begin, intense cheers erupted from the sidelines. At that very moment, a small figure emerged from the laboratory. Beneath him, a metallic sheen mechanical dog moved swiftly yet steadily. Trailing behind it was a metal crate, its contents unknown. Riding a mechanical dog was undeniably cool, though it felt a bit hard. Next time, he'd add a cushion. Liang Da and the others should have started the competition by now. Xiaobai, pick up the pace. Destination, USTC Sports Field. Xiaobai, route planning in progress. With a mechanical whirring sound, the mechanical wolf beneath Du Zeyu instantly quickened its pace. Chapter 30, Malfunction. Riding the wolf to the rescue. At the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences competition arena, the final showdown of this robotic dog competition was about to commence. Gong Hong stood in the red team's control area with his mechanical dog. Liang Da, meanwhile, stood before the blue team's control console. Kid, I never thought you'd make it all the way to the finals. You're a genius, no doubt. But you're destined to settle for second place. If I were you, I'd just concede now. That way, you might still have time to go home and drink your milk. Gong Hong wasted no time in openly mocking Li Yingda.
His words immediately drew laughter from the surrounding college students.
Ha! He's absolutely right. How dare these elementary school kids come to our university campus to study alongside us? What a disgrace! How dare they? Not only do these kids get special cafeteria meals, but they even have private dorm rooms while we university students have to cram together? These kids are just hogging USTC's resources, they're parasites. Go, Vice President Gong Hong. On behalf of the student union, crush these kids' arrogance.
Gong Hong's words ignited a chorus of sympathetic shouts from the crowd. Faced with the surrounding jeers and discontent, not only did the students from the elite youth program in the back look furious, but even their homeroom teacher, Xing Jianeo, wore a grim expression.
The friction between USTC students and the elite youth program wasn't new.
Not only her students, but even she, a legitimate associate professor at USTC, was frequently the subject of backbiting among other faculty.
Principal Li, it seems your school isn't exactly a model of harmony either. Director Zhao, seated among the judges, couldn't help but remark upon hearing the crowd's comments. I've grown accustomed to it. Those elite youth program students are simply too outstanding, and they do put considerable pressure on the regular USTC students. However, pressure breeds motivation. I believe this kind of competition is beneficial. Li Hongjie remained composed, seemingly accustomed to the subtle rivalries within USTC. I agree with Principal Li, competition drives progress. Take our Dayu Technology Group, for instance. With no worthy rivals domestically, we had to foster internal competition to drive technological innovation. Wang Xing remarked with deep understanding. So cocky? Just wait and see how my Akagami takes you down. Facing the taunt, Li Yingda's small frame showed no fear.
Oomph. Hope your Akagame can still move later. Gong Hong sneered coldly, his gaze shifting to the students in his group at the preparation area. The student council member gave an almost imperceptible nod, and Gong Hong's smile grew even broader.
The match begins.
With the referee's command, the final match officially commenced.
Go, Senior Gong Hong. Take him down. Go, Li Yingda.
Cheers and shouts erupted from both sides, instantly bringing the atmosphere to a fever pitch.
You're it, Akainu. Get him. Li Yingda struck a dramatically over-the-top pose before commanding Akainu to advance toward the arena. Childish. Just as I thought, a kid.
Gong Hong sneered coldly, piloting his mechanical dog onto the arena as well. However, just as both sides were about to launch their attacks, Akainu, who should have continued advancing, suddenly froze in place. Li Yingda froze in shock at the sight. He quickly tapped the control stick. But no matter how he moved it, Akainu remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. What the hell? It was working fine just now, why did it malfunction at this critical moment? Now, Li Yingda was truly panicking. While Li Yingda was still scrambling to find the cause of the malfunction, Gong Hong let out a cold laugh and immediately launched his attack. Click-clack. From the toy replica Type 95 assault rifle mounted on the mechanical dog's back, several paintballs shot out. They streaked straight toward Akainu, who stood frozen in place. Bang! The next second, 3 hit marks appeared on Akainu's body. Cheers erupted from the K6 students.
Li Yingda, what are you doing? Why isn't Akainu moving? Yu Mingxi shouted anxiously. I don't know.
He was fine just now, but now my control stick seems to have lost connection with Akainu.
Li Yingda looked utterly helpless. What?
Hearing this, the students of the elite youth class were all shocked.
Oomph. What a useless piece of junk, failing at the critical moment. Should have just sent my mechanical dog in.
Zhao Dongxiao sneered coldly, her voice dripping with scorn.
Teacher, what should we do now? Xing Jia's expression was equally grim. Let's pause the match first. I'll go talk to the referee.
She immediately approached the referee to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, the referee immediately announced a suspension and walked over to the judges' table.
What's going on? Why did the competition stop?
Li Hongjie frowned and asked. Principal Li, the mechanical dog from the elite youth class has malfunctioned and can no longer move.
What do you think we should do?
Hearing this, Principal Li Hongjie, Director Zhao, Wang Xing, and the others all frowned slightly.
The robot was functioning perfectly fine just moments ago. How could it suddenly malfunction? Could it be that the students made a mistake during modification?
This wasn't unusual, given the intricate internal structure of the mechanical dogs. Even the robotic dogs from their own Dayu technology frequently encountered various issues.
Director Zhao, Chairman Wang, you two decide.
Li Hongjie is, after all, the head of the elite youth program.
If he shows too much favoritism, it could easily stir up discontent among the other students.
I recall the regulations state that in such unexpected incidents, one can request a replacement mech dog to restart the competition.
Right, didn't the previous regulations state that backup robotic dogs could be used? Let's proceed with that arrangement. The referee relayed the judge's decision to Xing Jianhua and the elite youth program students. Everyone looked disappointed upon hearing this.
It seemed now that Zhao Dongxiao's team would have to field their mechanical dog. After all, during the internal qualifying rounds, only Zhao Dongxiao's team had successfully completed the entire course. Although their modified robotic dog was noticeably inferior to the one modified by the student council, it was the only robotic dog they currently had that was presentable. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingxi and Li Yingda looked bitterly disappointed, while Zhao Dongxiao grew excited. He had previously lost to Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi, yet now his own robotic dog would be the one to save the day. Rest assured, Professor, I won't let you down, Zhao Dongxiao declared cheerfully, his face beaming.
Your mechanical dogs aren't even close to being a match for the one on the other side.
If you go up there, you'll just get beaten up. Seeing Zhao Dongxiao's cocky expression, Li Yingda retorted with displeasure.
So what? At least I'm not the one who chokes when it matters. If you don't use my mech dog, are you just going to forfeit?
Unless you beg me now, I'm not letting our robot dog compete for you. Zhao Dongxiao sneered coldly, looking like a petty person gloating over his success.
Teacher, Yu Mingxi pointed angrily at Zhao Dongxiao. Beg you? Dream on. Our team has a backup mechanical dog.
At that moment, a voice rang out from behind.
A wave of gasps followed. Holy crap! How'd that kid just ride in on a mechanical dog? You can ride this thing? Looks like a blast. This mechanical dog has incredible load capacity.
The kid's riding it so steadily, amazing.
Not only that, but look, the kid isn't even using the control handle. This mechanical dog seems to find its own path. Holy crap! It can autonomously navigate and avoid obstacles?
This robot dog is seriously advanced.
Do Zeyu? Holy crap, brother you look so handsome. Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi both exclaimed in delight as they watched Du Zeyu approach on his mechanical dog. Chapter 31, The Gatling Armed Mechanical Wolf.
University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. At the judging table of the robotic dog competition, the expressions on several faces were rather grim. Honestly, I had the highest hopes for this elite youth class's modified robotic dog. Its stability and coordination were truly outstanding. Indeed, though I'm unsure what type of gyroscope they used in their modification, its performance surpasses even what our military currently employs.
But now it seems that dog's performance stability is lacking.
What a pity. Director Zhao and Wang Hao, head of the quadrupedal robotics research team, both wore expressions of regret.
Yeah, if that robot dog's stability had been solid, I'm sure they would have taken the championship.
Wang Xing also expressed his deep regret. But just as they were discussing their regrets, commotion erupted around the perimeter of the competition arena.
What's going on?
Li Hongjie frowned slightly and looked over.
Du Zeyu rode in on a mechanical dog that was clearly more than a size larger than Dayu Technology's base model. This sight left even Li Hongjie and Director Zhao utterly stunned. Who's this kid riding a mechanical dog? Look, this mechanical dog's autonomous obstacle avoidance is incredible. Just now, a student ran over, and the dog stopped immediately. The kid isn't holding any controls, this robot dog is completely mapping its own path. And despite being significantly larger than other models, it's carrying a person and towing a metal box. Its load capacity is terrifying. This doesn't seem like a robot dog produced by our Daewoo Technology Group. Its performance even surpasses our next-generation models by a significant margin. Autonomous obstacle avoidance, self-navigating patrols, and impressive load capacity. Isn't this exactly the unmanned combat platform our military needs? Director Zhao, Wang Hao, Wang Xing, and the others all leapt to their feet in excitement. Du Zeyu's grand entrance atop the mechanical wolf instantly elevated the atmosphere to its peak. He drew the attention of everyone around him. Chairman, that kid's robotic dog looks incredibly powerful. Yeah, looks like he's here to compete too. That mech dog looks even more powerful than the one from the elite youth class before. What should we do now?
In the student council preparation area, several university students murmured in astonished unease. Gong Hong narrowed his eyes, watching the kid and his mechanical dog stealing the spotlight. His face turned ashen.
Damn it! We just dealt with one, and now we've got an even tougher one. Are these kids all freaks? Quick! Hack and disable this mechanical dog too. We absolutely cannot let it compete.
Even before the competition began, Gong Hong and many other students had recognized the formidable capabilities of Du Zeyu's mechanical dog.
But President, we don't have its serial number. We can't remotely control it. No? Impossible. Gong Hong's face darkened with fury. Didn't you get the serial numbers for all the Dayu Tech robots provided to the elite youth program earlier? How can you not control it? President, this robotic dog isn't among those serial numbers. It seems like they built it themselves. It's not a Daewoo Tech supplied unit. Impossible. How could a kid build such a powerful robotic dog? Hearing this, Gong Hong was utterly panicked. The sheer level of talent among the elite youth program kids had completely surpassed his expectations. How could a robot dog built by a single child possibly surpass those made by the nation's leading quadruped robotics company? Du Zeyu, Xing Jianhua pointed at the mechanical dog beneath Du Zeyu and asked. Teacher, this isn't a mechanical dog, it's a mechanical wolf. I built it myself. Du Zeyu flashed a confident smile. Since our team's robotic dog malfunctioned, as the substitute, I naturally had to step in. A mechanical wolf? Though it differs from a mechanical dog by just one character, the mechanical wolf beneath Du Zeyu certainly looked far more imposing. Holy crap! I knew you had a backup plan, brother you. You're truly the mastermind of national defense and military technology one predicted. This is insane. Liangda's eyes sparkled as he ran his fingers over the wolf's metallic shell. Zeyu, is this the mysterious mechanical wolf you've been working on? Yu Mingxi also approached with a delighted expression. Yeah, rest assured this championship is ours for the taking. With that, Du Zeyu leaped down from the mechanical wolf. He patted the wolf's head and declared, Xiaobai, it's your turn. Go! As soon as Du Zeyu finished speaking, the mechanical wolf strode directly toward the center of the competition arena. Wait, you didn't use the controller. How did it start moving on its own? Does it really understand your commands? Liangda and the other students from the elite youth program watched in amazement as the mechanical wolf autonomously sought its target. I designed real-time decision-making algorithms for this mechanical wolf. It can achieve autonomous navigation using simultaneous localization and mapping technology. Its movement strategies have been optimized for complex terrain environments. Moreover, its main control chip provides environmental awareness, decision planning, and task scheduling capabilities, achieving true intelligence. Du Zeyu briefly explained to those around him. Yet aside from Liangda, Yu Mingxi, Zhao Dongxiao, and a few others who looked pensive, the rest of the crowd looked utterly baffled. Though they couldn't grasp the details, they sensed it was something impressive. Meanwhile, Xing Jianhua approached the referee to explain the situation. After confirming the match could proceed, the referee announced the restart. Gong Hong, his face turning ashen, strode toward the control area. Since this robotic dog wasn't a product supplied by Dayu Technology, he had no way to hack into its system. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. Oomph. No need to worry too much, maybe it's just a showpiece. This is a head-to-head contest, it's about overall performance. I might not lose. Gong Hong muttered to himself, trying to psych himself up. Brother your mechanical wolf doesn't have any weapons. How is it supposed to fight? Liangda asked curiously, staring at the mechanical wolf's bare back. Oh man, I almost forgot about that. Du Zeyu scratched his head, giving an awkward chuckle. Earlier, I was so focused on showing off to earn tech points that I forgot to equip the mechanical wolf with weapons. If the competition starts and I don't have any weapons, that'll be a real mess. Ingda, Mingxi, you two come help me. I can't handle its weapons alone. With that, Du Zeyu led the two of them to the control area. He unhooked the metal box trailing behind the mechanical wolf and opened it. Liangda and Yu Mingxi peered inside with curiosity, then froze in shock. Holy crap! That's a Gatling gun. You're not seriously planning to mount this monster on the mechanical wolf, are you? Even though it's a toy gun, it's way too heavy. Won't this mess with the wolf's mobility and balance? Liangda and Yu Mingxi exclaimed. Relax, it can handle the Gatling gun with ease. Time's running out, help me mount it. With that, the three of them worked together to finally mount the toy Gatling gun onto the mechanical wolf's back. Though it was a toy gun, the military had weighted it identically to a real firearm for performance testing. Due to its excessive weight, this heavy-duty replica toy gun had never been chosen by anyone. Thus, Du Zeyu became the first to enter a mechanical dog equipped with a Gatling gun into the competition. When the mechanical wolf, bearing the massive Gatling gun, appeared on the competition field, the entire audience erupted in an instant. Chapter 32, Instant Kill. Stuns the entire arena. Holy crap! What the hell is this? A Gatling gun? This mech dog is actually using a Gatling gun as its weapon? The Gatling's firepower is fierce, but its weight is too much, most mech dogs can't even carry it. Has this youth program student lost his mind? Carrying such a heavy load, what agility could he possibly have left? The surrounding university students gasped in astonishment. They actually chose the heaviest Gatling gun, these kids are still too young. Yeah, they only thought about firepower but completely overlooked how it would restrict the mechanical dog's mobility. Director Zhao, Wang Hao, and the others watched the scene unfold, shaking their heads with amusement. Though these replica weapons were provided by the military, the Gatling's sheer weight made it utterly unsuitable for combat training. Since you're courting death, I won't hold back. Gong Hong glanced at the oversized Gatling gun strapped to the mechanical wolf's back, a cold smile curling his lips. The match begins. As the referee's voice faded, Gong Hong instantly commanded his mechanical dog to accelerate. He knew the Gatling's firepower was too overwhelming. If he stood still and traded shots, he would inevitably lose. By leveraging his mechanical dog's agility to maneuver and evade the Gatling gun's attacks, victory would be easily within his grasp. Just as everyone assumed, the mechanical wolf carrying the Gatling gun would move slowly. Only Du Zeyu's lips curled upward. The next second, The mechanical wolf's limbs moved with agile precision, adjusting its position with quick, light steps while its head remained locked onto the opposing mechanical dog. No matter how the opponent moved, it couldn't shake it off. How could that mechanical dog remain so agile with a Gatling gun strapped to its back? Look at its stride, more stable and swift than that other mechanical dog carrying an assault rifle. How absurdly strong must this mechanical dog's load-bearing capacity be? And it's operating completely autonomously, without any human control. What? Autonomous operation? No human control? Only now did many realize that Zeyu, the supposed operator, wasn't holding a control stick at all. Instead, he stood calmly watching the match unfold like a spectator. Click. Unable to shake the massive mechanical wolf's lock on, Gong Hong lost his patience. He maneuvered his mechanical dog swiftly into a blind spot. Then, decisively, he pressed the attack button. Die. A chilling coldness flickered in Gong Hong's eyes. In tandem with the relentless barrage of paintballs, they flew toward the mechanical wolf across the field. Just as they were about to strike their target, the mechanical wolf suddenly leapt to the side, dodging the incoming bullets with light, agile steps before landing steadily. This maneuver drew inspiration from Li Yingdao's previously designed finishing move. It actually dodged. Director Zhao, Wang Hao, and others in the judge's booth stared in astonishment. The mechanical wolf's movement just now was as agile and swift as a real wild wolf. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, the mechanical wolf's counterattack had already begun. Click. Click. Rat-a-tat-tat. Round after round of bullets erupted from the Gatling gun barrels on the mechanical wolf's back. Though no flashes of fire were visible, the crisp, continuous sound of rounds leaving the chamber sent a chill through everyone's hearts. The Gatling gun's overwhelming firepower finally asserted its dominance. Without needing to aim, row after row of bullets completely sealed off all escape routes for the mechanical dogs controlled by Bo Hong. Bang! Dull thuds echoed as bullets struck the mechanical dog's body. Several paintballs struck the mechanical dog squarely in the joints, causing it to stumble, instantly lose its balance, and collapse to the ground. No! Gong Hong's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted, watching the mechanical dog transformed into a rainbow-colored white pony. Instant kill. No one could have imagined that the robotic dog, which had been the pride and hope of many students at the University of Science and Technology of China, would be taken down in an instant. For a moment, the arena fell into dead silence. Everyone was still reeling from the mechanical wolf's fierce attack moments ago. Moments later. Yes. We won. You Gu won. Li Yingdao was the first to snap out of it, shouting excitedly. Then, the students of the elite youth class snapped awake in an instant, joining in the jubilant cheers. Only Zhao Dongxiao stood there, fists clenched, his eyes fixed intently on Zeyu, who had just dominated the arena. This mechanical dog is just too powerful. Exceptional load-bearing capacity, agile mobility, precise route planning, and it completed the entire competition autonomously. I just wonder about its power source and endurance. This is exactly the quadruped robot our battlefield needs most. Director Zhao and Wang Hao were beyond thrilled. This robotic dog aligns perfectly with the quadrupedal combat platform currently under military development. It wouldn't even need modifications, just mount real firearms and it's combat ready. What's even more terrifying is that it can carry not just an ordinary assault rifle, but a Gatling gun and still move with ease. This level of capability even surpasses the performance standards demanded by the military for their quadrupedal robots. Earlier, Wang Hao had stated that developing a quadrupedal combat platform meeting military specifications would require at least 2 more years. Now, a superior quadrupedal robot had suddenly appeared before them, looking as fresh as a daisy. Quick! Go take a look! Director Zhao stood up and headed straight for the competition arena. Wang Hao and Wang Xing, standing beside him, quickly followed suit. Li Hongjie observed the excited expressions of the technical staff and experts from the Academy of Ordnance Science, unable to suppress a smug smile. He had long anticipated that if Zeyu could handcraft a sounding rocket that astonished even the Aviation Industry Corporation, building a high-performance mechanical dog would be no problem at all. It was just that the sheer power of it was beyond expectations. We won. We took first place. Brother you're amazing. Over 20 elite youth program students swarmed around Zeyu, excitedly surrounding him to celebrate. Beside them, Xing Jianua's lips curved into a faint smile. His smile was as pure and beautiful as a spring breeze. Many young university professors nearby stared in awe. Zeyu had defended the honor of the elite youth program with this mechanical wolf, silencing all the students and teachers who had hoped to see their class fail. Zeyu, thank you for bringing honor to our class. I'll make sure you're properly rewarded when we get back, Xing Jianua said with a smile. Teacher, I don't need any rewards. Just don't punish me if I'm late again later, Zeyu replied. Put. Hearing this, Xing Jianua covered her mouth and chuckled. You little rascal, I can't agree to that. One thing at a time, you'll still get punished for being late. Hearing this, Zeyu shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. Kid, did you build this mechanical dog yourself?
At that moment, a group of experts and officials from the Weapons Science Research Institute hurried over.
They stared at the mechanical wolf beside Zeyu and asked excitedly. Chapter 33, Human-Machine Cooperative Combat? Zeyu looked at the group in military uniforms and asked curiously. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. These are comrades from the Weapons Science Research Institute.
Li Hongjie also approached and addressed Zeyu.
The Weapons Science Research Institute of Manhwa? Zeyu raised an eyebrow. That's right, Xiaoyu, isn't it? I'm Director Zhao from the Intelligent Weapons Research Institute of the Manhwa Weapons Science Academy. This is Wang Hao, head of our quadruped robotics R&D team. Director Zhao, with his lean and refined features, stared at Zeyu for several seconds. The stern expression on his face melted away like spring rain. Xiaoyu, there's no need to be afraid. We're not bad people. We just want to learn more about this mechanical dog you've developed. It's a mechanical wolf, not a mechanical dog, Zeyu corrected with a smile. A mechanical wolf? Its size is indeed much larger than a typical mechanical dog. That name is certainly more fitting. Director Zhao nodded thoughtfully. But Grandpa Zhao, doesn't your Weapons Science Research Institute specialize in weapons? Your unmanned robotic dogs must be far more advanced than this mechanical wolf I've developed. Why are you suddenly interested in my mechanical wolf? Hearing Zeyu's words, Director Zhao and Wang Hao beside him flushed crimson, at a loss for words. That's correct. Their Weapons Science Research Institute specializes in weaponry. And they had indeed been conducting research on quadrupedal robots. But the quadrupedal robots they were developing weren't nearly as advanced as this kid's. Yet the words were on the tip of Director Zhao's tongue, and he simply couldn't bring himself to say them. He couldn't very well stand before all these people and declare that the quadrupedal robots developed by the Weapons Science Research Institute were junk. He could afford to lose face, but the institute couldn't. Ahem, enough about that. Director Zhao quickly changed the subject. Xiaoyu, do you know what robots in future wars should look like? Robots in future wars? Zeyu pondered for a moment, his eyes still innocent as he replied. Bionic killer robots with alloy skeletons and red mechanical eyes? Director Zhao's breath caught. You're describing the Terminator. Are you talking about those soft, cuddly inflatable medical robots with gentle personalities that scan human health and give hugs? Director Zhao's mustache twitched in annoyance. You're talking about Baymax from Big Hero 6, right? Or perhaps a red and blue transforming truck? Director Zhao narrowed his eyes. That's Optimus Prime. Ha! Grandpa Zhao, aren't you the director of the Research Institute? Do you spend your workdays slacking off and watching movies? Zeyu spotted the funny bone and asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hearing his words, Wang Hao and Li Hongjie beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Director Zhao's face instantly flushed crimson with anger. As a leading authority in domestic intelligent weaponry research, he was being accused by a kid of goofing off on the job. I wasn't goofing off. We're researching intelligent technology weapons. We need to watch sci-fi movies regularly to find inspiration. That's part of our job. Director Zhao explained, trying to keep his composure. Oh? So your job is watching sci-fi movies, huh? Director Zhao was nearly driven mad by this brat. He felt utterly foolish discussing future war robots with a child. Resigned, Director Zhao continued his explanation on his own. Forget it, I'll just explain it myself. The future war robots we envision are quite different from what you see in movies. Or to be more precise, the futuristic war robots you're describing, filled with sci-fi elements, are still far beyond our current technological capabilities. Even if they could be realized, it would take decades far too long for our purposes. What I'm referring to is the form of war robots within the next 5 to 10 years. Hearing Director Zhao's words, Zeyu chuckled. He knew exactly what Director Zhao meant. He'd just been teasing the old man earlier. You should know that modern warfare, especially ground combat, still largely revolves around tanks and infantry. That is, the model of infantry tank combined operations. Tanks, with their abundant firepower and formidable defense, combined with the flexible and adaptable actions of infantry, continuously advance across the battlefield. This model is indeed effective on today's battlefields. However, within 5 years or even 2 or 3, this combat model will likely become obsolete. Though addressing a group of children, Director Zhao explained the matter earnestly. Why will it become obsolete? One student asked curiously. Because we can now be certain that future warfare will inevitably evolve toward unmanned, intelligent robotic systems. This is what's known as the human-machine collaborative combat model. Human-machine collaboration? Exactly. With the rapid advancement of technology and military capabilities worldwide, future battlefields will inevitably feature smarter, more unmanned combat platforms. At that point, unmanned intelligent equipment will become the main force in warfare. Unmanned combat vehicles, unmanned reconnaissance equipment, and even unmanned robots will replace soldiers on the battlefield. This will not only significantly reduce human casualties but also become a decisive factor in determining the outcome of wars. Of course, in long-range or maritime aerial operations, precision firepower from rocket artillery and missiles will still be essential. After hearing Director Zhao's detailed explanation, the eyes of the elite youth program students around him all lit up. Precisely for this reason, our nation must keep pace with Blue Star's advancements and develop our own future warfare robots. This quadrupedal robot is internationally recognized as one of the most promising unmanned mechanical platforms for the future. Unfortunately, compared to Western nations, our research in this field began far too late. This has resulted in our related technologies consistently lagging behind those of the Free Nation and several Western countries. Compounded by ongoing foreign embargoes on advanced technologies, our progress in unmanned combat platforms has lagged considerably. At this point, Wang Hao and the other experts from the Weapons Science Research Institute all wore somber expressions. From the outset, issues like institutional constraints and racial discrimination had forced them down the path of self-reliance. Even the nation's strategic direction, both economically and militarily, has consistently harbored intentions to oppose the entire Blue Star. They were inherently targeted, their technological exchange with Western nations as different as heaven and earth. They could rely on no one but themselves, advancing step by step through independent research and development. Xiaoyu, now you understand why I sought you out. I witnessed the performance of your mechanical wolf earlier. It's a quadrupedal robot born for the battlefield. With this, our nation's research into unmanned combat platforms can leapfrog from lagging behind to leading the field. This is crucial for our military strength, especially for ground combat operations. Director Zhao fixed his gaze on Zeyu and spoke with utmost seriousness. Whoa! Hearing his words, the gazes of the surrounding students toward Zeyu shifted. No one expected this heavyweight from the Dragon Nation's Weapons Science Research Institute to praise Zeyu's mechanical wolf so highly. Their Weapons Science Research Institute was backed by the Long Academy, the National Defense University, and other research institutions. It gathered numerous authoritative experts and scholars in the field of domestic military unmanned combat platforms. Moreover, their research projects were generously funded. Yet despite all this, their four-legged robot was still less advanced than a mechanical wolf independently developed by a kid. This left Director Zhao and the other research experts deeply ashamed. How utterly humiliating. Chapter 34, Rejecting DU Tech's High-Priced Offer. Xiaoyu, could you briefly share the performance parameters of your mechanical wolf? Director Zhao looked at Zeyu with eager eyes. Performance parameters? Zeyu nodded and began explaining. This mechanical wolf weighs 100 kilograms, has a maximum speed of 43 km/h, and maintains a combat radius of 4 kilometers. It can traverse 1 meter wide trenches in 70 centimeter deep streams, and climb slopes up to 45 degrees. It has a 5-hour endurance, utilizes hybrid electric drive technology, and can carry payloads up to 150 kilograms, though speed is halved under such loads. It is equipped with high-definition multispectral cameras and infrared thermal imaging systems for real-time reconnaissance. It transmits clear images within a 4-kilometer range and can identify thermal imaging targets through smoke. Additionally, it employs self-organizing hybrid communication technology, enabling low-latency data transmission within 2 kilometers. Supporting multi-node relay, it facilitates seamless connectivity between personnel, vehicles, and drones, completing command execution within 3 seconds. Whoa! After hearing Zeyu's explanation, Director Zhao and Wang Hao beside him both sucked in a sharp breath. These figures were significantly stronger than they had anticipated. Is this data real? Carrying a 300-kilogram load and still maintaining speeds above 20 km/h. As the head of the quadrupedal robotics research team, Wang Hao understood exactly what these figures implied. In standard military operations, individual soldier load capacity and speed varied based on troop type, mission, and equipment. Under normal circumstances, a fully equipped infantry soldier typically carries between 20 and 50 kilograms. Regarding speed, the standard marching pace is 45 km/h, while forced marches can reach around 10 km/h. However, when carrying heavier loads, speed decreases accordingly. For instance, with a 50-kilogram load, marching speed typically drops to 35-55 km/h. This mechanical wolf not only carries 6 times the load of a single soldier. It also maintains a speed 4 times faster than a single soldier. No wonder this thing can maneuver so nimbly even while carrying a Gatling gun. It's incredibly powerful. Its off-road capability is also terrifyingly strong, coupled with a 4-kilometer combat radius and 5 hours of endurance. This is simply the ultimate individual soldier slaughter machine on the battlefield. It also possesses formidable reconnaissance capabilities and rapid response abilities. They dared not imagine the fate of any enemy encountering it on the battlefield. After all, amidst the hail of bullets and artillery on the battlefield, supply lines, reconnaissance, and individual combat all become major challenges. In the past, they could only rely on the flesh and blood of their soldiers to fill these gaps. But now, this mechanical wolf could directly enter combat, replacing individual soldiers. At this moment, Director Zhao and Wang Hao beside him gazed at the mechanical wolf. They didn't see a cold, lifeless machine. In their eyes, it was the ultimate individual combat soldier. Excuse me, Xiaoyu, right? I'm Wang Xing, chairman of Dayu Technology. Our company is highly impressed with this mechanical wolf you've created. Would you consider selling it to us? I'll offer 1 million. No, 3 million Dragon Nation currency.
Of course, if you're willing to sell us the technology behind this mechanical wolf as well, the price would certainly be in the tens of millions.
What do you say? Care to consider it? Wang Xing, who had been standing among the crowd, couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to speak. Whoa! Hearing Wang Xing's offer, the surrounding elite youth program students all gasped in astonishment.
Li Yingda's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he almost knelt before Du Zeyu. Though they were still just teenagers, they understood the value of money. The basic version of the mechanical dog previously provided by Dayu Technology to them had a market price of just over 10,000 yuan. Even their company's top-tier industrial-grade mechanical dogs only cost around 400,000 yuan. Now, for this custom-built mechanical wolf Du Zeyu had created himself, the buyer was offering 3 million Longwa currency outright.
This was an absolute fortune.
And if Du Zeyu were willing to sell the technology, the potential earnings would exceed 10 million.
Becoming a millionaire just by building a mechanical dog?
That's more than an ordinary person could earn in several lifetimes.
Agree to it. Agree to it.
Li Yingda beside him shook Du Zeyu's arm excitedly.
Get lost. You're acting like you're watching a proposal here.
Yu Mingxi kicked the obnoxious Li Yingda aside and rolled her eyes.
Mr. Wang, this isn't appropriate. Our Weapons Science Research Institute was the first to express interest. Director Zhao and Wang Hao's hearts pounded upon hearing the offer.
They hadn't expected Wang Xing to make a move at this moment, and the price he offered startled even them. Director Zhao, my apologies, Wang Xing said with a forced smile, clenching his jaw.
I understand your institute needs this mechanical wolf. But Daewoo Tech needs it too. How about this, I'll purchase the mechanical wolf along with its technology.
If your institute needs the technology later, I can share it with you. That way, both sides win.
What do you say?
Although Wang Xing's company was a leading domestic tech startup with strong backing, but the Weapons Science Research Institute ultimately has the backing of the Dragon Nation military. Even if he truly wanted this mechanical wolf, he dared not directly antagonize them. Thus, he proposed a compromise.
This mechanical wolf not only holds immense military value but also significant commercial potential.
Paying a premium to acquire the technology would be well worth it.
No.
Much of the technology involved cannot be commercialized at this stage. Director Zhao refused without hesitation.
Are you kidding? A mechanical wolf this advanced completely outstrips commercial capabilities. The military hasn't even deployed it yet, and now you want to give it to their company?
Then other countries could just pay to acquire this mechanical wolf.
That's absolutely out of the question.
Director Zhao, this technology wasn't developed by your institute after all. The real developers are right here.
Shouldn't we hear his opinion first? Though Wang Xing didn't dare confront Director Zhao and his team directly, he wasn't willing to give up so easily on such an outstanding mechanical wolf.
So he deliberately pointed at Du Zeyu.
If Du Zeyu was willing to collaborate with their company,
even if his company couldn't acquire all the core technology, they could still obtain some advanced techniques to apply to their next-generation robotic dogs.
By then, the performance of their company's robotic dogs would absolutely surpass that of the international quadrupedal robot giants.
This would open up foreign markets and allow them to compete for global market share in quadrupedal robotics. Seeing Wang Xing speak thus, Director Zhao felt awkward about outright refusal.
Doing so would make the Weapons Science Research Institute appear overly domineering. Uncle Wang, thank you for your kind offer.
As everyone's gaze returned to him, Du Zeyu smiled faintly and said,
Truthfully, I have no interest in money.
Du Zeyu spoke from the heart. Having already handed over the system to the state, money was no different to him than mere numbers.
Whatever he needed, the state would provide. Why would he need money?
Besides, he was only 10 years old. He couldn't very well spend money on luxury cars or chasing girls. If he did that, forget the state, his own parents would probably beat him to death.
Bro, you might not care about money, but I sure do. If you think you have too much, you can give it to me.
Li Yingda muttered resentfully from the side. He knew Du Zeyu was putting on an act, but he hadn't expected him to be this good at it.
You say you're not interested in money? You must be Jack Ma. Chapter 35, Why bother for just one match? Good. Very good. Did you all see that?
That's the kind of attitude our Dragon Nation youth should have.
Seeing Du Zeyu flatly reject Wang Xing's lavish offer, half the wrinkles vanished from Chief Zhao's face.
He immediately put his arm around Du Zeyu and praised him.
Wang Xing, watching from the side, felt deeply disappointed but dared not say anything more.
After all, his earlier actions in competing with the Weapons Science Research Institute over the mechanical wolf had already crossed the line. No matter how wealthy he was, he wouldn't dare defy the government.
Otherwise, his company could be wiped out in an instant. Moreover, his company's technical department would still need to collaborate with the Weapons Science Research Institute in the future. Withdrawing from the competition now could be seen as doing the academy a favor. Once the military technology matures enough for commercial release, his company might even become the first to adopt it. Xiaoyu, since that's the case, we'll take this mechanical wolf prototype with us for now.
Rest assured, while we may not be as wealthy as Mr. Wang, we absolutely won't shortchange you. We'll discuss the terms later.
What do you say? Director Zhao looked at Du Zeyu with excitement. Grandpa Zhao, you'll be reporting this mechanical wolf to the military after taking it back, right?
Of course.
Director Zhao nodded and smiled.
Oh, in that case, there's no problem.
Du Zeyu understood that once Director Zhao and his team took this mechanical wolf back, the military high command would be informed immediately. How they handled it would then be the military's responsibility. As for the technical blueprints for this mechanical wolf, I'll organize them and deliver them to you in a couple of days.
Good, good. Director Zhao and Wang Hao were both visibly excited, nodding repeatedly. Oh, and Uncle Wang, about our team's mechanical dog malfunctioning earlier, something feels off. I suspect someone used an interference program to hack into the control system of our mechanical dog from the back end.
Of course, this is just my speculation. Whether it's true or not, your technical department will need to investigate.
Du Zeyu narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Akainu, who remained paralyzed on the ground. Through their interactions these past days, he had gained a clear understanding of Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi's capabilities. To put it bluntly, there are D capabilities in this field were every bit as strong as those of professional technicians. Had Du Zeyu not possessed his system, the modified mechanical dog would likely have been inferior to that Akainu unit.
And the fact that Akainu malfunctioned the moment it entered the arena couldn't simply be attributed to a technical glitch. That would be too much of a coincidence.
Although this mechanical dog had undergone significant modifications, its core chip and control components remained original. The only way to externally disable this mechanical dog was to hack into its back-end system. Only hackers or internal personnel from DU Corporation could accomplish this. Hearing this, Wang Xing froze, his expression darkening. As the president of DWU Technology, he was also a technician himself. His understanding of his company's robotic dog's capabilities was no less than that of the company's technical staff. He had noticed the mechanical dog's abnormality earlier, but had forgotten about it after Du Zeyu's mechanical wolf entered the fray. But now, Du Zeyu's reminder made him realize the gravity of the situation. After all, one of the purposes of co-hosting this robotic dog competition with the University of Science and Technology of China and the Academy of Ordnance Science was to promote their company's products. As the nation's largest commercial quadrupedal robotics company, if their products were vulnerable to hacking or unauthorized access by internal personnel at any time, it would undoubtedly damage DWU Technology's reputation. Whether it was for the company's reputation or to curry favor with Du Zeyu for potential future collaborations, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly.
Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Our company will take this matter extremely seriously. Now, hand over this robotic dog. I'll take it back for our technical department to examine. I watched your competition earlier. While this robotic dog's performance doesn't match the robotic wolf you built, it still has many commendable aspects. How about this? I'll offer 500,000 to purchase it. What do you think? Wang Xing asked with a smile. 500,000?
Li Yingda, who had just grieved the loss of a millionaire friend, lit up at the offer. He never imagined the mechanical dog he and Yu Mingxi had modified could fetch such a high price. Meanwhile, Yu Mingxi, standing beside him, was clearly far more astute than Li Yingda. While their modified robotic dog did outperform other teams' models, it certainly wasn't worth DWU Technology paying such a high price for it. She knew full well that DWU Tech's next-generation robotic dog was about to hit the market. She didn't believe their next-generation product would be inferior to the robot dog they'd modified in just 1 month. Therefore, Wang Xing's exorbitant offer served not only as hush money to silence them about the robot dog's malfunction. The most crucial factor was saving face for Du Zeyu, hoping to use this opportunity to build rapport with him. Thus, Yu Mingxi didn't agree immediately but turned to look at Du Zeyu beside her.
Agreed.
Hearing this, Du Zeyu naturally understood Wang Xing's intentions. But none of that mattered to him. His mechanical wolf had already been incorporated into the military. If the military later permitted it, selling some non-critical technologies to DWU Technology wouldn't be a problem. Besides, while he himself wasn't interested in money, that didn't mean Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi weren't.
Really? Well, thank you both, Xiaoyu. I'll treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises.
In that case, I'll take this mechanical dog back first. If it turns out to be an internal issue, I'll inform you immediately. With that, Wang Xing had his assistant escort the mechanical dog out of USTC. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gong Hong stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly as he watched the elite youth class being cheered and surrounded. His expression darkened to the extreme. He never imagined that despite having his father bring in a more advanced mechanical dog and using his connections to illegally interfere with the opponents, yet in the end, the championship had still been snatched away by this bunch of brats. Chairman, you shouldn't dwell on it too much. After all, with your father working at DWU Technology, securing second place in this competition is still a commendable achievement. Getting a job at DWU Tech in the future will be a breeze. A fellow student from his group offered consolation. Hearing this, Gong Hong's expression finally eased considerably. You're absolutely right.
With my dad working at Dayu Tech and this second place finish in the competition, getting into Dayu Tech won't be hard. Once I become a technician at Dayu Tech, I'll still rake in hundreds of thousands a year. If these kids think they can stand in my way, they're dreaming. A cold smile curled at the corners of Gong Hong's mouth. But just then, another student's expression suddenly changed. President, the CEO of Dayu Technology just left. But why is his assistant carrying that mechanical dog we jammed? Could they have discovered something? What? Gong Hong's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. If Dayu Technology really discovered that they had used the company's backend to implant virus data into that robotic dog, not only would he never get a job at Dayu Technology, his father might even get implicated and lose his job over it. That would be the end of everything. The thought made his legs go weak and he collapsed onto the floor. Chairman, are you alright? The two men beside him rushed over to help him up. This scene was caught by Zeyu, who was nearby. Seeing this, he instantly understood what was happening. His eyes narrowed slightly and a cold smile appeared on his lips. What was the point of all this for just one match? Chapter 36, Adding a Deadly Weapon to the Army in a Month. University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Inside the elite youth program, Li Yingda was holding a tortoise shell, divining as usual. Yu Mingxi chattered away with several female classmates nearby. Several boys stood behind them, laughing and roughhousing. Zeyu sat quietly at his desk, watching the lively, noisy students around him, a faint smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Being a student was truly the best. This carefree life was something he would never experience again once he grew up. Just then, Xing Jianhua, dressed in a long skirt, walked into the office with a smile. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent at her entrance. The students all obediently returned to their seats. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement to make. Thanks to the outstanding performance of Zeyu, Li Yingda, and Yu Mingxi, our elite youth class has won the championship in the National University of Science and Technology's mechanical dog competition. These students have brought honor to our class and have been awarded a 50,000 yuan prize by the school. Additionally, the university has allocated an extra 30,000 yuan to our class as funding to encourage our continued learning and research. Let's give them a round of applause. Wow! Upon hearing this, the entire elite youth class erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Although as members of the elite youth program, the Lonka Academy provides monthly subsidies to these students. Their compensation is even better than that of the average office worker. But this unexpected windfall of 30,000 yuan still filled the kids with immense joy. Only Zhao Dongxiao, seated in the front row, wore a sour expression. He had always been the star pupil of the elite youth class, and such honors usually belonged to him. But ever since Zeyu joined their class, not only had his spotlight been stolen, but even the honors that should have been his were gone. This was unbearable for the naturally arrogant Zhao Dongxiao, who seethed with anger. Additionally, the mechanical dog they had modified was purchased by Dayu Technology Group for research purposes. They were awarded 50,000 yuan, which had already been deposited into the school account. After class, the three of you could go collect it. Whoa! 50,000 yuan. Hearing the amount, the surrounding classmates all wore looks of envy. Li Yingda, however, lifted his head with pride, his nose practically in the air. Ha, boss, don't worry. Even though you didn't participate in our renovation, we'll split this 500,000 three ways. No need to be polite. Li Yingda patted his chest with a look of righteous generosity. Yu Mingxi, sitting ahead, curled her lips. Li the con man, you really think this 500,000 is yours? Dayu Tech clearly offered such a high price just to curry favor with Zeyu. You don't seriously think our modified mechanical dog is worth that much, do you? Ha? Li Yingda scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Look, it doesn't matter whose contribution it was. The three of us were a team from the start. This money belongs to all of us. Besides, I'm not short on cash right now. You two can split it between yourselves. Zeyu waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Boss, you're giving up 50 grand? All for us too? Li Yingda's eyes widened. You're not just the boss, you're practically my godfather. Honored foster father, please accept this humble bow. Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, this 500,000 goes to Shaoxi. Zeyu was utterly speechless with this clown. No, not godfather. Boss, I'm sorry, okay? You know I've got parents to support and no kids of my own. This money's my only lifeline. Li Yingda pleaded with a mournful expression. Zeyu couldn't be bothered with further nonsense and turned away. He couldn't care less about the money. What truly concerned him were his tech points. It had been a month since he submitted the sounding rocket technology. The state was rapidly reverse engineering the core components, which would soon be applied to military and aerospace sectors. He expected his tech points to surge dramatically in the coming days. As for the mechanical wolf taken by the Weapons Science Research Institute yesterday, Yu Peng had informed him upon returning home last night that higher-ups were already aware. He expected related research to commence soon, which would mean another wave of tech points to harvest. The thought filled Zeyu with excitement. Surrendering the system to the state had indeed been the right choice. All he needed to do was develop the technology, everything else would be handled without his concern. The only question was how many tech points the system would reward him this time. After all, the amount of tech points awarded was determined by the system itself. It would comprehensively evaluate factors like the technology's level of advancement, national recognition, and product adoption rate. While the mechanical wolf might not match the technical sophistication of the magnetic plasma propulsion technology used in sounding rockets, its product adoption rate should be significantly higher. After all, this mechanical wolf is a mass-produced combat robot. Moreover, its production complexity is low, enabling rapid mass production. Dragon Nation, General Armament Department Building. Inside the office, Wu Pengtao was processing a red-headed document from higher-ups regarding the urgent implementation of magnetic plasma propulsion technology. As one of the few military officials aware of Du Ziyu's background in the defense industry, he understood the immense significance of this matter. Du Ziyu's technological breakthroughs now hinged entirely on their research being successfully implemented. Thump. At that moment, Chen Jian, formerly head of the Military Service Equipment Department and now deputy director of the Military Industrial System Coordination Office, entered. Chen, what's up? Is there a situation with Du Ziyu? Wu Pengtao looked up and asked. Yes, sir. Chen Jian nodded solemnly and continued. Earlier, the elite youth class Du Ziyu belongs to held a mechanical dog competition. Du Ziyu used the system to acquire the war mechanical wolf technology and had previously requested a significant amount of advanced materials from us. Now, that mechanical wolf has been taken by the Weapons Science Research Institute. Our personnel are already following up on this project. Oh? A mechanical wolf? Wu Pengtao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that after the state gave the green light, Du Ziyu's first research project would be a quadrupedal robot. So, how's this mechanical wolf perform? Is it powerful? Wu Pengtao looked expectantly. Very strong. Scary strong. Chen Jian nodded with a smile. Here are the performance specs for that mechanical wolf. With that, Chen Jian placed the documents on the table. Wu Pengtao, equally excited, picked up the documents. Total weight, 100 kilograms. Maximum speed, 43 kilometers h. Combat radius, 4 kilometers, capable of all-terrain operations. Operational endurance, 5 hours. Utilizes hybrid electric drive technology with a payload capacity of up to 150 kilograms. Utilizes self-organizing hybrid communication technology, enabling low-latency data transmission within 2 kilometers. Supports multi-node relay, achieving seamless connectivity between humans, vehicles, and the wolf. Completes command execution within 3 seconds. Whoa! Even Wu Pengtao, who had braced himself for shock, couldn't help but gasp at these outrageous specs. These specs are insane. This mechanical wolf is practically a battlefield god. As head of the assembly department, he was well aware of the nation's urgent push to develop robotic combat platforms. Yet this mechanical wolf's performance far exceeded their previous projections for robotic combat platforms. If deployed on the battlefield, especially in urban combat, this thing would be terrifyingly powerful. Ha, no wonder it's from the system. This level of capability is terrifyingly strong. Who would have thought that in just one short month, Du Ziyu would equip our army with such a game-changing weapon? It has instantly propelled us to overtake our rivals in this field. At this pace, it won't take years before we truly dominate the military sphere. This pace might even outstrip our military's projections. Only now did Wu Pengtao fully grasp the terrifying potential of the military system Du Ziyu had delivered. This quadrupedal robot, which would normally require years to achieve a breakthrough. Thanks to the military system, Du Ziyu completed it in just 1 month. This not only saved the nation substantial upfront or defunding but also drastically shortened the development timeline for military weaponry. No wonder the top brass of the 3 services didn't want the military industrial system exposed. The speed of military weapon development was simply insane. If domestic research institutes learned of the system's existence, wouldn't they be so demoralized they'd abandon their research altogether? Chapter 37, Project Hijacked by a 10-year-old Kid? Commander, the mechanical wolf model currently under Du Ziyu's research remains at the Weapons Science Research Institute. Should we retrieve it? Chen Jian asked. No need. The Weapons Science Research Institute is already the primary research unit for our nation's individual soldier mechanical combat platforms. Leaving the mechanical wolf there for their research is perfectly fine. However, we can't delay Du Ziyu from earning his tech points. Wu Pengtao pondered for a moment. Then issue an approval under the name of the General Armament Department, instructing them to accelerate the mechanical wolf's research pace. Additionally, secure the complete technical specifications for this equipment from Du Ziyu and begin establishing the production line. Aren't the Free Nation and those Western countries constantly clamoring to legalize combat robots? Let's grant their request now, then we'll see who regrets it. Ha! At this, Chen Jian's eyes lit up. Weaponry Science Research Institute. Director Zhao and Wang Hao returned to the Research Institute with great excitement, bringing along the mechanical wolf developed by Du Ziyu.
Members of the two multi-legged robot research teams who had also received the notification stood outside the robot testing field, all puzzled. Their faces were filled with confusion and curiosity. "Bro Wang, what's going on here?" a young researcher in his late 20s asked his slightly older colleague beside him.
"Didn't our director go to the mechanical dog competition at the University of Science and Technology of China? Why did he suddenly call us back to announce something important?" Ahem.
Wearing thick-rimmed glasses, Brother Wang cleared his throat twice and whispered mysteriously. "Our director didn't say what it is, but it should be good news."
"Good news? Brother Wang, how do you know that?"
Hearing Brother Wang's words, researchers from several nearby teams gathered curiously around.
"Heh, how do I know?"
"Experience, of course." Brother Wang chuckled proudly. "Think about it, just the other day, Director Zhao tore us to shreds at the multi-legged robot RD meeting.
Clearly, he was dissatisfied with our progress on the multi-legged robot.
But just now, when Director Zhao called us over, he sounded thrilled. I bet Director Zhao and team leader Wang Hao got some inspiration from the mechanical dog competition at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences."
Hearing this, several young researchers nearby nodded in sudden realization.
Just as the group was still discussing this, a military jeep pulled up outside the testing ground in the distance.
Everyone immediately fell silent.
Soon after, Director Zhao and Wang Hao stepped out of the vehicle, both wearing broad smiles.
Two other staff members lifted the mechanical wolf out of the trunk. "Ha! Why did the director and his team bring back a mechanical dog? Who developed this mechanical dog? And why is it so huge? It looks more like a wolf."
The group of researchers standing outside murmured quietly.
"Everyone, I've gathered you here to announce some good news.
Our quadrupedal robot development project is hereby cancelled." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire quadrupedal robot development team froze in shock.
What's going on? Brother Wang, didn't you just say you had good news? How come our director just came in and cancelled our entire research team? Yeah, this is hardly good news. We've been working on this project for years, and now it's just gone?
It wasn't just them, the colleagues from the octoped robot development team nearby also turned pale. Just days ago at a meeting, Director Zhao had indeed lambasted both teams for their sluggish development progress. But the quadruped robot project has always been a key RD initiative for the army.
How could it just be cancelled like that? Director Zhao, surely this can't be the case.
Our quadrupedal robot may not meet the requirements for military deployment, but it still ranks among the top tier internationally. Give us another 2 or 3 years, and we'll definitely catch up to the free nation.
That's right. We've poured years into this project. Are all our years of research and hard work just going to go to waste? Director Zhao, I refuse to accept this. Team leader Wang Hao, please plead our case to the director. Our research project can't just vanish like this.
The researchers of the quadrupedal robot development team protested in frustration. Director Zhao and Wang Hao exchanged glances, momentarily startled, then both burst into laughter.
"Ah, everyone has misunderstood Director Zhao's meaning," Wang Hao said with a smile.
Director Zhao meant that the development phase of the quadrupedal robot is cancelled, and we're moving directly into the technical validation and testing stages.
What? Team leader Wang Hao, our project team's quadrupedal robot hasn't met the performance requirements for military deployment yet, has it? How can we jump straight to the technical validation and testing phase? Could it be that the military's requirements have suddenly been lowered?
Everyone around them looked at the two men with puzzled expressions. Director Zhao smiled without comment, signaling staff to activate the mechanical wolf's power switch.
Instantly, the metallic wolf's eyes flickered twice, then glowed with an eerie crimson light.
Hiss. Seeing the fierce appearance of this mechanical wolf, the surrounding researchers couldn't help but shudder.
They knew full well that this mechanical wolf was merely a metal robot.
It radiated an unmistakably real aura of lethal intent. Especially those two piercing red glows, like the eyes of a bloodthirsty beast, fixed intently upon them.
Director Zhao, what's the deal with this mechanical dog? Not only is it larger than standard models, but why does it look so ferocious like an alpha wolf? That's right. This is a mechanical wolf.
And one that completely surpasses the military's performance requirements. In other words, it was ready for immediate deployment to the front lines. Director Zhao grinned widely, his voice brimming with excitement.
What? A mechanical wolf ready for the battlefield? The room erupted in a roar of astonishment. Disbelief flashed in every pair of eyes.
Just days ago, when they presented the quadrupedal robot project, they had stated it would take at least 2 to 3 more years to meet military requirements.
How could Director Zhao and Wang Hao suddenly bring back a 4-legged robot ready for combat? This couldn't be a joke, could it?
After all, their project team was the most authoritative military quadrupedal robotics RD institution in the country. How could they have solved a technical challenge that even they hadn't mastered after just participating in a robot dog competition at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences? Director Zhao, you don't seriously think our project team's technology is inferior to that of university students, do you? That's impossible. Exactly. Even if our quadrupedal robot research isn't perfect, it's still leading domestically.
Even USTC students couldn't possibly be better than us.
Seeing the look of disbelief on everyone's faces, Director Zhao couldn't help but chuckle smugly.
College students? Ha! You've got that wrong.
The one who developed this powerful mechanical wolf is a 10-year-old student from the gifted program. At this revelation, both the quadruped robot project team and the nearby octoped robot project members collectively froze in shock. The idea that university students could surpass their research team's technology was already unbearable. Now Director Zhao was claiming this mechanical wolf was developed by a mere 10-year-old child.
This wasn't just slapping them in the face. It was grinding their faces into the dirt. Chapter 38. The experts are going crazy. This thing is insane. What? You don't believe it? Director Zhao looked at the skeptical crowd and felt even more triumphant.
Wang Hao, demonstrate the capabilities of this mechanical wolf for them.
Yes, Director. Wang Hao gave a resigned smile. He knew full well that a 10-year-old's mechanical wolf had crushed their country's top military quadruped robot development team. It was truly devastating. But he had witnessed its formidable power firsthand. Whether they accepted it or not, that was the undeniable truth. Xiaobai, scan the surrounding environment and complete route planning. Wang Hao issued the command to the mechanical wolf. Then, everyone watched as the mechanical wolf began moving on its own.
Its eyes, which had been glowing red, scanned the surroundings continuously.
After a moment, the mechanical wolf came to a halt. Scene scan complete. Awaiting next command. Proceed to the red-centered preparation zone in the testing ground and stand by. Roger. With that, the mechanical wolf's limbs began to move. Tap.
The mechanical wolf marched in step toward the nearby testing ground.
During this time, the mechanical wolf encountered researchers blocking the path.
Without pausing for a moment, it simply maneuvered around them as if it truly possessed eyes.
Witnessing this scene, the surrounding researchers all widened their eyes in astonishment. This robotic wolf didn't require remote control. It could receive voice commands directly and act autonomously. Indeed, it had just bypassed an obstacle without the slightest hesitation. Were its chips and sensors truly that advanced? Even before testing began, the researchers working on these multi-legged robots were already stunned. You're absolutely right. This mechanical wolf possesses formidable autonomous combat capabilities. Its AI chip and sensor data far surpass those in our institute.
Not only can it autonomously avoid obstacles, plan routes, and identify targets, but it also possesses full autonomous decision-making and swarm coordination capabilities.
Wang Hao explained to the group. Of course, that's only part of its capabilities.
Now, let me show you its even more impressive performance.
With that, Wang Hao positioned the mechanical wolf on the treadmill and flipped the switch.
In the next instant, the mechanical wolf began moving nimbly on the treadmill, swinging its limbs with agility.
Observing the mechanical wolf's steady running posture, the assembled experts nodded in silent approval.
Its coordination was remarkable. Each mechanical limb moved in perfect unison, demonstrating exceptional stability and an advanced motion control system. Yet Wang Hao, seemingly unsatisfied, immediately increased the treadmill's speed by several notches. The speed instantly surged to 43 km/h, nearly double the military's required maximum speed of 25 km/h. Yet the mechanical wolf on the treadmill maintained a steady pace, its stride showing not the slightest disruption. This scene genuinely startled the surrounding researchers. After all, the average person's daily jogging speed is typically only 8-12 km/h. Even a sprinter as formidable as Bolt, when converted to hourly speed, only reaches about 37-60 km/h. In other words, on flat ground, this mechanical wolf's short burst speed surpasses that of a sprint champion.
Xiaobai, come down.
Although Wang Hao was well aware of the mechanical wolf's formidable short burst acceleration, such extreme speeds were unsustainable even for a machine.
Fearing he might damage this precious machine, Wang Hao promptly gave the order.
Just as everyone expected the mechanical wolf to be flung off when the treadmill stopped.
The mechanical wolf executed a mid-air somersault before landing softly on the ground. This scene left the surrounding researchers utterly stunned. Its agility was astonishingly superior to their own. And to top it off, the mechanical wolf showed off a high-difficulty landing maneuver. The researchers now watched the mechanical wolf, their hearts filled with awe. They were all top researchers in the field of multi-legged robotics. The simple treadmill exercise they witnessed earlier was far more than a mere demonstration. Instead, it fully demonstrated the mechanical wolf's formidable comprehensive capabilities. Team leader Wang, what's the load capacity of this mechanical wolf? Can it remain this stable while carrying a machine gun? A quadrupedal robot researcher couldn't help but ask. Earlier, Wang Hao had already fully demonstrated the mechanical wolf's formidable capabilities to them. As long as it passes the final firearm stability test, it'll be ready for the battlefield. Machine gun? Do you know what weapon this mechanical wolf carried during our competition? It carried a Gatling gun. Its payload capacity reaches the 150 kilogram class. You think it can handle a machine gun? Wang Hao grinned triumphantly. A Gatling gun? In an instant, everyone froze in place. Gatling guns vary in weight. The heaviest is the LM5 127mm Gatling machine gun developed by their Dragon Nation. Even that model, however, weighed only 90 kilograms including the barrel and mount. Meaning this contraption could not only handle the weight of a Gatling gun, but could even support an adult weighing up to 60 kilograms sitting on top. Powerful. Absolutely incredible. At that moment, every researcher present was utterly awed by the mechanical wolf's insane performance. Compared to this mechanical wolf, their previous mechanical dog project looked like a pile of scrap metal. Now, do you think our quadruped robot project still warrants further research? Director Zhao asked with a smile as he looked around at the group. No way. The researchers, reeling from the psychological blow, all shook their heads with wry smiles. Even if they persisted with their research, it would only be a waste of time. Therefore, your primary focus moving forward will be on mastering the technology behind this mechanical wolf. Technical documentation for this mechanical wolf will be delivered in a couple of days. Everyone should master these technologies as quickly as possible. Of course, the octopus robot project must still proceed. Director Zhao said with a smile. Alright, everyone, go prepare yourselves. I need to head to the General Armament Department first to report this good news. I'm sure the General Assembly Department will be thrilled, ha. Director Zhao chuckled smugly. However, before his laughter had fully died down, a sedan bearing the General Assembly Department's license plate pulled into the compound of the Academy of Ordnance Science. A staff member from the General Armament Department then stepped out. Director Zhao and his team looked puzzled. They hadn't even reported to the General Armament Department yet. How had they sent someone over first? Director Zhao, hello, the staff member addressed Director Zhao and his group. I'm here to deliver an order from the General Armament Department. Saying this, the staff member handed Director Zhao a red-headed document. Director Zhao opened it and glanced at it curiously, then froze in shock. It was an order instructing the Academy of Armament Science to accelerate the reverse engineering of the mechanical wolf technology. But we just got the mechanical wolf back. How did the General Armament Department find out? Director Zhao was utterly baffled. Director Zhao, I'm not sure about that, but our leadership is placing great importance on this mechanical wolf project. He not only demands accelerated progress from your institute but is also establishing a production line for the mechanical wolf. The goal is to achieve small-scale batch production capability within 1 month. I need to head to the Army General Staff Headquarters now. Excuse me. Without waiting for Director Zhao to respond, the staff member from the General Armament Department drove away. This is truly peculiar. How did the General Armament Department learn about the mechanical wolf so quickly? And they're skipping the evaluation phase altogether, planning to proceed directly to production and deployment? That seems a bit irregular. Director, this isn't our concern. We're a research and development unit. We can't control the decisions of the General Armament Department. Wang Hao said with a smile. You're right. Regardless of how the General Armament Department found out, we'll just follow their lead. Director Zhao nodded. Comrades, orders have come down from above. We must complete this mission within the stipulated timeframe. Additionally, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Not a single detail can be leaked. Yes, sir. The researchers at the Weapons Science Research Institute were now all fired up. They couldn't wait to see this mechanical wolf wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Chapter 39, Legalizing War Robots? Meanwhile, Army General Staff Headquarters. Chief of Staff Zhang Lei stared grimly at the documents on his desk. Thud. Director Liu of the Equipment Division then entered the room. Sir, you requested me? Sit down and speak. Zhang Lei waved him down, his expression heavy with worry. The Foreign Affairs Department just issued a document. Yesterday, the Free Nation and several Western countries submitted a proposal to the Blue Star Alliance Council. It concerns a proposal to legalize the development and use of intelligent warfare robots. Our Foreign Affairs Department is aware that our war robot research has yet to yield results, so we have not commented on this proposal at this time. Director Liu felt deeply troubled upon hearing this. 3 years ago, at the review conference for the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, Dragon Nation had already proposed a ban on killer robots. At the time, this idea gained widespread recognition and support from third world nations. However, it was ultimately vetoed due to opposition from nations developing such weapons, including Liberty Nation, Sunset Nation, White Bear Nation, Squid Nation, and India. With no other option, the Dragon Nation military accelerated its own development of combat robots. Yet 3 years later, the military's research into war robots still failed to meet the required performance parameters. Now, nations like the Free Nation were attempting to bypass the Blue Star Alliance and directly finalize the war robot project, seeking to make it fully legal. He understood exactly what this signified. Over the years, the international situation had grown increasingly unstable. Especially in recent years, with the technological boom, the military capabilities of various nations had been continuously expanding. Conflicts between nations have escalated as they vie for their own interests. Wars in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, in particular, showed signs of spilling over, drawing in more and more nations. The entire Blue Star seemed poised for a major realignment, signaling the dawn of Season 3. Consequently, many powerful nations have begun intensifying their research and development of combat robots. They hope to gain a decisive advantage in future conflicts. The Free Nation has chosen this moment to push forward the legalization of war robots. This indicates that they have undoubtedly achieved significant progress in the field of war robots. Their capabilities have even reached a level suitable for military deployment. On the other hand, the Free Nation also seeks to leverage this opportunity to demonstrate its status as a beacon of blue star, solidifying its image as a military superpower. They also intend to use these war robots to intimidate uncooperative nations. Dragon Nation stands as the Free Nation's greatest thorn in the side. Although the nation has experienced rapid growth in both military and economic spheres in recent years, and even surpassed the Dragon Nation in many fields, it still lacked confidence in the realm of war robots. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei grew irritable. He grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the desk, offered one to Director Liu. Only then did he light one for himself, taking a deep drag. This damned Free Nation, we seek peaceful development, yet they insist on fanning the flames, denying the entire Blue Star any peace. They're practically forcing us into confrontation. Intelligence from the National Security Department also indicated that the Free Nation had secretly signed an internal agreement on war robots with several Western countries, as well as Japan and South Korea. They plan to pool each nation's advanced technologies to jointly develop new combat robots. Moreover, they explicitly stated that no related technology or components may be sold to us in any form. We've long been accustomed to the Free Nation's walled garden strategy. For years, whenever the Free Nation or other Western powers developed cutting-edge technology, their first priority has been to prevent leaks to the Dragon Nation. After all, the Dragon Nation is now the largest industrial power on Blue Star. Anything that falls into their hands will see its price plummet instantly. More crucially, they fear the rise of the Dragon Nation could threaten the wealth and international standing they've amassed through centuries of exploitation and plunder. For so many years, they've been fighting this battle almost entirely alone. Damn it! Give us another few decades to develop, and our Dragon Nation would have long since reclaimed its place atop Blue Star. Why should we endure this kind of humiliation like we do now? If you ask me, we might as well go toe-to-toe with them. After all, we've fought them before decades ago. Those cowards are nothing but paper tigers, all show and no substance. Wang Lei slammed his fist on the table, his face radiating sheer dominance. As a leading hawk within the military, Wang Lei held nothing but contempt for the shameless actions of the Free Nation and Western powers. Commander, you shouldn't be so impulsive. What we need now is development. Starting a war now would only play right into Liberty Nation's hands. Director Liu beside him said with a wry smile. Ugh, have we made no significant progress on our combat robots yet? Wang Lei exhaled a smoke ring with obvious frustration, his voice tinged with irritation. Not yet. Although we're researching both quadruped and octoped robots, they haven't met the military's requirements. Director Liu shook his head helplessly. Just last week, the Weapons Science Research Institute reported that progress has been less than ideal, with at least another 2 to 3 years needed. If even their development is lagging, other military RD units are certainly no better. But the Free Nation has already submitted a proposal to the Blue Star Alliance Village. They can't afford to give them that much time to develop. Once Liberty Nation's combat robots are deployed on the battlefield first, they will gain a first-mover advantage and accumulate vast battlefield experience. By then, overtaking the Free Nation in this field would become even more difficult. Yet this was the reality of domestic laboratory progress. No amount of urgency could change it. It's agonizing. Just as the two were deeply troubled by the matter of the battlefield robots, the guard's voice sounded outside the door. Report! Commander, representatives from the General Armament Department have arrived. Hearing this, Wang Lei froze in surprise. What could the General Armament Department possibly want at this hour? Let him in, Wang Lei said calmly. Moments later, the same staff member from the General Armament Department who had earlier delivered orders to the Academy of Ordnance Science entered. Commander, good day. I've been sent by our commander to deliver a message. Deliver a message? Wang Lei asked, puzzled. Why not just call? Why send someone in person? Wang Lei asked, somewhat puzzled. Because this matter is rather significant, the commander instructed me to come personally. After speaking, he glanced at Director Liu again. Wang Lei instantly understood the implication. Commander, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Director Liu, being no fool, naturally sensed this matter was not for his ears. He simply stated his intention and exited the office. Now that we're alone, what's this about? Wang Lei looked up at him curiously. Commander, Zeyu has produced new research findings. Our commander sent me to inform you. Zeyu? That kid who submitted the military technology system? As a high-ranking member of the military, Wang Lei had naturally attended that evening's meeting. He was well aware of Zeyu's possession of the military technology system. But he hadn't expected that, barely a month after that meeting, Zeyu would have already exchanged for new military technology. This instantly perked Wang Lei up. He knew that every piece of technology within that military system was top tier. What kind of technology did this kid come up with? Is it related to our army? Exactly.
The staff member from the General Armament Department nodded. This time, Zeyu had developed a military mechanical wolf. The prototype had already been delivered to the Academy of Ordnance Science.
It has passed testing, with its overall performance fully meeting military requirements.
Our commander is now pushing for the implementation of this project.
Mass production of this mechanical wolf is expected to commence within a month. What? A mechanical wolf?
At this news, Wang Lei shot up from his chair.
His expression was utterly agitated. Chapter 40, in the blink of an eye, the mechanical wolf is being deployed to the troops? You're telling the truth. Zeyu redeemed a military-grade mechanical wolf? Wang Lei's expression was filled with excitement. This is absolutely tremendous news for the army.
Just moments ago, he'd been discussing the lag in combat robotics with Director Liu. Little did he expect that moments after voicing this concern, the General Armament Department would deliver such a tremendous surprise.
How does this mechanical wolf perform? Has it reached the world's top level? Wang Lei couldn't help but ask.
It has, the reply came.
Though we haven't obtained the specific parameters of the war robots from the Free Nation yet.
But the overall performance of this mechanical wolf exceeds the military's previous requirements by more than double.
More than double? Just how powerful is this mechanical wolf? Wang Lei was well aware of how high the military's standards for combat robots were.
These standards were essentially on par with those of the Free Nation.
And now, their mechanical wolf outperformed those requirements by more than double. How could he not be astonished?
The military-industrial complex never disappoints. Their efficiency and caliber are simply top-notch.
Wang Lei had been one of the military brass who questioned the authenticity of Zeyu's submitted system.
Yet unexpectedly, they were the first to reap the benefits of the military-industrial system.
It felt like manna from heaven to Wang Lei. However, Wang Lei didn't let his joy cloud his judgment. He quickly regained his composure.
He knew that Wu Pengtao from the General Armament Department now concurrently served as the head of the Military-Industrial System Coordination Department. And the staff member from the General Armament Department standing before him was likely part of that same division. Their visit was certainly not just to share this good news. Your commander instructed us to have the Army General Staff keep an eye on this matter, correct?
The staff member nodded. Yes, sir. Zeyu's technology points are nearly depleted and urgently need replenishment.
The technology for that previous small launch vehicle was too complex for us to advance in a short time frame. This mechanical wolf, however, is relatively simpler in technology, and we already have many of the materials. Once we fully understand the technology, we can immediately establish production lines for rapid mass production. This will replenish Zeyu's system tech points at the fastest possible pace. Therefore, our commander requests your department expedite the process of equipping this mechanical wolf within the military units.
Upon hearing this, Wang Lei nodded earnestly.
Rest assured, Commander, our staff department will expedite this matter. Having already tasted the benefits the military-industrial system offered them, Wang Lei naturally placed greater emphasis on it than before.
The deployment of the mechanical wolves was a minor matter. Replenishing Zeyu's system tech points was the real priority. He dared not delay. Alright, I'll head back now. Wang Lei nodded. After the General Armament Department personnel departed, he summoned Director Liu back.
Old Liu, we don't need to worry about the battlefield robots anymore.
It's all taken care of now, heh.
Wang Lei grinned widely, his laughter ringing out cheerfully.
Resolved? Director Liu froze in place, holding his water cup. Wait, I just went back to my office to get a cup of hot water. How could the battlefield robot issue be resolved?
But then he remembered the staff member from the General Armament Department who had just come by.
Sir, did the General Armament Department provide the information? Which R&D department developed this advanced battlefield robot? Director Liu was visibly excited. A 10-year-old kid from the elite youth program at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences.
Wang Lei replied vaguely. After all, only a handful of high-ranking officials from various military departments knew about Zeyu's special abilities.
Youth program? A 10-year-old child? Director Liu stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. He knew the elite youth program at USTC gathered the nation's most brilliant young geniuses. But a 10-year-old developing military-grade combat robots? That was taking genius to a whole new level. Ahem, you needn't concern yourself with that child's affairs. Your immediate task is to coordinate with the General Armament Department on this matter. After all, mass production of that mechanical wolf begins in 1 month. Wang Lei said with a smile. Mass production in a month? Director Liu exclaimed in shock.
Sir, that's probably not feasible. Even if that mechanical wolf passes the General Assembly Department's testing and evaluation, comprehensive consideration is still required before it can be deployed to the troops.
Even for a mature product, following standard procedures would take several months. Weapons deployment in the military is no trivial matter.
Especially in Manhwa, every weapon must undergo a rigorous and complex approval process before formal adoption.
Only after confirming no issues will deployment be considered. Yet as the head of the Army General Staff's equipment department, he hadn't received a single hint about the mechanical wolf Wang Lei mentioned. This indicates the mechanical wolf was also recently developed. According to regulations, such equipment requires extensive testing and evaluation. What comprehensive evaluation? I'll submit a report directly to the Central Military Commission. You just push this forward. Special cases warrant special treatment. The higher-ups have their own considerations. Wang Lei declared with unmistakable authority. Are you kidding? Do Zeyu's tech gear was all exchanged from the military-industrial system? How could there possibly be any issues? If we follow the standard procedures, when will the system's tech points ever be replenished? If it delayed Du Zeyu's use of tech points to exchange for new military technology, he'd become the military scapegoat. Would the military commission ever approve that? Director Wang looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom why Wang Lei had such unwavering confidence in this mechanical wolf. But since Wang Lei had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Oh, and call the Foreign Affairs Department later to share this good news with them. Wasn't the Free Nation trying to legalize war robots this time? Then we'll grant their request. Then I'll see who ends up regretting it, ha. To be honest, these past few days, his mood had been heavy and stifled. Watching Liberty Nation team up with other Western nations to establish a technological barrier for war robots, flaunting their might before them. Yet they couldn't produce matching technology in time. This feeling of both rage and helplessness tormented him constantly. Truth be told, it wasn't just him. For years, their Dragon Nation had endured discriminatory treatment from Western powers. This had fueled a burning determination within every Dragon Nation citizen. With each technological barrier conquered, the nation's confidence grew stronger. Now, in the field of combat robots, they had achieved another reversal. The long-planned schemes of the Free Nation and Western powers had ironically paved the way for them. Once the bill legalizing war robots passes, they will have no more worries. In this domain, Dragon Nation will reign supreme. He could already envision it. The expressions on the faces of the Free Nation and other Western powers when they see the Dragon Nation's war robots appear on the battlefield, first how priceless they will be. Chapter 41, settled? The Foreign Affairs Task Force was utterly stunned. Liberty Nation. Located along the East River in Twist Waste, Manhattan, it serves as the primary headquarters for the Blue Star Alliance Village, also known as Alliance Village Tower. Its western boundary borders Liberty Nation's First Avenue, making for an excellent location. At this very moment, Gung Lei, who had just been promoted from spokesperson for the Dragon Nation's Foreign Affairs Department to Deputy Permanent Representative of Dragon Nation to Blue Star Alliance Village, hurriedly concluded his first appearance in the international server. He was not particularly tall, sporting a sharp, cropped hairstyle and facial features that were strikingly angular. His perpetually furrowed brow exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect without anger. As a foreign affairs representative beloved by the Dragon Nation's populace, he found himself unable to feel truly happy after transferring to the international server. His debut in the Blue Star Alliance Village immediately confronted him with a thorny proposal. The topic, the legalization of war robots. Whether future intelligent robots should be militarized has long been a focal point of discussion among Blue Star nations. Yet the Foreign Affairs Department's stance on this issue has always been ambiguous. Frankly speaking, this was because the Dragon Nation had consistently lagged behind in the development of war robots. Domestically, they had yet to achieve any significant breakthroughs. Now, however, the Free Nation has clearly recognized this weakness. They are attempting to directly legalize the development and deployment of war robots within the Blue Star Alliance. They undoubtedly intend to use this opportunity to challenge the Dragon Nation and disrupt its strategic plans. That's why, during the earlier meeting, despite Gung Lei's persistent and reasoned arguments, he achieved little. After all, several major powers on Blue Star are engaged in the development of war robots. Even the White Bear Nation, which had maintained friendly relations with them until recently, chose to support the legalization process for war robots. Gung Lei could only fight this battle alone, feeling quite exhausted. However, just as the first meeting concluded and Gung Lei was preparing to return to his office with the documents, a military attaché from the Dragon Nation's embassy in the Free Nation approached him. Military attaches at foreign embassies belong to the Foreign Affairs Officer Cadre, serving as diplomatic representatives of the armed forces. They are typically selected by the Defense Department from outstanding active duty officers across the military. Ambassador Gung Zhao Qiulai, dressed in military uniform, strode purposefully toward him. Colonel Zhao, what brings you here? Is there something concerning the embassy? Gung Lei halted, asking curiously. It's not about the embassy. It's about the war robots. Zhao Qiulai was slightly out of breath, clearly having rushed over. Hearing this, Gung Lei couldn't help but frown again. Colonel Zhao, the military sent you to inquire about the progress of this meeting, didn't they? Gung Lei gave a wry smile. He knew the military back home was paying close attention to the Free Nation's push to legalize war robots. The military had always opposed the passage of this bill, at least for now. After all, their domestic military weapons research institutions hadn't yet developed robots of comparable capability. For days now, military personnel had been inquiring daily about the status of this matter. He understood the immense pressure on the domestic RD institutions. But the pressure on his foreign affairs department was no less intense. Even though their nation had grown powerful and held a significantly higher standing within the Blue Star Alliance village than before, faced with the unanimous agreement of the other four major powers of Blue Star, he was powerless to intervene. "I'm sorry, Colonel Zhao. This time, our foreign affairs department may disappoint the military." Gung Lei sighed and murmured. Though this was only the first round of discussions, the positions of most nations' representatives had already become clear. With the exception of a few militarily weaker African nations, most countries had agreed to the proposal. "Our chances of success aren't looking good." Gung Lei truthfully relayed the meeting's outcome to Zhao Qiulai. After finishing, Gung Lei felt deeply frustrated. Since the rise of their nation, when had the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ever felt so humiliated? Now, the Dragon Nation's foreign affairs team had undergone a complete transformation, growing increasingly assertive. With a mighty nation as their backing, they no longer had to be as timid and submissive as they were during the Qingjing administration. Forget those aging military powers in their twilight years. Even when facing the current Blue Star's dominant power, the Free Nation, they dared to confront them head-on, refusing to give them any leeway. That's what I call satisfying. Yet this time, they themselves lack confidence. In the realm of multi-legged robots, the Free Nation and Western powers held every advantage. Yet they themselves have been unable to produce the expected results. They could only rely on diplomatic rhetoric to maneuver and play evasive tactics. But this was no sustainable strategy. Though this meeting ended without agreement, what about the next one? And the one after that? In short, they now found themselves in a highly passive position. As diplomats, they understood better than anyone that weak nations have no diplomacy. Seeing Gung Lei's furrowed brow, Zhao Qiulai paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. Who would have thought Ambassador Gung could look so frustrated? Gung Lei was speechless as he stared at Zhao Qiulai, who was grinning in mockery at him. "Major Zhao, how can you even smile at a time like this? How easy do you think it is for us in the Foreign Affairs Department to resolve this for the military?" "Ambassador Gung, you've misunderstood me." Zhao Qiulai slapped Gung Lei's shoulder hard, making him wince. "I came here to tell you that the matter with the domestic war robots has been resolved." "Oh, resolved? That's good. Wait. What did you say? What do you mean, resolved?" Gung Lei, who had just been pondering how to handle the second round of meetings in a few days. He snapped his head up, looking at Zhao Qiulai with uncertainty. He felt like he must have misheard something. "I said the military has resolved the domestic battlefield robot project. We have a quadruped robot that meets the military's requirements and is ready for immediate deployment." Zhao Qiulai grinned, repeating the news cheerfully. Boom! Gung Lei's heart gave a jolt. Battlefield robots, they've developed them domestically? That can't be possible. Just yesterday, the military called me saying the development progress of domestic battlefield robots was slow. They told us to stall as much as possible to prevent the Free Nation's proposal from passing. How could they have developed it overnight? Though not a military researcher himself, Gung Lei understood the complexity and difficulty of scientific work. How could they report slow progress yesterday and deliver results today? It's true. You're right. Yesterday's call mentioned slow progress in our domestic military labs. But today's four-legged robot achievement wasn't developed by them, it was created by an elementary school student. A little elementary school kid? Yes, apparently that elementary student is a genius from the elite youth program at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Honestly, the geniuses in our country these days are just too impressive. If this kid grows up, he might just rival old Qian. Zhao Qiulai said with pride. Even old Qian wasn't this brilliant in elementary school, was he? Gung Lei couldn't help but twitch his lips. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was utterly absurd. But Zhao Qiulai, as a major general in the military, wouldn't joke about something like this. Oh, and that quadrupedal robot? Word is it was exempted from all testing and approval procedures. The General Armament Department has already instructed military industrial units to set up production lines. Mass production is expected to begin next month. By then, our Dragon Nation might just be the first country to deploy quadruped robots in its military units. Ha! Zhao Qiulai stood tall, his bold smile wearing no trace of concealment. After hearing this, Gung Lei was utterly bewildered. What the hell? My meeting on legalizing war robots isn't even over yet. The military is mass-producing combat robots next month? Gung Lei stood frozen in place, his mind feeling like it had short-circuited. Chapter 42, Teach the Free Nation a Lesson. Gung Lei stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. This was just too much information to process. He couldn't process it all at once. It took him over half a minute to process it all before he finally snapped out of it. So, does that mean we won't be at a disadvantage in this afternoon's meeting? For the first time, Gung Lei's frown relaxed completely. He'd just switched from the domestic market to the international server, and the pressure was already immense. And then he'd been hit with such a thorny issue right off the bat. Solving this problem had caused him so much worry these past few days that several strands of his hair had turned white. Now he could finally regain his usual composure and assertiveness. Ha, excellent. Ambassador Zhao, you have no idea how much pressure I've been under these past few days. Facing Liberty Nation's provocative statements, I didn't even have the confidence to respond. It was utterly frustrating. Armed with their advanced quadrupedal robot technology, they've been relentlessly courting other nations, aiming to completely isolate us. You have no idea how arrogant the Free Nation's foreign affairs representatives have become lately. Now that we have our own quadrupedal robots, I can stand tall and speak up with confidence. This matter had weighed on Gung Lei like a boulder, leaving him breathless. Now that the boulder had been lifted, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Zhao Qiulai watched Gung Lei's expression and felt a pang of sympathy. These past years, it had truly been no easy task for Longwa's foreign affairs personnel on the international stage. Not only did they have to safeguard the nation's interests, but they also had to guard against the possibility of the Free Nation and other Western countries launching attacks at any moment. His heart was filled with deep emotion. Well, Ambassador Gung, this matter is finally resolved. Now it's time for you to let off some steam and launch a counterattack. Zhao Qiulai slung an arm around Zhao Lei's shoulder and gave a knowing smile. Counterattack? Colonel Zhao, what do you mean? Gung Lei froze. The military demands that quadruped robots be deployed to units next month. This is a game changer on the battlefield for the army. Naturally, we need to finalize this and make war robots legal. We may not need to kill with blades, but we can't be without them. You agree, right? Hearing this, Gung Lei instantly grasped Zhao Qiulai's meaning. Although they had previously opposed legalizing war robots at this stage, they never denied the role and lethality of war robots on the battlefield. Military think tanks across major military powers have already positioned war robots as the protagonists of future battlefields. In the later stages of development, they could even completely replace soldiers, operating autonomously on the battlefield. For ground forces in particular, this was a weapon that would fundamentally alter the nature of warfare. They may choose not to use such weapons, but they absolutely cannot afford to be without them. Now that the Free Nation and Western powers have proactively presented the proposal for combat robots, they naturally intend to capitalize on it. At this thought, a sly, fox-like smile spread across Gung Lei's lips. Seeing that smile, even Zhao Qiulai beside him couldn't help but shiver. As a military attaché working in the Foreign Affairs Office, he knew all too well the capabilities of the Dragon country's foreign affairs team. Every one of these guys was a master manipulator, capable of smiling their way through meetings while secretly leading others into traps. Gung Lei's smile now made it clear to him that the Free Nation's representatives were in for a rough ride this time. Ambassador Gung, have you thought of another brilliant idea? Zhao Qiulai asked curiously. While we now possess more advanced combat robots domestically, granting us a means to strike back later. But we can't reveal that information yet. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiulai nodded in understanding. Indeed, the Free Nation is a crafty old fox, not to mention those Western and Cherry Blossom Nation scoundrels. If they found out we already have robots ready for military deployment, they'd be the first to oppose it. This isn't the first time the Free Nation has pulled such a stunt. They proposed this resolution simply because they believe Longwa's technology lags behind theirs in this field. That's why they're rallying other nations to see the Dragon Nation humiliated. But if they discovered that the Dragon Nation also possessed advanced quadrupedal robots even more advanced than theirs, given the shameless nature of those thieves in the Free Nation, they'd likely scrap their own proposal on the spot. At that point, it would actually work against them. Gung Lei smiled faintly and remarked. In that case, we'll put on a show and teach the Free Nation a lesson. We'll start by arguing our case logically, opposing the legalization process for war robots. The Free Nation and its lackeys will inevitably push back fiercely, driving forward the legalization of this matter. Then, when the final vote comes, we'll pull off a dramatic reversal and cast our votes in favor. That'll seal the deal once and for all. Gung Lei's mouth twisted into a grin he couldn't suppress. Only Zhao Qiulai took a moment to process it before finally catching on. Gung Lei was playing mind games. First, he'd let the Free Nation believe they had victory in the bag, then successfully force the Dragon Nation to agree to legalize war robots. By then, the Free Nation and Western powers would surely be basking in their self-satisfaction. But once their laughter subsided, Dragon Nation would turn around and unveil even more advanced quadrupedal robots. Just imagine the look on Freedom Nation's faces then. You diplomats really think outside the box. This plan is ruthlessly brilliant. Zhao Qiulai's eyes widened in shock. We're ruthless? Gung Lei's eyes instantly sharpened. Back when they bullied us, weren't they 1,000 times more ruthless? How much suffering have we endured over the years, bearing insults and hardships to reach this point? So when it comes to them, I feel no burden at all doing this. In fact, I think it's too lenient. Gung Lei muttered through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Zhao Qiulai clenched his fists and nodded solemnly. This is exactly how we should treat those nations that once bullied us. They'll be proven wrong by our strength. The Dragon Nation is no longer the country they can manipulate at will. Ambassador Gung is absolutely right. Let's proceed accordingly. Colonel Zhao, the second round of meetings begins in 3 days. Time is tight. I need to go back and revise the plan. Gung Lei glanced at his watch and said earnestly, Ambassador Gung, you have urgent matters to attend to. I won't keep you any longer. I'll head back to the Foreign Affairs Office and await your good news. Give those bastards a taste of their own medicine. With that, Zhao Qiulai waved goodbye and strode out with purpose. Gung Lei returned to his office in the Blue Star Alliance village. He relayed the news to everyone present. Upon hearing the news, the other foreign affairs personnel in the delegation were just as excited as Zhao Lei. Eyes darted around as they began discussing the situation. When it came to scheming, the Dragon Nation had never backed down from anyone. In the past, they lacked sufficient strength. Absolute power rendered all schemes utterly useless. But now they possessed both strength and strategy. What did they have to fear? Chapter 43, Guiding Work at the General Armament Department. Early morning. On the way to the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Seated in the sedan, Du Zeyu munched on a pancake while chatting with Yu Peng. Uncle Yu, did you hand over the technical documents I gave you about the mechanical wolf to the military? Hearing this, Yu Peng, who was driving in the front seat, smiled and nodded. It's been submitted. The higher-ups are very satisfied with the performance of this mechanical wolf. The General Armament Department has already instructed the Academy of Ordnance Science to accelerate research on the technology you provided. At the same time, preparations for the production line are in full swing. As for equipping the troops, the Army General Staff Department is handling that. According to the plan, production of your mechanical wolf will commence in 1 month. Once the Foreign Affairs Department finalizes the resolution legalizing combat robots at the Blue Star Alliance village, they can be formally deployed to the troops. General Yu Peng recounted the military's actions to Du Zeyu. Hearing this, Du Zeyu raised an eyebrow. Mechanical wolves to be deployed in the military within a month? The military's speed is indeed impressive. It seems the military accelerated the project to help him acquire sufficient tech points sooner. By the way, in a couple of days, the Weapons Science Research Institute will convene a meeting to finalize the design modifications for the new version of the mechanical wolf. The leadership of the General Armament Department hopes you can attend and provide guidance. Although Du Zeyu's mechanical wolf design was already highly mature, minor adjustments are still needed to align with the specific characteristics and requirements of the Dragon Nation's army. For instance, how to reduce costs by eliminating less frequently used functions while preserving core technologies. For instance, can less critical, scarce components be substituted with alternative materials? Additionally, we need to explore whether this advanced mechanical wolf can be modularized to develop specialized variants for reconnaissance, combat, demolition, and other missions. Although Du Zeyu wouldn't need to handle these follow-up adjustments himself, the final assembly department clearly wanted to hear his input. In a couple of days? That's the weekend I can swing by. Du Zeyu smiled. After all, the elite youth program didn't assign much homework. Since he'd be free anyway, dropping by wouldn't hurt. Alright, I'll get back to the assembly department shortly. Yu Ping chuckled. A 10-year-old child actually making time on weekends to advise the military's General Armament Department. Who would have believed it before? Also, I've already had someone deliver the materials you requested last time to your lab at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Great, thanks for that, Uncle Yu. Du Zeyu gave a slight nod. The materials he requested weren't for developing new technology, but for his father's car paint business. Ever since he supplied this paint to Du Bin's auto repair shop, business had been booming. Every day, numerous luxury car owners drove to Du Bin's shop specifically for paint jobs. As a result, spray painting had almost become the main business at Du Bin's auto repair shop. But the small amount of paint Du Zeyu had previously given his father was nowhere near enough, and the materials in the lab had long since been depleted. Under Du Bin's persistent pleading, Du Zeyu reluctantly had Yu Peng contact the military to send another batch of materials. Over the next 2 days, Du Zeyu used the military-supplied materials to produce a substantial amount of paint for Du Bin. Only after finishing these tasks did Du Zeyu find time to attend the final meeting for modifying the military mechanical wolf at the General Assembly Department. Inside the General Assembly Department building. Good morning, uncles and grandpas. Sorry I'm running late. No school today meant I slept in. Hope you haven't been waiting too long. Standing just over a meter tall, Du Zeyu appeared in the Assembly Department conference room, smiling brightly as he carried a bag of potato chips and his beloved pet. Hearing this, Wu Pengtao, seated at the head of the conference room, twitched his lips. Having a 10-year-old child guide their military research project on the weekend, they should be the ones feeling embarrassed. Ha, you must be Xiaoyu. Come, sit next to Grandpa. Wu Pengtao greeted Du Zeyu with an indulgent smile. Hearing this, Du Zeyu nodded and calmly sat down beside Wu Pengtao. Yu Peng had previously informed him that the state had established a department specifically to serve him and the military-industrial system. And the head of that department was none other than the man before him, the head of the General Armament Department. Hello, Grandpa Wu. Good. Xiaoyu is so polite, much better than my own grandson who only knows how to cause trouble. If I had a grandson like you, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Wu Pengtao made no secret of his affection for Du Ziyu. After all, Du Ziyu not only possessed the system that would unlock the future of Longhua's military industry, but also possesses intellect and abilities far surpassing those of his peers. Who wouldn't adore a child this brilliant, whose potential could reshape the nation's military industry? Inside the conference room, Director Zhao of the Weapons Science Research Institute and researchers like Wang Hao were filled with excitement upon seeing Du Zeyu again. Over the past few days, their institute had been intensively dissecting and analyzing the technology behind this mechanical wolf. Yet the deeper they delved, the more astonished they became. The sophistication of these technologies far surpassed the research achievements of these experts accumulated over many years. Director Zhao even considered recruiting this military genius into the Academy of Ordnance Science. However, personnel from the General Armament Department had intervened. Only then did Director Zhao realize that the military high command had long been aware of Du Ziyu's exceptional nature. Now, witnessing Wu Pengtao's apparent indulgence toward Du Ziyu only reinforced his suspicions. Yet he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. He feared it might involve classified information. Their primary purpose in inviting Du Ziyu this time was to seek his guidance on their work. Commander, distinguished leaders, and young Mr. Du Ziyu, good day. I am the team leader of the quadrupedal robotics project at the Weapons Research Institute. Wang Hao stood up and introduced himself to the assembly in the conference room. When his gaze fell upon Du Ziyu, he offered a separate greeting. Though Du Ziyu was only 10 years old, this advanced mechanical wolf was entirely his creation, a feat that naturally commanded respect. Alright, let's get straight to the point. Wu Pengtao smiled and said directly. Wang Hao nodded, walked over to the projector, and began his detailed presentation. Du Ziyu, seeing this, tore open a bag of potato chips and popped open a can of cola. To an outsider, it might have looked like he was here to watch a movie. Wu Pengtao merely smiled indulgently, saying nothing more. After all, given this youngster's contributions to the military, snacking during high-level meetings was the least they could tolerate. Even if he set the conference room on fire, they wouldn't have a single complaint. The mechanical wolf designed by Du Ziyu was advanced, but perhaps a bit too advanced. Many of its technologies and performance metrics even exceeded specifications by a significant margin. While this was a positive development, it didn't necessarily translate to practical application for the current army. Therefore, the primary task of the Weapons Science Research Institute is to streamline this mechanical wolf, making it more suitable for the actual needs of the army. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. These are several different types of combat robots derived from the mechanical wolf by our research team, based on the military's current requirements. Wang Hao introduced them to the group with a hint of nervousness. Du Ziyu's eyes lit up as he studied the various mechanical wolf derivatives displayed on the large screen. His hand moved faster as he stuffed potato chips into his mouth. Chapter 44, Mental Attack Attribute? What the hell is this? Du Ziyu watched the projected images of several derivative mechanical wolf models with keen interest. Combat Type Big White Mechanical Wolf. This mechanical wolf variant is primarily designed for ground combat. As such, it has shed many of the original mechanical wolf's other capabilities, retaining only its formidable offensive power and excellent off-road mobility. Numerous components were removed, and weight reduction was implemented in certain mechanical structures. This variant boasts greater load-carrying capacity than its predecessor, with corresponding speed improvements. The standout feature is a new weapon module designed by Wang Hao's D-Team. This module enables the combat variant to flexibly swap weapon configurations. It can carry not only small machine guns and Gatling guns, but even mount small rocket launchers. This significantly enhances its offensive capabilities and tactical versatility. Additionally, the mechanical wolf is equipped with an automatic magazine changing system, significantly enhancing its sustained firepower. Du Ziyu nodded with clear satisfaction. It must be said that the Weapons Science Research Institute truly has some skills. Although this mechanical wolf's overall performance couldn't match the one he had previously developed, its combat capabilities were markedly superior. The second model was designated the Big White Scout Mechanical Wolf. This mechanical wolf was 2 sizes smaller than the original model, more akin to the dimensions of the original mechanical dog. This downsizing enhances its agility and concealment capabilities. It retains the high-definition multispectral camera and infrared thermal imaging module from Du Ziyu's earlier design, while adding a low-light night vision device. This enables it to maintain strong reconnaissance capabilities even at night. Combined with the original mechanical wolf's formidable off-road capabilities, it can conduct reconnaissance missions across diverse complex terrains. Particularly in urban and jungle warfare, it can fully replace army scouts, venturing alone into dangerous and complex terrain for reconnaissance. It provides intelligence support for subsequent units. Moreover, Wang Hao and his team enhanced its battery modules, significantly extending its endurance. Beyond this, there is also a variant known as the Big White Transport Mechanical Wolf. This derivative model is significantly simplified, essentially abandoning all combat and reconnaissance functions. It retains only a few smoke grenades and small defensive weapons. Its design maximizes cargo capacity and off-road mobility. It even features a tail-like hook at the rear, allowing it to directly mount various weapons, ammunition, or medical supplies. Observing these diverse quadrupedal robots derived from Du Ziyu's mechanical wolf designs, Wu Pengtao and the other army generals were thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. The modifications by your Weapons Research Academy have been highly successful. These derivative mechanical wolf models can meet all our army's battlefield requirements. Minister Wu, I believe these modification proposals are all excellent and can be deployed directly to the troops. A general from the Army Equipment Institute said with a smile. Well, sir, you're too kind. Honestly, these modifications aren't much to speak of. The real credit goes to Xiaoyu's mechanical wolf. Its performance is simply outstanding. With such advanced technology available, we've merely streamlined the process. Despite receiving praise from the military commander, Wang Hao felt quite embarrassed. After all, the Armament Science Research Institute hadn't truly innovated anything in this modification. We merely broke down and refined the technology provided by Du Zeyu. The real credit belonged to Du Zeyu. Hearing this, all eyes in the conference room turned to Du Zeyu. After all, as the researcher behind the mechanical wolf, his words carried greater weight. Xiaoyu, you've reviewed these derivative mechanical wolf designs. What are your thoughts? Wu Pengtao looked at Du Zeyu with a satisfied smile. As everyone waited intently for Du Ziyu's opinion, Du Zeyu remained silent, head bowed. After a long pause, he belched loudly under their bewildered stares. Upside down, Grandpa Wu. I drank a bit too much cola earlier. Du Zeyu scratched his head awkwardly. Ha, no big deal. Just take it slower next time. Wu Pengtao chuckled. MHM. Du Zeyu then rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. I think the modifications to both the transport mechanical wolf and the reconnaissance mechanical wolf are quite good. But this combat mechanical wolf. I can't shake the feeling something's missing? Director Zhao, Wang Hao, and several other researchers froze, clearly not understanding his meaning. Even Wu Pengtao's face showed confusion. What exactly is missing? As the head of the General Armament Department, he possessed extensive knowledge of weaponry across all military branches. He had just reviewed all the derivative mechanical wolf models from the Weapons Science Research Institute. They largely retained the original mechanical wolf's excellent performance while incorporating technical modifications tailored to different operational requirements. In his view, these mechanical wolf variants were all quite impressive, boasting comprehensive functionality. Du Zeyu pursed his lips and frowned in thought. This combat mechanical wolf's physical attack capabilities were sufficient, but it lacked any psychic attack attributes. I think if we could add some psychic attack attributes to this model, it would be perfect. Psychic attack attributes? Du Ziyu's words instantly left the assembled experts and military commanders scratching their heads in confusion. Psychic attack attributes? How do you even add that? This isn't a video game, you know? Hey, Xiaoyu, could you explain that a bit more clearly? These are weapons we're talking about. How exactly do you implement a mental attack attribute? Wu Pengtao had lived most of his life and still hadn't grasped what Du Zeyu meant by psychic attack. Well, it's like adding a speaker to this combat mechanical wolf and playing a children's song. That's all it takes. Du Zeyu thought about it seriously before casually saying, add speakers to the mechanical wolf? And play nursery rhymes? What kind of operation is this? Do we really need background music for combat? Do you think our mechanical wolf is some kind of rock star, complete with its own BGM for a power-up when it enters the scene? Xiaoyu, what exactly are you trying to do here? I'm a bit lost. Wu Pengtao's brain was about to overheat. Xiaoyu, I can understand you adding an external speaker system to the mechanical wolf. In fact, we're considering developing a medical variant of the mechanical wolf. During rescues, the external audio could help locate injured soldiers. Or it could be used to issue warnings during negotiations with the enemy. But what exactly is the purpose of playing nursery rhymes? I'm genuinely baffled. Wang Hao froze in place, stammering awkwardly. Ever since Du Ziyu single-handedly developed the mechanical wolf, no one had treated him as an ordinary child anymore. Yet Du Ziyu's nursery rhyme mind attack? They simply couldn't fathom its purpose. This was utterly unheard of. Especially installing an external speaker function on the combat mechanical wolf. Besides making the wolf's functions bloated, it served no purpose whatsoever. Moreover, playing music while in combat would directly reveal their position, giving the enemy time to prepare, wouldn't it? Seeing everyone staring at him with blank expressions, Du Ziyu chuckled. Playing nursery rhymes on combat mechs, is that so hard to grasp? Chapter 45, Making the Mechanical Wolf Sing Children's Songs? That's insane. Seeing everyone still failing to grasp his meaning, Du Ziyu chuckled and countered. Uncles, grandpas, the military developed this combat mech wolf specifically for battlefield use against enemies. That means its function isn't just attack, it also serves as a deterrent on the battlefield, right? Wu Pengtao and the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Du Ziyu was absolutely right. As an intelligent combat robot for future battlefields, it could be used both for combat operations and to intimidate the enemy.
It was akin to the mushroom bombs in their hands, though possessing terrifying destructive power. Nations primarily employed them as strategic deterrents. This fully mechanical unmanned combat platform inherently instills psychological fear in flesh and blood soldiers. Therefore, it possessed a certain level of battlefield deterrence, a claim that was not unfounded. Seeing everyone agree with his perspective, Zeyu continued.
If that's the case, then my reasoning holds up.
Imagine if war truly broke out, especially in urban combat. Both sides are already in a state of heightened alert due to the brutal and intense battlefield. In such a highly tense war atmosphere, our mechanical wolves suddenly appear on the battlefield and begin hunting for enemies.
How would the relentless, inescapable sound of nursery rhymes echoing in their ears create psychological pressure?
Especially when the enemy hides among the ruins, relieved to have narrowly escaped death, only to hear the nursery rhyme growing ever closer. The helplessness and despair of knowing they could be discovered and shot by the mechanical wolves at any moment would surely shatter their psyche.
This is precisely what I mean by psychological attack attributes.
As he spoke, Zeyu's small hand opened the music player software on the computer in front of the desk. After a brief search, he clicked on a children's song with a smile. To set the desired atmosphere, he also dimmed the bright lights in the conference room.
The entire room instantly plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the wall-mounted projector. In this environment, Wu Pengtao and the other meeting attendees automatically adopted the enemy's perspective. Their moods underwent subtle shifts as the sudden sound of the children's song filled the room. The song Zeyu chose was Looking for Friends, a tune familiar to every Chinese person. Its cheerful melody, paired with the innocent voices of children, was originally meant to evoke joy and happiness.
Yet as they listened, something felt off. Immersed in the enemy's perspective, they heard the innocent child's voice drawing nearer, as if singing right beside their ears. Looking for a friend.
Found a good friend. Haha, I found you.
The next second, the singing abruptly stopped. At the same time, Wu Pengtao and the others felt their breath catch in their throats. Instantly, every hair on their bodies stood on end. Wu Pengtao and several army generals fared slightly better, but Director Zhao, Wang Hao, and the other researchers now had fine beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Originally a cheerful and joyful children's song, how come it now sends chills down your spine? Especially when they sing I Found You, everyone feels a suffocating sense of impending doom. Snap. Just as everyone was still drowning in endless fear and despair, Zeyu effortlessly flipped on the conference room lights.
Huff. Instantly, the entire conference room echoed with the faint sound of breaths.
Especially Wang Hao, still standing at the podium. His hands clenched so tightly his fingertips turned white. His body heaved as he gasped for air, as if someone had just choked him. Though the music had long since stopped, the clear, childlike call of I spy with my little eye still lingered in his ears. In his eyes, this was no longer the cheerful, playful nursery rhyme. In his mind, it was like a demon whispering in his ear, fear striking straight to the heart.
See? That's the psychological assault I was talking about. What do you all think of the effect?
The crowd remained unsettled for a long time, still immersed in the terror they had just experienced.
After a long while,
Wu Pengtao lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the 10-year-old boy before him, filled with a peculiar expression. The others in the conference room felt the same, especially after hearing the terrifying child's chant. Now, when they looked at Zeyu, a chill ran down their spines.
Zeyu was like that little demon chanting the curse. To conceive of such terrifying methods. Now they finally understood what Zeyu meant by psychic attack.
In their eyes, this was far more terrifying than simply shooting an enemy with a gun. It was psychological torment and torture. Especially during the mechanical wolf's relentless search for enemies while singing nursery rhymes, that constant psychological pressure could easily shatter an opponent's resolve. It evoked the same feeling as during the Afghanistan War, when suicide bombers strapped with explosives would suddenly detonate themselves alongside Free Nation soldiers. Many had previously questioned why so many Free Nation soldiers suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder after the Afghan War.
The constant fear of sudden death truly torments the psyche.
If they were in the same situation, they would likely develop similar symptoms.
Honestly, it's absolutely terrifying. Using nursery rhymes as psychological weapons?
Only a child like Zeyu could conceive of such a tactic.
No adult would conceive of such a psychologically devastating tactic.
Xiaoyu, I really think you should pay more attention to your mental and physical health. Wu Pengtao patted Zeyu on the head, his voice tinged with lingering unease. Those around them nodded in deep agreement.
If this child's mindset isn't corrected, how terrifying will he become when he grows up? Grandpa, there's nothing wrong with my mindset. Was my suggestion really that bad?
Zeyu blinked his big eyes, looking puzzled.
Well, your idea is excellent.
Though Wu Pengtao had felt a flicker of fear just now, it only proved how successful Zeyu's idea was. And they were merely listening to this nursery rhyme in a conference room, unable to truly immerse themselves in the experience. If this were applied to actual enemies on the battlefield, the effect would likely be 100 times more powerful.
Zeyu had presented them with an entirely new approach to combat.
In his view, the impact of this psychological assault far surpassed that of physical attacks.
It could even achieve the extraordinary effect of subduing the enemy without fighting.
The thought of mechanical wolves singing nursery rhymes while hunting enemies was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The group wiped sweat from their brows, glancing warily at Zeyu. Especially Wang Hao, standing on the stage, his expression was incredibly complex. It was bad enough that his skills in developing quadrupedal robot technology were surpassed by a 10-year-old. But he never imagined Zeyu would also master psychological warfare and play his trump card so decisively. At the same time, they felt fortunate that Zeyu was born in their dragon nation. Had he been born in the free nation, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Next, the mental assault tactics proposed by Zeyu were unanimously approved by everyone present.
Subsequently, the group discussed and adjusted several details. Ultimately, they forged a complete derivative mechanical wolf legion.
Chapter 46, Blue Star Alliance Village Meeting, Head-on Confrontation. Alright, since all details have been finalized, we'll conclude the meeting here. Upon returning, all departments must accelerate their efforts to ensure our mechanical wolves enter production within 1 month. Wu Pingtao declared with piercing eyes. Yes, Commander. The group responded in unison.
This meeting proved highly productive.
Not only did it solidify the complete series of their mechanical wolves,
but also revealed the formidable power of psychic attacks.
Xiaoyu, would you like to stay for lunch with Grandpa?
After everyone had left, Wu Pingtao looked at Zeyu with a smile. He now fully understood that even without the military-industrial system, Zeyu remained an exceptionally rare talent.
Grandpa, can I have Peking duck?
Zeyu looked up and pondered for a moment before speaking.
Haha, roast duck? No problem.
You're our military's prized asset, now you can have anything you want.
Wu Pingtao chuckled affectionately, his voice booming with good humor.
After that, Wu Pingtao dispatched a guard to make a special trip to Quanjude, specifically instructing them to buy it from the Heapingman branch. After the roast duck arrived, Wu Pingtao instructed the cafeteria chef to prepare 2 additional dishes.
Zeyu immediately dug in with gusto. Take your time.
You must be exhausted after all this hard work. Watching Zeyu wolf down his meal, Wu Pingtao beside him wore a kind smile. Having polished off half a roast duck, Zeyu belched contentedly and leaned back in his chair, thoroughly satisfied.
Just then, the system voice finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host.
Your military mechanical wolf technology has received preliminary national recognition.
Science points increased by 1,500. Zeyu froze for a moment. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Wu Pingtao asked curiously upon seeing his reaction. Grandpa Wu, the tech points for the mechanical wolf have been credited.
Zeyu replied truthfully. After all, aside from the 3 military commanders, Wu Pingtao was the head of the department specifically tasked with managing his system. Regarding matters concerning the system and tech points, he felt obligated to inform him.
Arrived? That fast? Quick, tell Grandpa how many tech points did you get this time?
Wu Pingtao's face lit up with excitement at the news. These tech points were essentially the military-industrial experience points for their nation, Dragon Country. The more tech points they had, the more advanced weaponry and equipment their Dragon Nation would possess. This had become a key performance metric for their newly established department.
This time, only 1,500 tech points. What? So few? Wu Pingtao couldn't help but feel disappointed.
He had coordinated the research institute and military departments to expedite the Mechanical Wolf project precisely to help Zeyu acquire technology points sooner. However, the number of tech points obtained this time was significantly less than what they had gained from the previous sounding rocket.
Don't worry, Grandpa Wu. The system's assessment of tech point allocation is based on comprehensive evaluation. The technical complexity of the mechanical wolf is considerably simpler than that of the magnetic plasma propulsion system, hence the initial allocation of tech points is relatively low.
However, the mechanical wolf's advantage lies in its volume. Once your military completes its deployment, the total technology points gained may actually exceed those from the sounding rocket.
Zeyu explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wu Pingtao nodded.
When Zeyu had submitted the system earlier, he had also explained the criteria for the system's tech point evaluation.
Alright, in that case, we need to accelerate the deployment of the mechanical wolves. Wu Pingtao said after a moment of thought. The preliminary preparations are now largely complete. Once the Foreign Affairs Department finalizes the proposal, we'll ramp up production of the mechanical wolves. Zeyu nodded. But to maximize our tech point gains, we must deploy these mechanical wolves in actual combat.
But now the main theme in our country is peaceful development, and there's no war to fight in our vicinity.
This left Wu Pingtao somewhat perplexed. After all, unlike the previous sounding rockets, the mechanical wolf cannot be utilized in aerospace applications.
At that point, they would only need to apply the technology to the next-generation carrier rocket and complete its launch to earn a large number of tech points. As a military combat platform, while deploying the mechanical wolf to troops would yield some tech points, securing more would require its deployment in actual combat. While the international situation was chaotic, with the potential for an S3 season to erupt at any moment,
However, initiating a war would not only conflict with Dragon Nation's current interests and strategic positioning but also tarnish its international image. This matter requires careful consideration, Wu Pingtao mused. Regarding such matters, Du Zeyu naturally refrained from offering too many opinions. After all, war is no child's play. They couldn't just pick fights with others like the Free Nation does, all for the sake of gaining tech points. What would distinguish them from the great powers then? Of course, Du Zeyu didn't mind becoming a great power, but that would only be possible once the Dragon Nation's military strength was sufficient. Currently, the Free Nation and numerous Western powers were eyeing them with suspicion. A rash declaration of war would be unwise. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Free Nation, outside the Blue Star Alliance village headquarters building, the atmosphere was unusually bustling. Journalists from mainstream media outlets around the world were all gathered outside the headquarters building, broadcasting live coverage of the debate on the war robot legalization bill. Meanwhile, First Avenue in the Free Nation was also packed with people. Citizens from Blue Star nations marched in groups along the streets. They carried banners demanding peace for Blue Star and rejecting the legalization of war robots, chanting anti-war slogans. Clearly, the majority of Blue Star's population did not want this bill to pass. After all, only a handful of nations currently possess war robot technology. Their own military strength simply couldn't compare to these military superpowers. Once war robots were legalized, ordinary flesh and blood humans would have no chance to stand against these steel-bodied machines. Moreover, they knew the nature of the Free Nations and Western powers all too well. If such battlefield-dominating robots fell into their hands, peace on Blue Star would become even more elusive. Yet they also recognized that the nations currently possessing war robots held absolute sway on the international stage. Apart from the Dragon Nation, other countries wield negligible influence within the Blue Star Alliance. Consequently, many nations pinned their hopes for this conference on the Dragon Nation's foreign affairs representative. Simultaneously, numerous media outlets framed this meeting as a direct confrontation between the Dragon Nation and the Free Nation over international influence. But they were unaware that the Dragon Nation had already changed its stance. It now intends to seize this opportunity to teach the Free Nation and its lackeys a lesson. Steps. Steady footsteps echoed through the corridors of the Blue Star Alliance village headquarters. Gung Lei's expression remained as composed and authoritative as ever, though no one could tell how excited he truly felt inside. This past month on the international server had been unbearably frustrating. This time, he could finally showcase his acting skills properly. Straightening his collar, Gung Lei led the Foreign Affairs Dream Team into the center of the conference hall under the watchful eyes of representatives from various nations. Chapter 47, The Powerful Free Nation, Who Supports, Who Opposes? Blue Star Alliance Village, Assembly Hall. The rear seats were filled with foreign affairs representatives from various nations and media journalists. At the round table in the center of the Assembly Hall sat the representatives of the 15 member states. Last year, Sakura Nation's successful election to council membership amplified the Liberty Nation faction's influence. Representatives from Sakura Nation, Sunset Nation, and Gull Nation gathered around the Free Nation seats, chatting smugly. The representative from the White Bear Nation sat with head bowed, indifferent to the commotion. At the council seats reserved for several African nations, foreign affairs representatives gazed anxiously at the empty seat meant for the Dragon Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Gung Lei, arriving late, entered the hall with the Dragon Nation's foreign affairs delegation, his demeanor composed. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to them. After all, the proposal to legalize war robots had already undergone a round of discussions just days prior. During that meeting, several council nations led by the Free Nation advocated for legalization. They pressed hard against the council nations led by Dragon Nation. With the majority of council members supporting the legalization of war robots, even the White Bear Nation, which had traditionally stood with the Dragon Nation, chose to remain silent. This left the council nations led by Dragon Nation at a disadvantage throughout that session. Particularly in recent days, the Free Nation has leveraged its control over public opinion resources. They heavily promoted the benefits of legalizing war robots and promised to provide technological support to certain nations. This caused many neutral nations to switch sides and support the Free Nation. Consequently, many nations believed that the showdown between the Free Nation and the Dragon Nation at the Blue Star Alliance village would conclude with the Free Nation's victory. It was precisely for this reason that upon seeing the belated arrival of Gung Lei and other foreign affairs representatives from Dragon Nation, Freedom Nation's foreign affairs representative, Leiden, let out a triumphant laugh. This proposal not only determined whether the Free Nation could continue to lead the development of future warfare robotics technology, but also a demonstration and counterattack against Dragon Nation's growing international influence. Through this conference, they intended to make it clear to Dragon Nation and other nations alike that their position as Blue Star's undisputed dominant power was unquestionable and untouchable. Once all council members were present, the meeting formally commenced. Leiden looked down on the entire assembly with an air of superiority, his tone brimming with arrogance. As you are all aware, Blue Star currently faces numerous destabilizing factors. Armed groups proliferate across the globe, and many militarily weak legitimate governments lack the capacity to eradicate them. This not only heightens the risk of major conflict on Blue Star but also endangers the lives of ordinary citizens across nations. Although the Blue Star Alliance village has multinational maintenance forces, they have suffered significant casualties while maintaining peace in these regions. As the technological beacon of Blue Star and its enforcer, our free nation must shoulder the responsibilities of a great power. The militarization of war robots not only reduces casualties among human soldiers during conflicts, it would also enhance our efficiency in eliminating armed groups worldwide, making a significant contribution to international stability and peace. War robots will not destabilize Blue Star's military balance, rather, they are a vital means of safeguarding its peace. Therefore, it is the duty and obligation of our free nation to initiate the proposal for the legalization of war robots. Ladies and gentlemen, who is in favor? Who is opposed? As Leiden finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and scanned the conference table. His arrogant and domineering demeanor stirred anger and resentment among many foreign affairs representatives present, yet none dared to speak up. One by one, they meekly lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Leiden. In the hall, only the representatives of the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation responded to Leiden's pompous declaration with a sneer of contemptuous derision. When it came to shamelessness, no one on Blue Star could rival the Free Nation except perhaps Sakura Nation. The push to legalize war robots was actually framed by the Free Nation as safeguarding peace on Blue Star. Only the Free Nation had the audacity to utter such twisted logic. As for the proliferation of armed groups across Blue Star mentioned by Leiden, 80% of the blame lies squarely with the Free Nation. Put plainly, the Free Nation was Blue Star's greatest destabilizing factor, the very culprit undermining international peace. And now they have the audacity to call themselves Blue Star's police force, claiming to uphold peace across the entire planet? Absolutely laughable. However, Leiden couldn't care less about what other nations truly think. Across the entire Blue Star, the only nations the Free Nation truly regards as rivals are the Dragon Nation and the White Bear Nation, both fellow members of the Upper Three. As for what other nations think, they couldn't care less. As for war robots, the major military powers of Blue Star had long been secretly conducting research. Even the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation were no exception. The only differences lay in their entry points and the pace of their research. Beyond the Dragon Nation, even the White Bear Nation has tacitly accepted the legalization of war robots. Thus, the Dragon Nation now stands alone and isolated, posing no real threat. Soon, under the chairmanship of the Secretary General of the Blue Star Alliance Village, council representatives at the roundtable began to voice their positions. We support the Free Nation's proposal. As the Free Nation's most loyal lackey, Sakura Country's foreign affairs representative was the first to stand and support his master. We support it. We support it too. Next, the two permanent members, Gaul and Sunset Nation, both declared their support. Several other council members, fearful of Liberty Nation's military might, were forced to raise their hands in support. The representatives of the remaining smaller nations looked toward the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation, hesitant and unwilling to declare their positions prematurely. We, the White Bear Nation, support. The White Bear Nation's foreign affairs representative glanced hesitantly toward the Dragon Nation before finally raising his hand. In an instant, 4 of the 5 major benevolent nations had declared their support, ensuring the passage of the resolution to legalize war robots. The situation appeared to be overwhelmingly one-sided. Seeing this, the foreign affairs representatives of the remaining hesitant small nations gritted their teeth and raised their hands in support. They understood this resolution would bring them no benefit, only immense threat. But they had no choice. As small nations, they held no sway on the international stage. If they agreed to the bill, they might only face threats. But if they refused, they would inevitably face retaliation and punishment from the Free Nation the very next day. Thus, caught between these major powers, they could only go with the flow. Watching as one council member after another agreed to the Free Nation's proposal, Leiden's lips began to curl upward. This vote clearly demonstrated that the Free Nation's hegemony on Blue Star remained unshakable. Once the war robot proposal was legalized, they could push for deploying war robots across military bases worldwide. At that point, they would gain another means of controlling global affairs beyond their aircraft carriers. The international standing of their Free Nation would become even more unassailable. However, just as Leiden was gloating and preparing to pop champagne to celebrate the meeting's conclusion, a jarring voice suddenly echoed through the conference hall. We, the Dragon Nation, object. Chapter 48, Nations in Shock. How did it pass unanimously? We, the Dragon Nation, object. As the voice rang out, the entire assembly hall erupted into chaos. Whether it was the representatives of the member states seated around the round table, or the foreign affairs representatives and journalists in the back rows, all wore expressions of astonishment. Instantly, all eyes turned in unison. They all looked toward the Dragon Nation's representative seat. Gung Lei maintained his previous composure and solemnity, the creases between his brows seemingly never fading. Our Dragon Nation opposes the proposal to legalize war robots. We urge all nations to deliberate carefully and not allow this threat to the peace of Blue Star to escalate. Gung Lei spoke with composed detachment, yet his tone carried an undeniable force. Every nation's representative saw in his gaze the unwavering resolve of Longguo on this matter. Even with the current overwhelming odds stacked against them, they remained steadfast in their original resolve. Seeing this, Leiden gritted his teeth inwardly. He never imagined that even at this critical juncture, the Dragon Nation still refused to relinquish its struggle. Well, Representative Gung, he sneered, everyone has already agreed to our Free Nation's proposal. Only your Dragon Nation has voiced opposition. It seems you care nothing for peace, only that your nation has failed to make progress in developing war robots. You're afraid that once this proposal passes, our nations will make rapid strides in this field. Leiden stopped pretending altogether and laid bare the Dragon Nation's true colors. Their Free Nation intelligence agency wasn't exactly idle. Freedom Nation's intelligence operatives had long since uncovered that Dragon Nation lagged behind them in multi-legged robot development. Especially after he joined forces with Western nations to impose a technological blockade on Dragon Nation's multi-legged robot development. The technological gap between the two sides had only widened. This was precisely the confidence underpinning their push to legalize war robots. After all, Dragon Nation's development in recent years had been nothing short of meteoric. This was true not only economically but also militarily. In numerous military domains, Dragon Nation has not only caught up with them but has even surpassed their Free Nation. With the simultaneous rise of its economy and military, the Dragon Nation's influence on Blue Star has grown exponentially. This poses a significant threat to the Free Nation, which prides itself as the technological beacon and military superpower of Blue Star. However, in the realm of war robots, the Dragon Nation started late and currently lags behind. This has allowed the Free Nation to seize the opportunity, preparing to turn the tide on future battlefields and firmly secure its first-mover advantage. Seeing Leiden step forward to confront Dragon Nation, the representative of Cherry Blossom Nation, their foremost lackey, rose with a cold sneer. Representative Leiden was correct. There's an old Chinese saying, sour grapes. It seems your Dragon Nation feels too far behind in multi-legged robotics and now seeks to hinder other nations' progress. Exactly. Everyone knows that in the field of war robots, it has always been Western nations and Sakura Nation enterprises that have led the way. Seeing you can't catch up, you resort to such underhanded tactics, utterly lacking the responsibility expected of a major power. Even if you resort to this, we will never sell our war robot technology to your Dragon Nation. Representatives from Gaul and Sunset Nation also stood up to back them up. They're in cahoots with Liberty Nation to begin with, so in this situation, they naturally had to step up and back their big brother. Among the 5 benevolent nations, only the representative from the White Bear Nation remained seated. He neither spoke in support of the Dragon Nation nor aligned with the Free Nation and its allies, choosing instead to respond with silence. In the field of war robots, the Free Nation had already covertly deployed them during the Gulf War. Particularly in the field of tracked and wheeled hybrid robots, the Liberty Nation Army Infantry Center had already developed its 4th generation, far outpacing other nations. Moreover, their Boston Dynamics has consistently been the industry leader in humanoid and multi-legged robots on Blue Star. Several of their multi-legged robot designs also held international leadership positions. While Bear Nation has limited involvement in multi-legged robotics, their unmanned combat vehicle robots have advanced rapidly. These have already been deployed on the Eastern European battlefield, serving as the primary justification for their push to legalize combat robots. As for Sakura Nation, it has emerged as the strongest technological power in humanoid robotics outside the Free Nation. Even Gaul has developed training model robots to assist their military in auxiliary training. Each of these nations holds specialized advantages across various domains of war robotics. Only the Dragon Nation, though not weak in any particular field, has consistently failed to achieve supremacy. Moreover, the Dragon Nation had never prioritized military applications in its robotics research. Consequently, all nations regarded the Dragon Nation as the most backward player in this field. Given this situation, it was only natural for the Dragon Nation to voice opposition from its own interests. But the tide has already turned, and it's virtually impossible for the Dragon Nation to turn the tables now. We object. At that moment, a voice rang out from the ranks of the representatives in the rear. It was Baba Sheep, who had recently purchased weapons from the Dragon Nation. Seeing the representative of Baba Sheep Nation openly supporting Dragon Nation at this critical moment, Leiden's expression darkened considerably. As a small nation, survival depended on playing both sides. Many in Dragon Nation believed Baba Sheep to be their closest ally, with some even referring to them as body, a term of endearment. But in reality, Baba Yang has always pursued a strategy of tactical alignment with the Free Nation while maintaining strategic proximity to the Dragon Nation. They purchased large quantities of weapons from Dragon Nation while simultaneously maintaining economic cooperation with Liberty Nation. Notably, the Free Nation maintains military bases within Baba Yang territory. The primary reason Pakistan now dares to oppose the Free Nation is the latter's recent aggressive support for India. This has emboldened their age-old rival, India, to become increasingly aggressive, a situation Pakistan cannot tolerate. Moreover, the Dragon Nation is currently assisting with infrastructure development in Baba Sheep, while Baba Sheep needs to purchase weapons from the Dragon Nation to counterbalance the threat from the third brother. Crucially, speaking out now allows Baba Sheep Nation to curry favor with Dragon Nation, while also signaling to the Free Nation that relentlessly aiding India will cost them Pakistan's allegiance. This is the reality. There are no permanent friends between nations, only permanent interests. With Baba Sheep Nation stepping forward, numerous third world countries with weaker military capabilities also began voicing support for Dragon Nation. For a time, Dragon Nation's supporters grew significantly. This only made Leiden's expression grow increasingly grim. Oomph. Nothing but a rabble. Freedom Nation was furious that they dared to openly support Dragon Nation. They weren't worried that this support would alter the outcome of the meeting. After all, only the 15 council members at the roundtable would cast votes. As long as they backed us, victory would ultimately belong to the Free Nation. Secretary General, we've wasted enough time. Proceed with the vote. Leiden feared that if the stalemate continued, unforeseen complications might arise, so he urged the Secretary General to proceed with the vote immediately. The Secretary General, being a puppet of the Free Nation himself, naturally dared not say much. He directly initiated the voting procedure. According to the Blue Star Alliance Village Assembly regulations, procedural matters require approval from at least 9 council members. Substantive matters required approval from at least 9 council members with no veto from permanent members. After all, permanent members held veto power. This means that even if all 14 other nations unanimously approve a substantive resolution, it cannot pass if even one permanent member opposes it. Therefore, even if the Free Nation forcibly initiated the voting process, Baba Yang and other Third World representatives supporting the Dragon Nation remained unconcerned. As long as the Dragon Nation exercised its veto, the matter could still be delayed. With third and fourth rounds of meetings still to come, they weren't entirely without hope. With this mindset, the representatives at the roundtable commenced the vote. Moments later, the results appeared on the screen. When everyone saw the results displayed on the screen, they were all stunned. Because the resolution had passed unanimously with all 15 nations voting in favor. Chapter 49, The Free Nation, Has the Dragon Nation Backed Down? Victory! The resolution passed unanimously. What on earth is going on? After seeing the resolution unanimously passed by all 15 council members on the large screen, foreign affairs representatives and journalists from all nations were stunned. Not only them, but even the representatives from the council nations seated at the roundtable were utterly bewildered. The representatives from Sakura Nation, Gull Nation, and Sunset Nation exchanged glances, their faces blank with bewilderment. Even the foreign affairs representative from the land of the White Bear frowned in confusion, turning their gaze toward the Dragon Nation's delegation. The words Leiden had carefully crafted to mock the Dragon Nation's foreign affairs representative were choked back by this unanimous vote. Leiden's expression now resembled that of someone who had swallowed a fly. They had all prepared to continue their verbal sparring with the Dragon Nation. How could the Dragon Nation have ended up casting an affirmative vote? This wasn't how the script was supposed to play out. Meanwhile, the Sheep Nation that had stepped up to support Dragon Nation earlier, along with other third world countries, were now seeing stars. Seriously? You can't do this to us, big brother. We even alienated Freedom Nation to back you up. We were ready to charge alongside you and go head-to-head with Freedom Nation. How come you, the leader, suddenly chickened out? This is just too much. Every party was stunned by Dragon Nation's unexpected move. Earlier, Gung Lei had been resolute, going head-to-head with Leiden to block the resolution, seemingly prepared to fight to the bitter end. Both allies and enemies were utterly bewildered. Gung Lei, the mastermind behind this bold maneuver, observed the reactions with a furrowed brow and a solemn expression. But inside, he was already laughing his head off. Ahem. Gung Lei knew this matter wasn't over yet. If you're going to put on a show, you have to commit fully. Otherwise, if the Free Nation caught wind of any shady dealings now, that would spell trouble. After all, it would take at least another month for their military to fully deploy the multi-legged robots. During this period, they had to avoid any complications. Only then could they deliver a major surprise to the Free Nation. Clearing his throat twice, Gung Lei turned to Leiden, adopting an expression of helpless resignation. The majority of national representatives acknowledged the necessity of legalizing war robots. We have decided to respect the collective will and approve the motion. Moving forward, our nation will vigorously advance the development of combat robots. We hope all nations will remember today's decision and not go back on their word. Leiden had initially suspected the Dragon Nation's foreign affairs representative might be up to something shady. But after hearing Gung Lei's statement, Leiden finally let down his guard. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! That's hilarious! Who would have thought the ever-stubborn Dragon Nation would ever back down? Leiden was overjoyed at that moment. Representative Gung, rest assured. This proposal was initiated by our Free Nation and unanimously approved by the Blue Star Alliance Village. You may proceed with your battlefield robot research with complete peace of mind. No one will oppose it. Regrets? That's even less likely. He dismissed Gung Lei's words as nothing more than a joke. Their free nation had already developed several generations of combat robots. After some further adjustments, they would be fully operational on the battlefield. With Longwa starting so late, there was no way they could ever catch up. Seeing the bill passed unanimously, Leiden felt there was no need to pretend anymore. He decided to lay his cards on the table. Oh, and to celebrate the passage of the War Robot Legalization Bill, I have another piece of good news. Our military has nearly completed development of the next generation tracked robot. Full testing is expected to conclude within 6 months at most, with deployment to active duty units scheduled for next year. By then, our forces will become the first military power on Blue Star to truly possess combat capabilities with war robots. Yulong Nation had better hurry up. Ha! With that, Leiden departed the council chamber triumphantly, accompanied by several foreign affairs personnel from the Free Nation. The representatives from Sakura Nation followed suit, their faces plastered with obsequious, fawning grins. Witnessing this, delegates from other nations packed their belongings in disappointment and departed one after another. In their eyes, the Dragon Nation had suffered a complete defeat in this clash with the Free Nation over international issues. Even they hadn't anticipated this outcome. It seemed the Dragon Nation had conceded defeat entirely. For the foreseeable future, Blue Star would remain under the sole hegemony of the Free Nation. Mr. Leiden, do you think there might be some hidden agenda behind Dragon Nation's actions? A young assistant from the Free Nation's Foreign Affairs delegation whispered as they stepped out of the council chamber. Underhanded dealings? Oomph. The resolution has already passed. What underhanded dealings could the Dragon Nation possibly have? Unless they manage to deploy war robots for military service within a year, this outcome is most advantageous for us, the Free Nation. Given the Dragon Nation's research pace on war robots, forget 1 year, even 2 or 3 more years wouldn't make it possible. Leiden scoffed disdainfully. Hearing this, the other Free Nation foreign affairs representatives all chuckled in agreement. The resolution passed so smoothly that even the Free Nations hadn't anticipated it. The materials prepared for the third round of negotiations were now completely unnecessary. Oh, Mr. Leiden. The Ming family of Guogan has contacted us, requesting a batch of equipment to bolster their armed forces. Shut up. Hearing this, Leiden's expression darkened. This is Blue Star Alliance Village. Bringing up this matter here is practically asking for death. As Blue Star's largest arms dealer, the Free Nation's influence extended to rebel governments and armed factions across the planet. Numerous armed factions within Monkey Nation also received their backing. Though most Blue Star nations were aware of this, they turned a blind eye, intimidated by the Free Nation's military might and standing. But even so, such matters cannot be discussed openly. The Ming family in this Myanmar monkey country is a major local armed clan. Not only do they control several major telecommunications fraud complexes, but they also command a local police unit, wielding considerable influence. Numerous citizens of Dragon Nation have been deceived into going there, causing extremely negative repercussions within Dragon Nation. In fact, it's not just Dragon Nation, their own Free Nation suffers greatly from these scams too. Unlike Longwa, however, those defrauding the Free Nation all hide within the Indian territory. And the Indians are a bunch of reckless scoundrels. They'd even scam their own country for profit. Crucially, the Free Nation needs India to counterbalance both the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation, so they're reluctant to openly confront them. Now, seeing that the Dragon Nation is equally afflicted, the Free Nation is naturally delighted. I recall the military wanted to test the newly developed medium-sized robotic combat vehicle? Connect the dots here, send them a batch to test its performance. Oh, and remember to take samples with you. Make sure to erase any information linking them back to us. That way, even if others discover them, there'll be no evidence linking them to us. Leiden's lips curled into a sly smile as he spoke. Ha, Mr. Leiden is indeed clever. I'll make the arrangements immediately. With the dragon facing setbacks both at home and abroad, they'll be scrambling for quite some time. Several foreign affairs representatives from the Free Nations joined in the wicked grins. Chapter 50, Rampant Fraud Syndicate. Dragon Nation enraged. After the meeting concluded, Gung Lei and the other Long Kingdom foreign affairs representatives all suppressed the smiles tugging at their lips as they gathered their documents to leave. They wanted to relay this good news back home immediately. But just as Gung Lei was about to leave, he was stopped by the rather slight representative from Monkey Nation. Ambassador Gung, we were all prepared to support you. Why did you suddenly agree to the resolution? The Myanmar representative asked, his face filled with confusion. Wasn't Dragon Nation the one leading the opposition at the start? Why did the situation change so abruptly? The Myanmar Monkey Nation representative, who hadn't received any prior indication of this shift, was utterly perplexed. Gung Lei glanced at him but offered no reply. As if we'd let you know what we're up to in Dragon Nation. That would blow the entire plan wide open. Though Myanmar had been kept in line these past years, internal problems still simmered within their borders. Gung Lei shook his head, feigning helplessness as if to say, I wish it weren't so, before asking. How's the cleanup of your Myanmar's telecom fraud zones progressing lately?
If this issue isn't resolved, it could seriously impact the friendship and cooperation between our two nations. Hearing this, the Myanmar representative's face immediately turned bitter. The rampant telecommunications fraud industry within their country has been a persistent issue. In the past, they had simply turned a blind eye to such matters. But now that the Dragon Nation has grown powerful, Myanmar finds itself deeply influenced by China both economically and geopolitically, particularly with the recent large-scale oil and gas pipeline project between the two nations. Once completed, this project would allow Myanmar's natural gas to flow directly to the Dragon Nation, generating substantial profits. Therefore, to facilitate these major projects, the Myanmar government has begun cracking down on the rampant domestic fraud activities. Unfortunately, Myanmar has long been plagued by political instability and armed separatism. The central government's control over local regions is weak, allowing local warlords and fraud syndicates to collude, forming a shared interest group. Some fraud operation zones are even directly controlled by local armed forces, making crackdown efforts largely ineffective. Ambassador Gung, I came here specifically to discuss this matter with you. These fraud syndicates wield considerable power and are extremely cunning. Relying solely on our own military forces is simply insufficient to counter them. Hearing this, Gung Lei's brow furrowed deeply. This issue has dragged on for so long. They in Dragon Country have basically identified the locations and information of those fraud syndicates and shared it with the Myanmar government. Yet Myanmar has taken little action, making it hard for them to believe Myanmar is seriously cracking down. If all else fails, please send a military unit to assist us in eliminating these forces. The Myanmar representative pleaded with a pitiful look in his eyes. Gung Lei shook his head flatly at the suggestion. Are you kidding? If Dragon Nation directly sent troops into Monkey Nation territory, it would instantly be labeled as interfering in another country's internal affairs. The Free Nation and Western powers were watching them closely, eager to see how the Dragon Nation would handle this thorny issue. Liberty Nation would be delighted if Dragon Nation actually deployed troops. It would shatter the peaceful superpower image Dragon Nation had built internationally. It would only drag them into a disadvantageous position. At this critical juncture, they simply cannot afford such a mistake. It is precisely these immense political and legal obstacles that have left the Dragon Nation hamstrung in its handling of this matter. If they could truly deploy troops directly, would those fraud syndicates still be operating today? They could have been wiped out in minutes. But if you won't send anyone over, what are we supposed to do? The Myanmar representative looked troubled. Gung Lei frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. Here's what we'll do. I'll go back and discuss this with the relevant high-level officials to see if we can facilitate a joint police operation between our two countries to combat phone fraud. This way, we can avoid external political interference and stay within international law. No military forces, just police? Will that really work? Those armed groups have significant military strength. The Myanmar representative looked hesitant. If even their Myanmar regular army can't handle it, how could Dragon Nation police solve it? That's seriously underestimating the armed forces of Monkey Nation. Just because your police force can't handle it doesn't mean ours can't. Gung Lei gave a faint smile. Let's leave this matter for now. Relevant personnel from our country will contact you in due course. With that, Gung Lei led the Foreign Affairs delegation out of the conference hall. Ever since the bill legalizing combat robots passed, the Mechanical Wolf project in Dragon Nation had been moving forward at full speed. These past few days, whenever Zeyu had weekends off, he would head straight to the General Armament Department and the Academy of Ordnance Science. Beyond his desire to help the military expedite the deployment of the Mechanical Wolf and earn tech points, he also kept in mind Wu Putao's constant temptations with all kinds of delicious food. Xiaoyu, today Grandpa Wu had the kitchen prepared Jinling-style pressed duck for you. Try it and tell me, is the roasted duck from the capital better, or this Jinling-style pressed duck? After spending time with Zeyu these past days, Wu Pengtao had come to regard him as his own grandson. Whenever Zeyu visited, Wu Pengtao would have the General Armament Department kitchen prepare a feast to entertain him. Grandpa Wu, you should eat too. Zeyu called out while munching on a duck leg. Ha, I've already eaten. You just enjoy yours. Oh, and I have some good news to share with you. Wu Pengtao smiled affectionately. The project to develop the derived Big White Mechanical Wolf series has been fully implemented. Plus, the Mechanical Wolf production line set up by a military factory under our final assembly department is ready to go. Tomorrow, the first batch of derivative Big White Mechanical Wolves will begin production. Your tech points will be increasing soon. Wu Pengtao spoke with palpable excitement. No one could have predicted that the Dragon Nation would stage a remarkable comeback in combat robotics, becoming the first country to deploy genuine combat robots within its military forces. In just over a month, they had surged from technological backwardness to achieving a leading position in this field. Most crucially, the Mechanical Wolves Zeyu exchanged from the system proved exceptionally formidable, as if tailor-made for their military. Combined with Dragon Nation's formidable industrial capabilities, vast numbers of Mechanical Wolves would soon be deployed to active duty. By then, their ground combat capabilities would far surpass those of other nations.
And all of this was thanks to Zeyu standing before them. Really? That's fantastic. Zeyu's lips curved upward. After waiting so long, he was finally about to receive a massive influx of tech points again. Just as the old man and the youngster were chatting happily, Wu Pengtao received a phone call. The radiant smile that had graced Wu Pengtao's face turned grim as a shadow. Clunk. Wu Pengtao slammed the phone down on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Grandpa Wu, what's wrong? Zeyu asked curiously upon seeing this. Oomph. Those damn scammers have the nerve to defy us. Our undercover cop in Myanmar's fraud hub got exposed. Damn it. Hearing this, Zeyu's expression instantly turned grim. He was well aware of the rampant fraud in Monkey Nation, preying on Long Nation citizens. His father, Du Bin, received scam calls every other day, which was incredibly annoying. But what could they do? Those bastards were holed up in that monkey country, and there was nothing they could do about it. Now these scammers had grown so brazen they dared target their own Dragon Nation police officers. Enough is enough. Chapter 51 Eagle Sauce, they're finished. At this point, Wu Pengtao felt a deep ache in his heart. In this incident, not only were there 4 undercover officers brutally murdered, but the fraud ring also slaughtered dozens of ordinary people they had detained who were trying to escape. The circumstances were utterly heinous. It was utterly appalling. Now the nation's top leadership is paying close attention to this matter. Wu Pengtao said coldly. Domestically, there was already intense anger toward these fraud groups hiding in Myanmar. However, due to international circumstances and political considerations, a relatively lenient approach had been maintained. But now they've dared to commit such an outrageous act that provokes the wrath of both heaven and earth. We can't wait any longer, we must eradicate them all. Zeyu nodded fiercely, his own rage boiling over. This was no longer merely a matter of phone scams, it was a direct challenge to the Dragon Nation's authority. However, the current international situation is complex. Sending our military forces there is definitely out of the question. Yet relying solely on police forces would be insufficient. Given the presence of several significant armed factions entrenched there, finding a solution that avoids international repercussions while eliminating these fraud families requires careful consideration. This matter was still too thorny. Wu Pengtao frowned in deep thought. Grandpa Wu, we could actually eliminate those armed groups and fraud families easily with just police forces. Noticing Wu Pengtao's concern, Zeyu suddenly smiled. Oh? Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Grandpa Wu, you just mentioned that the production line for the mechanical wolves is already set up. We could skip equipping the military with this first batch of mechanical wolves and let the armed police test their effectiveness first. Zeyu flashed a pair of fangs as he spoke. Exactly. Exactly. Now that we have the mechanical wolves, we don't have to stick to traditional tactics. Plus, those telecom fraud zones have complex terrain perfect for the mechanical wolves to shine. Alright. It's settled. I'll contact higher-ups immediately to formulate a plan. Using the mechanical wolves to strike against armed forces in Monkey Nation should count as real combat deployment. The system will grant you maximum tech point rewards. It's a 2-for-1 solution. Ha, you're a smart little devil, Xiaoyu. Wu Pengtao laughed excitedly. Across the ocean. Freedom Nation, Pentagon Building. The Security Cooperation Agency under the Department of Defense. This agency specializes in formulating military aid programs, overseeing operations, providing financial and technical support to allies, and delivering defense supplies and training services. Of course, these were merely its overt operations. Behind the scenes, they also provide military assistance to forces cultivated or covertly supported internationally. By providing a certain amount of funding in various weapons and equipment, they expand these forces' capabilities. This aims to disrupt the ability of targeted nations to maintain control over their domestic situations. Despite the word security in its name, this agency engages in activities that undermine security. This department has long been notorious among intelligence organizations worldwide. At this moment, Richard, the head of the Security Cooperation Agency, sat at his desk. He was reviewing the lists of aid preparations required by armed groups in various regions, submitted by his subordinates. Before he could sign off on each item, a subordinate entered the room. Director, this is a proposed weapons aid list for the armed forces of Monkey Nation. Additionally, Ambassador Leiden at our Blue Star Alliance village has relayed a message. The armed forces of the Ming family in Monkey Nation are requesting a batch of new equipment. The previously promised batch of firearms and ammunition has already been delivered. Additionally, several Army robotic combat vehicles were also sent over, supposedly for combat testing. Upon hearing this, Richard nodded. Without further thought, he signed the weapons aid list. After all, Monkey Nation was right next door to Dragon Nation. While the armed groups here were insignificant, any instability within Myanmar would inevitably spill over and threaten the Dragon Nation's peace. Moreover, the Ming family controlled several large telecommunications fraud complexes. Not only could they reap substantial profits, but they could also sow discord within the Dragon Nation. This was precisely the outcome the Free Nation most desired.
Therefore, when it comes to supporting armed groups of this caliber, they are generally not stingy with their resources.
After swiftly signing the documents, Richard casually inquired, "By the way, how's the family's telecom fraud project been going lately?" "Well, not so good," the staff member hesitated before replying.
Recently, Monkey Nation has begun cracking down on several major domestic fraud syndicates to facilitate a large-scale pipeline infrastructure project with Dragon Nation. While these armed groups aren't afraid of Myanmar's government forces, they're worried about Dragon Nation's potential involvement. So they plan to transfer the people they're holding. But unbeknownst to them, Dragon Nation police officers had infiltrated their ranks. Fearing exposure, the armed faction they controlled opened fire. Not only were the undercover agents killed, but over 70 others were also killed or wounded.
This incident has now made international headlines. What? They actually dared to shoot and kill Dragon Nation police officers?
Richard, usually so composed, jumped up from his chair in a flash. He snatched the newspaper and scrutinized it closely. Instantly, his face contorted with rage.
Who gave these bastards the nerve? Did they have their brains crushed in a door?
They were hired to run scams, not to kill people.
And to kill one of their own officers? This is going to be trouble.
Richard felt a chill run down his spine. If they'd only been pulling scams, perhaps the Dragon Nation wouldn't have been enraged to this extent. But now they've killed so many people, including police officers, they've really gotten themselves into deep trouble.
Even their free nation couldn't bear such a cost. This armed group had gone completely mad. This armed group is finished for good. They're done for. Contact the Intelligence Bureau immediately. Have them erase every trace of connection to this armed group. Absolutely no evidence can be left behind. Charles issued the orders, sweat beading on his forehead. What's the situation over in Dragon Nation? Have they done anything yet?
Upon hearing this, the staff member hurriedly replied.
This incident has already spread internationally. Longwood just held a press conference.
They announced a joint operation with Myanmar to crack down on telecommunications fraud, determined to completely eradicate this armed group. It seemed the Dragon Nation was truly enraged this time. Upon hearing this, Charles shuddered.
Dragon Nation's international image has always been characterized by peace and stability.
But they in the Free Nation knew this was merely a facade.
Don't be fooled by the Dragon Nation's outwardly amiable demeanor and magnanimous approach to matters. But once you truly provoke them, they'll go all out to destroy you.
Back then, India had the misfortune of launching an unprovoked attack on the Dragon Nation. They were driven all the way back to their capital, New Delhi. Had it not been for strategic considerations, India's capital might well be called New Delhi today.
And it wasn't just them. Remember the Battle of the Korean Peninsula?
That coalition of over a dozen nations got beaten so badly they didn't even recognize their own mothers.
And back in the day, the Vietnamese monkeys and the Cherry Blossom Nation, which of them hasn't been beaten by them?
This is the only nation on Blue Star that has fought all four of its great benefactors and won every single time.
Quick! Report this to the White House. Chapter 52, Holographic Projection Components. Spicing up the telecom fraud game. By the time he emerged from the assembly department, dusk had fallen. Escorted by Yuping, Zeyu returned to the Happy Home residential complex.
The moment he entered the community gate, the Tiankai smartwatch on his wrist vibrated.
Seeing it was Li Yingda calling, Zeyu pressed to answer. Hey, boss, you free right now? Let's hit the amusement park. Me and Yu Mingxi are all set just waiting for you. Hearing this, Zeyu rolled his eyes. How old are you guys? Going to an amusement park? That's lame. I'm not going. Bro, I'm only 12. You're just 10, right? Isn't this the perfect age to hit the amusement park? I'm past that stage.
If you want to play, go by yourselves.
That's all. Bye. Hey, bro.
Before Li Yingda could finish speaking, Zeyu decisively hung up the phone. His mind was completely focused on wiping out the despicable phone scam gang. He had no time for such childish nonsense.
Bunch of kids. How boring. Zeyu muttered under his breath before heading home.
As soon as he arrived, he saw his mother, Zhang Yumei, rummaging through things in the bedroom. She held a phone in her hand, whispering something to the other party. Curiosity got the better of him, and Zeyu pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. After listening for a while, he only caught fragments of the conversation. Don't worry, no one's around me, I absolutely won't tell my husband, and I'm looking for the money. Suddenly, a chill ran down Zeyu's spine.
Oh no, could mom be seeing someone?
She's not telling dad, and she's looking for money.
Could she be keeping a young lover on the side? After letting his imagination run wild for a moment, Zeyu couldn't help but regret it. He'd always said money wasn't a good thing.
Their family wasn't wealthy, but at least his parents were deeply in love. They'd even left him, a 10-year-old child, home alone to go on romantic trips together.
But how long had they even been in the capital?
The moment the authorities gave his parents a little money, trouble started brewing at home. Thinking of his scatterbrained father, who spent all day spraying paint on things. He didn't even notice his own wife had been lured away.
Zeyu was boiling with rage. Mom, who are you talking to on the phone? What do you need the money for? Zeyu blocked the doorway, his expression stern as he shouted. You little brat, you scared me half to death. Zhang Yumei, who had been acting suspiciously, shuddered at the sudden appearance of Zeyu. Then, as if remembering something, she hurried over to Zeyu. Son, I remember the military gave you some money earlier, right? They told you to keep it yourself. Yeah, what about it? Zeyu asked suspiciously. Son, lend Mom that money first. I've got a big business opportunity. Just invest 200,000 and next month you'll get 20 million. The more you invest, the more you earn. I remember your father had hidden away 100,000 in secret savings. If we find it, you can give Mom some more and next month our family will be billionaires. Then your dad wouldn't have to work so hard fixing and painting cars every day. Our family would be set for life. Zhang Yumei grew more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes sparkling. Hearing this, Zeyu froze. Instead, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He'd thought Zhang Yumei had been unfaithful, but now it seemed she'd been scammed. Mom, you've been scammed. 100-fold profit in a month? Even drug dealers would quit their trade if they heard that. You're lured by their interest rates, but they're after your principal. Zeyu was utterly speechless. Impossible. They said this is a top-secret national project, first come, first served. If you're late, you miss out. Zhang Yumei clutched the phone, still arguing her case. Give me that phone. Seeing this, Zeyu snatched the phone right out of her hand. Seeing the overseas number displayed, Zeyu sneered. You're a Myanmar-based scam group, aren't you? Mark my words, your doom is imminent. In a few days, you'll be waiting to be deported back to your country. With that, Zeyu hung up the phone expressionlessly. Son, why did you hang up? Now we've lost our chance to get rich quick. Zhang Yumei snatched the phone and snapped angrily. Seeing this, Zeyu reluctantly called Yu Pang and asked the officer to come talk to his mother. With the officer's help, Zhang Yumei gradually began to feel the chill of fear. Watching his mother's regretful and relieved expression, Zeyu clenched his fists tightly. These damn fraudsters really caused no end of harm. Earlier, he had wondered if using mechanical wolves against them was too cruel. But now it seemed that approach was far too lenient. After a moment of deep thought, Zeyu opened the system interface. Host, Zeyu. Age, 10. Position, student, elite youth program, Dragon Academy. Unlocked technologies, space launch vehicle technology, military mechanical wolf technology. Tech points, 1750. After redeeming the military mechanical wolf technology earlier, to save time, he used the remaining points to acquire several core components of the mechanical wolf. He recalled noticing an option to add technology modules on the military mechanical wolf exchange interface. By adding technology modules, the mechanical wolf's performance could be significantly enhanced. Zeyu skillfully located the mechanical wolf's tech modules and began searching through them. When he spotted a holographic projection module, the corners of his mouth turned up. He immediately spent 450 tech points to acquire both the technology and a complete component. Since this gang of scammers loves to deceive others so much, I'll deceive you right back. Zeyu muttered with a cold chuckle. Early the next morning, Zeyu had Yu Pang drive him straight to the General Assembly Department building. Wu Pengtao greeted him with obvious curiosity. Xiaoyu, why are you here so early today? Haven't you had breakfast yet? Grandpa will have someone prepare something for you. No need, Grandpa Wu. Zeyu quickly called out to Wu Pengtao. I exchanged another mechanical wolf enhancement component from the system last night. I came today to show it to you. Oh? An upgrade component? Let me see it. Wu Pengtao couldn't help but show curiosity. Zeyu nodded, pulled a palm-sized component from his backpack, and handed it to Wu Pengtao. What kind of component is this? It looks kinda like a lens. Wu Pengtao examined it from all angles but still couldn't figure out its function. This is a holographic projection technology module designed for the mechanical wolf. Grandpa Wu, the prototype of the big white mechanical wolf is still here, right? Bring it over, and I'll give you a demonstration. Holographic projection? Wu Pengtao shook his head skeptically. Though he didn't understand, he immediately had someone bring over the big white mechanical wolf Zeyu had built earlier. Zeyu then smoothly snapped the holographic projection module into place on the mechanical wolf's back. He then took out his laptop and connected it to the wolf's system. This holographic projection technology utilized advanced optical principles of interference and diffraction to record and reproduce three-dimensional images of objects. By capturing the amplitude and phase information of light waves, it generates three-dimensional, interactive virtual images. The system's performance was exceptionally robust even outdoors in broad daylight. It could project images with near-physical solidity. Its value extends beyond this application. This technology can also be utilized in military research, industrial manufacturing, or medical fields. For instance, virtual assembly simulations using 3D projection can be employed for expensive components, modeling the part assembly process to reduce physical prototype costs. It can also be used for surgical planning, allowing doctors to preview patient lesions using the 3D projection system and develop precise surgical plans. Let me demonstrate it for you right now. Zeyu spoke as he commanded the mechanical wolf to activate its holographic projection function. The next second, after several intense beams of light flickered, a figure materialized beside Wu Pengtao. Wu Pengtao was startled upon seeing this figure. For this figure was none other than himself. What was most terrifying was that this virtual figure was nearly identical to him in both physique and appearance. Unless one got extremely close or touched it with their hands, it would be difficult to discern that this was merely a virtual image. This was utterly terrifying. Chapter 53, The Child World's Most Vicious Poisoner. Wait, has the system's holographic projection technology advanced this far? If you were even slightly farther away, who could tell it was just a projection? Wu Pengtao waved his hand at the phantom figure floating in midair. Only after confirming it had no physical substance did he breathe a sigh of relief. This technology is genuinely terrifying. Used for legitimate purposes, it's fine. But if misapplied elsewhere, it could spell big trouble. Still reeling from the shock, Zeyu turned to Zeyu with curiosity. Xiaoyu, this tech is seriously impressive, but putting it on a mechanical wolf seems kinda pointless, right? How could it be useless? Zeyu chuckled. Grandpa Wu, remember when I suggested adding an external speaker module to the mechanical wolf? Do you recall that? At that mention, Wu Pengtao nodded quickly. He vividly remembered the cunning plan to make the mechanical wolf play nursery rhymes last time. Yesterday on his way home, he heard a few kids singing Find a Friend by the roadside and his body literally jumped in shock. The external speaker system could not only play nursery rhymes but also mimic enemy voices. Holographic projection could scan an enemy's silhouette and project a perfect replica. Combined, these two technologies. Zeyu flashed his two fangs, grinning brightly. But Wu Pengtao across from him felt a chill run down his spine. Because the last time Zeyu flashed that smile, it was when he suggested having the mechanical wolf play children's songs. Using the external speaker and holographic projection module together, you mean? Using these two technologies to fake an enemy's comrade and lure them out? Exactly right, Zeyu replied, his smile unchanged. Wu Pengtao shuddered. This plan is downright diabolical. Could any sane person come up with such a scheme? It's bad enough for enemies to face off against metal-clad mechanical wolves on the battlefield with their flesh and blood. And now they had to endure the mental assault of Find Your Friend's children's songs. Now, to top it all off, Zeyu had equipped the mechanical wolves with a new deception skill. Now they can't even trust their own comrades. With this combination of attacks, even if the enemy isn't killed outright, they'll likely suffer a complete mental breakdown. That's just too cruel. Wu Pengtao's mustache twitched along with the corners of his mouth. Just imagining it sent shivers down his spine. Xiaoyu, how do such twisted, vicious schemes keep popping out of your little head? Wu Pengtao couldn't help but worry about Zeyu's mental state. If Zeyu's psyche were to falter, wouldn't the military-industrial system he controlled also go awry? And that could potentially corrupt the entire Longhua military-industrial complex already integrated into the system. Grandpa Wu, I got inspired by those scammers. If they can deceive others, then we can certainly deceive them. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Besides, those telecom fraud gangs have harmed so many of us, no tactic is too ruthless when dealing with them. Zeyu's words left Wu Pengtao utterly speechless. Compared to those arrogant and brutal fraudsters, this tactic was perfectly justified. It would also give him a taste of being deceived. Grandpa Wu, these are the technical blueprints for the holographic imaging module. The first batch of mechanical wolves should be well into production by now. You need to get this module done quickly, or it'll be useless. Gulp. Wu Pengtao nodded blankly. I'll handle this as quickly as possible, but I need to have the Weapons Science Research Institute test it first. Wu Pengtao knew full well that the technology provided by Zeyu was undoubtedly sound. The key question was how well it would perform in actual use. After all, the majority of the previous derivative mechanical wolf series had already been produced. Adding a module at this stage would impact the tactical deployment of the mechanical wolves. They still needed to assess and evaluate the implications. No problem. I'll await your update. Grandpa Wu, you go ahead with your work. I'll head back to do my homework. Waving goodbye to Wu Pengtao, Zeyu smiled as he walked out of the Armed Forces Department building. Watching Zeyu's retreating figure with his backpack, Wu Pengtao's lips twitched slightly. Before, he'd thought Zeyu was just a troublemaker at best. But now it seemed this kid was practically the top schemer in the entire children's world. Half an hour later, Wu Pengtao had the holographic projection module delivered to the Weapons Science Research Institute. He then relayed Zeyu's devious scheme to Director Zhao and Wang Hao. Both men felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing it. The psychological trauma from that nursery rhyme at the last General Armament Department meeting still hadn't faded. And now, an even more ruthless tactic? Let's go! Head to the Military Weapons Strategy Research Office to evaluate it using the platform. Director Zhao and Wang Hao dared not take Du Ziyu's proposal lightly. They immediately headed to the Military Weapons Strategy Research Laboratory. This facility, part of the Armament Science Research Institute, specialized in simulating and evaluating the tactical deployment of weaponry. After all, the development of a weapon isn't truly complete once it's manufactured. They must also evaluate and simulate the strategic and tactical applications these weapons can achieve in combat based on their performance and capabilities. For instance, before manufacturing the mechanical wolves proposed by Du Ziyu, they must first simulate combat scenarios and various strategies involving both troops and the mechanical wolves. They then evaluated the feasibility and effectiveness of these combat patterns. This way, once the mechanical wolves were deployed to the troops, the soldiers could immediately grasp the scenarios and tactical patterns in which this mechanical wolf could be effectively utilized. In the laboratory's supercomputer, technicians input the parameters and functions of this holographic imaging system as data. Subsequently, they simulated combat scenarios using the supercomputer's simulated combat mechanisms. Ultimately, the supercomputer generates an evaluation of the tactical and strategic simulations for this weapon system. The computer's assessment results will be submitted to military departments for reference. The military will then determine whether it meets strategic and tactical requirements. Director Zhao, the computer's evaluation report is ready. After a series of operational preparations, the staff handed an evaluation report to Director Zhao. Director Zhao, what do you think? What are the results of the assessment report? Wang Hao also approached nervously. Director Zhao carefully reviewed the report's contents, his mouth feeling dry as he spoke. According to the assessment, after incorporating holographic projection technology and external sound simulation technology, the mechanical wolf's entire strategic and tactical repertoire increased by 8 options. Moreover, the success rate of tactical camouflage has reached 85%. The success rate of combat operations employing this strategy has increased by 3 percentage points compared to before. Hearing the report's findings, Wang Hao was completely stunned. Previous tests had already shown the mechanical wolf's strategic and tactical success rate hovering around 90%. Adding this extra 3% makes the win rate seem a bit too high. They were well aware that computer simulations of warfare still fell short of real battlefield conditions. But such an exceptionally high combat success rate still left them speechless. Moreover, based on the tactics previously provided by Du Ziyu, the computer had generated several highly feasible tactics with exceptionally high win rates. For instance, they could leverage the mechanical wolf's holographic camouflage capabilities to mass-produce decoys, drawing enemy fire and achieving a strategic diversion. They could even combine this with external projection capabilities to simulate the gruesome deaths of enemy soldiers, delivering a double psychological blow to surviving foes. Seeing these increasingly twisted strategies and tactics, Director Zhao and Wang Hao both shuddered. Oh no, their computers aren't pure anymore either. Infected by that little brat Du Ziyu. Director Zhao, should we still submit this report to the military? Wang Hao asked cautiously. After all, these tactics were far too ruthless. He feared the military might lose their cool and curse. Send it. Why wouldn't we send it? The computer-generated win rates are right there. Whether they use them or not is their unit's problem. After speaking, Director Zhao walked over to the supercomputer with a hint of regret. Now I'm worried once we feed all these ruthless strategies into the combat simulation evaluation system, might it cause irreversible damage to our entire system? Hearing Director Zhao's words, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 54, The Combat Simulation Platform is Compromised. Beijing, General Armament Department. Commander, the Strategic and Tactical Assessment Report from the Weapons Science Research Institute is ready. Chen Jian entered the room, his expression peculiar. Well, what are the findings? Wu Pingtao looked curious. Well, the results are unexpectedly positive. But Chen Jian looked like he had more to say. Just what? Spit it out. Wu Pingtao urged impatiently. The Weapons Science Research Institute said Xiao Yu's tactics were too devious. The simulation combat computer they use has been completely thrown off track after incorporating this tactic. They need to make systematic modifications to the data in the simulation platform. It's estimated the entire platform will be unusable for the next month. Wu Pingtao froze upon hearing this. After a long moment, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. That little rascal actually threw the Weapons Science Research Institute's combat simulation platform off course? This must be the first time since the platform's inception, huh? Across from him, Chen Jian couldn't help but give a wry smile. How can you even laugh? You have no idea how tearful Director Zhao sounded when he called me just now. He complained that our team had compromised the integrity of the combat simulation platform they developed. Impure? Wu Pingtao couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Sir, a document has just been delivered from headquarters for your review. As Wu Pingtao was still laughing, a staff member from the General Armament Department walked in. He placed a red-headed document on the desk. Wu Pingtao opened it to find the bolded title, Notice regarding equipment coordination for assisting Yunnan Provincial Police in joint anti-telecom fraud operations with Myanmar. Signed by the Army and Public Security Department.
After reading it, Wu Pengtao's spirits soared. The joint anti-fraud operation had been officially approved. Commander, the directive also specifies that our primary targets are several prominent local clans in the Guagan region of Monkey Nation. Among them, the Bai family controls a pseudo-government force of over 800 men.
Additionally, several clan leaders maintain their own armed personnel. Although the Myanmar government has agreed to deploy their troops as support, higher-ups do not trust their capabilities.
Therefore, the main force for the crackdown will still be our own police officers.
However, considering international implications, headquarters cannot deploy large numbers of police. It's best to keep the force size around 300 to 400 personnel. In that case, would the firepower provided by our mechanical wolves be sufficient?
Upon hearing this, Wu Pengtao immediately laughed.
Ha!
If this were before, I wouldn't have been sure if these forces were sufficient. But now, I can confidently say we won't need nearly that many.
200 officers will be more than sufficient. 200 officers? Commander, isn't that far too few? The staff from the General Armament Department were taken aback upon hearing this.
Though he was well aware of the formidable capabilities of the mechanical wolf developed by Zeyu. But the enemy still had thousands of armed forces.
200 men? That's a bit too overconfident, isn't it? This is the tactical assessment report just issued by the Weapons Science Research Institute.
Deliver it to the Army General Staff Headquarters and they'll understand.
Wu Pengtao offered no further explanation and handed the assessment report to the staff.
With Zeyu's combination of poisonous schemes, forget about thousands of armed forces. Even an armed force of tens of thousands would be shattered.
Yes, sir.
Though the General Armament Department staff couldn't fathom how Wu Pengtao had suddenly gained such confidence.
They accepted the report and exited. Army General Staff Department. What? Old Wu actually suggested we send only 200 men to clear out the fraud operation zone in Guagang? Has he lost his mind?
Chief of Staff Zhang Lei frowned as he listened to the report from the staff member sent by the General Armament Department, unable to help but curse under his breath.
What the hell is old Wu playing at? Such overconfidence doesn't fit his character.
Although he knew Wu Pengtao now concurrently held the secret and crucial post of coordinating the military industry system.
But he shouldn't be so overconfident.
The armed forces of Monkey State weren't exactly formidable, just a motley crew of rabble.
Their equipment consists of outdated military surplus.
But no matter how weak they are, they still have thousands of troops stationed there.
And they were on enemy territory.
Forget regular police forces even deploying their special forces unit, 200 men would struggle to wipe out thousands of armed opponents.
Commander, what about the mechanical wolves providing support? We've already tested that model of mechanical wolf's combat capabilities, it's indeed formidable. Director Liu from the Equipment Division of the General Staff Office interjected.
I know that mechanical wolf is highly capable in combat, otherwise we wouldn't have dared send just a few hundred officers. But even if that mechanical wolf is that powerful, 200 or 300 men is still far too few. If we're not fully prepared and the operation fails, the repercussions could be severe.
Zhang Lei said coldly. Commander, our minister said you'll understand once you review this strategic assessment report. Following Wu Pengtao's instructions, the staff member from the General Armament Department handed over the report. Strategic assessment report? But hasn't the mechanical wolf already been fully evaluated? Zhang Lei took it with curiosity, and he and Director Liu frowned as they began reading.
Upon seeing the new technologies and tactics mentioned in this strategic report,
both Zhang Lei and Director Liu felt a chill run down their spines. This is way too ruthless. But if executed according to this tactic, 200 men would indeed suffice. Holographic projection? The technology itself is sound, but who came up with this diabolical scheme? It's downright ruthless. Zhang Lei clicked his tongue, frowning as he studied the report.
Commander, the names of the technical and tactical providers are listed at the end of this report.
Director Liu pointed to the last page of the report. Let me see who this ruthless genius is. Zeyu. Seeing Zeyu's name, Zhang Lei was stunned. Wasn't this the kid who had been handed over to the military-industrial system? Such a vicious tactic, he actually came up with it? Whoa! Commander, what should we do now? Should we proceed with this tactic? Wang Lei pondered for a moment before nodding. Though this tactic is ruthless, it serves its purpose well against these shameless cybercrime gangs. Proceed with this tactic. Wang Lei gave a cold laugh and issued the order. Contact the Public Security Department immediately. Our military personnel will arrange for weapons and tactical training for their officers. In 1 week, launch the joint operation to wipe out these fraudsters. This time, we must wipe them out completely.
Also, remember to document the entire operation. We'll broadcast it to all nations on Blue Star.
We must not only inform them that we have already completed the deployment of our war robots,
but also make them understand the utterly hopeless consequences of shooting our Dragon Nation citizens.
Wang Lei said with a fierce glint in his eyes. Chapter 55, only 200 men? Rest assured, the advantage is ours. Several days later. News of the Dragon Nation's joint anti-cybercrime operation with Monkey Nation intensified. Ultimately, it exploded across Blue Star's major news outlets. All major outlets prominently featured the story. Longhwa's Ministry of Public Security held a press conference announcing an imminent joint operation against Myanmar's telecommunications fraud syndicates. Police forces have already crossed the border into Myanmar. The Dragon Nation's news office stated that the second ministerial-level meeting on joint anti-telecom fraud efforts with Monkey Nation was held in Monkey Nation. During the meeting, relevant departments from both countries reached a series of agreements on deepening law enforcement cooperation and will continue to jointly crack down on telecommunications fraud crimes across multiple regions in Monkey Nation. They will comprehensively eradicate fraud-related industrial parks, apprehend all individuals involved in fraud, resolutely eliminate the breeding ground for fraud-related crimes, and effectively safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of all nation's citizens. According to the Yunnan Provincial Public Security Department of Longhwa, over 200 police officers were dispatched to Myanmar for this operation. Additionally, the Long Kingdom Police will utilize a new type of military equipment during this operation. International news outlets are flooded with reports on the joint anti-fraud crackdown. Citizens and governments across Blue Star nations have turned their attention to this joint operation. The reason for such intense attention from governments and citizens worldwide is twofold. First, because Longhwa's international influence continues to grow. Second, it's due to the sheer number of personnel Longhwa has deployed for this operation. Sakura Nation netizen, is Dragon Nation joking? With such a massive joint crackdown operation, I thought they'd send thousands. Turns out it's only a couple hundred people? Is Dragon Nation just messing with us? And they're all police officers? That's just a slapdash effort. Korean netizen, ha! Is the Dragon Nation's military depleted? They think a mere 200 police officers can take down Myanmar's long-established cybercrime armed forces? That's even more overconfident than us South Koreans. If you're short on manpower, you can request support from our Great Korea. White Elephant Nation netizen, is the Dragon Nation police showing off new weapons and equipment? Ha! Even the most advanced gear can't beat our Indian motorcycle brigade. If we went over, just sending a 100-strong motorcycle brigade could wipe out all of Myanmar's armed forces. Freedom Nation netizen, while those 200-odd Dragon Nation troops look downright half-hearted, let's not even talk about your Indian motorcycle brigade that's more like a circus act. And you have the nerve to criticize others? Aren't there plenty of fraud rings operating within your own borders? Clean up your own house first before pointing fingers. Amidst global media coverage, netizens worldwide joined in the mockery and ridicule. Seeing foreign websites mocking and belittling Dragon Nation's police force, a wave of Dragon Nation netizens couldn't sit idly by. They began scouring international websites and forums, engaging in heated arguments with netizens who disparaged the Dragon Nation. What? So what if there are over 200 of them? Do you believe that these 200 of us could beat your cherry blossom country so badly you wouldn't recognize your own mother? If any of you cherry blossom country folks think you're tough, come take me on one-on-one. Ha! You Koreans think you have the right to speak up? Our military lacks personnel? At least we're better off than your Korea, which doesn't even have independent military authority and must follow every order from your American daddy. Ha, I won't even bother with you Indians. Your motorcycle brigade is indeed formidable. We Chinese bow down in admiration. Blue Star Alliance Village. Liberty Nation Embassy Office, Blue Star Alliance Village. Leiden was conducting a video conference call via computer. On the other end of the call was Richard, head of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency. Leiden, you've really screwed me over this time. The weapons list you submitted supporting Myanmar's armed groups has come to the attention of the minister. He's made it clear that if the Dragon Nation actually wipes out the Guagon telecom fraud ring this time, both of us will bear the consequences for this loss. Hearing Richard's words, Leiden on this end of the video call scoffed dismissively. Richard, my good friend, there's no need to panic. I know that fraud ring in Myanmar has gone too far, but there's no need to worry excessively. Haven't you seen the news? China only deployed over 200 personnel this time, and they were all police forces. Their military didn't participate. Over the years, we've supplied that armed force with plenty of weapons and ammunition. While their combat capabilities are poor, they still number in the thousands. Do you really think Dragon Nation could wipe them out with just a mere 200 troops? Frankly, even our own SEAL teams couldn't manage that. Hearing Leiden's words, Richard's expression softened slightly on the other end of the video call. I've seen the news reports too. It's not just me. The minister also has serious doubts about this operation. Sending just over 200 men to wipe out a force of thousands in Monkey Nation? That's simply unrealistic. Moreover, the Dragon Nation is notoriously cunning. They would never undertake something without certainty. Many military strategists at the Pentagon suspect that if the Dragon Nation dared to do this, it wasn't merely a token gesture to appease their domestic audience. There's only one other possibility: the military weaponry they intend to showcase this time is exceptionally advanced. Our strategists even suspect they might deploy a war machine. Hearing this, Leiden sneered. What? War robots? Ha! Have the Pentagon's experts lost their minds? If Manhwa possessed war machines, why did they vehemently oppose our proposal at the Blue Star Alliance Village Conference? Besides, our free nation leads the field by a wide margin. Even our own war robots haven't entered service yet. How could Dragon Nation possibly beat us to it? On the other end of the video call, Richard frowned in deep thought. Leiden, I hope you're right. If Dragon Nation has truly deployed war robots on the battlefield, then we, the Free Nation, have been played. After all, the Dragon Nation is certainly capable of such underhanded tactics. If that's really the case, you're finished for good. After all, you were the one who signed that war robot legalization bill back in the Blue Star Alliance village. Gulp. Hearing this, Leiden couldn't help but tense up. But his expression quickly recovered. Rest assured, Richard. I can guarantee that the Dragon Nation absolutely cannot possess war robots. Even if they did, they'd be nothing but showpieces. With their capabilities, they couldn't possibly catch up to our mighty Free Nation, even given another 10 or 20 years. You needn't worry, the advantage is ours. Leiden declared with brimming confidence. Chapter 56, The Internet Explodes. The crackdown begins. News broke that Dragon Nation had dispatched police forces to Monkey Nation for a joint anti-fraud crackdown. As international media outlets continuously reported on it, the story shot to the top of trending searches. Netizens worldwide increasingly turned their attention to this development. Particularly when the Dragon Nation's spokesperson announced that this joint crackdown would feature full coverage reporting. And that details of the operation would be released at appropriate times. It captured everyone's attention. After all, when Manhwa previously announced the number of personnel involved in the joint operation, many international experts had analyzed that this was merely a face-saving exercise, a publicity stunt. They believed the crackdown would not substantially impact the telecommunications fraud syndicates and their networks. Even members of Myanmar's fraud syndicates brazenly taunted the authorities in the media. They bragged about eliminating all 200-plus police officers from Dragon Nation. It's no wonder most observers were skeptical about the Dragon Nation's crackdown. After all, Myanmar's fraud syndicates have entrenched themselves for years. Several large fraud complexes are heavily fortified, with highly complex internal structures. Moreover, these fraud families command armed forces numbering in the thousands. Even the Myanmar government itself has been powerless to act. Dragon Nation sent over 200 police officers without deploying any military forces, expecting to wipe them all out in an away operation. That's nothing short of a pipe dream. Of course, some netizens pointed out that China's long-standing image has been one of steady composure. They believe the Dragon Nation would never act rashly without absolute certainty. Therefore, these netizens believe the new military weapon Dragon Nation is about to unveil is likely a game-changing weapon. These weapons are so powerful that just over 200 officers could wipe out thousands of armed militants. Of course, those holding this view remain a minority. Amidst this speculation and ridicule, the Myanmar government released a video that immediately shot to the top of the trending list. The video's title read, Joint Two-Nation Purge Force Assembled, Operation Officially Commences. Upon seeing this video, people from various nations on Blue Star, who had been waiting for this moment, flooded in and clicked to watch. Ha! They actually released a video right at the start of the operation. Aren't they afraid the cybercrime armed forces will get wind of it and flee? Hadn't the police in Dragon Nation seen all the mocking comments online? They actually dared to release this video? Dragon Nation is going to lose all face. Many international netizens were waiting to see the Dragon Nation's embarrassment. At the same time, they wondered where the Dragon Nation drew such overwhelming confidence from this time. Is this merely a staged show, or is Manhwa using this opportunity to demonstrate its formidable strength? Across the ocean. Freedom Nation, Pentagon. Richard, head of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, sat in his office looking haggard. His expression was tense as he stared at the computer screen before him with a hint of alarm. Ever since Dragon Nation announced it would dispatch police forces to Monkey Nation for a joint crackdown operation, his nerves had been stretched to the limit. He never believed Dragon Nation would act so recklessly, daring to launch a cleanup operation with only a little over 200 personnel. Richard was convinced the Dragon Nation must have some hidden contingency plan. Director, the intelligence from the Defense Intelligence Agency has just been confirmed. His deputy entered and reported. Really? The intel is confirmed? What did the agency say? The Defense Intelligence Agency, like their own, was a subordinate department under the Ministry of Defense, specializing in defense intelligence. Their agents have confirmed from Monkey Nation that Dragon Nation has indeed only dispatched over 200 officers this time. The Myanmar government is merely providing support. The cleanup operation is entirely led by Dragon Nation. It's certain they lack the capability to eliminate the local cybercrime syndicates. Ha! Richard's nerves, taut for days, finally relaxed. Only 200 officers? It seems Leiden was right. Dragon Nation is just putting on a show this time. I was overthinking it earlier. With that realization, he exhaled deeply and slumped back into his chair. As one of the armed factions in Monkey Nation that the Free Nation had consistently supported, If the Dragon Nation were to completely wipe out these armed groups, then as the head of the Security Cooperation Bureau, he would bear undeniable responsibility. It could even jeopardize his own career prospects. After all, even if they had severed ties with the other side in advance and destroyed all evidence of prior cooperation and support, once these individuals were brought back to Dragon Nation, the nation's security apparatus would inevitably trace the investigation back to the Free Nation. At that point, he, as the head of the Security Cooperation Bureau, would be the one to take the fall. I knew it. Longwo would never intervene on a large scale in another country's affairs. That would only give us leverage to exploit. Now it seems Longwo was merely putting on a show to placate public opinion. Richard shrugged, feigning an expression of "I told you so." His deputy glanced at him, inwardly rolling his eyes. "You're putting on quite the act now, but did you think I didn't see how flustered and anxious you've been these past few days?" Just then, a news alert popped up on the deputy's phone. The deputy opened it and his face immediately turned pale. "Boss, look at the news. The joint cleanup operation between Dragon Nation and Monkey Nation has begun." "What?" Hearing this, Richard, who had just exhaled in relief, tensed up again. Simultaneously, the news article popped up on the computer screen on his desk. Evidently, the story had already trended online and was being aggressively pushed by media outlets worldwide. Richard nervously clicked on the video. The screen immediately showed a reporter from Monkey Nation. The video's timestamp showed it was recorded yesterday afternoon. This meant it wasn't live footage, but had been filmed the previous evening. It was precisely because of this that Monkey Nation dared to post the content online. Behind the reporter stood two groups of people. Though both groups shared nearly identical physical features, viewers could still tell at a glance that they were from two different countries. The reason is straightforward. While the group on the left are all dressed in military uniforms, their expressions and posture are slack and unkempt. Their bodies were thin and short, and they carried old automatic rifles, appearing completely incapable of combat. The other group, though significantly smaller in number, only about 200 to 300 individuals. Each stood tall and straight, their faces set with determination. Even as sweat dripped from their brows, they remained unflinching. They wore new-style helmets equipped with night vision goggles and tactical headsets. They wore camouflage body armor and held brand-new assault rifles, radiating a fierce, battle-ready aura. Standing side by side, the contrast between the two groups was stark. The sheer oppressive aura was so intense that even Richard and his deputy, watching from the screen, couldn't help but shiver. Had the Dragon Nation's police force grown this formidable? Then how terrifying must their military forces be? Chapter 57, Shocking Blue Star, the mechanical wolf that changes outfits. Over 200 fully armed officers from the Dragon Nation stood in formation. Their perfectly synchronized stances radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance and authority. This opening scene alone instantly set off a barrage of comments in the video's bullet chat. Countless comments fell like snowflakes, blanketing the screen. Online viewers for this clip quickly surpassed 100,000. Holy crap! These are Dragon Nation's police officers? They're way too cool. Compared to the Myanmar Monkey Nation's military next to them, they're just a bunch of losers. Holy crap! Are you sure these aren't the Dragon Nation's military, just police? The impact is overwhelming. Oomph, you ignorant folks above, what do you know? Combat is about fighting power, not just posing for show. Exactly. Our Free Nation's troops look scruffy even during parades, but we're still the strongest on Blue Star. Oomph, only about 200 people, and every single one is so tall and handsome. This is clearly just for show. This is pointless. It's just like a recruitment propaganda video, not at all what combat should look like. Though the Dragon Nation officers' presence did leave quite an impression on many. But beyond the awe, most felt this was just to show a chance for the Dragon Nation to flex its police image. However, just as many international netizens were deeply disappointed and about to leave. The next second, the comments exploded. In the video, each Dragon Nation officer had a metal box beside them. The boxes were square and stood over half a person tall. Seeing these boxes, netizens were stunned. What's the deal? What are these metal boxes next to the Dragon Country officers? Is this part of their gear too? I think these metal boxes look just like suitcases. Could it be that these Dragon Country police officers are here on vacation? These Dragon Nation officers are so unprofessional they didn't even bother to unpack their luggage before coming out to put on a show. Pentagon Building, Office of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency. Richard watched the video's comment stream and couldn't help but sneer. Are all these viewers idiots? Who's ever seen suitcases this big? They're clearly weapons. Where did the Security Bureau find such idiots? Anyone could tell at a glance these are paid trolls hired to smear the Dragon Nation. Though Richard wasn't optimistic about Longwa's current crackdown operation either. But this level of brainless bashing was ridiculous. That metal crate over 6 feet tall, anyone with basic military knowledge would know it's packed with weapons and equipment. Director, what kind of weapons do you think are in these metal crates? His deputy asked curiously from beside him.
As the head of the department overseeing financial and equipment support for overseas forces, Richard was practically a weapons expert himself. He stared at the metal box in the video, frowning thoughtfully for a moment. I've never seen this particular size of metal crate before, but judging by its volume, the weapon inside can't be small. Plus, didn't Longhua mention they'd showcase their military's new weaponry during this cleanup operation? So based on my assessment, this box likely contains a large individual weapon system. Judging by its length and size, I'd say it's highly likely to be something like a man-portable rocket launcher. Hearing Richard's words, his deputy beside him froze in surprise. A man-portable rocket launcher? No wonder Dragon Nation only sent over 200 troops. It's because they're deploying high-caliber weapons. Heh, you've got that wrong. Richard snorted coldly. While man-portable rocket launchers are indeed powerful, Myanmar's mountainous terrain limits their effectiveness. Most importantly, this weapon is a high firepower, low-precision piece of equipment. And there are still many Chinese citizens deceived into working in the telecom fraud zone. They can't possibly blow them all up too. Therefore, this thing is useless for the cleanup operation. It's only good for scaring people. Not only did Richard see through this, but nearly all the military experts and generals from various countries watching online joined in the mockery. Ha! Now Myanmar is going to get screwed by China. They're actually using individual rocket launchers. This is like they're going to demolish Myanmar by force. This is utter nonsense. The Dragon Nation clearly knows nothing about military tactics. Sigh, what a disappointment. I thought the Dragon Nation would showcase some advanced weaponry this time. Turns out it's just a man-portable rocket launcher. Who says it's a rocket launcher? You can't just call it that because the box looks similar. What if it contains something else? Something else? What other individual weapon besides a rocket launcher requires a box this big? Couldn't it be a war robot? Didn't the Blue Star Alliance village just legalize war robots? Maybe Dragon Nation has already deployed them. Ha, people who say things like that have zero military knowledge. War robots capable of battlefield deployment are still in the experimental phase even in the Free Nation. For the Dragon Nation to develop one would take at least 4 or 5 years. For Dragon Nation to even think about deploying war robots now is pure fantasy. I'll bet you anything if there really are war robots in here, I'll go find a Dragon Nation citizen, kowtow, and call him dad. But just as everyone was mocking and betting on Dragon Nation's humiliation, the weapon-laden metal containers were systematically opened by the Dragon Nation officers standing nearby. Then, one by one, mechanical wolves radiating a blinding metallic sheen and brimming with technological aura emerged from the boxes like awakening vampires, their eyes glowing red. The sight of hundreds of mechanical wolves swarming out of the crates sent shockwaves through the global audience watching the live feed. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were watching a horror movie. Holy! What the hell are these things? They just popped out and scared the crap out of me. Holy! These things are terrifying. Their eyes are glowing red. Wait, these things look like Boston Dynamics' new generation of robotic dogs. Exactly. I bought one before, but how did they get these in China? And they look bigger and scarier. In an instant, citizens across Blue Star Nation stared wide-eyed, fixated on the robotic dogs on their screens. As these robotic dogs either crouched quietly beside Dragon Nation officers or paced back and forth, scanning their surroundings. They looked incredibly high-tech. Yet even after seeing these high-tech mechanical wolves, many foreign trolls stubbornly insisted they were just remote-controlled toys. Little did they know this was only the beginning. After a flurry of activity by the Dragon Nation police officers nearby, what many had dismissed as toys instantly underwent a transformation. Some had only an assault rifle mounted on their backs. Others carried a large Gatling gun. Several larger mechanical wolves were equipped with multiple rocket launchers on their backs and sides. But as the camera swept across this fully armed pack of mechanical wolves, netizens felt as if they were facing a complete firepower unit. Especially when their eyes glowed with light and the dark mass of gun barrels all turned toward the camera. Some timid netizens were so terrified they sat down on the floor. At that moment, not only did citizens across Blue Star feel their scalps tingle, even the citizens of the Dragon Nation were left utterly speechless. When did our country develop such incredible equipment? Why haven't we heard a single thing about this? They kept this under wraps way too well. Chapter 58, The Collapsing Eagle, We've Been Duped. Whether domestic or international netizens, upon seeing row after row of fully armed mechanical wolves, felt their scalps tingle and their spines chill. What was even more terrifying was that they couldn't see anyone operating these mechanical wolves from behind. As if possessed by another spirit, the mechanical wolves began moving independently. White mechanical wolves, form ranks, bellowed a Dragon Nation officer. The mechanical wolves swiftly began assembling in formation with small, measured steps. Within moments, hundreds of mechanical wolves stood in perfect formation, crouching low and holding their positions motionless. The visual impact was like watching a futuristic sci-fi film. In that moment, countless netizens found themselves questioning whether this was reality or illusion.
The combination of their metallic skeletons and high-performance composite materials radiated a bone-chilling sense of technological coldness. The oppressive aura they radiated was even more intense than that of the Dragon Nation police officers. The video's comment stream fell into complete silence at that moment. Not a single voice spoke. Seconds later, wave after wave of bullet comments flooded the screen like an emotional outburst. Holy! These aren't toys. These mechanical dogs are real. They're bionic robots. What mechanical dogs? Didn't you hear the Dragon Nation cop yell "Big White Mechanical Wolf" just now? That name is spot on. They're way bigger than any robotic dogs I've seen before. Am I seeing this right? Those weapons on their backs can't be fake. Not just Gatling guns, how can they even have rocket launchers? Didn't Liberty Nation release a small unmanned combat vehicle before? I recall their tracked UGVs could only mount standard assault rifles. Does that mean this mechanical wolf is more advanced than Liberty Nation's unmanned combat vehicle? Of course. What else could it be? Liberty Nation's ground unmanned combat vehicle is just a tracked robot. Its technical complexity is nowhere near comparable to this quadrupedal bionic robot. Wait, didn't Liberty Nation's military experts claim Long Nation lagged far behind in combat robotics development? How come Dragon Nation deployed war robots before Liberty Nation's forces even started using them? Also, if Dragon Nation has achieved such breakthroughs in war robots, why did they oppose legalizing them at the Blue Star Alliance Village Conference? Ah, I see. Dragon Nation is playing a strategic retreat. Free Nation and those Western countries have all been outmaneuvered. If Dragon Nation had openly revealed the extent of their war robot research earlier, Freedom Nation would never have proposed this bill in the first place, let alone pushed for its passage. But now, this proposal came from Liberty Nation itself, and they insisted on passing it at the Blue Star Alliance Village meeting. This is nothing short of shooting themselves in the foot, doing China a huge favor. Ha, Dragon Nation is just too cunning. All I can say is, well played. Netizens across Blue Star Nations, reeling from the revelation of the Dragon Nation's staggering lead in war robotics. On the other hand, they were mercilessly mocking the Free Nation for being played by the Dragon Nation. After all, across the entire Blue Star, only the Dragon Nation could make the Blue Star's dominant power, the Free Nation, dance to its tune. Pentagon Building. Inside the office of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency. Richard stared at the video feed, watching the agile mechanical wolf gleaming with metallic sheen, radiating lethal intent. Fear surged to its peak within him. Especially when he saw the dark mass of automatic rifles, Gatling guns, and rocket launchers behind those mechanical wolves. Cold sweat broke out on his back. That overwhelming terror transformed into impotent rage, shattering his sanity completely. Damn it! We've all been played by the Dragon Nation. They have war robots, and they're more advanced than ours in the Free Nation. Damn it! He snatched the deputy's phone and slammed it hard against the wall. Instantly, the deputy's Apple phone shattered into pieces, lying scattered on the floor. Deputy? What the hell? Why did you smash my phone? Why not just smash the office computer instead? Damn it! But facing Richard, who was already close to losing his temper, the assistant could only swallow his frustration. These mechanized wolves, armed and agile, were clearly no slouches in performance. Anyone could tell at a glance. Especially after witnessing one mechanical wolf perform an aerial leap while carrying a Gatling gun. Research experts in the Free Nation's relevant fields would likely weep collectively. Even a fool could see now, this was the ideal form of a war robot. Yet their own perfect war robots still languished in the lab. Yet the Dragon Nation had already deployed them, preparing to use them in actual combat. The sheer magnitude of this gap was almost unbelievable. This can't be. How could Dragon Nation suddenly possess such advanced war robots? Didn't intelligence reports previously state that Dragon Nation had been making slow progress in military quadruped robot research? Is this what they meant by slow progress? And what about Leiden? Didn't he guarantee me that the Dragon Nation couldn't possibly have combat robots? The advantage is on my side? Where is that damn fool now? At this moment. Blue Star Alliance Village Headquarters. Within the Foreign Affairs Office of the Free Nation. Leiden was still leisurely sipping his coffee, listening to the elegant music playing from the record player beside him. Savoring the quiet, pleasant personal moment. As the key figure who successfully pushed for the legalization of war robots, Leiden's standing within the Foreign Affairs Department of the Free Nation had risen even further. He had received word days prior that the White House was highly satisfied with his performance at the Blue Star Alliance Village Conference. Preparations were underway to transfer him to a key department within the White House in the near future. Then, he would be even more prominent and successful than he was now. Just then, the tightly closed door swung open. Two middle-aged men in suits entered expressionlessly. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Leiden frowned in displeasure. Which department are you from? This is the Foreign Affairs Department. How dare you enter without prior notification? Do you know who I am? I'm the Foreign Affairs representative of the Free Nation to the Blue Star Alliance Village. Secretary. Throw these two blind fools out. Leiden barked in displeasure. Yet, after his outburst, no one came in from outside. Seeing this, Leiden was about to make a call to inquire. The two middle-aged men in suits spoke up coldly. "Don't bother calling. No one will come to your aid. We're from the FBI, Mr. Leiden. Please cooperate with us and come back for questioning." At these words, Leiden, who had been brimming with arrogance moments before, froze in place. "Investigation? What investigation? The higher-ups suspect you colluded with the Dragon Nation to secretly push for the legalization of war robots. You've got to be kidding me. Me colluding with the Dragon Nation to legalize war robots? That bill was proposed by the Department of Defense. It's entirely beneficial to our free nation. I even received commendation from the White House for it." Leiden shouted in utter bewilderment. That was before. Now Manhwa suddenly possesses advanced war robots and has already deployed them. This has a massive impact on our nation's image and military posture. Oh, and the order for you to return for investigation also came from the White House. What? The Dragon Nation not only possesses advanced combat robots but has already deployed them? How is that possible? Gentlemen, you must be mistaken. Manhwa couldn't possibly have advanced war robots. This must be a rumor. Rumor? One of the FBI agents sneered coldly. He pulled out his phone and handed it to Leiden. Dragon Nation's war robots are all deployed in cleanup operations. The entire Blue Star knows this now and you call it a rumor? Leiden's scalp prickled as he opened the video. When he saw the mechanical wolves in the video, armed with all kinds of weapons, his heart gave a violent jolt. Leiden stumbled backward in panic. Pale as a ghost, he slumped to the ground, his face etched with utter despair. Only then did he realize he'd been played by the Dragon Nation. Chapter 59, Fake. It's all fake. At that moment, the voice of a Myanmar journalist came over the video feed. In this joint anti-fraud operation between Myanmar's military and Manhwa's police, Manhwa will employ an entirely new combat approach. What you are now witnessing is a bionic quadrupedal mechanical wolf named Big White, independently developed by Manhwa. According to our sources, the Dragon Nation police deployed 235 personnel for this joint operation, alongside 100 bionic robots. The reporter's voice continued, but Leiden could no longer hear a word. He stared in utter despair and shock at the rows of agile combat robotic wolves, his eyes vacant and bewildered. He couldn't figure out why the Dragon Nation, which had always lagged behind in war robot development, why had they suddenly produced so many advanced robots? It wasn't just Leiden who couldn't make sense of it. The Free Nation's high command was now seething with shock and fury. Originally, they had intended to pass a bill legalizing war robots to consolidate their position as the dominant power on Blue Star. But now, the tables had turned, and the Dragon Nation had outmaneuvered them. Not only had the Free Nation lost its first mover advantage in the field of war robots, but also made them a laughingstock across Blue Star. Had they spent all that effort crafting the bill only to hand it to the Dragon Nation on a silver platter? This left them both furious and deeply frustrated. The bionic mechanical wolf unveiled by Dragon Nation sent shockwaves through the governments and military high commands of both the Free Nation and other Blue Star nations, but also stunned the major companies across Blue Star currently developing war robots. Liberty Nation. Massachusetts, a towering skyscraper. This was the headquarters of Freedom Nation's Boston Dynamics Corporation. Originally founded by Liberty Nation's Rope Institute of Technology. Though ownership changed hands several times, Hyundai Motor Group of South Korea eventually became the company's largest shareholder. However, the company's core technologies, R&D teams, intellectual property, and primary application markets remain in Liberty Nation. Maintaining close ties with the Free Nation military, it is still regarded as a Free Nation enterprise. The company specializes in developing highly complex robots, including humanoids and quadrupeds, with applications spanning industrial, military, and service sectors. It stands as a global leader in commercial robotics technology. It is also the primary partner in the Free Nation Army's War Robot Development Project. At that moment, the CEO of Boss Dull Power casually accepted the phone handed to him by his assistant. The next second, his expression immediately froze upon seeing the video content. Is that a quadrupedal bionic robot? And it's carrying weapons? Isn't this the very war machine dog we've been developing? This technology is classified as top secret. No one outside the Free Nation military should know about it. How did this technology leak to the Dragon Nation? Could there be a Dragon Nation mole within our company? Or did the Free Nation military leak it? The CEO of Boss Dumb Power exclaimed in disbelief. Quick! Call the White House immediately. I need to brief the president right away. His certainty that it was a technology leak stemmed from the fact that they were also developing mechanical dog combat robots. In this field, Boss Dull Power had always held an absolute leading position. He couldn't believe any other company could surpass their technology in this domain, let alone Manhwa. However, his secretary beside him looked grim as he replied. Mr. President, this video was provided by the White House. They suspect our company has secretly colluded with Manhwa's relevant departments to sell technology to them under the table. Investigators are currently en route to our company to conduct a search and gather evidence. But our head of technology stated that Longwa's quadruped robot technology and performance significantly surpass our company's capabilities. Therefore, the Dragon Nation's technology was not leaked by our company. What? Better than ours? That's impossible. We're the industry leader in this field. Yet, when he saw the video of a mechanical wolf carrying a rocket launcher, marching in lockstep alongside Longwa police officers, he fell silent. Their company's robotic dogs certainly didn't possess such capabilities. Philadelphia, Liberty Nation. Ghost Robotics. Clang. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes angrily smashed his red wineglass on the floor. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Didn't the Liberty Nation Army say Long Nation had failed in developing war robots? But now not only has Dragon Nation developed them, they're already deploying them in actual combat. And they've completely outpaced us in speed. The middle-aged man was the founder of Ghost Robotics. This company specializes in legged robotics research. Though newly established, it has become Boston's biggest competitor in the legged robotics market. Simultaneously, their medium-sized quadrupedal robot design gained military approval, making them another key partner for the armed forces in this field. Originally, by focusing solely on legged robotics research, the company could dominate a niche global market and reap enormous profits. Yet unexpectedly, they were overtaken by the Dragon Nation. And this breakthrough occurred completely unexpectedly, without any prior warning. As an authority in the legged robotics field, he recognized immediately. Dragon Nation's quadrupedal robot was more advanced than their own latest legged robot, which hadn't even been released yet. What was even more alarming was that these mechanical wolves varied in size and were equipped with different gear. This indicated that Longwa had already completed the development of its mechanical wolf series and established a full production line. If that was indeed the case, their company would have no chance of survival in the future quadruped robot market. We've all been played by Longwa. Their earlier agreement to legalize war robots was nothing but a conspiracy. White House. According to the time zone, it was the dead of night in Liberty Nation. Yet as the White House emergency call rang out, a group of its top officials rushed to the White House. Among them were the head of Army Equipment, military experts from the Pentagon, the Director of Security, the White House strategic think tank, and representatives from Boston and Ghost Robotics. Gathered in the White House conference room, their expressions were grave. In fact, most of them had already seen the video footage. They were well aware of the purpose of this gathering. Tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the conference room. Then, with a cold expression, Anthony, the Minister of State, entered. As the third highest-ranking official in the Free Nation, second only to the President and Vice President, Anthony's presence instantly heightened the tension in the conference room. Everyone, I trust you've all seen that video. The truth is now crystal clear. We've all been deceived by the Dragon Nation. They've played us. Without any preamble, Anthony slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted in fury. He slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with fury. Chapter 60, they're treating us like Japanese people. Damn Dragon Nation. At the Blue Star Alliance Village Conference, they pretended to oppose us, refusing to legalize war robots. But in reality, they've been secretly advancing war robot research all along and achieved such results. They were just waiting for us to walk right into it. Anthony's expression darkened considerably. After all, as the Blue Star's strongest superpower, the Free Nation had been completely outmaneuvered by the Dragon Nation. This fiasco had become a laughingstock among many Blue Star nations. For the prideful Free Nation, this was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. Not just Anthony, but everyone else in the conference hall was seething with rage. I told you so. Those Dragon Nation people are pure cunning, they're the very embodiment of deceit. Exactly. We've been duped by the Dragon Nation multiple times before. I thought this time would be different, but we still fell into their trap. And they have the nerve to launch a crackdown on telecom fraud? They're the biggest con artists on Blue Star. We should have the Foreign Affairs Department immediately submit another proposal to the Blue Star Alliance Village demanding the prohibition of legalizing war robots. Several military experts from the Pentagon building declared angrily. Are you all idiots? It was our Free Nation that first proposed legalizing war robots. Now that we see Long Nation has developed advanced war robots before us, we want to ban them. If we actually do this, what will become of the Free Nation's credibility? We'll become the biggest laughingstock on Blue Star. And even if we were to throw all decency to the wind, would banning the legalization of war robots actually benefit us? Or are we just going to stop developing them altogether? An expert from the White House's strategic think tank stood up to refute the argument. One was a military expert from the Department of Defense, the other a strategist from the White House think tank. Both sides were locked in a tense standoff over this issue. Stubbornness and reluctance were written all over everyone's faces. After all, both departments had been involved in drafting the plan to legalize war robots. Now that they'd been duped by the Dragon Nation, both wanted to shift the blame. But after arguing for a long time, they could only sit back down in resignation. For at that moment, every nation on Blue Star had witnessed the advanced war robots displayed by Dragon Nation. Yet as the world's self-appointed police force, they were utterly powerless against the Dragon Nation.
All they could do was bark impotently here.
Especially when they recalled how, after the war robot legalization bill passed, they'd even held a small celebratory gathering. Now, the faces of those present burned with embarrassment. What difference was there between being sold out and counting the money for the seller?
The Dragon Nation was treating them like they were Japanese. Just as the Free Nation's high-ranking officials were wallowing in shame.
Across Blue Star's internet,
an article released by the Free Nation's White House News Department was dug up and reposted. This sent the Free Nation's leadership into a complete meltdown.
The article bore the headline, Dragon Nation's protest against legalizing war robots in Blue Star Alliance village fails at just outcome.
This report had been specially written by the White House News Department after the Free Nation's proposal to legalize war robots was passed. Its purpose was simple, to leverage this opportunity to demonstrate the Free Nation's strength while simultaneously mocking Dragon Nation. After its release, the Free Nation mobilized its propaganda apparatus to amplify the piece, even securing several days of trending status.
Now, however, following the release of footage showing Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves,
this very article has become a source of shame for the Free Nation.
The sharpness with which they once mocked Dragon Nation is now the very measure of the ridicule they themselves face. Numerous international affairs experts seized the moment to analyze the incident.
I believe this represents a classic open strategy employed by Dragon Nation.
In reality, Dragon Nation likely possesses advanced war robot technology.
However, if the Dragon Nation had proactively disclosed these technological achievements, it would inevitably have faced strong opposition from multiple nations led by the Free Nation. Therefore, they adopted a reverse strategy. First, they firmly resisted. Finally, they prompted the Free Nation to voluntarily propose a bill legalizing war robots. Now that this resolution has passed unanimously, the Free Nation and other Western countries have absolutely no grounds to oppose it.
In other words, Dragon Nation didn't just outmaneuver Liberty Nation, they outmaneuvered the entire world. After this analysis by the international affairs expert, netizens on Blue Star who hadn't grasped the situation before were completely blown away. Holy crap! How could this be? That Dragon Nation is way too devious. The Dragon Nation is downright devious, nothing like us Westerners with our integrity. The Free Nation is probably holding emergency meetings right now, trying to figure out how not to fall for Dragon Nation's tricks. That'll be tough. When it comes to scheming, I reckon no one can match the Dragon Nation except our own Cherry Blossom Nation. Cut it out.
For thousands of years, your Cherry Blossom country has been their grandson. Every little trick you know, you learned from the Dragon country.
Stop. Don't go around saying that, netizen. We Dragon Nation don't have such ungrateful grandchildren. Don't go claiming our lineage for them. Enough already. Stop this nonsense.
This incident was utterly explosive for netizens across Blue Star nations. Many Westerners simply couldn't accept the fact that they'd been played by the Dragon Nation.
They were furious.
Especially those netizens who had previously mocked Longwei for sending only over 200 people to the cleanup operation. Now they wish the ground would swallow them whole. Faced with the ironclad fact that the Dragon Nation possesses powerful combat robots, their earlier mockery and disdain have all become a laughingstock. Meanwhile, back in Longwa, the Dragon Nation netizens who had single-handedly stood up to the Big Five online finally felt a sense of vindication. What about those who claimed our crackdown on online scams was just for show? Come out and say it again. Yeah, I remember one guy who said if China really had war robots, he'd go out and find a Chinese person to kneel down and call daddy. Where do you live, foreign netizen? I'll send my buddies over right now. So what if we only sent over 200 officers? We may be outnumbered, but our mechanical wolves are formidable. And to those domestic public intellectuals and traitors, keep slandering your own country, you ungrateful dogs.
Keep cursing away. Watching Dragon Nation netizens relentlessly out-troll their foreign counterparts, those international keyboard warriors felt utterly humiliated. Don't get too excited, you Dragon country folks.
This video only proves your country has war robots, but these quadrupedal machines have no combat data whatsoever. Who knows how effective they are in combat?
Exactly. The video only shows your mechanical wolves have decent load-bearing capacity and can carry heavy individual weapons, so what?
Without real combat experience, who's to say you're not pulling our leg? Once someone started the trend, more international keyboard warriors jumped on the bandwagon. They may not have a leg to stand on, but they sure are stubborn. No matter what others say, they stick to one line: without combat data, it's all just bull.
And they even have proof. To date, no footage has emerged showing any crackdown on Myanmar's telecommunications fraud operations. This only reinforced their suspicions. They strongly believe that the Dragon Nation intends to use fake war robots to intimidate the Free Nation and other countries.
The plan is to make them abandon competition in this field with Dragon Nation, allowing Dragon Nation to secretly advance its own development. After this perspective was raised, foreign trolls who were already skeptical began liking and commenting enthusiastically. The repost count for this argumentative article instantly surged past hundreds of thousands. That's just how reality works.
No one wants to admit others are superior,
especially when it comes to those they once deemed inferior.
And the best way to convince them? Is to prove it through a real battle. Chapter 61, Confronting Doubt with a Direct Challenge. Blue Star Alliance Village Headquarters.
Within the Foreign Affairs Office of the Free Nation, Leiden, about to be dragged back to take the fall, saw that post and clung to it like a lifeline. The resignation that had clouded his eyes gave way to renewed hope.
Wait. I can explain this. I'll call the Minister of State Affairs right now. Just give me 1 more minute. Longwei is deliberately deceiving us. This is their standard tactic. This is a conspiracy. I must inform Minister Guo Wuqing. Truthfully, he was no different from those stubborn international netizens.
Even now, he still can't accept that Longwa could have more advanced war robots than their Free Nation. He certainly couldn't fathom that he, the esteemed ambassador of the Free Nation to the Blue Star Alliance Village, could be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by the Dragon Nation. Especially since that article he co-authored has resurfaced. It made him the laughingstock of netizens across Blue Star. Leiden understood that although the proposal to legalize war robots originated from the White House, and that his role was merely to implement it within the Blue Star Alliance Village. But now, both the White House and the Pentagon were reaping the consequences of their misjudgment regarding the Dragon Nation's war robot capabilities. This has had a profound impact on the Free Nation's international image and strategic deployment. Someone must take responsibility for this incident. As the representative who signed the agreement on behalf of the Free Nation, Leiden became the most suitable scapegoat. The 2 FBI agents exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. After all, Leiden still held the title of ambassador to the Blue Star Alliance Village. Before the matter was resolved, no one could say whether he still had a chance to turn things around. Seeing this, Leiden immediately dialed the White House. "Mr. Anthony, I have urgent matters to report," Leiden exclaimed into the phone with palpable urgency. But on the other end came a cacophony of noise, as if people were arguing.
"Leiden? You have the nerve to call me. Shouldn't you be taken away by the FBI by now?"
Listening to the furious roar on the other end, Leiden felt like cursing under his breath.
"I was just the one who signed it.
The original proposal came from you guys at the White House and the Pentagon.
Now you're dumping all the blame on me? You've got no shame left. Mr. Anthony, please hear me out." He knew that a single word from Anthony could determine his fate.
So no matter how much he resented it, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud.
"Explain?" "Yes. Mr. Anthony, this is a trap set by the Dragon Nation."
The Dragon Nation doesn't possess any advanced war robots at all. Their goal is to make us believe they've developed advanced war robots, so we'll abandon competition in this field. Once everyone shifts their focus to other fields, they'll secretly advance their own development.
This is a tactic we've always used ourselves. Now they've learned it.
So all that was just a facade. That war robot only had one advantage, its load-carrying capacity.
Otherwise, why haven't we seen any videos of them using these war robots to strike against cybercrime organizations? On the other end of the line, Anthony fell silent after hearing his words. Leiden knew the other party was weighing the truth of his words.
After all, while Leiden was merely speculating without evidence, his reasoning wasn't without merit. The Free Nation excelled at creating PowerPoint presentations for all kinds of weapons. Whether the weapon projects were actually researched or not, they'd release the PowerPoint presentations first. Typically, nations across Blue Star would take these hastily produced presentations at face value. They would then be intimidated by the Free Nation's supposedly advanced weaponry. Or they secretly conduct research based on the data in those presentations. Back in the day, the only nation that could rival them for supremacy on Blue Star, the Bear Nation, collapsed precisely because of its deceptive space program. And the Dragon Nation's Mechanical Wolf project is likely following the same path. Only theirs is more convincing. They've crafted their PowerPoints into something resembling a functional prototype. Compounded by the recent lesson in cunning they received from the Dragon Nation, their suspicions naturally deepened. Then, Leiden heard what sounded like low murmurs of discussion on the other end of the line.
Then Anthony's voice came through the phone.
"Leiden, we'll trust you one last time. If your deductions prove false afterward, you know what awaits you."
I know very well," Leiden exclaimed passionately.
Manhwa, University of Chinese Academy of Sciences.
Inside a research laboratory,
Liangda hurried into a private research room. Inside, Du Zeyu and Yu Mingxi were collaborating on a research assignment assigned by their professor.
"Boss, look. That big white mechanical wolf you developed is going viral online.
But those foreigners are utterly despicable.
They're actually claiming your mechanical wolf is fake."
"What? How could they do that?" Before Du Zeyu could respond, Yu Mingxi snatched the tablet and began reading intently. The more she read, the angrier she became. Her already flushed cheeks turned bright red with rage at the foreign netizens' comments. Her eyes widened, her beautiful gaze filled with fury.
"This is infuriating. Our mechanical wolf is clearly so powerful, why won't they believe it?
And they don't even have a shred of evidence, just spouting nonsense here." Yu Mingxi waved her delicate fists and stomped her feet in frustration.
After all, Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi were only 12 years old, even if they were far more mature than their peers. But facing this overwhelming wave of slander from abroad, they couldn't help but feel furious. Look, even some of our own people in Longwa are questioning this. Don't they know how to defend their own country? That's how these Western-obsessed lapdogs are. Whenever our country develops something advanced, they claim it's fake. Yet when the West farts, they hail it as the most delicious thing. It's utterly shameless. Back in the day, these traitors would have been shot. Watching Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi spit venom as they cursed. Zeyu set down the circuit board he was holding and smiled. Alright, you two don't need to get so worked up. I know you're sticking up for me, but there's no need for that now. The fiercer their curses now, the more their mouths will ache later. Ha? Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Yu Mingxi asked curiously. Zeyu smiled and addressed both of them. You both know the capabilities of the big white mechanical wolf. International pressure has been building to the point where, if my prediction holds, the nation will soon have to take decisive action. Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi exchanged glances. Both looked utterly bewildered. Hype the situation? Could all this be intentional on the state's part? Was it all just to stir up the hype, only to step in and humiliate them? At that thought, their furious expressions instantly shifted to anticipation. Chapter 62, Mechanical Wolf Combat Footage Leaked. Global Shock. Dragon Nation, Capital City. Army General Staff Headquarters. Joint Anti-Fraud Eradication Temporary Command Center for Monkey Nation in Myanmar. Chief of Staff Zhang Lei personally oversaw the operation, remotely directing the anti-fraud crackdown. He was flanked by department heads from the Ministry of Public Security. How is the international media reacting now? Wang Lei asked with a smile from his seat in the command center. General Zhang, our operation is currently the top international news story in most countries on Blue Star. The international community is intensely debating the deployment of our mechanical wolves. Many claim we've played the free nation for fools, and everyone's laughing at them. However, one article questioning whether our mechanical wolves are fake has gained significant attention. It has even been officially reposted by the White House and the Free Nation. A staff member handling intelligence reported from the side. Had the Free Nation actually dared to repost it? Seems they still haven't learned their lesson from being tricked by us. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Lei chuckled. It's about time. We can play the second video now. Since the Free Nation is so eager to see us humiliate them, we won't hold back. Now it's time for us to draw our swords. Zhang Lei said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Yes. With Zhang Lei's order issued. A few minutes later, the Myanmar government released a second video. Netizens from around the world who had been fiercely debating online were instantly drawn to this newly released video. Across major international forums, the video released by the Myanmar government was swiftly reposted and featured prominently across major media platforms. The video's title read, Joint Purge Operation in Progress. Upon seeing this title, netizens across Blue Star nations erupted in discussion. Many had previously argued that Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves lacked combat experience, making it impossible to prove their true strength. Not long after, Monkey Nation released this combat footage to prove them wrong. Of course, before anyone could see the footage, it remained uncertain whether these mech wolves would actually be deployed in combat operations. Everyone eagerly clicked to watch the video. The moment the footage began, the once arrogant netizens were instantly stunned. The footage was set around the streets of a telecommunications fraud industrial park in Myanmar. What should have been a heavily guarded complex now lay in utter ruin. Not only had the compound's heavy gates been reduced to scrap metal, but even the sturdy, towering perimeter walls lay in ruins. Thick smoke billowed from buildings throughout the complex, while bullet holes dotted the ground. Several deep craters resembled rocket-propelled grenade impacts. In the distance, pools of blood and pixelated biological remains were visible on the ground. The footage alone sent a collective gasp of horror through netizens across Blue Star nations. Some faint-hearted viewers were even moved to tears by the horrific and bloody scenes. The camera then shifted to a wider view. Here, a group of fully armed Dragon Nation police officers were signaling with hand gestures, charging forward with machine guns in hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Occasional flashes of fire and explosions echoed through the footage. Clearly, this is the front line where Dragon Nation police are clearing out the fraudsters' armed forces. Why are there only human figures? Where did the mechanical wolves go? Could it be Dragon Nation is actually deceiving us? Their mechanical wolves never even joined the battle? Ha, I told you so. Dragon Nation couldn't possibly be more advanced than Free Nation. After searching for ages without spotting the mechanical wolf, netizens began to question the footage. But no sooner had the words left their mouths than the camera swiftly shifted again. As the video perspective shifted, they finally spotted a swarm of bionic mechanical creatures advancing densely toward various areas of the park ahead. Bathed in sunlight, the mechanical wolves emitted a blinding glare. The various weapons mounted on their backs, however, sent a chill down the spine. Clank, clank. The mechanical wolves moved in perfect unison, each with a distinct role.
Their agile mechanical limbs emitted faint metallic grinding sounds, like the musings of death itself. Paired with their glowing red eyes, they sent a chill down the spine. "Attack," commanded a Dragon Nation officer. The mechanical wolves, previously advancing slowly, suddenly quickened their pace. They scattered with agility, autonomously launching their assault toward the stronghold of the armed telecommunications fraud group. Click-clack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless flashes of fire erupted, forming a dense net of gunfire that scattered across the armed group's positions. Simultaneously, over a dozen mechanical wolves armed with Gatling guns served as the main force. They relentlessly spat out tongues of fire while charging fearlessly in a straight line. Even when stray bullets grazed their bodies, it did nothing to halt their advance. They resembled emotionless, pain-insensitive killing machines. In their eyes, there was no trace of fear or hesitation, only an unwavering determination to eliminate the enemy before them. What astonished the crowd even more was the extraordinary hardness of these mechanical wolves' exteriors. Without sustained, intense fire, these metallic bodies could not be completely destroyed. Moreover, these mechanical wolves operated with clear division of labor and seamless coordination. They consistently pinpointed enemy vulnerabilities in concealed positions, executing varied assault missions based on firepower distribution. Yet on this battlefield, not a single Dragon Nation officer was visible among the enemy forces. This was clearly an entirely autonomous mechanical legion. Such formidable performance completely shattered the worldview of every online spectator. Their worldviews were profoundly shaken. This scene instantly silenced the online trolls who had previously dismissed Dragon Nation's war robots as mere showpieces with no real combat capability. Faced with such formidable combat footage, they racked their brains but found no words to criticize. Especially those domestic public intellectuals and self-proclaimed experts who had leveraged their online influence to mock their own nation's mechanical wolves as inadequate. But now, this stark reality has shattered their confidence completely. What about the claims that they were just piles of mechanical toys? What about the claim they had no combat capability whatsoever? But now, without any human assistance, the mechanical wolves have single-handedly breached enemy defenses. How can we possibly criticize them now with such terrifying combat prowess? That big-name military expert online, wasn't he the one saying our domestic quadruped robots were still in their infancy? Come on out and say something now. Tell me our mechanical wolf just turned the enemy's fraud squad into Swiss cheese. How can you still call it immature? Damn it! I actually believe those so-called public intellectuals and experts before turns out they're all lapdogs serving the free nation. Report them. Report all these traitorous dogs. Send them crawling back to their free country daddies. Holy crap! Is this even real? Not some movie set? The Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves are terrifying. That scene just now was absolutely spectacular. These mechanical wolves are more agile than humans, and they feel no pain or fear. Fighting against a mechanized army like this? I'd lose my mind. This is straight out of science fiction. I can't believe this is real. Countless international netizens were utterly stunned. The mechanical wolves' power far exceeded their expectations. Even with their eyes glued to the screen, they couldn't find any evidence to argue against it. Even through the screen, they could feel the utter despair of those telecom fraud militants. The Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf didn't just obliterate these positions. It utterly shattered the pride and self-righteousness of those arrogant international netizens. Chapter 63, Battle Im Rises Finding Friends. The video was brief, lasting only a few minutes. After all, this was the first real combat deployment of the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. It contained numerous tactical and strategic secrets that couldn't be fully disclosed. Yet even these few minutes of footage delivered a massive shock to netizens across Blue Star. At that moment, netizens across the globe fell silent. Whether domestic netizens or those from Japan, Korea, Europe, or even the Free Nation. Their emotions were deeply complex. The images of the mechanical wolf relentlessly spewing flames and swiftly overrunning the fraudsters' armed positions during the Yusu training exercise were etched deeply into their minds. Even ordinary people with no military background whatsoever could feel the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the mechanical wolf. Many foreign netizens had originally come with mockery and nitpicking in mind. But now, all they could utter was holy. Holy. I came looking for proof that Dragon Nation's war robots were fake, but what did I see? These mechanical wolves are terrifying. These mechanical wolves were born for war with their powerful, hardened exoskeletons, incredibly agile bodies, and sustained heavy firepower. And with no sense of pain or fear, human troops stand no chance against them. Is this the future of warfare? I'm actually witnessing real combat footage of future warfare online. Dragon Nation is seriously next level. Wasn't Liberty Nation supposed to be the military superpower of Blue Star? Where are their war robots? Liberty Nation? Ha! They're probably fuming right now. And that expert who dismissed the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves as mere showpieces? Come out and explain yourself. Though I hate to admit it, this is the reality. In the field of war robots, Dragon Nation is undeniably the strongest right now.
With the release of this video, even the most stubborn netizens from various countries were finally left speechless. After all, the combat footage of the mechanical wolf was witnessed by all. That kind of power is overwhelming, like a dimensional strike, leaving them utterly unable to find any grounds for criticism. Even the few stubborn trolls who tried to nitpick were swiftly reported and lambasted by the majority of netizens. As international praise poured in overwhelmingly, netizens across the Dragon Kingdom finally felt a surge of pride. A profound sense of national pride welled up within them. Especially seeing those foreign netizens who had previously hurled the harshest insults now crumbling under the weight of their own words. The relief felt by domestic netizens is indescribable. Go ahead and keep hating. Didn't you claim our Dragon Nation could never develop war robots, but we could never surpass the free nation? Now I ask you, does your face hurt? The international scene is buzzing with excitement. Some arrogant Western netizens, still unwilling to concede defeat, were racking their brains for ways to smear the Dragon Nation. Just then, the international military expert who had previously questioned whether the Dragon Nation's war robots were just for show spoke up again. He'd been bombarded with abuse from netizens worldwide until he nearly shut himself off from the world. If he couldn't come up with a reason to save face now, his career would be over. Even if your Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves are real, they only function because of the weapons mounted on their backs. After all, Myanmar's cyber fraud militia is nothing but a rabble, and their weapons are hopelessly outdated. The only reason these mechanical wolves appear formidable is through firepower suppression, right? According to the Free Nation's definition of war robots, they require more than just payload capacity and heavy firepower. They must also possess robust reconnaissance capabilities and autonomous operational abilities. The other capabilities of this mechanical wolf weren't demonstrated at all earlier. That's no big deal. A war robot's greatest strength lies in guerrilla urban warfare. That's the ultimate test of a war robot's true strength. If you're so confident, show us footage of guerrilla street combat. Position warfare proves nothing. Seeing his remarks, the online trolls hired by the Free Nation suddenly clung to it like a last lifeline. Exactly. The Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves did look formidable in that video. But who knows if that's just because of the huge disparity in firepower between the two sides. These rabble could be easily wiped out by any nation's military forces, provided they had sufficiently advanced weaponry. Besides, nations like the Free Nation and Han's Cat aren't without quadrupedal robots either. Equip them with weapons, and while they might not match Dragon Nation's war robots in agility or payload capacity, but with human operators in control, they could likely achieve comparable results. It's just that the Dragon Nation beat the other Blue Star nations to mass-producing war robots. In trench warfare, the cybercrime gangs are no different from a bunch of sitting ducks. If these fraudsters scattered and fled, the mechanical wolf legions would certainly be unable to pursue them. Ultimately, it would still fall to Dragon Nation's police forces to step in personally and complete the eradication. However, before this military expert's skepticism could spread, a video was leaked almost immediately. But this time, the first-person perspective wasn't from the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. Instead, it came from members of the fraud-wielding armed group. The video was released by an ordinary citizen from the Myanmar Monkey Nation. He lived near the Telecom Fraud Industrial Park. The footage was retrieved from a phone he found among the ruins of the complex. Netizens from various countries rushed to watch the video. After all, this was footage captured by the fraudsters themselves. This is far more convincing than any official video released by Myanmar. From the very start, the footage was violently shaky. Evidently, the fraudster filming was running at full speed. Despite the blurry footage, viewers could clearly see the backdrop filled with crumbling ruins. Everywhere showed signs of shelling and bullet holes. After half a minute, the fraudster finally came to a halt in a corner of the ruins. Viewers could clearly see his heaving chest and slightly trembling hands. The fraudster filming this video was clearly extremely nervous. Especially with this first-person perspective, many netizens felt as if they were right there. Their emotions rose and fell with the tension. Holy crap! Guys, this first-person perspective is absolutely insane. It feels like I'm right there. Yeah, I've totally put myself in the shoes of one of those scammers now, huh? This is way more thrilling than playing a video game. Previously, we only had official videos released by Myanmar's government. This time, we have the perspective of the armed fraudsters themselves. This footage is the most convincing evidence. Now we've got enough evidence to slap that dragon country in the face. They never expected this footage to leak. There are bodies everywhere, no survivors in sight? Is this the aftermath of the battle? Absolutely. While the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves aren't up to par, their firepower is real. Combined with the Dragon Nation's well-trained police force, taking down one of the fraud gang's compounds isn't surprising. What we should focus on isn't whether Dragon Nation completed the cleanup, but how effective those mechanical wolves really were during this operation. Netizens have long since stopped caring whether the Dragon Nation and Monkey Nation's operation concluded smoothly. Their attention has long since shifted to these mechanical wolves. Amidst the ongoing global discussions, video footage shows several mechanical wolves entering the ruined courtyard in the distance. The mechanical wolves have arrived. The member of the fraud gang was hiding in a relatively concealed spot and on the second floor at that. How did the mechanical wolves find him? Just as netizens were puzzling over this, suddenly, a clear, childlike voice began singing in the footage. Looking for friends. Looking for friends. Looking for a friend. Chapter 64, the nuclear weapon that shatters enemy morale. What the hell? Isn't this a war video? Why is it suddenly playing a song? Holy crap. I thought I was hearing things, but everyone else heard it too. Is this video fake? What kind of army plays songs during combat? That's just brain dead. Netizens from around the world, immersed in the first-person perspective, were stunned by the sudden burst of song. They couldn't fathom how singing could possibly exist on a battlefield. Wait. This isn't coming from the armed militants themselves, it's coming from the courtyard outside. Exactly. It's sung in Chinese, and it's a children's song. What does this mean? The mechanical wolf is playing this song and it's a children's song? What the hell is Dragon Country up to? Ha! I've finally found proof that the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves are fakes. What kind of war robot plays nursery rhymes on the battlefield? Only kids' toys do that. Exactly. I just bought my kid a toy robot and it plays children's songs out loud. This proves beyond a doubt that Dragon Country's mechanical wolf is just a kid's toy. But to be fair, the melody of this nursery rhyme is actually quite catchy. Any Dragon Nation netizens out there willing to translate it for us? I'll play it for my kid to sleep till later. Many international netizens couldn't resist poking fun at the nursery rhyme playing in the video. Meanwhile, those online trolls who were nearly driven to despair earlier suddenly sprang to life. It felt like Columbus discovering a new continent, that kind of excitement. This lullaby does indeed originate from our country, and its name is Looking for Friends. One netizen from the Dragon Kingdom, though puzzled by the act of playing a children's song on the battlefield, stepped forward to explain it to everyone. Looking for friends? Ha, this song is fun. The children's voices in this song are truly adorable. Just as foreign netizens were mocking the brain-dead move of playing children's songs during war. The more people listened, the more uneasy they felt. Members of the fraud gang crouched in the corner of the ruins. Their panicked eyes scanned the corpses of several comrades inside the room, filled with despair. Yet contrasting this was the cheerful, childlike melody drifting in from outside. The two contrasting emotions merged inexplicably, leaving the online viewers, who were intently watching the video, with an indescribable sense of eeriness. Looking for friends. Looking for friends. Looking for friends. Ever since this member of the telecom fraud gang spotted those mechanical wolves from the Dragon Kingdom, this nursery rhyme had been echoing in everyone's ears. As they listened, the cheerful atmosphere gradually faded, replaced by a feeling as if a ghost were whispering softly to them. Moreover, that helpful netizen from the Dragon Nation kept translating the song's lyrics in the comment stream for everyone. Only then did they realize it was a song often hummed by children in the Dragon Kingdom during playtime. Yet the melody, which should have been filled with childlike innocence and joy, had now transformed into a dark, oppressive curse in their hearts. For through the video feed, they witnessed clearly, whenever the nursery rhyme abruptly ceased, a member of the armed fraud gang hiding in a concealed corner nearby would be discovered by the mechanical wolf. Amidst horrified screams, their lives would end. This discovery sent a chill down the spines of netizens worldwide. Only then did they finally grasp the true purpose behind the mechanical wolves playing nursery rhymes on the battlefield. This wasn't just a simple children's song, it was the mechanical wolves' nuclear weapon for shattering enemy morale. The terrified fraudster raised his phone, clearly recording the entire process of a mechanical wolf's purge. A mechanical wolf equipped with a Gatling gun moved nimbly, constantly patrolling the surrounding courtyards. The nursery rhyme played on a loop behind it. Suddenly, the mechanical wolf halted outside a patch of grass, and the song abruptly ceased. Then, a fraudster hiding in the bushes leaped out. The fraudster's face was frozen in sheer terror. The sound of machine gun fire swept through the air. After the screams faded, the mechanical wolf resumed humming the nursery rhyme as it sought out its next target. Gulp! At that moment, countless netizens collectively swallowed hard in unison before their screens. Many timid souls felt their hairs stand on end. The nursery rhyme echoed like the relentless swing of death's scythe. Each time the singing stopped, it signaled another armed fraud operative had been located. Click! Click! Accompanied by the mechanical wolf's rhythmic footsteps. The videographer's mind was nearing collapse. He dared not stick his head out to film anymore. Instead, he crouched low, clutching his knees with both hands, pressing himself tightly against the corner. Everyone could clearly see the look of terror and despair on his face. His eyes were as terrifying as if he had seen a demon. Everyone understood. Although the armed fraudster's hiding spot was temporarily safe, the sound of children's songs growing louder outside. This signaled that more and more mechanical wolves were searching outside. He had become the prey trapped within the mechanical wolves' net. At this moment, despair filled the heart of this armed fraudster. Judging by the hiding spot he chose and his gun handling technique, he was likely one of the few experienced veterans among the fraud gang members. Logically, with his skills, he should have fired first before the mechanical wolves detected him. He absolutely had the chance to take out the mechanical wolf outside. But now, his heart buried in fear, he cowered in the corner like a lamb awaiting slaughter, not daring to breathe. Looking for friends, looking for friends, looking for friends. As the haunting, curse-like song faded into the distance, the fraudster gradually exhaled in relief. Perhaps he really could evade the mechanical wolf's search this time. And he wasn't alone in this mindset. The other armed fraudsters hiding in the courtyard shared the same hope. But just then, the nursery rhyme's tempo suddenly quickened, growing ever more urgent. Looking for a friend, found a good friend. Found a good friend. Found. Dozens of nursery rhymes echoed in succession throughout the courtyard. Immediately after, the crowd heard gunfire, the sound of people fleeing, and screams. Viewers watching the video felt their scalps tingle. Because they knew every friend who had been found was already dead. In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent. Ha! The armed fraudster couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't been discovered during this hunt. He was deeply suspicious that he might be the sole survivor left in the entire courtyard now. But just then, a faint voice echoed through the air. Is anyone else still alive? Help me. Quick, help me. Chapter 65, Global Explosion. This children's song is too terrifying. Hearing a human voice now felt like hearing the sound of heaven to this armed fraudster. So there was another survivor besides himself. He couldn't help but peek up cautiously, just catching sight of a figure moving restlessly near the edge of distant grass. Perhaps obscured by the foliage, the figure appeared somewhat blurred. A voice kept calling for help from within. It was Wang Xiaoning. He was still alive. The armed fraud operative's face lit up with joy. Wang Xiaoning had been his comrade in the armed group. They had always been squadmates during combat operations. But the Mechanical Wolf Legion's assault had been too fierce, causing them to lose contact during their retreat. Now it seemed he, like himself, had evaded the Mechanical Wolf's pursuit. Hope surged back into his eyes. At least he wasn't the only survivor here. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no signs of mechanical wolves nearby. He steeled his nerves, poked his head out, and whispered, Wang Xiaoning, I'm here. Hearing his voice, the companion named Wang Xiaoning froze momentarily. Then his body twisted around in an extremely bizarre posture. At the same time, Wang San's body seemed to flicker for an instant. This left the online audience perplexed, some even wondering if they had seen things. Just as everyone was pondering this, the head of the armed fraudster named Wang Xiaoning in the video suddenly detached from his neck. He caught it with both hands. At the same time, the severed head held in Wang San's hands revealed an eerie smile at the corners of its mouth. It stared straight ahead toward the camera. Creak. In an instant, the armed fraudster filming the video felt a chill run down his spine and collapsed to the ground. Then, Wang Xiaonings's body began to fade, gradually dissolving until he vanished completely. As the phantom faded, a mechanical wolf strode out in a military march. Its high-definition camera, with red light flashing in its eyes, clearly scanned the location of the armed fraudsters. Looking for friends. The haunting, childlike voice echoed once more. The nursery rhyme grew louder and clearer. Suddenly, at the doorway of the second-floor room where the fraudsters were hiding, a mechanical wolf burst out, the nursery rhyme now crystal clear. Looking for a friend. Found a good friend. He. As the last note of the childish laughter faded, the Gatling gun mounted on the mechanical wolf's back erupted in a blinding flash of fire. Click-clack. Then, the entire video flipped upside down on the ground, and the armed fraudster fell silent forever. The screen froze, the only sound left being the children's song playing once more. The video ended, yet the bullet chat remained utterly empty. In that moment, the entire Blue Star seemed to fall into a deathly silence, devoid of sound. All the netizens from Blue Star nations who had been intently watching the video were left with their scalps tingling from the terrifying scene they had just witnessed. Even after the video had ended, a melody lingered in their ears. Looking for friends. This line of song seemed to pierce through dimensional barriers, directly transmitting into the ears of every netizen watching the video on Blue Star. Then, like a flesh-eating disease, it burrowed into everyone's hearts and bones. After lingering for tens of seconds, the video's comment stream snowballed, completely engulfing the entire screen. Holy! I just saw a ghost in the video. Is this a battlefield or a haunted house? Holy! I'm home alone, and that scene just scared the hell out of me. Who the hell thought of playing children's songs in the middle of a war? That's just sick. That Dragon Country children's song is absolutely terrifying. I can still hear it ringing in my ears. What the hell was up with that guy called Wang San? Was he really a ghost? What the hell? That was clearly a holographic projection. But this tech is insane, it looks exactly like the real thing. Yeah, I only realized it when the illusion vanished. Has Dragon Nation's holographic projection tech advanced this far? It's practically indistinguishable from the real thing. Damn it.
That scene was utterly creepy. Just thinking about that bizarre moment when he caught his own severed head.
I'm definitely having nightmares tonight. Wait, aren't holograms supposed to be for movies? Did that scumbag from Longwood come up with this to set people up? That's despicable. Is this still the friendly, approachable dragon nation I knew? This kind of psychological warfare tactic is unheard of. Holy crap. Those mechanical wolves from Longwa are terrifying. I never want to face them on the battlefield. Online, all the previous skepticism, mockery, and disdain vanished without a trace. What flooded the internet instead was a deluge of frantic comments filled with fear, rage, and utter horror. Tonight, emergency call rates across Blue Star Nation skyrocketed tenfold compared to normal. Many reported hearing children singing nursery rhymes in the corners of their homes. And the song was none other than the Dragon Nation's nursery rhyme, Looking for Friends. Numerous netizens reported seeing long-dead friends outside their windows. All of them, in perfect unison, cradled their heads in their hands and grinned relentlessly at the onlookers. Faced with this wave of paranormal incidents reported worldwide, many police departments with limited resources have completely collapsed. Even officers who had watched the footage dared not venture out alone. In an instant, terror seemed to envelop the entire Blue Star. Military experts worldwide were stunned by the performance of the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. They never imagined warfare could be conducted in such a manner. If playing nursery rhymes could only be considered a devious psychological tactic that anyone could imitate, then the hyper-realistic holographic projection technology was utterly mind-blowing. This holographic projection technology, capable of deceiving virtually every human eye, would become the nightmare of every enemy on the battlefield. On the battlefield, coordination between soldiers is crucial. Such coordination is built upon absolute trust. Yet Longwa's holographic projection technology completely erodes trust between enemies. Not only can it mimic comrades in arms, but it can also impersonate commanding officers to issue orders. Once battlefield intelligence about their own commanders is exposed to Longwa, wouldn't their troops descend into utter chaos? With morale shattered, how could they possibly fight? Therefore, for military strategists, the mental and visual assaults of the mechanical wolves proved even more terrifying than their physical attacks. Even now, netizens from Blue Star nations who watch the footage carry lingering psychological scars. The mere thought of that ghostly nursery rhyme sends chills down their spines. Many traumatized netizens curse the Dragon Nation's dirty tactics, while frantically reporting the video hosting site demanding its immediate removal. The website, which had hoped to gain popularity through this footage, never imagined it would end up like this. Faced with a global backlash from netizens, they had no choice but to take down the video. However, far too many netizens had already seen it. Some daring netizens even recorded the video and re-uploaded it online. Even if cyber police worldwide worked overtime to delete it, they couldn't completely eradicate the video. Chapter 66, Total Takedown Children's Songs Labeled as Horror Tracks. And sharing in the undeserved backlash alongside the video sharing platform were major music platforms both domestically and internationally. That very night, major music platforms worldwide were inundated with countless complaint calls. Simultaneously, massive surges of users flooded the platforms, pushing them to the brink of collapse. Longwa, Penguin Music Headquarters. Senior executives were summoned back to the company overnight. Department heads were also summoned back. All of them looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, none of them understood what had happened. What's going on? Manager, our music platform just received a massive wave of complaint calls. Even our website servers are about to crash. A company technician hurriedly reported. Complaints? What are they complaining about? Did we upload songs by some disgraced artist? Who could have such massive influence? The department manager at Penguin Music immediately panicked. If that were the case, they'd have to prepare for a PR crisis. But it wasn't a disgraced artist. Everyone was reporting a children's song called Finding Friends. Finding Friends? A children's song? The manager was completely dumbfounded. Seriously? These reporters must be out of their minds. Why would anyone waste their time reporting a children's song? And Finding Friends is the undisputed king of children's songs. Whether you're from the 80s, 90s, or even the aughts, it's part of your childhood memories. Plus, the melody is cheerful and the vocals are sweet. What's wrong with it? These lunatics. It must be some other competing company pulling this stunt. I'm ordering an immediate investigation into NetEase Cloud Music, see if they're behind this. He wouldn't believe for a second that this beloved, familiar children's song could possibly have any issues. So the manager concluded that this must be the work of a competitor. However, the technician beside him immediately shook his head. Manager, this definitely isn't NetEase Cloud Music's doing. How can you be so sure? Because I just checked, NetEase Cloud Music is in the same boat. Tons of users are reporting them too. What? They're being reported too? Could it be this same children's song? At this point, the Tencent music manager was completely baffled. If their company was being reported, it could be due to industry competition. But now that they're in the same boat as us, something doesn't feel right about this. Manager, it's not just major domestic music platforms. Every music platform out there, big or small, domestic or international, has been flooded with reports if they host this children's song. What? Even overseas music platforms got reported? What's going on here? Did this friend offend global netizens? This situation is definitely fishy. After all, the videos related to the joint crackdown on telecom fraud between China and Myanmar were released on foreign platforms by Myanmar. Even that viral video that caused such a stir was no exception. So while this issue remains a hot topic abroad, within China, however, aside from a small number of young netizens who access foreign sites via VPN, most domestic citizens remain unaware of it. Moreover, those paying attention are mostly military enthusiasts. The incident hasn't yet spread widely to other circles. So it's completely understandable that folks at Penguin Music are baffled. Something's off, this is really off. What were the reasons given by those who reported this children's song? The manager frowned and asked. They claimed the song was filled with horror elements, that it was a song with a strong horror theme. The technician said, sounding almost disbelieving himself. The song Looking for Friends is one that pretty much everyone has heard. Both the lyrics and melody are lighthearted and cheerful. How could it possibly be associated with horror? Just as everyone was completely baffled, a young man sitting in the corner raised his hand and said, "Manager, I know why. Look at this video." The technician showed everyone the very video recorded by the armed fraudsters. A few minutes later, the video ended. The department manager of Penguin Music and the others all stood frozen in place. After a long pause, the manager was the first to snap out of it. His expression was peculiar, and he gave a wry smile. Who could have imagined the state would deploy this children's song on the battlefield? And if you're going to use it, why make it so terrifying? Even now, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Take it down. Immediately remove this Finding Friends children's song. Whether it's the original or any cover version, every single one of them, no exceptions. This song is terrifying. I'll never listen to it again. After the manager finished speaking, the surrounding music platform technicians all nodded in deep agreement. They'd never seen anything this outrageous. For a children's song to be banned by netizens worldwide, that's unheard of. Not only did Tencent Music remove it, but NetEase Cloud Music also pulled the song from its platform almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, the company's executives vented their fury on their personal Weibo accounts. What kind of person could possibly devise such a devious and malicious scheme? Across the ocean, in the land of liberty. Inside a high-level meeting room at the White House. A group of department heads and think tank experts sat with exhausted expressions. This meeting had dragged on since the early hours of the morning. Many were utterly exhausted, yet not a single one dared request leave to rest. After all, the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf incident had profound implications for them. If any of you feel sleepy, you can listen to that children's song from Manhwa again. Minister of State Anthony swept his gaze around the room and said coldly. At his words, the drowsiness that had begun to overtake the meeting room attendees instantly gave way to a chill running down their spines, their nerves instantly taut. Who can tell me? How did Manhwa suddenly acquire such advanced war robots? Faced with Anthony's soul-searching question, everyone present was equally perplexed. They had all witnessed the footage from the video earlier. Even the battle-hardened military commanders and seasoned experts of the Strategic Advisory Group felt their scalps tingle. And their current state of shock and dread far surpassed that of ordinary netizens who had merely watched the footage. After all, the Free Nation possessed Blue Star's most formidable intelligence apparatus. The intelligence they possessed far exceeded what ordinary netizens had access to. Moreover, they had their own people embedded within the Myanmar government. These insiders had supplied them with extensive video footage of Dragon Nation's combat robots in actual warfare. These were not the same videos released online. Consequently, they possess detailed knowledge of the combat capabilities and specific performance metrics of this mechanical wolf. For instance, they know this Dragon Nation mechanical wolf is codenamed Big White. It is a highly mature quadrupedal robot. The Dragon Nation military has developed multiple variants of the mechanical wolf for different combat roles. Some are for combat, some for reconnaissance, some for transport, and there are even ones designed for suicide attacks. In short, every conceivable type of combat robot they could imagine had already been mass-produced by the Dragon Nation military. According to the Free Nation Army's previously established plans, their own combat robots would not enter mass production until at least 6 months from now. Moreover, only combat robots and reconnaissance robots would be deployed to the troops. This meant that in the field of war robots, the Dragon Nation was not merely one step ahead of them. It was a comprehensive, overwhelming lead. This realization sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. What was even more terrifying was that the performance of these mechanical wolves far exceeded their imagination. According to intelligence they had obtained, Dragon Nation had already concluded its operation to wipe out the telecommunications fraud complex. With a force of just over 200 personnel, the Dragon Nation had dismantled an organized crime syndicate boasting thousands of armed operatives. The leaders of several families were already being prepared for extradition back to Longwei for further interrogation. In this operation, the Dragon Nation's police forces essentially only handled the final cleanup. The entire offensive was executed independently by the Mechanical Wolf Corps. This news left everyone present deeply surprised and shocked. This development undoubtedly posed a massive threat to Liberty Nation's military supremacy. Chapter 67, Military Prestige Smashed, Liberty Nation Fumes. How did the Dragon Nation suddenly acquire such advanced war robots? This question filled the minds of everyone in the conference room. They simply couldn't fathom it. More importantly, they had no idea how many of these mechanical wolves the Dragon Nation had actually produced. After all, with Dragon Nation's advanced industrial capabilities, mass-producing these mechanical wolves wouldn't be difficult. Once their entire army was equipped with these mechanical wolves, the enhancement to Dragon Nation's ground military strength would be terrifying. Dragon Nation's land forces were already the strongest on Blue Star. Paired with these mechanical wolves, even their free nation would be left with nothing but the role of the beaten party. Mr. Anthony, the CIA previously conducted detailed investigations into Dragon Nation's progress in developing war robots. I can confirm that, at the very latest, 2 months ago, Dragon Nation had no significant breakthroughs in combat robotics. Therefore, this mechanical wolf is most likely a technological breakthrough achieved within the last 2 months. The speaker was Howard, director of the Liberty Nation's Central Intelligence Agency. As one of the 4 major intelligence agencies on Blue Star and the foremost among the 3 intelligence units of the Free Nation, the intelligence and reconnaissance capabilities of the Central Intelligence Agency need no further elaboration. Yet after hearing Howard's report, the assembled military experts all shook their heads. Director Howard, I'm not questioning the capabilities of your CIA. It's just that this mechanical wolf could never have reached this level of sophistication in just 2 months. A military expert from the Defense Department frowned and stated, "Exactly. Based on the previously submitted data regarding the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf, its technological sophistication is at least 3 to 5 years ahead of our Free Nation. The mechanical wolf may not appear large, but many of its technologies are highly advanced. This is absolutely not something that could be researched in such a short time. And that lifelike holographic projection technology? It's light years ahead of ours." Hearing the military experts' assessments, Secretary of State Anthony also frowned deeply. After all, the CIA's intelligence capabilities are beyond question. The military experts at the Pentagon also had a valid point. Such advanced technologies, accumulated over many years, clearly couldn't have been collectively developed in just a month or 2. There must be something fishy going on. This can't be possible, that can't be possible. Does that mean the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf just suddenly materialized out of thin air? A White House official vented his frustration. For a moment, the bewildered officials of the Free Nation all fell silent. This matter was indeed baffling. Regarding the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf, the CIA will continue its investigation. But now, we must also find a way to address the immediate image and military impact these Dragon Nation mechanical wolves have caused for our Free Nation. Otherwise, we cannot account for this to our citizens. Anthony spoke calmly, his gaze steady. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room felt a chill run down their spines. The success of the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf had stunned the entire Blue Star. Longwa's international standing and image have once again reached new heights. Conversely, the international standing of their Free Nation had suffered a severe blow. Especially since they had fallen victim to Dragon Nation's cunning scheme, foolishly spearheading the passage of the War Robot Legalization Bill. This incident had already made them the laughingstock of Blue Star. With 2 years remaining until the next presidential election in the Free Nation, should domestic discontent arise during this period, the incumbent president would be unable to secure re-election. The losses would fall squarely on their own shoulders. After all, most attendees at this conference are members of the faction aligned with the president. Failing to provide the public with a reasonable explanation would deal a severe blow to their political careers and the interests they represent. And these shrewd individuals understood exactly what Anthony meant. They were preparing to find an unlucky scapegoat to shoulder all the blame for them. The bill legalizing war robots was signed by Leiden. He must bear primary responsibility for this matter. Anthony tapped his fingers on the table and remarked casually. The tense atmosphere in the meeting room instantly relaxed as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Anthony is right. If it weren't for Leiden's insistence on signing that bill at the Blue Star Alliance Village, our Free Nation wouldn't be the laughingstock of every country. Exactly. As the Free Nation's ambassador to the Blue Star Alliance Village, this responsibility must fall on him. Agreed. Reconsideration. The meeting finally concluded after identifying the scapegoat. The heads of all departments left the White House as if nothing had happened. At that moment, twist waist, Blue Star Alliance Village Free Nation office. It was already morning, yet the office remained dimly lit. Outside the door, 2 FBI agents maintained their vigil. Leiden stared at the ceiling in despair, his eyes vacant. Ever since that video recorded by the fraudsters was released, Leiden knew he was finished. The White House and Pentagon were full of shrewd operators. They would never admit that this war robot legalization bill was jointly drafted by them, and that he was merely an executor. Exhaustion etched helplessness across his face, his once slick-back hair now a messy tangle. After finishing the last cigarette in his hand, Leiden glanced at the silver pistol on the sofa beside him. After a moment of blank stare, he picked it up with a bitter smile. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the Blue Star Alliance Village's Free Nation office. Dragon Nation, capital city. Happy home. Our station reports that to intensify the crackdown on telecommunications fraud, Dragon Nation and Monkey Nation have continuously strengthened law enforcement cooperation and carried out concentrated eradication campaigns. Recently, through joint law enforcement efforts and crackdowns, over 3,000 telecommunications fraud suspects were apprehended, dealing a severe blow to local fraud syndicates. Simultaneously, during this joint operation against telecom fraudsters, our nation's police demonstrated and deployed an advanced quadrupedal bionic mechanical wolf in real combat scenarios. It played a crucial role in the operation. The success of this quadrupedal bionic mechanical wolf signifies China's advancement to international leadership in the field of unmanned intelligent robotics. Now for an international news update. Early this morning, Ambassador Leiden of the Free Nations Blue Star Alliance Village office was found deceased in his office. The Liberty Nation Federal Bureau of Investigation has immediately launched an investigation into the incident. Preliminary findings indicate Leiden died by suicide, ruling out homicide. Simultaneously, FBI agents discovered a large volume of documents related to foreign communications in his office. Multiple funds transferred from overseas were discovered in his personal bank accounts. The FBI stated that this incident may be linked to the war robot legalization bill signed by Leiden. After watching the news broadcast, Dubin grumbled at the dinner table. Meanwhile, Zeyu remained completely unfazed, calmly picking up his favorite pot-roasted pork and devouring it with gusto. Chapter 68. Watch your tongue, I'm still a kid. Those bastards from Liberty Nation actually claim that Ambassador's death was suicide out of guilt, colluding with foreign powers? And they're linking it to the war robot legalization bill? That's clearly a veiled attack. They can't develop advanced robots themselves, yet they're throwing mud at others. What scum? Alright, just eat your meal. Zhang Yumei shot him a disapproving glance and served Dubin a chicken drumstick. You can't even figure out your own auto shop's problems, and now you're meddling in national affairs? Dubin glared at her. What's wrong with a man caring about national affairs? Besides, ever since Xiaoyu got me that Lonka Academy car paint, my shop's business has been booming. Cars come in every day just to get painted, and they have to wait in line. And these people in the capital really have money. They all drive luxury cars, and quite a few are sports cars worth tens of millions. Dubin said with a smug look on his face. Multi-million-dollar sports cars getting painted at your place? You're just bragging. Your shabby little shop? Aren't you afraid of ruining their cars? Zhang Yumei chuckled skeptically. What? You still don't believe me? Why don't you come by tomorrow and see for yourself? I've got a Lamborghini parked there right now. Lamborghini? You know what that is? It's a luxury car, super expensive. Dubin straightened up, growing more excited as he spoke. You wouldn't believe it, I just landed another big contract with a luxury car club. All the members are rich second-generation kids, driving sports cars worth tens of millions. If you show up in a car worth a couple $100,000, they'll look down on you. Plus, the club members say the paint job here is seriously awesome. Ever since they got my paint job, they haven't even gotten any traffic tickets, it's crazy. Our auto shop has become their exclusive paint shop now. Almost every day, a bunch of luxury cars roll in just to get their paint done by me. The money I've made these past few days is more than I earned in several months back in Taocheng. Honey, once we've got the money, I'll buy you a Lamborghini to drive too. Dubin declared boldly as he wrapped his arm around Zhang Yumei. Yeah, right. With your little auto shop, you're buying a Lamborghini? You'd be better off getting me a bikini first, that's more realistic. A bikini? Like your husband could afford that. No problem, I'll buy you one right now. Then we'll go to the beach, and you can show it off for me. Stop it, I'm not wearing it for you to see, Zhang Yumei said shyly. Mom, Dad, I'm still a kid. Could you two watch what you say? Zeyu watched his parents flirting without a care for his presence, speechless. What's there to be careful about? If it weren't for that red bikini your mom wore at the beach 10 years ago, you'd have been flushed down the toilet with the toilet paper ages ago. Dubin curled his lip, speaking with feigned toughness. Zeyu? Ding. Congratulations, host. Your developed technology has been adopted nationally. Science points increased by 50-100. Hearing the voice in his ear, Zeyu's heart leapt with joy. Mom and Dad, I'm full. I'm heading back to my room. Dropping that line, Zeyu set down his chopsticks and promptly headed back to his room. Far from his shameless parents, Zeyu instantly felt the world had become a much better place. Lying on his bed, Zeyu opened the system interface with a thought. First to appear was his personal panel. Host, Du Zeyu. Age, 10. Position, Elite Youth Program Student, Dragon Academy. Unlocked technologies, Space Launch Vehicle Technology, Military Mechanical Wolf Technology. Tech points, 6,300. Seeing his technology points skyrocket, Du Zeyu's mood instantly lifted.
With ample tech points now, he could exchange for new technologies.
But what technology should he choose?
Du Zeyu browsed the system store but found himself unsure which technology to choose.
Well, no rush. He'd ask Grandpa Wu in the next couple days and see what technologies the military currently needed before deciding. After pondering for a moment, Du Zeyu ultimately decided against making an immediate exchange and closed the system. Lying on his bed, he recalled what Du Bin had said earlier. After spraying this car paint, even the sports cars stopped committing traffic violations? Could this cause any problems?
He knew exactly what that paint he gave Du Bin could do. He'd spent a significant number of tech points to extract the coating technology from a fighter jet. Its performance was undeniably top-notch, but it was a coating designed for stealth fighters. It genuinely possessed stealth capabilities, and those capabilities were exceptionally potent.
Back then, Du Zeyu hadn't given it much thought when selecting a high-quality car paint for Du Bin.
After all, cars couldn't fly, nor would they interact with military radar systems to cause any negative consequences. But he overlooked the radar cameras on the roads that capture traffic violations. If someone with malicious intent used it to evade traffic violations, that would be trouble.
He'd better tell Grandpa Wu about this tomorrow.
If necessary, he'd have the Dragon Academy find a real car paint for his father to use. Using stealth fighter paint just wasn't a long-term solution. After coming to this realization, Du Zeyu yawned and pulled the covers over his head, drifting off to sleep.
Early the next morning,
Du Zeyu summoned Yu Peng using his genius watch and took him straight to the final assembly department building. This time, however, Du Zeyu wasn't heading to Wu Pengtao's office. Instead, he went to a department on the same floor as Wu Pengtao's office. Externally, this was a branch of the Science and Technology Committee under the General Armament Department. In reality, it served as the Military Industry Coordination Department, specifically established to support Du Zeyu and his system. The reason this department was housed within the General Armament Department was, first, to facilitate Wu Pengtao's work. After all, he had to oversee both the General Armament Department's affairs and manage issues concerning Du Zeyu, and the system being too far apart would be highly inconvenient. But the primary reason was security and confidentiality. The General Armament Department itself holds a high rank within the military hierarchy, making its security standards unquestionably stringent. Furthermore, access to Wu Pengtao's floor required strict vetting. Therefore, establishing the department here was the safest option and also avoided arousing suspicion from foreign intelligence agents.
Commander, Xiaoyu is here.
Hearing this, Wu Pengtao, who had been processing documents, looked up and smiled affectionately.
Xiaoyu's here? Ha, I was just about to look for you. Hello, Grandpa Wu. Wu Pengtao beckoned Du Zeyu closer and asked with a smile. Did you catch last night's news? That mechanical wolf you developed has become a sensation.
I heard the Free Nation held all-night meetings discussing it last night. I bet many of them can't even sleep soundly now, heh? Wu Pengtao burst into hearty laughter, his face beaming with satisfaction.
This joint crackdown operation was a resounding success.
Not only did we apprehend the key members of the 4 fraud syndicates hiding in Myanmar, but also completely dismantled several large-scale operations there.
A large number of Chinese nationals, whether voluntarily or deceived, were brought back.
The operation garnered widespread acclaim from the domestic populace. Simultaneously, the mechanical wolf gained fame on the battlefield, elevating the Dragon Nation's international influence and military image to new heights. Now, numerous foreign officials are inquiring about purchasing this mech wolf, seeking to negotiate with the military.
Of course, the most crucial aspect remains the practical application of the mechanical wolf in combat, which will generate significant technological points for Du Zeyu's military-industrial system. That is the paramount priority at present. Chapter 69, The Prodigal Son. Using stealth fighter coating for spray paint. Xiaoyu, we've completed the combat mission with the mechanical wolf. Has the tech point reward from the system been credited yet? Wu Pengtao asked with a smile.
Yeah, they were credited last night. Sitting at the table, Du Zeyu spotted the bags of chips and cans of cola Wu Pengtao had prepared for him. His eyes lit up as he walked over.
Already credited last night? That fast? Quick, tell Grandpa how many tech points did this system give you this time? Wu Pengtao asked eagerly. 5,000 tech points.
Du Zeyu said, holding up 5 fingers while tearing open a bag of chips.
That many? Haha, great. Now we've got plenty of tech points.
Hearing the system had granted Du Zeyu such a large amount of tech points, Wu Pengtao was genuinely thrilled.
Remember, when the mechanical wolf first gained preliminary recognition, it only gave 1,500 tech points.
Now, with several times that amount, things were suddenly looking much brighter. The military technology system Du Zeyu now held was the key to Dragon Nation's future ascent to higher dimensions of the tech tree. More tech points meant Du Zeyu could choose from a wider variety of upgrades, accessing increasingly advanced technologies.
Quite a substantial amount indeed. It should suffice for the immediate future. This is all thanks to Grandpa Wu and the military's support. Listening to Du Ziyu's words, Wu Pengtao smiled. We can't accept your thanks. If it weren't for you and the military technology system you brought, we wouldn't have made such rapid progress in the field of war robots. You are the one who deserves the credit not just from our military, but from the entire nation. Wu Pengtao's lips curved into a smile. But that tactic you devised using nursery rhymes to psychologically undermine the enemy has some serious unintended consequences. Now, under intense public protest, major websites across Blue Star have completely removed that nursery rhyme. It's not just overseas people here are wailing and complaining too. The crackdown on telecommunications fraud operations has officially concluded. Although they will continue joint anti-fraud operations with Myanmar in the future, the significance will be entirely different from this one. Nor could it have garnered such widespread global attention. Yet as the anti-fraud crackdown concluded, the subsequent chain reaction it triggered proved entirely unforeseen. Influenced by that video, citizens in numerous countries experienced heightened anxiety, with several even suffering mental breakdowns as a result. Now, diplomatic personnel from several Western nations have demanded that the Dragon Nation provide relevant explanations and responses. Liberty Nation, too, harbors resentment after being severely outmaneuvered by Dragon Nation this time. They have heavily criticized Longwa's use of war robots as inappropriate. They even denounced the use of mechanical wolves to broadcast nursery rhymes as a violation of humanitarian principles. They are demanding immediate apologies to all global viewers of the footage, along with compensation. Of course, the Dragon Nation has consistently ignored these demands. The video wasn't even filmed by Dragon Nation, it was recorded by the members of the armed fraud group themselves. Moreover, the video was uploaded by citizens of Myanmar, bearing no relation whatsoever to their Dragon Nation. Why should they be held accountable for explaining such matters? However, while the Dragon Nation chose to ignore the incident, it did indeed tarnish its international image to some extent. Some overseas Chinese, when facing discrimination or harassment abroad, now instinctively sing nursery rhymes instead of resorting to violence. Surprisingly, this tactic actually works on foreign audiences these days. Now, upon hearing the Chinese words for finding friends, they unconsciously start trembling all over. Beyond this, the most profound impact has been on the core members of the fraud families who were apprehended. Though these key members suffered no physical injuries, many were mentally scarred by the mechanical wolves. Authorities now need to bring in psychologists to counsel them before interrogation, creating significant complications for their work. These foreigners are such wimps. It's just a nursery rhyme, is it really that scary? Du Zeyu mumbled as he munched on potato chips. No big deal. If they ban the song, so be it. Our country has plenty of nursery rhymes anyway. If they ban this one, we'll just switch to another. Can they really ban every children's song in the world? Change it? Wu Pengtao's mouth twitched. Xiaoyu, you have no idea how many people in our country have childhood memories tied to this song. There's already a lot of backlash online, with people complaining that our military using Finding Friends as a children's song is ruining their childhood. You want to change it? Are you trying to destroy all the childhood songs for the kids? Grandpa Wu, you're right. Du Ziyu nodded thoughtfully after a moment. It's not enough to ruin the childhoods of our Longwa citizens, let's go ahead and ruin theirs too. Grandpa Wu, I suggest the military should collect nursery rhymes from various countries and input them all into the Mechanical Wolf's external sound system. Then, when the Mechanical Wolves fight enemies from any country, we'll play the country's nursery rhymes. That way, we won't have to deplete our own Dragon Nation's nursery rhyme library, and it'll make their psychological attacks even more effective. Wu Pengtao. Is this something a 10-year-old should be saying? They think their own country's nursery rhymes aren't potent enough, so they want to collect global nursery rhymes for targeted psychological warfare. That's just too damn sneaky. Wu Pengtao shook his head, deciding to wait until the domestic psychologists finished counseling the core members of those fraud families before offering counseling to Du Ziyu. How could such a young mind be filled with nothing but underhanded tricks? Wu Pengtao didn't want to continue discussing this issue with Du Ziyu and immediately asked. Oh, right, Xiaoyu. Your tech points have been credited. What new military tech do you plan to exchange for? I haven't decided yet. There are just too many technologies available for exchange in the system. Du Ziyu pouted, pondered for a while, then shook his head. Grandpa Wu, what kind of technology does the military need right now? Why don't you guys decide? Hearing this, Wu Pengtao shook his head helplessly. I wouldn't dare make that call. When you submitted the system earlier, the military high command already held meetings to discuss it. To avoid unnecessary conflicts among the three branches of the military and disruptions to normal military research and development. We won't interfere with what technology you choose to exchange, it's entirely up to you. Oh, I see. Du Ziyu felt a pang of disappointment. He'd planned to just relax after handing over the system, never expecting he'd still have to make the decision himself. Seeing Du Ziyu's disappointed expression, Wu Pengtao pinched his cheek and said with a smile. Xiaoyu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go with the flow. After all, every technology you've exchanged from the system has significantly boosted our Dragon Nation's military industry. Just look at how successful this mechanical wolf turned out. Du Zeyu nodded. Oh, and Grandpa Wu, there's something else I need to discuss with you. Just tell us what you need. Wu Pengtao patted his chest emphatically. It's not about needing help, it's about my father. Du Zeyu spread his hands and gave a wry smile. Your father? What's wrong with him? Wu Pengtao froze in surprise. Grandpa Wu, you know my father used to run an auto repair shop back home. After moving to the capital, he couldn't sit still and opened another auto repair shop, offering paint services on the side. He asked me to help get an advanced domestic car paint from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I didn't want to trouble the state, so I just exchanged a paint formula for him from the system. Now he's using that paint, and his spray painting business is booming. I'm a bit worried. Wu Pengtao looked completely baffled. Xiaoyu, I'm a bit lost here. There's nothing wrong with exchanging car paint for your father through the system. What's there to worry about? Well, this is a military system, so I couldn't exchange for different car paints. So I directly exchanged for a stealth fighter coating from the stealth fighter technology section. I overlooked that this coating stealth function might interfere with traffic radar detection, so... What? You applied stealth fighter coating to regular car paint? That's just throwing money down the drain. Wu Pengtao's eyes widened as he stared at Du Zeyu with a strange expression. Chapter 70, Trouble. Du Bin got arrested? Xiaoyu, you mean you exchanged the stealth fighter coating and used it at your dad's auto shop to paint regular cars? Wu Pengtao's eyes widened, his expression odd. Yes. I figured if it works for planes, it must be fine for cars. Since my dad started using this aircraft coating, business has really picked up. There's a line of high-end sports cars waiting to get painted every day. But I'm not sure if it's okay to use this coating for regular cars? Du Zeyu explained earnestly. Damn. Totally illegal. Wu Pengtao felt a bit down. The coating used on stealth fighters naturally boasts superior performance. Not only does it provide stealth capabilities, but its corrosion resistance and durability are also exceptionally high. If his father's auto repair shop could use this coating, it would be strange if business wasn't booming. Xiaoyu, this isn't about whether it's feasible or not, it's just too wasteful. You exchanged it through the system, so you might not grasp the true value of stealth fighter coating. Using that stuff to paint ordinary cars is nothing short of squandering a precious resource. Wu Pengtao exhaled deeply before speaking. Alright, I'll contact the Lunka Institute shortly. See if any of their regional labs have research on automotive coatings. Have them send your father some of the most advanced domestic automotive coatings available. You should hand over that stealth coating technology to the military department. Hearing Wu Pengtao's words, Du Zeyu smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's exactly what I had in mind. Then, Grandpa Wu, once I return, I'll have Uncle Yu deliver the stealth fighter coating technology to you. Good, that's the right approach. Wu Pengtao nodded with satisfaction, then casually inquired. By the way, you mentioned this stealth coating was exchanged from a stealth fighter jet. Which generation of fighter jet stealth coating is this? Stealth coating is one of the core technologies for fighter jets, and its performance directly impacts the aircraft's stealth capabilities. Although the Air Force has already developed 5th-generation fighters, and stealth coatings have undergone several generations of upgrades. In this field, we are essentially on par with the Free Nation. However, scientific research is an ongoing endeavor. Without continuous advancement, it is easy to be overtaken or even surpassed by rivals. Moreover, compared to the Free Nation, they entered this race later. Therefore, the Air Force has consistently pursued research on next-generation fighter aircraft. This stealth coating is a critical technical indicator for that project. Which generation? Wu paused to think. Oh, I believe it's for 6th-generation stealth coatings. Du Zeyu tilted his head in thought before speaking. Put. Wu Pengtao, who had just lifted his cup to take a sip of tea, nearly spit it out. He jumped to his feet, staring at Du Zeyu. What did you say? 6th-generation stealth coating. Seeing Wu Pengtao's excited expression, Du Zeyu was completely dumbfounded. Grandpa Wu, why are you so worked up? Didn't the Air Force already develop 6th-generation fighters 2 or even 3 models? You don't even need this technology. When did we ever develop a 6th-generation fighter? Wu Pengtao looked utterly dumbfounded. That thing is still in the early stages of research. What? The Air Force doesn't even have a 6th-generation fighter? Du Zeyu was stunned for a moment before finally processing the information. The military development in this parallel world was completely different from his previous life. While excelling in certain military domains, it lagged significantly behind the previous world in most areas. Take the mechanical wolves from before. In the original world, they'd already been deployed to military units. Here, however, the development of quadrupedal machines was only just beginning. So it made sense that the Dragon Nation, which already possessed several 6th-generation fighter jets in the original world, hadn't developed them here yet. It was just that Du Zeyu had overlooked this point back then. Wu Pengtao, however, failed to grasp the meaning behind Du Zeyu's words. Listening to him, Wu Pengtao felt utterly speechless. That's a sixth-generation fighter jet, a new generation of aircraft that even the Free Nation doesn't possess. We didn't even have the system back then, how could we possibly develop it so quickly? Xiaoyu, don't say another word. I'll immediately contact the Air Force expert researching the coding materials for the sixth-generation fighter jet. You go back now and retrieve the coding technology for the stealth fighter. Wu Pingtao understood that although he could have Du Ziyu directly exchange for all sixth-generation fighter technology from the system, but doing so would violate the military high command's directive not to interfere with Du Ziyu's decisions. Second, exchanging for the sixth-generation fighter would consume a significant amount of technology points. While the Air Force needed sixth-generation fighters, their current technological research was progressing steadily, there was no need to waste tech points. However, if their sixth-generation fighter research encountered a technical hurdle that couldn't be overcome quickly, they could ask Du Ziyu for assistance. Alternatively, when Du Ziyu's tech points were exceptionally abundant in the future, they could have him directly exchange for the even more powerful seventh-generation fighter. In any case, just this stealth coding technology for the sixth-generation fighter had already provided immense assistance to the Air Force. It has significantly shortened the development timeline for the sixth-generation fighter. Alright, I'll head back now. Du Ziyu nodded. But just as Du Ziyu was about to return to retrieve the fighter coding technology documents, Yu Peng entered with a look of urgency. Commander, there's been an incident. Hearing Yu Peng's words, Wu Pengtao's heart immediately tightened. Yu Peng was now Du Ziyu's personal bodyguard. If he said something was wrong, it must involve Du Ziyu. Du Ziyu was now the military's prized asset. Anything concerning him was major news. What happened? Speak up. Wu Pengtao demanded urgently. Did Free Nation's intelligence discover Xiaoyu's identity? No, it's not directly related to Xiaoyu. Yu Peng took a few deep breaths before speaking. It's Du Ziyu's father who's in trouble. What? My father? Du Ziyu was startled. His father was just painting cars at the repair shop. What could possibly happen to him? What's going on? Explain clearly. Upon hearing it wasn't Du Ziyu's identity that had been exposed, Wu Pengtao breathed a sigh of relief. However, protecting Du Ziyu's father also fell within their department's responsibilities. Du Ziyu's father had been taken away by officers from the Municipal Police Bureau. What? Du Bin was taken away by the Municipal Police Bureau. What the hell is going on? Not only was Wu Pengtao completely baffled, but Du Ziyu was also deeply puzzled. Grandpa Wu, my father might be a bit scatterbrained, but he wouldn't do anything illegal. Xiaoyu, don't worry. I'll send someone to look into this immediately. Unless your father committed murder, there's no way he'll end up in jail. Wu Pengtao patted Du Ziyu's head reassuringly. Though the old saying goes, the law applies equally to the emperor and the commoner. It's merely something to be heard. Only after living in society for a long time does one realize that absolute fairness doesn't exist in this world. Take Du Ziyu, for instance. He contributed to the military-industrial complex and developed so many advanced technologies for the armed forces. They wouldn't dare let anything happen to Du Ziyu's father. Yu Peng, have nearby personnel assess the situation immediately. Ensure his safety at all costs. We'll be there shortly. Wu Pengtao said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Yu Peng nodded and immediately walked out. Chapter 71, I just sprayed some paint. How is that illegal? Beijing, Economic Crime Investigation Division. Inside an interrogation room, 3 stern-faced middle-aged men entered. An officer beside them carried a stack of case files, placing them on the table in a towering pile. After taking their seats, they glanced at Du Bin sitting in the interrogation chair. They said coldly, "You're the owner of Zeyu Auto Repair Shop, right?" Du Bin, his face now filled with terror and utter bewilderment, nodded obediently. "Officer, you must have the wrong person. I'm truly an upstanding citizen. I've never done anything illegal in my life, just enjoy getting foot massages. Although I always request technician number 8 at the same foot massage place, my relationship with that technician is completely innocent. I simply think she has excellent foot massage skills and provides great emotional value. If you don't believe me, check my phone records. I always paid for the 198 yuan package. I've never even tried the essential oil spa." Watching Du Bin ramble on in defense, the expressions of the 3 interrogators darkened. "Oomph. Still playing dumb, huh?" Zhao Li snorted coldly. "Fine, let's see how long you can keep this up. First, allow me to introduce ourselves. This is Director Wang from the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau. This is Director Liu from the Vehicle Management Division of the Municipal Traffic Police Bureau. I'm Zhao Li, Captain of the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The fact that 3 departments are interrogating you together shows just how serious your crimes are. You think a simple foot massage will get you off the hook?" Gulp. Hearing their titles, Du Bin's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Especially the appearance of the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade chief at the end sent a chill down his spine. What the hell is going on here? I was just fixing up a car and spraying some paint. How did I suddenly attract so many big shots interrogating me? Though Du Bin considered himself no stranger to the world,
Last time his son built a rocket that knocked out a satellite from the Free Nation, even more people showed up than this time.
But back then, they didn't drag me into an interrogation room like this.
Officer, no, officer uncle, I truly haven't done anything illegal.
My son is a national hero, I'm the father of a hero. You've definitely got the wrong guy. Why don't you let me call my son? He'll definitely save me.
The current situation looked dire, and Dubin had no choice but to bring up his son as his last resort. Though he wasn't entirely sure how much his son had actually contributed to the nation. But given that the state had provided him with housing and assigned personnel to protect Zeyu's safety around the clock, it must have been significant.
At the very least, Zeyu was acquainted with a professor from the aviation technology group.
As a professor at a state-owned enterprise, he had considerable connections. In short, as long as he could get in touch with Zeyu, there was still hope for him.
Son? A national hero?
Hearing Dubin's words, Zhao Li and the others exchanged glances before furrowing their brows. After all, they couldn't be sure if Dubin was telling the truth.
What's your son's name? How old is he? Officer, my son's name is Zeyu. He's 10 years old. Dubin blurted out excitedly. 10 years old.
Hearing Dubin's words, Zhao Li and the others, who had been hesitant moments before, turned ashen-faced.
Bang!
Zhao Li slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily.
You bastard, Dubin! We're already here, and you still dare to play games with us? You've got some nerve. Do you think we can't touch you? Let me tell you this, we wouldn't have brought you back for interrogation without solid evidence.
If you don't come clean now, we'll deal with you harshly. Zhao Li was clearly furious. Earlier, Dubin had described everything in vivid detail, leading him to believe his son had truly made outstanding contributions to the nation. But now it seemed this guy was just playing them for fools. After all, at 10 years old, he was still in elementary school.
What possible contribution could he have made to the nation? A great hero of the Dragon Nation? Did he really think the police were fools? Officer, I'm telling the truth. I'm not messing with you. Why won't you believe me? I don't even know what I did wrong. What are you trying to get me to confess to?
Dubin was on the verge of tears now, his mental defenses completely shattered. Everything he just said was the truth, yet these officers stubbornly refused to believe him.
Fine, I'll give you one more chance to come clean.
Zhao Li said coldly.
Does your auto repair shop also offer paint services?
And despite only being open for 2 or 3 months, you've already painted over 100 cars.
Do you admit to this?
Hearing this, Dubin froze. Officer, I admit my auto repair shop does offer car painting services.
But is painting cars illegal? You're playing dumb, aren't you?
Zhao Li glared at him, his face darkening.
Painting cars isn't illegal, but your car paint is? What? Car paint is illegal? What law could car paint possibly break? Besides, if car paint is illegal, go after the paint itself. Why arrest me? Captain Zhao, this guy clearly doesn't want to cooperate. Let's show him the evidence we've gathered.
Lu, the director of the Vehicle Management Division at the Municipal Traffic Police Bureau, was growing restless beside him. He hadn't expected Dubin to be this stubborn, playing dumb the whole time. It seemed that without presenting some concrete evidence, he wouldn't cooperate with the investigation. Director Wang from the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau nodded in agreement beside him.
Fine, you won't talk? Then I will.
Zhao Li's expression turned cold as he spoke sharply. Just a month ago, the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau received a tip-off. The informant claimed that the automotive paint used by your auto repair shop was illegally smuggled in from overseas. In response, Customs Anti-Smuggling launched an investigation into the matter. It was discovered that the automotive paint used by your auto repair shop had no trademark and no manufacturer, making it a counterfeit product. Yet the paint's performance was exceptionally high, far surpassing any commercially available automotive paint. Although Customs hasn't yet identified your smuggling route, you remain a prime suspect. Of course, this isn't the only issue. Zhao Li paused briefly before continuing. Half a month ago, the Municipal Traffic Police Bureau received a report about a group engaging in illegal street racing on a nearby highway. Upon arrival, traffic police detained all participants and seized the vehicles used in the races. Reviewing surveillance footage confirmed these vehicles were indeed involved in illegal racing. But strangely, our speed radar didn't record their driving speeds. Further investigation revealed that these radar-evading sports cars shared one common trait: they had all been painted at your shop. Following this lead, we uncovered something even more shocking. Within just half a month, we uncovered over 100 vehicles capable of evading speed radar monitoring. And every single one of them had undergone paintwork services at your auto repair shop. Our technicians have conducted tests confirming that your paint can evade radar cameras. This is no longer a simple traffic case. It involves facilitating criminal activities through improper means, and you are also suspected of illegal smuggling. This case is extremely serious. This case is being jointly investigated by the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau, the Municipal Traffic Police Headquarters, and the Economic Crime Investigation Department.
Dubin, do you now understand the gravity of the situation? Confess everything now.
Zhao Li's eyes were icy cold as he barked the order with a grim expression.
Chapter 72, Pulling Strings? Even the dragon vein won't help.
Hearing this, Dubin felt a chill run down his spine.
What the hell? My car paint can evade test radars? It has that capability? How come I never knew?
At first, Dubin thought Zhao Li and the others were joking, but when he saw the serious expressions on their faces, he was speechless. He thought he'd just interacted a bit too much with technician number 8 during his foot massage, and the guy had reported him. But he never imagined something like this would happen. The gravity of the situation now far exceeded his expectations. Over 100 vehicles involved in traffic violations, illegal racing, and suspected smuggling. Even if Dubin wasn't well versed in the law, he understood the gravity of the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Li stood up abruptly. The involvement of the Public Security Department fundamentally altered the nature of this case. Zhao Li's face was ashen as he read from the case file. I hereby formally order you, on behalf of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, to cooperate with the investigation. You are not permitted to leave this premises until the investigation is complete. I must also remind you that this is a very serious violation of the law, and leaders from all our departments are paying close attention. If you voluntarily confess, we may consider mitigating your sentence. However, if you refuse to cooperate and we uncover the truth ourselves, you will face strict legal consequences. So regarding this car paint, what exactly is the story? It would be best if you came clean now. Although the case hasn't been finalized, the fact that Dubin violated the law is clearly established. Zhao Li's words carried an implicit threat. The department heads in charge of the interrogation were well aware of this. Even if Dubin hadn't intentionally broken the law, he had already facilitated others' illegal activities by supplying car paint. No matter what, Dubin couldn't escape involvement in this case. Therefore, the lightest sentence he could expect would be spending several years behind bars. Dubin clearly recognized this fact. He suddenly grew frantic. Officer, you must have made a mistake. This car paint was provided to me by Lunka Academy. How could it be illegal? As for the paint evading radar detection, I had no idea about that either. Dubin protested, feeling utterly helpless. The Lunka Institute supplying car paint to a small auto repair shop? So your shop is now a partner of the Lunka Institute? Zhao Li sneered coldly, fixing his gaze on Dubin. Well, that's technically correct. My son requested this paint from the Lunka Institute. I wanted to hang up a sign saying we were a partner of the Lunka Institute, but my son wouldn't let me. Dubin clearly didn't catch the sarcasm, nodding earnestly. After all, everything he said was true. Enough. You're still spinning tall tales to us, aren't you? Looks like you won't see reason until you're on your deathbed. Seeing Dubin still stubbornly refusing to back down, Zhao Li instantly flew into a rage. This Dubin looks honest enough, but he's actually quite cunning. Not only did he refuse to share any useful information, he just kept spouting nonsense, trying to disrupt their interrogation. What kind of organization is the Dragon Science Institute? Would they really supply car paint to a tiny suburban auto repair shop? Even more outrageous was Dubin's claim that his son had requested it from the Lunka Institute. They had previously investigated Dubin's family records. He did indeed have a son, but the boy was only in 3rd grade. How could an elementary school student possibly have any connection to the Lunka Institute? Moreover, according to the records, his son is just an ordinary troublemaker with nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Officer, I'm telling you the truth, this paint really was provided by my son. No way. I demand to call my son right now and have him pull some strings for me. I don't want to spend the rest of my life sewing in there. Dubin shouted anxiously. You want your 10-year-old son to pull strings for you? How can you even say that? Zhao Li sneered coldly. Let me be clear, this case is under direct supervision by the Municipal Bureau. This is the capital city, not some small town where pulling strings gets you off the hook. You want to pull strings? Even if you pulled the dragon vein itself, it wouldn't help. Dubin, stop playing dumb. A full confession is your only chance for a reduced sentence. The 3 interrogators overseeing Dubin's case were growing impatient. After all, Dubin kept bringing up his son for help. As if his 10-year-old son were some big shot. Officer, this case hasn't been finalized yet. I have the right to make a phone call. Just let me make one. Can't I use speakerphone? This case is indeed still under investigation. Dubin is merely under restricted freedom. Seeing that Dubin wouldn't budge until the last minute, Zhao Li finally handed him the phone. He didn't care who Dubin called anyway. Whoever he calls won't make a difference. Taking the phone, Dubin clutched it like a lifeline and immediately dialed Zeyu's number. At that very moment, Zeyu had just gotten into the car with Wu Pengtao, preparing to head to the Municipal Criminal Investigation Headquarters. Wu Pengtao had just called the leadership of the Municipal Industrial Security Bureau. Given Wu Pengtao's position, this was the kind of matter that could be resolved with a single phone call. Unfortunately, the Municipal Bureau was holding an important meeting today, and none of the Industrial Security Department heads he knew were present. This created a bit of an awkward situation, as his rank was so high that he didn't actually know many of the people working under him at the Bureau.
Still, Wu Pengtao wasn't overly concerned. After all, once he arrived, the matter would be easily resolved. His only curiosity was what exactly Du Ziyu's father had done wrong. Just then, the high-end watch on Du Ziyu's wrist chimed. Seeing it was Du Bin calling, Du Ziyu answered immediately. Hey, Dad, what exactly did you do? Why did the police take you away? Du Ziyu asked curiously. Son. You already know? Wah, son, come save your old man. I got screwed over by the car paint you got for me. I told them you got this paint from a professor at Lanka University, but they just wouldn't believe me. They said that car paint could evade speed cameras. How was I supposed to know? Use your connections and get someone to come explain this properly. So it really was about the car paint. Du Ziyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seems just as he'd suspected, the issue lies with that stealth coating he provided to Du Bin. Well, that makes it easy to resolve. Dad, I got it. I'm on my way over with Grandpa Wu from the final assembly department. We'll clear everything up shortly. Don't worry, it's nothing major. Du Ziyu said casually. Really? Ha! I knew my boy was the most dependable. Alright, then hurry over. Dad's waiting for you. After hanging up, Du Ziyu smiled at Wu Pengtao. Grandpa Wu, it's just about that stealth coating, nothing else. I see. That's good then. The state security people should be arriving soon. I'll have them secure your father's release first. We'll just need to inform the municipal state security director afterward. If it's just about the stealth coating, there's nothing to worry about. He was genuinely worried Du Bin might have committed some serious violation. In that case, even if he intervened, it would be more complicated. Alright, thank you for your help, Grandpa Wu. Du Ziyu nodded with a smile. What trouble? We share responsibility for this matter. Originally, we thought that as long as we handled your confidentiality properly, your parents wouldn't be overly involved, which is how this situation arose. It seems we'll still need to assign someone to protect your parents going forward. Wu Pengtao said earnestly. This incident also served as a wake-up call for Wu Pengtao and his team. Du Ziyu's importance to the Dragon Nation was self-evident, and naturally, they must ensure the safety of his parents. This recent arrest by the police was merely a minor incident. But if foreign investigators later uncovered Du Ziyu's true circumstances, his parents would become the nation's Achilles heel. This thought sent a chill down Wu Pengtao's spine as he realized the negligence within his department. Chapter 73, National Security Takeover? Who locked him up? Municipal Bureau Criminal Investigation Division. Officers, you all heard that, right? My son is on his way here. He said it's no big deal, that he'll explain everything soon and let me go. After handing his phone to Zhao Li, Du Bin finally relaxed his tense mood. Watching Du Bin's smug expression, Zhao Li and the others exchanged cold, strange smiles. When Du Bin called earlier, he had the speakerphone on. They heard every word of their conversation. The voice on the other end was definitely a child's. But what that child said was even more outrageous than Du Bin's own words. He actually claimed he was on his way with people from the General Armament Department. He even claimed it wasn't a big deal, just explain it and everything would be fine. That tone was downright audacious. The city authorities are taking this case extremely seriously, with multiple departments coordinating the investigation. How could it possibly be no big deal? Du Bin, it seems both you and your son are quite fond of putting on a show. Fine. Looks like you don't want to talk now, huh? Then let's see if your son can get you out of here. With that, the interrogators, realizing they wouldn't get anything useful out of Du Bin for now, stepped out of the interrogation room. Beijing Municipal Bureau. Economic Crime Investigation Division. Captain Gui Yang and several colleagues sat behind a table, reviewing the case files in their hands. Besides the core members of the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade, several colleagues from the Traffic Police and the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau had also been dispatched to assist with the case. Comrades, this case is being supervised by the municipal government and is a major case being handled jointly by the Traffic Police Corps and the Naval Anti-Smuggling Bureau. We must take it seriously and solve it as quickly as possible. Over the past few days, they had conducted overnight interrogations of the relevant individuals, supplemented by Du Bin's own confession. We now have substantial evidence. According to the shop's sales records, he had performed 133 spray painting services over the past 2 months. Combined with numerous high-end vehicle deliveries, his illegal gains exceeded 1 million yuan. That amount alone qualifies it as a major case. It matches the information we had previously gathered. Everyone nodded in agreement. As the city's Economic Crime Investigation Unit, they typically handled cases involving tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan. A case involving only millions was not considered major in their jurisdiction. But this case was unique. After all, this case involved not only illicit gains. It also encompassed multiple dimensions of illegal activity, including smuggling and transportation. While these aspects remain under investigation, the scope and impact of the case are significant, and its nature is extremely serious. The municipal government has instructed us to resolve this case as swiftly as possible. The consolidation of evidence regarding vehicle paint designed to evade speed detection radars falls under the responsibility of your traffic police department. The investigation into suspected paint-related smuggling will be handled by the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau, with support from relevant public security departments. As for interrogations, our Economic Crime Division will handle them. This case has far-reaching implications. If we lack sufficient manpower, higher authorities will consider assigning additional personnel. Is everyone clear on their respective tasks? Understood. Everyone in the office nodded in unison. Initially, after receiving the report, the Traffic Police Department treated it as a routine case. But the deeper they dug, the more suspicious it became. The number of vehicles involved kept growing, and these were only the ones on record. Who knew how many other illegal vehicles were out there? Moreover, the case also involved suspected smuggling, prompting higher authorities to designate it as a flagship case for the year. Everyone in the office had received the case files from Guiyang. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion erupted from the courtyard outside. Guiyang and the others looked out the office window. They saw several black sedans entering the municipal bureau compound. Upon seeing the license plates, the group grew excited. Captain Gua, those are State Security Department plates. Could this be the backup you mentioned earlier? Wow, the government really is taking this case seriously. They've even sent in state security personnel. This should speed up our investigation considerably. An officer from the Economic Crimes Division exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Wei Yang froze. This backup arrived a bit too quickly, didn't it? He'd only received word from headquarters an hour ago, and now they'd already sent people? And they're from state security. Had this case already escalated to this level? Or could it be that this case involved technological leaks or espionage? Wei Yang's suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. Earlier, experts from their Industrial Security Technology Department had examined this car paint. They discovered that this paint not only had excellent performance but could also evade radar speed detection, making it a highly advanced technology. Alright, stop standing around. The state security comrades have arrived. Let's go down and greet them. At this, everyone nodded in agreement. After gathering the files on the table, they prepared to greet the state security officers. But just as they reached the stairwell to head downstairs, several short-haired men dressed in black undercover attire approached them head-on. Wei Yang and the others immediately put on welcoming smiles. Comrades from state security, you must be here to assist us on behalf of the municipal government. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wei Yang, captain of the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade. Hearing this, the men with crew cuts halted their steps. The middle-aged man with a crew cut at the front gave Wei Yang a cold stare. We're not here to assist your investigation. We're here to take over the case. With that, the middle-aged man pulled out his state security credentials from his coat pocket. Wei Yang and his team quickly scanned it. Take over the case? Hearing this, Wei Yang and the other team leaders froze in surprise. As the nation's most secretive investigative agency, even these police officers had rarely encountered state security agents. The fact that state security had come in and forcefully demanded to take over the case left them all a bit bewildered. However, what Wei Yang hadn't anticipated was that these individuals didn't appear to be dispatched by the municipal government. It seemed he had misunderstood earlier. But this only deepened his confusion. The cases handled by their Economic Crime Division were all economic crimes. While some involved large sums of money, they posed little danger to society. It was common for multiple departments to collaborate on such cases. But why would the State Security Bureau get involved and take over the case? Wei Yang and his team meticulously reviewed all major cases from this year in their minds. They couldn't identify any case warranting state security intervention. I'm afraid I don't know which case you're referring to. Li Feng didn't even glance at Wei Yang, responding coldly. The case we're taking over is Du Bin's. Du Bin? Wei Yang's mind went blank for a moment. Only after his colleague behind him reminded him did he snap back to reality. Oh, you mean Du Bin from the auto repair shop? That's the very case I was just talking about. You're not sent by the municipal government, so how do you know about this case? Besides, I haven't received any orders from higher-ups for state security to take over the case. Wei Yang asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Although state security was also targeting this case, they weren't dispatched by the municipal government to assist with the investigation. Instead, they intended to take full control of the case, which left Wei Yang and his team puzzled. You have no right to know. Any developments will be communicated to your superior department. Cut the crap and take us to Du Bin. Li Feng's eyes were cold, and his tone was equally unfriendly. Wei Yang and the others instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They were just ordinary police officers. How could they have ever encountered such a scene? The state security agents were all broad-shouldered and sturdy, standing tall and imposing. The murderous intent in their eyes screamed battle-hardened veterans who'd walked through gunfire and chaos. Overwhelmed by the formidable presence of their opponents, Wei Yang dared not ask any more questions. He immediately led the state security agents to the detention cell where Du Bin was being held.
Seeing the conditions Du Bin was held in, Li Feng's eyes instantly filled with rage.
What the hell is this? Who authorized locking him up here?
Faced with Li Feng's murderous glare, Gui Yang and the others were startled.
Are all these state security agents this hot-tempered? Chapter 74, the state security agents hadn't left yet and now the military had arrived? Unlike detention cells in holding facilities, the detention rooms of the Economic Crime Investigation Department were facilities for temporarily holding suspects involved in criminal activities. Detained individuals could typically stay for 24 to 48 hours. Exceeding this time limit required transfer to the detention center. The sanitary conditions here were significantly better than in detention cells, and detainees weren't handcuffed, granting them relative freedom. Seeing the state security agents lose their temper, Gui Yang clearly realized his mistake. My sincere apologies. This is a failure in our department's duties. He was temporarily placed in the detention room for the convenience of interrogation.
I'll contact someone to transfer him to the detention center immediately.
Gui Yang looked somewhat embarrassed.
Technically, the evidence against Du Bin hasn't been fully gathered yet. But based on the evidence they currently possess, Du Bin could already be classified as a suspect. He should be sent to a detention cell. However, for the sake of convenience in handling the case, his department had temporarily placed Du Bin here.
But who could have known that Du Bin's crimes extended far beyond this, even implicating a state security case?
Now that the state security agents had pointed out their procedural flaws right to their faces, Gui Yang had no rebuttal.
Lu, contact the detention center immediately.
To rectify his mistake, Gui Yang immediately instructed his colleague beside him to make the arrangements. But the moment Gui Yang finished speaking, Li Feng grew even more furious, his eyes blazing with palpable murderous intent.
You still want to lock him up in a detention cell? Have you lost your minds?
When we arrived, Minister Zhao from the State Security Bureau issued a strict order. They were to take immediate charge of Du Bin's case and guarantee his safety. If Du Bin suffered even the slightest harm, they would resign immediately. Li Feng and his team rushed over without stopping, not even taking a sip of water along the way. To their shock, Du Bin had already been locked in a detention cell.
If Minister Zhao found out about this, what would happen? Quick! Release him immediately.
Seeing Li Feng seething with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent, Gui Yang and the other team leaders from various departments were stunned.
Release him?
Gui Yang hesitated for a moment before saying with difficulty, "Comrade from State Security, this isn't following procedure. After all, he's a key suspect in a case specifically ordered by our municipal government."
What if? How did he become a suspect? Have you verified all your evidence?
It's not fully confirmed yet, but based on the evidence we have, he shouldn't be released.
Faced with Gui Yang's explanation, Li Feng completely lost his patience. He produced his credentials once more and addressed Gui Yang and the others.
Look closely, we are the Internal Security and Counterintelligence Bureau of the 9th Division of State Security.
I am explicitly informing you now. This individual is under the jurisdiction of our State Security Department. Your municipal bureau has no authority to detain or hold him.
If you have any questions, have your superiors come to Bureau 9 of State Security.
I now order you to release him immediately.
Although Gui Yang and the other municipal bureau personnel were well aware of the State Security Bureau's exceptional status,
Li Feng's actual authority far exceeded theirs.
But on the surface, they were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, they were peers.
State security personnel had arrived on their turf and demanded Du Bin's immediate removal without explanation.
Moreover, they had berated them so forcefully that Gui Yang and his team felt their pride was deeply wounded.
After all, this was their turf in the Economic Crime Investigation Division.
Being publicly berated in front of so many subordinates had ignited a smoldering anger within Gui Yang.
Captain Li, your state security agents are being downright unprofessional.
This suspect was apprehended by our municipal bureau, and the case is under our bureau's priority investigation.
You just want to take the suspect away without any explanation. That's not acceptable. You must at least give me a reason.
Before he could finish, Li Feng cut him off coldly. He fixed Gui Yang and the others with an unquestioning stare.
We at State Security conduct investigations without regard for protocol. As for reasons, don't even think about it.
Not even your municipal bureau leaders have the right to know.
This involves state secrets. One last thing, are you releasing this man or not? If you don't release him now, don't blame us for being impolite.
As Li Feng's words fell, the several young men in black suits with crew cuts following behind him immediately stepped forward.
Though only 4 state security agents had arrived, their imposing presence was undiminished.
Faced with the state security agents' overbearing behavior, Gui Yang's anger flared.
As the captain of the Economic Crime Investigation Unit, when had he ever endured such humiliation? But they understood the reality of the situation.
The National Security Bureau carried too much weight. He, a mere captain of the Economic Crime Investigation Division, simply couldn't overpower them. Gui Yang could only comply with Li Feng's request and escort Du Bin from the detention room to the lounge.
Yet the resentment and indignation toward the NSA's high-handedness never faded from his heart. What gives with the State Security Bureau? Did that mean they could release people without regard for whether it was legal or not? He immediately called his superior officer. Upon hearing that state security agents had suddenly arrived to seize the individual, they were utterly shocked. Within moments, Zhao Li from the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Director Liu from the Vehicle Management Office of the Municipal Traffic Police Headquarters, and Director Wang from the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau all arrived on the scene. Seeing the Municipal Bureau leaders arrive, Hui Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He recounted the entire incident involving state security at their Economic Crime Investigation Division. After listening, the expressions on all three men's faces darkened considerably. The state security agents had gone way too far. After all, this case was a major investigation for the Municipal Bureau. Multiple departments had been working around the clock for days on end. They had finally gathered some evidence and were just about to dig deeper. But now the state security agents wanted to muscle in on their work? That would render all their efforts meaningless. And even if they are state security, they can't just act like this. They should follow the rules and procedures. Captain Li, right? This car paint case is under the jurisdiction of our Municipal Bureau. If state security wants to take someone away, you need proper approval procedures. You can't just take anyone you want. This is the Economic Crime Investigation Department, not the streets outside. If everyone acted as recklessly as your state security, how would we ever solve cases? Zhao Li, the grim-faced captain of the Municipal Bureau's Economic Crime Division, retorted. Exactly. This case also involves the traffic and smuggling departments. You state security agents took him away, you've got to give us a reason. Facing the interrogation from the three department heads, Li Feng remained unflappable. This individual was requested by Minister Zhao of the State Security Bureau. If your municipal bureau has any objections, take it up directly with our leadership. We don't have the approval paperwork, but if you need it later, we can provide it. As for the reason, I can only say that Du Bin's status is somewhat special, involving state secrets of vital importance. You have no right to know. Seeing Li Feng maintain his assertive stance before these three municipal bureau leaders, offering no justification whatsoever, the municipal bureau officials were visibly angered. This National Security Bureau is pushing things too far. They invoke state secrets at the slightest disagreement. What, you expect us to just hand over the suspect because you say it involves state secrets? How are we supposed to proceed with this case? If this is how your National Security Bureau operates, I'm sorry, but you won't be taking this person away for now. Any matters will have to wait until our municipal bureau chief finishes the meeting. Zhao Li and the others were getting fed up. As the saying goes, even clay figures have their breaking point, and they certainly weren't made of clay. So what if it's state security? No matter how big they think they are, they're still part of the public security system. Captain Zhao, you don't think this national security request for the suspect is actually related to Du Bin's son, do you? Beside them, Director Wang of the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau whispered. After all, the three of them had personally interrogated Du Bin. Earlier, Du Bin had called his son, telling him to pull some strings. At first, they'd thought the entire family was crazy. But now that state security had suddenly arrived, doubts began to creep into their minds. How could this be? We've already investigated thoroughly. Du Bin has only one son, and he's just in 3rd grade. How could a 10-year-old elementary school student possibly know anyone from state security? Even if he did, how could he possibly command state security agents? It must just be a coincidence. Hearing Zhao Li's words, Director Wang nodded. True. How could a 10-year-old child possibly have such extensive connections? The situation at the scene once again reached a stalemate. Suddenly, the conference room door burst open. Several soldiers, fully armed and ready for action, burst in. In an instant, Zhao Li and the others from the Municipal Bureau were all stunned. The state security agents hadn't even been escorted out yet. How had military personnel arrived as well? Chapter 75, the case wasn't solved, yet they still had to sign a confidentiality agreement? What's going on? Zhao Li and the Municipal Bureau officers were locked in a standoff with the state security agents. Several soldiers, fully armed and ready, burst into the room. They immediately disrupted the tense atmosphere. Seeing the military personnel arrive, Zhao Li and the other Municipal Bureau department heads were completely flustered. What? What does this mean? First, the state security agents had aggressively demanded they release the detainees. Now even the military had arrived. And they're all armed. We're a public security unit too. How did we end up being treated like criminals? Just as the Municipal Bureau officers were still reeling in confusion, Wu Pengtao, dressed in military uniform, entered with an imposing presence that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. And he was holding the hand of a 10-year-old boy. Captain Zhao, why is the military here at your Economic Crime Division? Could it be they're after Du Bin too? Director Wang of the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau whispered again. That can't be right. How could it be such a coincidence? Zhao Li said this aloud, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, the coincidence felt almost too perfect. Just moments ago, Du Bin had called his son to pull strings and get people involved. Not long after, agents from state security and the military began appearing one after another in their economic crime investigation department's conference room. To claim this had nothing to do with Du Bin, even he found that hard to believe. While state security held considerable power, they were still part of the public security system. Even if there were genuine conflicts, the city bureau's leadership could still mediate. But when the military personnel arrived, Zhao Li and the others instantly fell silent. Although the Beijing Municipal Bureau held a similarly special status. Typically, the director of a municipal public security bureau held a full department-level position. However, due to the unique nature and importance of work in the capital, the role was often filled by a deputy provincial or ministerial-level official. The elderly man in military uniform leading this group, however, was a general, a deputy theater commander. His rank was equivalent to theirs, deputy provincial or ministerial level. Combined with his military background, the pressure was palpable. Before Zhao Li and the others could speak, Wu Pingtao, his face darkening, barked at Li Feng. "I told you to get him out first. How could you lock him up in the detention cell? Is this how you protect people?" Hearing this, Li Feng and the other national security officers, who had been so defiant moments ago, immediately hung their heads in shame. Though nominally still part of state security, this was merely a cover for their true identities. In reality, they had all joined the newly established Military Industrial System Coordination Department. As the concurrent head of this department, Wu Pengtao was their true direct superior. "Sir, it's not our fault. We already told them to release the person. But the Municipal Bureau refuses to release them, citing lack of approval procedures." Hearing this, Wu Pengtao finally turned his head. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Zhao Li, Director Wang, and the other Municipal Bureau department heads. After hearing Li Feng's report, Wu Pengtao gave Zhao Li and the others no sign of goodwill whatsoever. He merely stated coldly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Pengtao, General and Minister of the General Armament Department of the military. The individual you have detained is implicated in matters of national strategic security. Therefore, effective immediately, we are taking him into custody. Should you have any further questions or objections, the head of your municipal bureau will contact you shortly." "Do you have any further questions?" Zhao Li and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. They had assumed the state security agents wanted to take Du Bin away because he was involved in a state security case. But Wu Pengtao stated that Du Bin's case involved national strategic security. This elevated the stakes by several orders of magnitude. If they dared to hold him back now, they'd have to be out of their minds. What puzzled them, however, was this: Du Bin was just the owner of a small auto repair shop. How could he possibly be linked to national strategic security? "Son. What, you finally came?" While Zhao Li and the others were still puzzled, Du Bin, sitting in the conference room, suddenly rushed over, overcome with emotion. "I thought we'd never see each other again in this lifetime." Du Bin crouched down, hugging Du Zeyu as he burst into tears. Du Zeyu, however, patted his father's back in silence, trying to comfort him. "Dad, you're not getting any younger. Be more mature. There are people here, stop crying. I came to save you, didn't I?" Watching the two of them, the surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed, their mouths twitching. They'd seen plenty of fathers rescuing their sons. But they'd never seen a 10-year-old son come to rescue his old man before. "Dad, this is Grandpa Wu. He sent people to rescue you." After comforting Du Bin for a moment, Du Zeyu explained with a smile. "Commander, I apologize for the trouble. May I treat you to lunch?" Du Bin hurriedly stood up, looking at Wu Pengtao in his military uniform adorned with the rank of general, and spoke respectfully. "Ha! What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean trouble? Xiaoyu's matter is my matter. This is what we should do. Besides, this was all just a misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, there's no issue. As for lunch, that's unnecessary. I'll have someone escort you back first. Get some rest. I'll handle the rest." Hearing Wu Pengtao's words, Zhao Li and the other municipal bureau officers around him all stared wide-eyed. Only then did they realize that Du Bin hadn't been joking when he mentioned his 10-year-old son could shake things up. The state security and military officials had come all this way because of this 10-year-old child? What kind of background could this child possibly have to warrant the Minister of the General Armament Department personally coming to retrieve him? Alright, that's all for now. We're taking him with us. If there are any issues, have your municipal bureau contact us in the military." With that said, Wu Pengtao pulled Du Zeyu out of the conference room. Only Zhao Li and other municipal bureau department heads were left behind, utterly bewildered in the conference room. "Contact the military? We wouldn't dare. We're just investigating a car paint case. Who knew it would involve national security?" Not only did Du Zeyu and his team strut out of the municipal bureau unchallenged. Even the case files they'd spent over a month investigating were seized by Li Feng and the other state security agents. Simultaneously, another group of state security officers arrived, making everyone sign confidentiality agreements. After this series of actions, Wei Yang and his colleagues in the Economic Crime Division were utterly devastated.
They had finally caught a big fish. Before they could uncover anything, the suspect had slipped away. What was even more unacceptable was that they were now being forced to sign confidentiality agreements. They were forbidden from mentioning the case or individuals like Du Bin in any setting. Back in his office, Wei Yang felt increasingly frustrated, yet he was powerless to do anything. With both state security and the military involved, even if their municipal bureau's top leadership intervened, there was little they could do. Especially the scene when they left the municipal bureau. Wei Yang and the others still couldn't shake the memory. That 10-year-old child carried in Wu Pengtao's arms with the same doting affection as his own grandson. The closeness between them was undeniable. Moreover, the child was surrounded by numerous black-clad, crew-cut state security agents providing protection. The scale of the operation was no less impressive than that of Minister Wu Pengtao himself. As Guiyang pondered Du Ziyu's identity, a portly middle-aged man walked in with a smile. Accompanying him was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Upon seeing the two enter, Wei Yang's expression instantly turned cold. Chapter 76. Do they really think China is still the Qing dynasty? Beijing Municipal Bureau, Economic Crime Investigation Office. Captain Guo, you must be exhausted from all the recent investigations. I brought you some tonics to help you build up your strength. A portly middle-aged man smiled as he walked in. Without waiting for Gui Yang's consent, he placed the items under the desk and sat down on the sofa opposite him. He acted as if he belonged here. The foreigner who had accompanied him also sat down. Gui Yang's expression turned icy as he looked at the two men before him. This middle-aged man was Li Nan, the Kyoto representative for a major foreign automotive paint company. Captain Guo, this is Mr. Smithson, our company's chief representative for the Longwei region. We're here to inquire about the progress of the case regarding that auto repair shop I reported earlier. Li Nan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Du Bin's auto repair shop had been investigated, and he was the one who had taken the lead in reporting it. After all, he was the one who first reported the case to the transportation authorities. Earlier, Du Ziyu had been puzzled how could the stealth coding he'd exchanged from the system evade even land-based radar? How could the traffic police have spotted it? The whole thing had been suspicious from the start. But what he hadn't anticipated was that someone behind the scenes was deliberately sabotaging him. Li Nan's reason for reporting Du Bin's auto repair shop was straightforward. The foreign car paint he represented had consistently sold well in Kyoto thanks to its outstanding performance. Many luxury car owners who enjoy custom paint jobs and modifications chose their brand. They had opened no fewer than 10 spray shops in Kyoto alone, and business was booming. As their distributor, he was raking in huge profits. But recently, business at several of their shops suddenly began to decline. Particularly at the shop near Kyoto's Third Ring Road, business took a nosedive. For an entire month, there were barely any paint jobs, which had Li Nan feeling anxious. He couldn't figure it out. Their auto paint business had been thriving before, so why the sudden downturn? So he decided to investigate the matter. At first, he suspected competition from other foreign automotive paint manufacturers of comparable caliber. After all, in the automotive paint sector, foreign paints held a clear performance advantage over domestic alternatives. Even though their paints were more expensive, Kyoto's wealthy clientele didn't bat an eye. But after looking into it, he discovered. Not only had his own spray painting business seen a significant decline, but the other shops were experiencing similar situations. This puzzled him even more. It wasn't until he visited the shop experiencing the steepest decline in business to investigate the issue. He discovered that a nearby auto repair shop also offered painting services. And it was doing exceptionally well. Luxury cars lined up daily to get painted there. Li Nan then had someone pose as a customer, driving a luxury car to experience their painting services firsthand. The results were astonishing. The paint used by this unassuming little auto repair shop far surpassed their imported paint in both color and performance. They even discovered that this paint not only performed exceptionally well but could also evade radar detection. This discovery shocked him, and Li Nan immediately reported it to the local vehicle management authorities. Today, he brought the head of the manufacturer's Longwa division to follow up on the case's progress, but also to inquire about the source of the paint used by that auto repair shop. The relevant technical department at their overseas headquarters had tested that paint. Their original goal was to develop a paint with identical performance. This would not only enhance the performance of their automotive paint and capture a larger market share. They could even approach their country's Air Force Department to sell this paint. After all, this automotive paint not only boasts corrosion resistance and excellent adhesion, but also possesses certain stealth properties. However, lacking specialized equipment, they were unable to determine the exact strength of its stealth properties. Even with all their technical personnel working together, they couldn't decipher the paint's composition. That's why the foreign manufacturer sent their regional head from Longwei to investigate personally. But as Gui Yang stared at the two men before him, his anger only grew. If it weren't for Li Nan's earlier report, how could they possibly be enduring this humiliation today? This case was closed without further discussion. The suspect had already been released. What? How could they have been released?
Li Nan looked utterly shocked. Captain Gua, how could this happen? Did you misjudge the situation? There's definitely something seriously wrong with the paint job on this car.
Even if it wasn't smuggled, the fact remains that it evades speed cameras.
We just arrested him, why was he released?
When Li Nan reported him earlier, he submitted a substantial amount of evidence.
That evidence alone should have been enough to convict Du Bin. How could they suddenly release him? Captain Gua, how does your department operate? Don't you uphold the law?
We've already investigated that auto repair shop spray painted over 100 vehicles.
This is extremely malicious.
As the owner of that shop, he should bear primary responsibility. Even if your dragon country's laws differ from ours in Han's Cat Nation, he still wouldn't escape prison. Beside him, Smithson heard the man had already been released and instantly flew into a rage. He stormed to his feet and unleashed a torrent of accusations at Gui Yang. His condescending attitude was so overbearing that even Li Nan, standing nearby, found it hard to stomach.
As the regional manager, your usual arrogance toward us is one thing. But now you dare publicly vent your anger at the captain of the Economic Crime Investigation Unit? Sure enough.
Seeing Smithson pointing his finger right at his nose and grilling him,
Gui Yang instantly boiled over with rage. Bang!
Gui Yang slammed his palm on the table, his face flushing with fury. The national security guys being pushy earlier was one thing that was between their departments.
But you, a foreigner, coming here acting all high and mighty? Do you really think Longwei is still the Qing dynasty of old?
Our Longwei Industrial Safety Bureau handles investigations. It's none of your business as foreigners.
And how this case is resolved is entirely our department's business. As an ordinary citizen, what business do you have inquiring about the case?
Mr. Li, take your supplements and escort this foreigner out of here immediately.
Otherwise, I'll have to give you both a proper lesson in the law. Seeing Gui Yang completely enraged. Sorry, Captain Gua, we'll leave immediately. Our apologies for the disturbance. Li Nan, snapping out of it, immediately grabbed Smithson and left the Economic Crime Investigation Division office while apologizing. Watching their retreating figures, Gui Yang nearly burst a blood vessel with rage. Threatening to send someone to jail? What kind of international joke is this?
With the state security and military protecting him, even the King of Heaven himself couldn't touch him.
Stepping out of the Economic Crime Investigation Department compound, Smithson angrily shook off Li Nan's hand and snapped. Li Nan, why did you drag me away?
It's clearly your Longwa Police Department that's incompetent.
And do you even realize how crucial that car paint is to our company? It's the key to advancing our company's technology. We absolutely must obtain the formula and proportions for that paint. Listening to Smithson's rant, Li Nan was utterly speechless. Mr. Smithson, I understand your point.
But the other party made it perfectly clear just now they've already been released.
They must have some special connections.
Besides, his release is actually beneficial for us.
We could approach him directly and figure out a way to get the purchase channel for that car paint from him?
At this suggestion, Smithson's eyes lit up.
Excellent. That's an excellent idea. In that case, let's go there now. All right.
The two men finished speaking and prepared to get in the car, heading toward the auto repair shop to speak with Du Bin in person.
However,
before they could reach the car, several young men in black with crew cuts suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked their path.
Who the hell are you? What do you want? Shouted Smithson angrily. We are state security agents. We suspect you are involved in probing state secrets. Please come with us.
One of the men in black, his face icy, flashed his credentials.
Hearing this, Li Nan was utterly dumbfounded. How could they be suspected of spying on state secrets? I'm a citizen of Hanskasia. What right do you have to arrest me? I'm calling our ambassador. The ambassador?
Even if your Hanskat prime minister came, it wouldn't matter. The state security officer sneered coldly, signaling his colleagues to force both men into the vehicle.
Chapter 77, a bit out of this world.
Radar stealth sealing.
After escorting the shaken Du Bin home, Du Zeyu didn't stay home either.
Instead, he retrieved the technical documents on this stealth coating.
He returned to the General Armament Department with Wu Pengtao.
After all, he had promised Wu Pengtao earlier that he would hand these materials over to the fighter jet research experts shortly.
Grandpa Wu, this incident won't have any impact on the country, right? Du Zeyu asked apologetically.
It was all his fault for underestimating the military technology level of this parallel world.
That's what led to this whole mess. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Wu Pengtao smiled affectionately. The State Security Bureau just called. Your father's case was reported by an agent of a foreign automotive paint company.
Moreover, their overseas headquarters has already obtained a sample of your stealth coating and conducted an analysis. Fortunately, the stealth coating technology is so advanced that they haven't figured it out. Earlier, they sent someone to the Municipal Bureau's Economic Crime Investigation Department to inquire about the situation. They were spotted by state security agents and brought back. Hearing this, Du Zeyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But as for your father's side, it's best not to continue using this stealth coating, it's simply too wasteful.
Experts from the Fighter Jet Design Institute and related materials research institutes should be arriving soon.
When they arrive, have them provide your father with a high-quality automotive paint. It should be no worse than those foreign brands.
Got it.
Zeyu nodded with a smile. Truthfully, even without Wu Pengtao's warning, Bin wouldn't dare use that car paint again. After all, who could have imagined that simply spraying some paint would nearly land him in jail?
Half an hour later,
a large bus pulled into the courtyard of the final assembly department building. Several elderly men, still clad in white lab coats, hurried out. Leading them was Wei Ming, director of the 5th Materials Design Research Institute at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation.
Xinfei Group was a pivotal enterprise in Longgua's aviation industry and the nation's earliest aircraft manufacturing base.
It was hailed as the cradle of Long Nation's fighter jets. Alongside Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group and Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation, it stands as one of the nation's leading fighter jet development enterprises. The 5th Design Research Institute specialized in tackling material technology challenges for external stealth coatings on fighter jets. Alongside them were several experts who had rushed in from aviation institutes and fundamental materials design units across the country.
This mobilization was even larger than when the Academy of Ordnance Science first discovered the mechanical wolf.
Most experts had received orders from higher-ups to immediately halt their current experiments and rush to the General Armament Department. Consequently, most of the experts and professors were still completely baffled. They couldn't fathom why the higher-ups had summoned them in such haste to the General Armament Department in the capital. Although the General Armament Department was their direct superior, it was usually the department that sent personnel to their institutions for inspections and briefings. For many of these experts, this was their first visit here.
Professor Wei, you've come too? What on earth is going on that they've called us all in the fighter jet specialists and materials science experts?
After all, Wei Ming is the director of the Xinfei Group and a top expert in fighter jet materials science. Seeing him present, everyone asked in puzzlement.
Everyone, pay close attention.
We've achieved a major breakthrough in the stealth coating technology for our next-generation fighter jet.
We've gathered you here to verify whether the technical performance of this automotive paint meets the stealth standards for 6th-generation fighters.
Hearing this, every expert present froze in place. They looked at Wei Ming with blank expressions.
Was old Wei pulling their leg? What possible connection could the technical properties of automotive paint have to the stealth coating of a 6th-generation fighter jet? What could possibly be verified by this? Could it be that domestic automotive paint had somehow achieved stealth capabilities?
Soon, the group followed Wei Ming to the Research Management Department of the Final Assembly Division. Wu Pengtao and Zeyu had been waiting there for quite some time. Behind them stood a freshly painted fighter jet model. The fighter was a 1-to-1 replica modeled after China's 5th-generation fighter jet.
While the internal structure might not be entirely identical, the aerodynamic layout was highly accurate.
Wu Pengtao knew full well that this automotive paint had been exchanged from the system by Zeyu, so its performance was undoubtedly reliable. However, the fact that Zeyu possessed the system could not be disclosed to these experts. Therefore, to make the appearance of the stealth coating more plausible, he had invited these experts to verify it. At the same time, Wu Pengtao wanted to see whether the 6th-generation stealth coating provided by the system matched the domestic standards they had established for 6th-generation stealth coatings.
Professor Wei, your arrival is timely. This is a 5th-generation fighter model painted by our team. It uses the same stealth automotive paint I mentioned. Here's the technical documentation with performance specifications, please review it first.
After speaking, Wei Ming took the technical documentation from Wu Pengtao and began reading it with a frown. The other aerospace and fundamental materials experts gathered around, equally puzzled.
They couldn't believe a car paint could deliver such astonishing stealth effects.
Forward radar cross-section of only 0.000001 square meters? How could that be possible? Wei Ming stared at the data listed in the document, completely dumbfounded.
Professor Wei, you must have misread it. Let me count.
A slightly younger middle-aged materials expert beside him smiled as he took the document and began counting carefully.
1 0, 2 zeros, 5 zeros, no mistake. There really are 5 zeros. What?
At Wei Ming's words, the other fighter jet materials experts nearby all fell silent. The radar forward scattering cross-section is only 0.000001 square meters.
How is that possible?
The experts, who had initially grumbled about being asked to examine a car paint sample, were now speechless. One by one, they took the data sheets and began counting the figures without hesitation.
Professor Wei, does this data meet the stealth performance standards you set for 6th-generation fighter jets?
Observing the experts' reactions, Wu Pengtao couldn't help but look curious himself. After all, he only knew that the technology exchanged through the system was undoubtedly powerful.
But just how advanced? That he didn't know. Wei Ming's breathing quickened as he murmured. Commander, if these figures aren't falsified, this isn't merely meeting our 6th-generation stealth requirements, it's completely exceeding them. Exceeded? By how much? Hearing Wei Ming's explanation, Wu Pengtao couldn't suppress his excitement. Let me put it this way, among current 5th-generation fighters, the F-22 from Liberty Nation boasts the strongest stealth performance. According to radar test data released by the Free Nation Air Force last year, that fighter's radar cross-section is only 0.0001 square meters. Our GN-20 has a frontal effective radar cross-section of approximately 0.02 square meters, while the Su-57 from the White Bear Nation is around 0.04 square meters. Based on our current technological capabilities, the stealth performance target for China's 6th-generation fighter is to reduce the RCS below 0.001 square meters. Even so, in terms of pure stealth performance, it may still fall short of the F-22's capabilities. While the United States has not yet released specific data on its 6th-generation fighter, its design philosophy suggests significantly enhanced stealth capabilities, potentially achieving an even lower radar cross-section. Therefore, every additional zero after the decimal point in radar cross-section represents a monumental leap in performance. The performance data listed in this document actually has one more zero than Liberty Nation's F-22. This implies that the stealth performance value is more advanced than what the Free Nation envisions for its 6th-generation aircraft. This essentially achieves complete stealth capability. Without exaggeration, this represents the absolute ceiling of radar stealth for fighter aircraft. Upon hearing Wei Ming's explanation, Wu Pengtao was stunned. The 6th-generation stealth coding technology provided by this system was simply too mind-blowing. Chapter 78. These test data are off. Stealth capability serves as a crucial metric for evaluating a fighter jet's performance. Its importance is self-evident. In modern aerial combat, detection almost always leads to lock-on, and lock-on almost always leads to destruction. The sound pilots dread most in the sky is the warning tone signaling they've been locked onto by enemy fire control radar. With rapid advances in radar technology, various high-precision, long-range early warning radars have emerged. Some large-scale long-range phased array radars can detect aircraft at distances of thousands of kilometers. For instance, the land-based Aegis system of the Free Nation can conduct decapitation strikes against aerial targets within 3,000 kilometers. Smaller radars can still achieve detection ranges of several hundred kilometers. This renders traditional fighter jets utterly defenseless and vulnerable when confronted by air defense and missile defense systems composed of various advanced early warning radars. As the saying goes, when the righteous rise an inch, the wicked rise a foot. The stronger the stealth capability, the better the aircraft can evade radar detection. This enhances the aircraft's survivability and increases its threat to the enemy. With a radar cross-section of just 0.000001 square meters, it achieves near total invisibility to any radar system currently in use on Blue Star. Commander, where did this technology come from? This level of stealth capability is beyond even the United States, let alone our country. Yeah, and it's just a car paint? These specs are definitely fabricated. Could it be another unscrupulous domestic company trying to scam defense funding? The assembled fighter jet materials experts all exchanged skeptical glances. Their skepticism was understandable. The paint's stealth capabilities were simply too extraordinary. Wu Pengtao and Zeyu exchanged a glance, their lips curling upward involuntarily. You don't need to know who developed this automotive paint just yet. You wanted to question its performance, right? Well, let's test it and see. Xiao Chen, did you get the radar vehicle borrowed from the army to come over? Reporting, sir. The radar vehicle is downstairs and ready to begin testing at any time. Chen Jian stood up straight and announced loudly. All right, old Wei, you and I will head down together. Wu Pengtao's face broke into a smile. He hadn't invited so many experts without thorough preparation. To verify the true performance of this stealth coding, he had specially borrowed a military radar vehicle from the army base in Beijing. Wei Ming and the others were taken aback, clearly not expecting the General Armament Department to be so thoroughly prepared. With even a radar vehicle on hand, they immediately followed out of curiosity to the open area below the General Armament Department building. At that moment, a large radar vehicle was parked on the open ground. Seeing this vehicle, Wei Ming and the group of fighter jet materials experts behind him all lit up. Commander, you actually borrowed the radar command vehicle that comes with the Red Chess 9 system? If a fighter jet's stealth capability is the spear, then radar is the shield. As specialists in stealth materials for fighter jets, to craft the most advanced spear, one must naturally possess deep understanding of the shield's capabilities. Wei Ming recognized it instantly. This was the guidance radar command vehicle for the Red Flag 9 series air defense missile system, currently the most advanced in the nation's military arsenal. Wei Ming was thoroughly familiar with the performance of this military radar vehicle. The radar equipment mounted on it is an upgraded version of China's first phased array radar. Its guidance radar can track 100 aerial targets within 300 kilometers and at speeds below Mach 7, while simultaneously guiding 16 missiles to intercept 8 targets. It also possesses the capability to intercept tactical ballistic missiles with a range of less than 1,000 kilometers. It had detected multiple advanced fighter jets secretly crossing the border from the Free Nation. They never imagined the testing conducted by the General Armament Department would be so hardcore. They directly employed this radar vehicle to test aircraft models. Once all preparations were complete, the operator initiated the test. Hundreds of detection units on the Red Flag 9 radar command vehicle emitted signals simultaneously. With a clear detection target, the radar didn't need to sweep aimlessly. Instead, it was directly aimed at the area where the fighter jet model was located. With the scanning power of this military radar vehicle, it could perform over 1,000 scans per second. No one present questioned the performance of this radar vehicle. After all, while their nation, Dragon Country, still lagged behind Liberty Nation in fighter stealth capabilities. However, in radar technology, they were among the world's most advanced. Even the Free Nation or the White Bear Nation couldn't match Dragon Nation in radar technology. If a stealth fighter could withstand the scrutiny of this military radar vehicle, its stealth capabilities were absolutely proven. Wei Ming and the other fighter jet materials experts were all extremely tense. Meanwhile, Du Zeyu, who was accompanying Wu Pengtao, quietly opened a bag of potato chips and began munching away on his own. After a while, the military radar vehicle ceased operation. Chen Jian jogged over holding a report. Reporting to the commander. The radar detection data is in. Oh? What's the data showing? Wu Pengtao asked with a smile. Under both linear and area scan modes, no forward targets detected. After conducting GNSS positioning and depth detection, the target's head-on RCS value at rest is approximately 0.00003 square meters. Hearing this, Du Zeyu, who was munching on potato chips, immediately frowned. RCS stands for radar cross-section area. Grandpa Wu, this number is wrong. The RCS value for this technical indicator should be 0.0001 square meters. Could it be that this car paint isn't up to par? This value was what Du Zeyu had seen when exchanging it from the system. The system had listed it that way, it couldn't be wrong. Upon hearing this, Wu Pengtao remained silent. Wei Ming and the other fighter jet materials experts, however, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Though they didn't understand why a 10-year-old like Du Zeyu was here. But seeing how close he was to Wu Pengtao, everyone assumed he was Wu Pengtao's grandson, so they didn't pay it much mind. But now, upon hearing the child's words, Wei Ming could no longer hold back. Young man, these figures should be correct. The previous test results were precise outcomes derived from rigorous and complex testing. This time, it can only be considered a rough estimate. Moreover, this aircraft model adopts the aerodynamic layout of a 5th-generation fighter jet, so higher static values are normal. If applied to an actual 6th-generation fighter, its performance would undoubtedly be even stronger. Besides, with Blue Star's current radar capabilities, there's practically no difference between a 3 and a 1 anyway. Upon hearing Wei Ming's explanation, Wu Pengtao burst into satisfied laughter. As he stated, this stealth coating's capabilities could completely evade Blue Star's most advanced radar detection systems. Therefore, the numerical values themselves had become largely irrelevant. Moreover, the aircraft's aerodynamic layout design is also one of the most critical factors affecting stealth performance. The stealth performance parameters listed in the military-industrial system were based on 6th-generation fighter data. Now they were testing with a 5th-generation fighter and merely a model at that, so some discrepancies were inevitable. Commander! This automotive paint, no, this stealth coating has fully met and even exceeded the radar stealth requirements for our future 6th-generation fighter. If its high temperature and high pressure resistance also meet standards, we won't even need modifications, it's ready for immediate deployment. This 6th-generation stealth technology will resolve all issues and establish absolute leadership for Blue Star. Wei Ming's hands trembled slightly. When the assembly department first notified him to test a coating potentially capable of 6th-generation stealth performance, he had harbored a hint of skepticism. After all, 6th-generation fighters demand extremely high stealth performance. Moreover, this field was their weak point, and achieving such performance with current technology seemed nearly impossible. But now, the actual test data for this automotive paint had profoundly stunned their team of fighter jet materials experts. Hu Pengtao was also filled with delight upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, a professor of materials science from Northwestern Polytechnical University hurried over from the direction of the military radar vehicle. Wait! Something's off. I've discovered a problem. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their heads in alarm. Professor Liu, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this stealth coating? Could the data be wrong? Wei Ming and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. They had worked so hard to discover this revolutionary cloaking coating. Surely it wasn't all for naught? Chapter 79, not only radar stealth but infrared stealth too? Professor Liu from the Materials Science Department at Northwestern Polytechnical University came running over, panting heavily. He was so out of breath he couldn't speak for a long while. This left Wei Ming and the other fighter jet materials experts in a panic. Professor Liu, what exactly is wrong with this coating? Speak up, for heaven's sake. After a moment, Professor Liu shook his head. No. This stealth coating is fine. High-frequency electromagnetic wave detection is fine. But what? But I just observed the entire test on the radar vehicle and noticed this aircraft model isn't emitting any infrared signals. In other words, this stealth coating not only blocks radar waves to achieve radar invisibility, it also possesses infrared stealth capabilities. What? Hearing Professor Lu's words, Wei Ming and the other experts were stunned. They all turned to look at Wu Pengtao. Commander, this stealth coating can also achieve infrared invisibility. Why didn't you mention that? Wu Pengtao was taken aback by the collective stare. He thought to himself, I didn't know this stealth coating had that capability either. He immediately shot a skeptical look at Du Zeyu beside him. Well, this stealth coating does indeed possess infrared stealth capabilities. I just forgot to mention it earlier. Du Zeyu said nonchalantly, munching on potato chips. This brat? How could he forget something so crucial? Wu Pengtao shook his head helplessly. The stealth capabilities mentioned today aren't limited to radar stealth alone. It also encompasses infrared stealth and optical stealth. Optical stealth essentially falls under the category of physical stealth, making the target invisible to the naked eye. Developing this kind of stealth technology is extremely challenging, and it doesn't offer much advantage on fighter jets. After all, fighter jets operate at altitudes of tens of thousands of meters. The only aircraft visible to the naked eye are other nearby warplanes. Therefore, the focus of stealth technology development for fighter jets worldwide has been on the first two types. Radar stealth achieves its effect by reducing the target's reflection of radar waves. This is accomplished through the use of radar-absorbing materials and specialized aerodynamic designs, thereby diminishing the strength of the echo signals received by radar systems. Primarily targeting radar detection systems, it is widely applied in air defense, missile defense, and the stealth design of various aircraft. Infrared stealth, on the other hand, employs methods such as low emissivity materials, thermal insulation techniques, spectral conversion, and altering radiation direction. For instance, applying absorptive coatings to engine nozzles and employing cooling techniques to reduce exhaust temperatures. Primarily designed to counter infrared-guided weapons and infrared reconnaissance equipment, such as missiles detecting heat sources. While their functions and significance differ, both are equally vital. After all, while radar stealth enables aircraft to evade detection from the ground or even the air, if infrared stealth capabilities are inadequate, nearby enemy aircraft can still lock onto the target and subsequently launch missiles for attack. Regarding infrared stealth, their domestic capabilities have actually matured considerably. After all, this technology isn't just needed for fighter jets. Large ground weapons like tanks and rocket launchers also require it. Moreover, its applications are far more extensive than those for fighter jets. However, it's rare for a single stealth coating to incorporate both technologies simultaneously. This means that with this stealth coating, their 6th-generation fighter only needs a well-designed aerodynamic layout to achieve full stealth capability. This significantly reduces the time required for their 6th-generation fighter development. Commander, which laboratory developed this technology? I wish to meet with their technical lead. If possible, our Shenyang Aircraft Design Institute would like to pursue deeper collaboration with them. Wei Ming's eyes gleamed as he looked at Wu Pengtao, speaking with eager anticipation. To put it plainly, this coating alone capable of both radar and infrared stealth is enough to send shockwaves through the entire materials science industry. From this day forward, this Materials Research Institute will undoubtedly command prestige within China's materials science community. As a materials expert who had dedicated most of his life to research, he naturally wanted to meet this scientific team. If they could recruit them to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, their 6th-generation fighter project would undoubtedly be completed ahead of their competitors, Chengdu Aircraft and Xi'an Aircraft. After all three companies were tasked with developing 6th-generation fighters for the Dragon Nation Air Force. Whoever completes the 6th-generation fighter first would be the ultimate winner. However, upon hearing Wei Ming's words, Wu Pengtao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If this technology truly originated from one of their domestic research institutes, he wouldn't have any reason to keep it under wraps. The problem was, this technology had been exchanged by Du Zeyu from the military-industrial system. He couldn't reveal that, nor did he dare to. If these fighter jet materials experts learned that this 10-year-old child could instantly acquire even 6th-generation fighter technology once he accumulated enough tech points, wouldn't these experts, who had devoted their entire lives to fighter jet materials research, lose their sense of purpose and collapse? My apologies, old Wei, Wu Pengtao said with an awkward smile. The research team developing this automotive paint cannot be introduced to you. After all, this involves the highest level of military secrets in our country. Hearing this, Wei Ming and the group of fighter jet material experts behind him couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. They hadn't expected the security classification of this research team to be so high that even they, as experts from state-level institutions, lacked the clearance to know. Disappointment aside, they were well aware of the nation's confidentiality regulations. I see. Well, never mind then. Though we can't collaborate with the stealth coating development team, acquiring this material means our 6th-generation fighter's stealth technology challenge is effectively resolved. Commander, may we take these materials back with us? Wei Ming asked with a hint of regret. Of course you can take it back. That's precisely why we called you here. Not only can you take them back, but you must thoroughly master the technology behind this stealth coating as soon as possible. Wu Pengtao understood that this stealth coating represented only a fraction of the 6th-generation fighter's technology. Development of the 6th-generation fighter had only just begun, and its practical application in combat was still a long way off. Therefore, relying on this technology to secure substantial tech points for Zeyu was still a distant prospect. However, if these experts can master this stealth coating technology and gain preliminary recognition from the military-industrial system, they could still scrape together some tech points. Grandpa Wu, there's one more thing, my father. Zeyu chimed in from beside him. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Prompted by Zeyu, Wu Pengtao finally snapped back to reality. Mr. Wei, does your 5th Design Research Institute have any high-performance automotive paint? I mean, a genuine automotive paint for actual cars, not one with stealth capabilities. Real automotive paint? Upon hearing this, Wei Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. While our Materials Design Research Institute doesn't produce automotive paint, we have developed several experimental materials for conducting research on stealth coatings. These experimental materials lack stealth capabilities, but they perform quite well in terms of corrosion resistance and adhesion. At the very least, they're significantly superior to ordinary automotive paints on the market. With minor modifications, these materials could easily be used as automotive paint. Sir, why are you asking about this? Could it be for military needs? Wei Ming was a bit curious. Haha, it's good to have them, Wu Pengtao replied with a laugh. Send over the technical documentation and samples of that paint you mentioned later. Consider it in exchange for this stealth coating technology. Hearing this, Wei Ming was stunned. Ordinary automotive paint technology in exchange for stealth coating technology? What kind of deal is this? Chapter 80, Drones: A New Frontier in Unmanned Warfare? After the experts departed satisfied, Zeyu was also sent home. Xiaoyu, your dad's situation should be fine now. The police won't arrest him again, will they? The moment he stepped inside, Zeyu's mother, Zhang Yumei, rushed over and asked anxiously. This incident had terrified his parents. After all, they were originally from a small town and had neither relatives nor friends in the capital city. Don't worry, Mom. Grandpa Wu from the Assembly Department has already explained everything to the Municipal Bureau. That car paint was a project developed by the Dragon Science Institute. Once that's clarified, everything will be fine. Zeyu couldn't possibly tell them that the car paint was actually the stealth coating for the 6th-generation fighter jet. He could only make up an excuse. Phew. Hearing Zeyu's words, Zhang Yumei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lying on the bed, Dubin also wore an expression of having narrowly escaped disaster. Who would have thought that simply spraying some paint could land him in a criminal case? Seeing Dubin's still pale face, Zeyu walked over with a smile. Dad, that old car paint can't be used anymore. I had Grandpa Wu find you a new one, and it'll be delivered in a couple of days. Again? Hearing his son had found yet another new car paint, Dubin's expression instantly grew tense. Son, maybe we should just drop it. We can't afford that paint developed by the Lonka Institute. What if something else happens and I get arrested again? Seeing Dubin's anxious look, Dubin reassured him. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong this time. This paint was arranged by Grandpa Wu. He's the head of the General Armament Department. Who'd dare mess with him? Hearing this, Dubin's eyes lit up. Though his son was only 10, his connections were far more powerful than his own. The head of the General Armament Department held the rank of general, which was higher than even the mayor of their prefecture-level city. Admittedly, he'd been genuinely shaken at first today. But later, both state security and the military sent people to bail him out, a situation only his son could pull off. My son, from now on, our family's future rests entirely on your shoulders. Dubin clasped Zeyu's hand, his expression earnest. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the army headquarters base, Zhao Baodong was reviewing a report on an army exercise, his brow slightly furrowed. Commander, you requested me? Chief of Staff Zhang Lei entered and asked with a smile. Old Zhang, you're just in time. Have a seat. Zhao Baodong waved to Zhang Lei, gesturing for him to sit down. Then, holding the exercise report in his hand, he continued. This is the exercise concluded yesterday by the Qinglong Theater Army Command at the Zurich training ground. While the overall results were satisfactory, there remains a significant gap between the outcomes and our modern combat objectives. Hearing Zhao Baodong's words, Zhang Lei nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, sir. While the exercise met its training objectives, there were still numerous issues in certain details. As an army staff officer, Zhang Lei participated in the Qinglong Theater exercise, serving as an observer and commander. Therefore, he was well aware of the exercise's shortcomings. This exercise was conducted according to the principles of modern land warfare. Not only did we utilize the newly upgraded strategic decision-making support system, but also deployed the previous model of the Great White Mechanical Wolf. The corps employing the Mechanical Wolves demonstrated remarkably effective combat performance. They nearly achieved a crushing defeat against the enemy. However, we did identify certain shortcomings during the exercise. While the Mechanical Wolves proved formidable, the overall unmanned combat system still had gaps. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's report, Zhao Baodong nodded in agreement.
This was precisely the question that had arisen in his mind after reviewing the military exercise report.
The mechanical wolf's performance could indeed overwhelm other combat units. But it still isn't comprehensive enough. What is missing? Zhao Baodong asked in a low voice. Commander, this is intelligence obtained by the National Security Department from the Pentagon in Liberty Nation.
The unmanned combat system was first proposed by the Free Nation. And before our mechanical wolves emerged, they maintained a dominant lead in this field. Since we achieved a technological leapfrog in quadrupedal unmanned robotics, the Free Nation military has indeed suffered a major setback. Although they haven't abandoned quadrupedal robot research, their primary focus for unmanned combat robots has now shifted to aerial systems. Hearing this, Zhao Baodong's expression grew solemn. You can call the Free Nation ruthless, but you can't call them incompetent. The Free Nation's reputation as the beacon of military technology on Blue Star is no empty title. In fact, for many years, most of the military and technological advancements across Blue Star nations have followed the Free Nation's lead. Whenever Liberty Nation develops advanced weaponry or scientific breakthroughs, other nations would follow suit with their own research. Frankly, the Dragon Nation's formidable military strength today owes much to the contributions of Liberty Nation as the industry leader. Moreover, had it not been for Du Ziyu's sudden submission of the military-industrial system, Liberty Nation would still hold absolute dominance in the field of quadrupedal robotics. Therefore, the Free Nation remains highly authoritative and influential in military R&D.
Aerial domain? They're developing aerial robots?
Zhao Baodong narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Unexpectedly, after suffering defeat in the quadruped robotics field, the Free Nation hadn't completely abandoned the pursuit. Instead, they shifted their focus to another domain of unmanned robotics. Yes, they are indeed investing heavily in aerial robotics. Or rather, they're developing a powerful drone. Zhang Lei reported with a serious expression.
Drones? Aren't those already commonplace? Has the Free Nation discovered a new direction for advancement? Zhao Baodong was no stranger to drones.
In fact, drone development predated quadrupedal robots by quite some time. Over a century ago, two generals from Sunset Nation proposed to the Sunset Nation Military Aviation Society the development of an aerial bomb that could be radio-controlled without a human pilot.
This bomb could autonomously fly to target locations and eliminate enemies.
Although the experiments repeatedly ended in failure, they became the origin of drone development a century later. After the First Blue Star War, many nations began using drones as target drones for training artillery units, air defense forces, or pilots. Prior to this, so-called drones could not return to their launch points and were therefore not reusable.
It wasn't until the Sunfall Nation invented the Queen Bee drone that true drone research began.
Later, the Free Nation developed the camera-equipped Firebee drone for low-altitude reconnaissance in hazardous areas, expanding its applications. Subsequently, the Free Nation developed multiple variants of stealth drones for diverse operational roles. These played crucial roles in subsequent conflicts like the Gulf War and Operation Desert Storm. Although the Dragon Nation started late in drone development, it independently developed the Long Sky 1 drone. However, its primary functions were for nuclear weapon test sampling and for evaluating low-altitude air defense weapons, air-to-air missiles, and fighter jets. Indeed, according to our intelligence, the Free Nation has adopted a novel research approach. That is, to make those drones smaller.
Zhang Lei stated earnestly. Shrink them?
Zhao Baodong furrowed his brow, deep in thought.
Chapter 81, Mastering the Art of Language.
That's right, Commander. Zhang Lei nodded and continued. According to our intelligence, the Free Nation intends to develop a small unmanned aerial vehicle. This mini-drone differs from the large aerial vehicles currently in use on Blue Star. It boasts advantages of agility, low cost, and ease of deployment, capable of playing a significant role in military operations. According to Free Nation military experts, these drones fly at low altitudes, allowing them to evade enemy radar detection. Additionally, cameras can be mounted on them to transmit real-time battlefield imagery, yielding high-value intelligence. Moreover, it can carry communication relays to establish aerial communication links in complex terrain, ensuring uninterrupted command and control. Freedom Nation experts have even proposed equipping these drones with weapons or explosives to conduct low-altitude surprise attacks on targets.
Zhang Lei disclosed all the intelligence obtained by the National Security Bureau. Whoa! After hearing Zhang Lei's description, Zhao Baodong's eyes widened as he sucked in a sharp breath. Good grief! Science fiction truly is Liberty Nation's forte. How had they not thought of such a mind-bending approach? Today's drones on Blue Star are quite large, similar to ordinary aircraft, except without a cockpit for the pilot.
They're operated remotely via radio control systems. While these drones could also function as flying bombs or reconnaissance aircraft. But compared to traditional aircraft, their biggest advantage is avoiding pilot casualties. In all other aspects, they are indistinguishable from conventional aircraft, and in many performance metrics, they even fall short of manned aircraft.
Consequently, their country has not invested heavily in UAV development. To date, they have only developed one radio-controlled subsonic aircraft for missile target practice or air defense force training. Yet Free Nation has taken a different path, discovering a superior application for drones. As the head of the army, Zhao Baodong immediately recognized the immense battlefield potential of these small drones. Even compared to Du Ziyu's mechanical wolf, these small drones held distinct advantages. For instance, the combat mechanical wolf relied on ground movement, was heavily constrained by terrain, and had limited speed in complex environments. Small drones, however, offer superior maneuverability. They can fly through the air, rapidly traverse complex terrain, and flexibly adjust altitude and speed. In reconnaissance, the mechanical wolf was similarly confined to the ground, creating monitoring blind spots that required additional equipment to expand coverage. These small drones, however, possess a high-altitude perspective, capable of covering vast areas and providing real-time monitoring of the entire battlefield. Should the Free Nation truly develop such compact drones, they could well regain a leading position in unmanned combat technology. The Free Nation's proposed small UAV development holds significant potential, and we must keep pace. Otherwise, the hard-won advantages accumulated through the mechanical wolf will be lost once again. Zhao Baodong stated solemnly. They had underestimated the Free Nation before. They believed that as long as they maintained their lead in quadrupedal robotics, the Free Nation would have no chance of turning the tables in this field. Little did they know the nation would forge a new path, discovering another, seemingly more promising direction in unmanned combat development. Commander, we are aware of this as well. In fact, I've already held meetings with several experts in the field of military drones. They share the same view, believing that these small drones will play a significant role on future battlefields and may even revolutionize combat tactics. However, due to our limited investment in drone R&D and the small size of our development teams. In contrast, the Free Nation has consistently maintained a dominant lead in the drone sector. Their Predator drones, in particular, can not only perform reconnaissance but also launch 2 Hellfire missiles. The gap between us and the Free Nation in this field is even wider than the one we faced in quadruped robotics. Catching up to or surpassing the Free Nation in drone technology within a short time frame is extremely difficult. Zhang Lei spoke bluntly, his expression grim. Sigh, compared to the Free Nation, our military foundation is still too weak. We can only strive to surpass them in critical weapon systems, but there are still far too many areas where we lag significantly behind the Free Nation. Zhao Baodong felt a sharp pang of regret. It's not that Dragon Nation's military R&D capabilities are inadequate, it's that they started far too late. The new Dragon Nation had only developed for a few decades. How could it compare to the Free Nation, which had dominated Blue Star's military sphere for over a century? Pick any field, and they lag behind the Free Nation. Most crucially, they were developing independently, while the Free Nation could draw upon the resources and technological support of its allied nations. Put simply, they were competing militarily against several, even a dozen nations all at once. The difficulty is unimaginable. Yet small drones will profoundly reshape future warfare. Couldn't our researchers find alternative solutions? They've only just managed to surpass the Free Nation in quadrupedal robotics and secure a leading position. I truly do not wish to see the Free Nation overtake us again in the field of unmanned systems. Commander, our researchers truly have no solution. Zhang Lei glanced at Zhao Baodong hesitantly, but I have a solution. Don't just say I have a way. If you have a solution, speak up immediately. Zhao Baodong urged impatiently. Commander, these mechanical wolves were acquired by Du Ziyu through the military-industrial system. And I've heard that after our mechanical wolves were deployed in actual combat, they earned a significant number of tech points. These tech points remain unused. If we let him exchange them for drone technology, wouldn't that solve our problem? No way. Hearing Zhang Lei's plan to use Du Ziyu's military system to exchange for drone technology, Zhao Baodong flatly refused. Have you forgotten the agreement we reached during our previous discussion on handling Du Ziyu's surrender of the military-industrial system? Set aside disputes, pursue joint development, and the 3 military branches will not interfere with Du Ziyu using his military system to exchange for technology. That was the outcome of our previous meeting. And he was the one who proposed it. How could we be the first to violate it? If the Air Force and Navy found out, they'd be furious. Seeing Zhao Baodong's refusal, Zhang Lei remained unhurried. Instead, he smiled and continued. Commander, I never said we should break the rules. That meeting stated the 3 branches would not interfere, but it never said we couldn't add teachers to the youth program. Add teachers to the youth program? Zhao Baodong froze, clearly confused by the implication. We're discussing the small UAV issue. What does that have to do with adding teachers to the youth program? Commander, I recently heard that the elite youth program at Lonka Academy plans to introduce new systems courses. And it's a course related to military research. Since the Lonka Academy's elite youth program already leans toward military research and education, and they intend to add practical courses, wouldn't it be reasonable for us to proactively offer them an aviation-related discipline? As for the instructor for this discipline, I believe we could invite Professor Guo from the former Jinling Aviation Academy to take on the role. Professor Guo is the pioneer of domestic drone development. He led the design of our Changkong 1 radio-controlled aircraft. Zhang Lei's smirk gradually twisted into a sneer, his eyes gleaming with the sly cunning of an old fox. Having the nation's drone research pioneer teach at Lunka Academy's youth program? That doesn't seem to violate any regulations. Zhao Baodong pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhang Lei with a blank expression. Ahem, the elite youth program does indeed lack aviation-related courses. These gifted youngsters are the future of Long Nation's military RD. The aviation field will be crucial in the future. Having the kids learn about it early is actually a great idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Zhang Lei heard this and suppressed a smile. The commander truly is the commander, mastering the art of persuasion to perfection. Chapter 82. Did I get myself into trouble again? University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Elite Youth Program Classroom. A gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of osmanthus through the window, seeping into the classroom. Yet it failed to dispel the waves of drowsiness gathering below the lectern. Today we'll discuss the relationship between the Boltzmann distribution and temperature. According to statistical physics, the probability distribution of particles across different energy levels follows the Boltzmann factor. The lower the temperature, the more the system tends toward. Professor Lin from the physics department of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences adjusted his glasses, his chalk tip scraping rhythmically across the blackboard. The average kinetic energy of ideal gas molecules is directly proportional to the thermodynamic temperature. Students, pay attention to this exponential function. Before Professor Lin could finish his sentence, a muffled thud echoed through the classroom. The students' eyes immediately turned toward the source. Professor Lin's mustache stood straight up in anger. Li Yingda, you're sleeping in class again. Did you understand today's lesson? Called out by Professor Lin, Li Yingda, who had been sound asleep on his desk, jolted awake and scrambled to his feet. Put. Seeing Li Yingda's comical state, Yu Mingxi and the other students couldn't help but snicker. Du Zeyu, seated in front of him, shook his head helplessly. Professor, I understood everything. Understood? Fine. Then explain why the kinetic energy of molecules in an ideal gas approaches zero at absolute zero. If you can't answer, I'll call your homeroom teacher in a moment. Professor Lin demanded angrily. That's it? Li Yingda scratched his head, his voice still hoarse from sleep. According to the equipartition theorem, the average kinetic energy per degree of freedom is 1/2 kT. As T approaches zero, kT also approaches zero. Li Yingda then turned his gaze back to the Boltzmann distribution formula on the blackboard and continued. Moreover, from a quantum mechanical perspective, particles at absolute zero occupy the ground state energy level, where the kinetic energy from thermal molecular motion indeed approaches zero. Li Yingda's response left Professor Lin momentarily speechless. Everything he said was correct, and crucially, some of it hadn't even been covered yet. This left Professor Lin somewhat embarrassed, so he could only continue asking. But what about real gases? Real gases liquefy or solidify near absolute zero. Without hesitation, Li Yingda blurted out the answer. Intermolecular forces dominate, but the average kinetic energy of molecules still follows macroscopic statistical laws. Temperature is the macroscopic manifestation of the intensity of molecular thermal motion, with absolute zero being the theoretical lower limit. However, according to the third law of thermodynamics, absolute zero is unattainable, so this is merely an inference under idealized models. Professor, can I sit down now? Li Yingda's lips curled upward as he whispered the question. Instantly, Professor Lin was rendered speechless, his face alternating between pale and flushed. As an elite youth program under the Dragon Academy of Sciences, they shared educational resources with the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Many of the university-level courses offered at USTC were also available to the elite youth program. Don't be fooled by their teenage years. These university courses posed no challenge to them, even proving quite simple. This led to many Cossack professors being reluctant to teach these students. Teaching them offered no sense of accomplishment and sometimes even proved discouraging. Consequently, since the program's inception, several UCAS professors had left in frustration. Fine. Very well. Since you already know so much, there's nothing left for me to teach you. Forget it. This class is pointless. Let whoever wants to teach you, teach you. After saying that, Professor Lin stormed out of the classroom. Did I just cause trouble again? But it was Professor Lin who asked me the question, and my answer was correct. Watching the teacher storm out in anger, Li Yingda suddenly froze in confusion. Li Yingda, you're done for. You've driven our physics teacher away. Just wait and see how the homeroom teacher deals with you. You're definitely going to have to write a self-criticism. Yu Mingxi shot him a disapproving look. With the teacher gone, the surrounding students erupted into cheers and excitement. The classroom instantly descended into chaos. Sitting up front, Du Ziyu watched the commotion unfold with a helpless, wry smile. Truth be told, Li Yingda wasn't entirely to blame. These university-level courses might seem complex to others. But for this group of elite geniuses from China, they were no different from elementary school math problems. Not just Li Yingda, even he found himself getting sleepy listening to the lectures. Hey, do you think Professor Lin got so fed up with us that he quit? Does that mean we won't have a teacher to lecture us anymore? Yumingshi asked curiously. That can't be right. There are so many professors at USTOU. Even if we drove away Professor Lin, there's still Professor Wang, Professor Zhang. Li Yingda replied, feeling a bit uneasy. Come on. Our elite youth program is notorious at USTC now. The moment those USTC professors hear they have to teach our class, they all refuse to come. But honestly, these basic theory courses are genuinely boring, no challenge at all. I'd much rather take practical courses or ones with some technical challenge. Yumingshi's words immediately resonated with the other young geniuses around them. But here's something you probably don't know. I heard yesterday that the university is considering the teaching challenges of our program. They plan to redesign our curriculum, apparently adding new courses focused on military research and practical training. One student said triumphantly. Really? Military research courses? That's fantastic. Finally, we won't have to endure those tedious theoretical foundation classes anymore. But what kind of research courses will they be? Tanks or rocket-powered vehicles? I have no idea. I guess the principal and the others are still discussing it. Hearing the students' discussion, Zeyu remained unresponsive. For him, the specific courses didn't matter. What he cared about more now was what technology he would exchange his tech points for in the system. After all, the mechanical wolf had already been deployed in limited quantities by the military. Meanwhile, the related technologies for small-sounding rockets, particularly the Hall thrusters, were currently being researched by the military's Missile Research Institute and the Aerospace Technology Group. The development of the new carrier rocket, in particular, was a major undertaking that wouldn't be completed anytime soon. As for that stealth coating, he expected to earn some tech points once the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation's Fighter Materials Lab had thoroughly analyzed it in the coming days. Most importantly, his current tech points balance was ample. It was time to redeem new military technologies. Ding! Just as Zeyu pondered which military technology to exchange, the class bell rang. Hey, boss! Let's go! Hit the bathroom together! No way! Zeyu was about to refuse when Li Yingda abruptly yanked him up without a second thought. Chapter 83, What? The army sent us a teacher? Meanwhile, inside the president's office at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. President Wang, President Li, I simply cannot teach the elite youth program classes anymore. My academic capabilities are limited. I simply cannot teach these geniuses. I'd rather face disciplinary action than teach them again. Professor Lin stormed into the office and declared to the two presidents of USTC. This. President Wang of USTC looked utterly helpless upon hearing Professor Lin's words. He then turned to Vice President Li Hongjie beside him. Old Li, you oversee the elite youth program. How should we handle this? Li Hongjie's face also flashed a look of embarrassment upon hearing this. The teaching challenges posed by the elite youth program students had been a persistent headache for him. Recently, they had been discussing adjustments to the program's curriculum. But they hadn't yet found a suitable teaching plan, and now a teacher had thrown in the towel. Principal Wang, how about we find another professor from the physics department at UCAS to cover temporarily? We can replace them once we finalize the new curriculum. Old Li, I have no objection, but the real question is, which professor would be willing to teach your class right now? Hearing Principal Wang's words, Li Hongjie couldn't help but smile bitterly. Professor Lin was considered the most level-headed and open-minded among the many professors in the physics department at UCAS. If even he wasn't willing to teach the youth program students, other professors would be even less inclined to come. Sai, I understand the reasoning, but we can't just let these kids miss out on a core curriculum, can we? Li Hongjie frowned as he spoke. Thump. Just as the two were agonizing over the dilemma, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. Ah, President Wang, President Li, you're both here. Looks like I've arrived at just the right moment. Wang Lei from the Army General Staff entered with his characteristic hearty laugh. Chief of Staff Wang, what brings you here? Upon seeing the visitor, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie both hurriedly stood up. What? Not happy to see me? Colonel Wang, don't say that. Of course we are. Oh, and who might this gentleman be? Just as the two were about to invite Wang Lei inside, they noticed an elderly man accompanying him. They asked in confusion. Look at me, I forgot to introduce him to you. Wang Lei tapped his forehead and said with a laugh. Principal Wang, Principal Li, this is Old Guo from the former Jinling Aviation College. He's the pioneer of domestic drone development. Our military's Changkong 1 radio-controlled aircraft was designed under his leadership. Hearing Zhang Lei's introduction, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie's faces lit up with delight. So it's Mr. Guo. We've been neglecting you. No need to apologize, said Old Master Guo, adjusting his glasses with a smile. The two then took seats on the sofa. Staff Officer Zhang, what brings you and Mr. Guo to USTC this time? Principal Wang inquired with curiosity. Ah, President Wang, President Li, that mechanical wolf developed by your USTC Elite Youth program last time was a tremendous help to our military. It truly shone during the recent combat operations in Monkey Nation, not only delivering a crushing blow to the free nation's pride. It also propelled our Dragon Nation from lagging behind to leading the field of military combat robots. Our commander has been urging me to come personally to express our gratitude. But with so much happening lately, I just haven't had the chance. This visit is primarily to express our gratitude to your university. Zhang Lei said with a smile. You're too kind, Staff Officer Zhang. Our elite youth program is inherently dedicated to cultivating military research talent for the Dragon Nation. It is our honor to contribute to the military. Though Li Hongda spoke these words, the pride on his face was impossible to hide. In fact, the very idea of establishing youth programs within universities has long been a subject of considerable debate among major institutions nationwide. Many university administrators even considered establishing youth programs an extremely unreasonable practice. Not only would it squander substantial university resources, but it also cast doubt on the capabilities of these gifted students. They believed that prodigies educated under this model would not achieve much in the future. Some even fear it could negatively impact the psychological well-being of these gifted youngsters, potentially leading to psychological distortions. However, since Du Ziyu's mechanical wolf was requisitioned by the military, the reputation of the elite youth program at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences has grown even more prominent. This has also significantly reduced the skepticism among many university administrators who previously opposed establishing youth programs. At the same time, it has greatly enhanced the prestige of their institutions. As the university president, he naturally felt a sense of pride. I hear your school plans to introduce new courses for the elite youth program and they're military-related? Zhang Lei asked with a smile. That's correct. We've been discussing this matter extensively, Principal Wang replied with a wry smile before continuing. These gifted students in the youth program are exceptionally talented. Basic theoretical courses no longer meet their needs. To be honest, a physics professor from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences just declined to continue teaching the program. We were at a loss about what to do. That's wonderful. Hearing this, Zhang Lei's face lit up with delight and his true feelings spilled out. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. While they were fretting over the lack of instructors, he had applauded the news, which only made it seem like he was mocking USTC. Sure enough, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie both shot Zhang Lei a reproachful look. Ahem, Zhang Lei cleared his throat awkwardly, rushing to explain. Please don't misunderstand, both of you. What I meant was, this is such a coincidence. Earlier, our army had heard about your plans to launch military-related courses. To express our gratitude for the mechanical wolf technology your university provided to the military, our General Staff Department specifically sought out retired Professor Guo. We'd like to offer him a position at your school to teach military courses for the elite youth program. Now that your school has a teaching position open, wouldn't it be perfect for him to teach the course? Upon hearing this, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie's eyes lit up instantly. This was indeed excellent news. They had been struggling to find a suitable instructor, and now the Army General Staff had practically delivered a professor to them. Staff Officer Zhang, with Professor Guo's capabilities, we would be delighted to have him. But having Professor Guo teach the children, isn't that a bit of a waste of his talents? Moreover, while these children are bright, they've never had any exposure to aviation-related courses before. I fear they might struggle to keep up with Professor Guo's teaching pace. As a former professor at Jilin Aviation College and the pioneer in China's drone development field, his teaching abilities are beyond question. However, the students in the elite youth program have no prior exposure to this field. Having the foremost expert in the field teach them directly might be too advanced for their level. Principal Li, you're underestimating the students in your youth program. Their knowledge base likely surpasses even that of your own undergraduate students at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Moreover, aerospace research is a major direction for our future military R&D. Exposing the children to it early isn't a bad thing. Just like with the Mechanical Wolf project before, who knows? These kids might just surprise us. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie found his reasoning sound. After all, retired university professors like Professor Guo, authorities in their fields, are hard to recruit. Now that the army had proactively brought him to them, it would be unthinkable not to seize this opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie exchanged a glance. All right. It's settled then. I'll have someone prepare the re-employment contract for Professor Guo immediately. Classes will officially begin in 1 week. How does that sound? Principal Wang said with a smile. A week? That's far too long. Zhang Lei frowned and muttered to himself. A week is too long? Principal Wang paused in surprise. From the looks of it, the Army General Staff seems even more impatient than I am. Please don't misunderstand, I'm just worried about delaying the children's studies. Actually, there's no need to make it so complicated. I think we can address the contract later. Prioritizing the children's classes is crucial. Why not start tomorrow? What do you think, Old Guo? Seated beside Zhang Lei, Old Guo smiled and nodded. I'm fine with either way, whatever you decide. That's wonderful. Mr. Guo and Staff Officer Zhang, you've been a tremendous help. Principal Wang and Li Hongjie were deeply grateful upon hearing this. They never imagined the military would go to such lengths for the children of their school. Li Hongjie, in particular, kept thanking them profusely. Only Zhang Lei, while saying "you're welcome," was secretly overjoyed inside. This matter was practically settled for him. Chapter 84, Military Research Specialty Course, New Drone? After over an hour of discussion, Zhang Lei and Old Guo emerged from the office accompanied by the two principals. Even after they had walked far away, Principal Wang and Li Hongjie were still in a daze. Moments ago, they'd been fretting over the USTC professor's reluctance to teach the youth program. Now, the army had delivered this heavyweight from the nation's military-industrial complex right to their doorstep. Both had naturally heard of Professor Guo's reputation. He had been highly respected during his tenure as a professor at Jinling Aviation College. Later, when relations between the Bear Nation and their Dragon Nation soured, leading to the withdrawal of numerous experts and technical documents, he single-handedly shouldered the responsibility, undertaking and completing the research and design of the nation's first and only radio-controlled aircraft. Now his students are spread across major aviation RD groups throughout the Dragon Nation. Numerous outstanding engineers and designers at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group, and Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation were his students. It is no exaggeration to say that Professor Guo commands immense prestige in aviation research. After his retirement, numerous universities sought to rehire him as a professor, but he declined all offers. Unexpectedly, under the guidance of the Army General Staff Department, he proactively came to teach at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Moreover, he specifically requested to teach the most challenging elite youth program. This felt like a stroke of luck for both of them. President Wang, I can't shake the feeling that something about this situation doesn't sit right. Li Hongjie couldn't shake the suspicion that lingered whenever he recalled the shrewd smile on Wang Lei's face as he left the Army General Staff Department. That look was no different from the smug grin of a villain on TV who'd just pulled off a devious scheme. What could possibly be wrong? Could the military really deceive us at USTC? President Wang couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. I understand. You feel it's unrealistic that a giant in aerospace like Professor Guo would voluntarily come teach at USTC. I used to feel the same way. But now it's a reality. Besides, didn't Staff Officer Wang mention? It's because that young man in your class, Zeyu, helped the army develop the advanced mechanical wolf. Out of gratitude to our university, he took the initiative to connect us. Stop overthinking it. Get an office ready for Professor Guo immediately. If Professor Guo agrees, we could even have him teach aviation courses to regular students at USTC. Who knows? Our aviation program might just take off, heh? Principal Wang said with a beaming smile. Alright then. Li Hongjie found President Wang's reasoning sound. Though still harboring some doubts, they naturally wouldn't pass up such a favorable opportunity. He immediately set about arranging the office space for Professor Guo as requested. Early the next morning, Zeyu, nearly late again, hurried into the classroom. He found the classroom still buzzing with noise, students chattering away about something. Why was everyone so lively today? Was something going on? After taking his seat, Zeyu turned to his desk partner, Yu Mingxi, with curiosity. Xiao Yu, you don't know yet? Yu Mingxi looked at Zeyu suspiciously. Know what? Zeyu looked completely baffled. Boss, we're getting a new specialized course today. Rumor has it it's about military aviation, and our instructor is a top expert in domestic aviation research. Behind Zeyu, Liangda piped up first. Oomph. Liangda, you're just a big mouth, aren't you? Seeing her words preempted, Yu Mingxi glared with her beautiful big eyes and shot him a vicious look. Aerospace research class? Ignoring the two kids' squabble, Zeyu fell deep into his own thoughts. He had expected the school to introduce a foundational military research course, like firearms manufacturing or explosive design courses. But unexpectedly, the new course turned out to be aerospace research. This was significantly more challenging and specialized. What's more, the instructor was a top domestic expert in the field. Most importantly, Professor Lin, who taught physics, had just gone on strike yesterday, and today a new specialized course was already being offered. Was this mere coincidence, or was there more to it? Is our USTC really that powerful? Can they even bring in the nation's top aviation research expert to teach us? Zeyu voiced his inner doubts. What's the big deal? While USTC may not match Tsinghua or Peking University in prestige and strength, it's still a top-tier university in China, right? Moreover, USTC is under the Lonka Academy, and our elite youth program is cultivating future technical personnel for the academy. Getting the Dragon Academy to help secure an aviation expert shouldn't be too difficult, right? Liangda replied with a smile. Exactly. This shows the university truly values our elite youth program. Yu Mingxi nodded in agreement, without a hint of doubt. But Liangda, you better watch your step this time, no more sleeping in class. If you manage to drive this authoritative expert away too, you're done for. Hearing Yu Mingxi's warning, Liangda shrank his neck and cautiously replied. Don't worry, I won't dare. Last night, my homeroom teacher made me copy physics laws all night long.
I even dreamed about being buried with Newton. Liangda muttered in complaint.
You? Buried alongside Newton?
Put.
You'd be lucky to be buried with the Bull Demon King.
Just as the two were bickering, old Gua, dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered the classroom.
Ha! Why does this guy look so familiar? Holy crap! Isn't that old Master Gua? Spotting the elderly man, some students in the class recognized him. Who is old man Gua? Is he that impressive?
Of course.
He's a professor at Jinling Aviation School.
He's also a leading authority in China's aviation research field, having overseen several major military projects. The student who recognized him whispered.
Whoa! That impressive?
The classroom fell noticeably quieter upon hearing this student's introduction. Though they were all prodigies in their own right, they knew their place in the presence of such a renowned authority in China's aviation field.
Even Du Ziyu's eyes lit up upon hearing Professor Gua's name.
It seemed USTC had truly spared no effort, even bringing in such a heavyweight figure in aviation research. On the podium, Professor Gua gazed at the group of 12 and 13-year-olds before him, a wry smile touching his lips. As a renowned professor and expert in China, he was accustomed to teaching doctoral students. Teaching elementary school students felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Could these children even comprehend his lectures? But since this was a request from the military, he had no choice.
Good morning, everyone.
Your previous theoretical physics instructor, Professor Lin, is temporarily unable to teach due to health reasons. Therefore, your principal has invited me to teach you a specialized military course. I will be teaching aviation research, and you may address me as Teacher Gua from now on.
The name of our specialized course for this phase is Engineering and Design of New Generation Drones.
I never use textbooks in my lectures and tend to go off topic, so please feel free to remind me if I stray too far. Professor Gua said with a smile.
New generation drones? Upon hearing Professor Gua's introduction, Du Ziyu's eyes lit up instantly from his seat. Chapter 85, Drones the Key to Future Warfare. Professor Gua wrote the course title on the blackboard.
The students below erupted in a buzz of astonishment.
Holy crap! Advanced UAV Engineering and Design? Is this class really meant for us beginners? Didn't the school say we'd start with basic military research courses?
Why jump straight into something so advanced? I think we should just bring back our old physics teacher.
I'm afraid I won't understand this class.
Many students voiced their complaints and grumbles. True, they were geniuses in the youth program, but even geniuses didn't need such hardcore material right off the bat.
Are they treating us like interns at the Dragon Academy? That's a bit too much of an honor, isn't it?
Watching the sea of complaints from the students below, old Gua could only offer a helpless wry smile. Their reactions were pretty much what he'd expected. He knew full well that these were the nation's most gifted young scholars.
His lectures ranked among the most challenging even for doctoral students. Without relevant academic background, it was nearly impossible to grasp.
Even back when he led military projects, the fresh graduates joining the Design Institute as interns could only grasp the theories he presented with a superficial understanding.
How much less so for these children, who lacked any foundational background in aerospace?
That's why, when the Army General Staff first suggested he come teach here, he had actually refused.
But Zhang Lei insisted relentlessly that he teach the course. He specifically instructed Zhang Lei not to teach anything else, but to start right away with his specialty, unmanned aerial vehicle courses. He claimed it was for the advancement of national defense. This left old Gua puzzled, yet he found no grounds to refuse. After all, when it came to matters of national defense, someone who had devoted half his life to the military-industrial complex of Longwa simply couldn't say no. So, gritting his teeth, he came to teach these elementary students a specialized drone course. Ignoring the students' grumbling, Guo Lao proceeded with his teaching task.
First, let's discuss the future model of warfare, automation, unmanned systems, systematization, and intelligence. Unmanned intelligent combat platforms have thus become a key focus of research and development for nations worldwide in recent years. Free Nation, White Bear Nation, numerous Western countries, and our own Dragon Nation have all invested heavily in this field.
However, most nations have concentrated their R&D efforts on multi-legged robotics. Of course, this investment isn't misguided.
For instance, the military's newly completed war machine Wolf represents a monumental achievement in unmanned intelligent combat platforms. It has propelled us from lagging behind to overtaking others in the field of unmanned warfare. What astonishes me even more is that this exceptionally powerful unmanned combat Wolf was developed by a student in your class.
Which student is it? Could you please stand up so I can see you?
At this point, a spark finally lit up in old Gua's eyes. His decision to teach at the elite youth program stemmed not only from the military's request, but also because he wanted to meet the genius who helped the military develop the mechanical Wolf. After all, his ability to develop combat mechs that surpassed Blue Star's technology clearly demonstrated exceptional talent and capability in unmanned machinery research. With proper cultivation, he might achieve remarkable results in the field of unmanned aerial vehicles. Hearing Guo Lao's words, the students below the stage all turned their gaze toward Du Zeyu.
With no choice, Zeyu obediently stood up. Professor Guo, my name is Zeyu.
Seeing the 10-year-old Zeyu, a hint of delight flashed in old Guo's eyes. He hadn't expected this prodigy to be even younger than he'd imagined.
Zeyu, is it?
Developing such an advanced mechanical wolf at your age truly makes you a prodigy. I hope that after attending my lectures, you too will gain insight into and make contributions to the field of drones.
Please take a seat.
Professor Guo said with a warm smile.
As I mentioned earlier, domestic research is currently focused on quadrupedal and multi-legged robots. However, I believe the research direction of various countries is misguided, or rather, skewed. Multi-legged robots will undoubtedly be a crucial component of unmanned warfare in the future. But I believe the most crucial element is actually unmanned aerial vehicles. Professor Guo's bold statement immediately stirred considerable commotion in the room.
After all, the mechanical wolf developed by Zeyu has proven highly effective in military hands. Internationally, it was widely acknowledged that Dragon Nation now led the world in unmanned combat platform technology.
Yet, was Guo Lao suggesting that the mechanical wolf held less significance in unmanned combat platforms than drones? Observing the commotion below the stage, old Guo smiled and said,
I know you may disagree with my words. You might assume that since I specialize in drone research, I'm naturally biased toward drones.
Then let me ask you, what is the core of future warfare?
Professor Guo's deep, resonant voice echoed through the quiet classroom.
I believe the most fundamental element is the complete restructuring of air superiority.
Traditional air superiority relied on a three-dimensional defense network built with heavy fighter jets, massive air force formations, and expensive missile systems.
But today, I tell you this understanding is at least a decade outdated.
He walked slowly to the windowsill, gazing at the sky outside as his voice rose slightly. Imagine, students, that on future battlefields, it will no longer be the roar of fighter jets or the tail flames of missiles that dominate the scene.
Instead, it will be swarms of tiny yet deadly aerial vehicles. They might be no larger than the palm of your hand, yet they can take off from any inconspicuous corner.
These drones will become the pivotal turning point in the future of warfare.
After old Guo finished speaking, every student in the classroom stared wide-eyed.
They had never imagined drones could evolve in this direction. Only Zeyu nodded silently to himself after hearing Guo Lao's words. He had previously researched that in this parallel world, the concept of drones was still stuck decades behind. So-called drones were merely large, remotely piloted aircraft, indistinguishable in size from conventional planes. The only technological leader in this field was the Free Nation, which had combined drones with artillery shells to develop unmanned flying projectiles. This was closer to the drone concepts of later eras, but only marginally so. To date, unmanned aerial vehicles had yet to gain full recognition from the militaries of Blue Star's nations, let alone enter the development phase of miniaturization. Yet this Mr. Guo possessed such profound foresight, having already conceived the idea of small unmanned aerial vehicles. Next, I'll share my perspective with everyone. First, the cost-effectiveness of small drones will be a disruptive revolution. The cost of a single manned fighter jet could equip an entire battalion-sized fleet of intelligent drones. When these low-cost yet highly capable aerial vehicles swarm toward targets with overwhelming numerical superiority, traditional air defense systems will face unprecedented saturation attack pressure. This is no longer merely a matter of winning by sheer numbers, but rather building an almost impenetrable tactical barrier through sheer volume.
Second, an unprecedented enhancement in strategic flexibility. Old Guo picked up a piece of chalk and swiftly sketched a simplified battlefield map on the blackboard. Chapter 86, Is being too excellent a sin in itself?
Drones require no massive logistical support systems or lengthy pilot training cycles. They can be rapidly deployed from mobile platforms, makeshift runways, or even civilian facilities. More importantly, they can execute high-risk, high-difficulty reconnaissance, jamming, and even strike missions without concern for personnel casualties. This zero-casualty advantage would fundamentally reshape decision-makers' pre-conflict risk assessment logic. Professor Guo set down his chalk and continued. Third, and most crucially, they subvert traditional warfare models. They can execute precision saturation tactical attacks, silently infiltrate enemy territory to conduct intelligence gathering and electronic warfare missions, and rapidly switch between reconnaissance, jamming, and strike modes through modular design.
Moreover, through modular design, they can rapidly switch between multiple operational modes such as reconnaissance, jamming, and strike. Professor Guo's gaze grew profound.
This signifies that future warfare will no longer be confined to traditional frontline advances and positional battles.
Instead, they will evolve into complex, multidimensional, multi-domain, and asymmetric strategic games.
And unmanned aerial vehicles are the very cornerstone of this new paradigm of warfare.
As Guo Lao finished speaking, the classroom fell completely silent.
Every student fixed their gaze intently on the lectern where Guo stood. As if they could glimpse, through his words, the overwhelming dominance future drones would wield on the battlefield. The theory I proposed for developing small-scale drones has now gained recognition from military departments. In the future, our domestic military research institutions will initiate studies on miniaturizing drones. At this point, a hint of regret flickered across Professor Guo's lips.
In fact, as the foremost authority in Longgua's drone research field, his vision for drone development far surpassed that of his peers. However, constrained by the nation's prior commitment to multi-legged robots as the primary focus for combat machinery platforms, resulting in substantial research personnel and funding being allocated to multi-legged robots, this meant his concept for small unmanned aerial vehicles remained shelved. Until recently, when China's quadrupedal robotic wolf achieved breakthrough progress. Furthermore, Dragon Nation's intelligence agencies learned from Free Nation that their military had secretly initiated small UAV research. Only then was his earlier proposal for small UAV development revisited and given renewed attention by the military. This development meant they were now trailing Liberty by a significant margin in the small UAV development race. Moreover, the Free Nation itself is a powerhouse in the field of drones. Overtaking the Free Nation in this domain again would be extremely difficult. I share this with you to underscore the critical importance of small UAVs on future battlefields. I hope you recognize the significance of this course, setting an ideal and goal for yourselves. Because realizing the miniaturization concept I've described poses extraordinary challenges. It requires not only the dedication of our generation of military researchers, but also the participation of you, the next generation of military R&D talent, in the development effort. Who knows? The next generation of small drones that could reshape the future of warfare might just come from your hands. After listening to Old Gua's impassioned lecture, the students in the audience were all stirred to their core. Over the next month, I will systematically teach you the theoretical knowledge and architecture of UAVs. Simultaneously, I will teach you the principles of integrating UAVs with artillery munitions. First, let's examine China's current large-scale UAVs, specifically the radio-controlled aircraft I spearheaded in developing. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. As the bell chimed punctually, Professor Gua exited the classroom. But the students in the classroom were all completely numb. They realized that the only part they could understand from this lecture was Professor Gua's earlier vision regarding small drones. The rest of the lecture might as well have been gibberish to them, lacking any aviation background. Of course, this was only true for most students. After all, even among geniuses, there were distinctions. Students like Du Zeyu, Yumingxi, Li Yingda, and other top performers from their class had grasped the core concepts Professor Gua had presented. They even gained their own insights from the various concepts Gua Lao imparted. Truly the foremost authority in China's drone research field, Professor Gua's lectures were profound and technically rich. Moreover, his lectures were remarkably accessible, a vast improvement over those tedious, dry physics classes we had before. I wasn't feeling sleepy at all. I'm practically itching to jump straight into the hands-on sessions. Li Yingda was unusually energized after the lecture. Though many classmates around him were speechless at Li Yingda's pretentious remarks. How could he call such a high-level technical course easy to understand? But when it came to the hands-on sessions, everyone perked up. Especially the male students who wouldn't be fascinated by weapons like fighter jets and artillery? Boss, what do you think of Professor Gua's class? Any ideas? How about we team up and build another small drone? Li Yingda looked at Du Zeyu with eager anticipation. After all, ever since Du Zeyu's giant white mechanical wolf won the school's robotic dog competition and was subsequently requisitioned by the military, his status within the elite youth program had become firmly established. Though the class didn't rank students by exams, in most students' minds, Du Zeyu had surpassed Zhao Dongxiao to become the new top student. Professor Gua has been researching this for years and still hasn't managed to build a small drone. You've only attended one class and already think you can build one? How utterly presumptuous. Zhao Dongxiao, sitting ahead, sneered coldly at Li Yingda's brazen claim. Zhao Dongxiao, you got a problem? Did I even talk to you? Besides, if I can't do it, my big brother can. Your mechanical dog isn't even as good as the one Yumingxi and I built. How dare you mock us? Put. Li Yingda didn't hold back, confronting him point blank. Hit where it hurt, Zhao Dongxiao's face flushed with rage. Losing the last robotic dog competition to Li Yingda and his team was already a huge humiliation for the prideful Zhao Dongxiao. Now that Li Yingda had brought it up again, Zhao Dongxiao was understandably furious. Last time was a mistake. Once the drone course is over, I'll definitely build an advanced mini-drone. Then I'll make sure to rub your faces in it. Though Li Yingda was the one humiliating him, Zhao Dongxiao's gaze remained fixed on Du Zeyu up front. After all, Du Zeyu was the one who stole the spotlight last time, the one who snatched away his class's top spot. Du Zeyu was utterly speechless at Zhao Dongxiao's decision to direct his anger toward him. Why am I the one getting hurt in your fight? Is being too outstanding an original sin? Alright, Li Yingda, it's lunchtime. If we don't eat soon, the cafeteria ladies will clock out. Let's go. Du Zeyu shook his head, unwilling to bother with these kids. He uttered a casual remark before striding out of the classroom. Hey, boss, wait for me. At the mention of grabbing lunch, Li Yingda snapped to attention and hurried after him. Chapter 87, Drone Graduation Assessment. Over the next month or so, Old Gua did his best to explain drone-related knowledge to the students of the elite youth class using plain, easy-to-understand language. To his surprise, these students, mostly only 13 or 14 years old, gradually caught up with his teaching pace. By the end, they not only grasped the concepts he taught, but many students even began posing constructive questions to him. Some questions even stumped him for a moment. This discovery left Guo both gratified and astonished. He hadn't expected these elementary school students to possess such strong knowledge reserves and learning abilities. Even compared to doctoral interns newly entering research institutes, they showed no weakness whatsoever. This gave him a whole new perspective on these gifted youngsters. Consequently, he gradually increased the depth of his course content. He imparted all the advanced knowledge he had acquired about drones over the years, holding nothing back. Kyoto, General Assembly Department Building. Commander, this is the report from the 5th Materials Design Research Institute of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. Director Wei Ming and his research team have fully mastered the stealth coding technology provided by Xiaoyu. They have systematically organized these technologies and will distribute them to all materials research centers for review and study once the compilation is complete. Chen Jian walked in with the documents, a smile on his face. Oh? They've already mastered the entire stealth coding technology so quickly? Impressive speed. So that means Xiaoyu's tech points should increase significantly again, right? Wu Pengtao said with satisfaction as he examined the documents in his hand. Has Xiaoyu's tech point tally been calculated yet? Previously, Xiaoyu's mastered technology points were 6,300, but the points gained from this stealth coding haven't been tallied yet. I'll contact Yu Ping shortly and have him ask when he picks Xiaoyu up from school. As the coordination department for the military-industrial complex, tracking Du Ziyu's military technology points is one of their key responsibilities. Speaking of which, why hasn't Xiaoyu been coming by my place lately? What's he been up to? He genuinely adores Du Ziyu, having long regarded him as his own grandson. Previously, Du Zeyu would visit their General Assembly department every week just to enjoy the various delicacies Wu Pengtao prepared for him. But this past month, not only had Du Ziyu not visited, he hadn't even made a single phone call. If it weren't for the dedicated security detail protecting Du Ziyu, he'd have thought something terrible had happened to him. Noticing Wu Pengtao's slightly downcast expression, Chen Jian smiled and said, Commander, it's not that Xiaoyu doesn't want to come to our assembly department anymore. It's because their elite youth program recently introduced a new course, one related to military research. They've been busy studying this new course lately. Upon hearing Chen Jian's explanation, Wu Pengtao raised an eyebrow. A new course? And it's military related? Yes, the president of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences invited Professor Guo, formerly of Jinling Aviation College, to teach their elite youth program specifically. By the way, Professor Guo is one of the leading figures in China's aviation field, particularly skilled in drone development. It's truly rare for him to teach these kids. Professor Guo? UAVs? Wu Pengtao froze, his brow furrowing slightly. Didn't Professor Guo retire from Jinling Aviation University? I recall numerous university presidents and professors have approached him to teach, but he turned them all down. Wasn't he preparing to launch a domestic small drone research program? Wu Pengtao was naturally very familiar with Professor Guo. Several years ago, he had submitted a conceptual report on small UAV development to their General Armament Department. But at that time, the department's R&D funding was limited, and there were too many projects already underway. After review by the relevant departments of the General Armament Department, it was determined that Professor Guo's small UAV concept was too advanced and did not align with the previous national defense strategy. Therefore, the research report was not adopted by the department. It wasn't until national security personnel discovered that the Free Nation had secretly initiated its own small UAV development program. Only then did they revisit Mr. Guo's report, which has now entered the final review process. It was expected that the military would soon take the lead and appoint Guo Lao as the chief designer of this project. At this critical juncture, why would he voluntarily return to teach at the elite youth program at the University of Science and Technology of China? Never mind. Professor Guo is a titan in our nation's aviation field. His willingness to teach Xiaoyu and the others is a blessing. Besides, who knows? Xiaoyu might just redeem his next item for a small drone. If that happens, it would solve the army's urgent needs. The army really hit the jackpot this time. Wu Pengtao remarked with a smile. While the small-sounding rocket technology primarily benefited the 2nd Artillery Department and the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation, many of its technologies could also be applied to army projects like rocket-equipped vehicles. The later combat mechanical Wolf was even custom-designed for army units. While the Air Force also gained stealth coatings for 6th-generation fighters, the Army's gains were clearly the most substantial. If Du Ziyu chose to exchange for small drones again this time, the Army's unmanned combat platform would be fully operational. The month-long theoretical course was finally drawing to a close. During this period, the students of the elite youth class visibly grew more haggard, yet their gains were substantial. Under the guidance of the venerable Guo, they not only mastered extensive knowledge about drones, but also gained foundational understanding of aerospace engineering and artillery propellant technology, establishing a solid groundwork. Next came the practical training sessions the students had been most eagerly anticipating. These gifted youths, naturally inclined toward military research, possess not only strong learning abilities but also exceptional hands-on skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have each successfully modified a robotic dog earlier. After another fortnight of hands-on training, these gifted youths achieved a significant leap from theory to practice. By the end, nearly every one of them could assemble a remote-controlled aircraft from scratch. This once again made Old Guo feel the terrifying power of genius. Inside the large laboratory, Professor Guo watched the various types of remote-controlled aircraft the gifted students had crafted by hand, smiling with satisfaction. Impressive! You young geniuses truly live up to your reputation. Your skills are exceptional. After just a month and a half of study, you've already mastered the skill to independently hand-shape such sophisticated remote-controlled aircraft. Frankly, your abilities astonish me, even surpassing those of my own doctoral students. Professor Guo lavished praise on these gifted youngsters without reservation. Haha, that goes without saying. We're all geniuses selected from among thousands nationwide. My leader is destined to be the pillar of Longgua's military industry. Following him, how could I be anything less? Li Yingda proudly patted his chest as he declared. Li Yingda's self-praise drew laughter from the other students in the lab. Yet no one dared to contradict Li Yingda's words. As geniuses, they all possessed their own pride. They naturally believed their abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Confidence is a good thing, but the General Armament Department had already approved the small drone development project. In another month, I'll be joining the research team to lead the development of these small drones. I won't be able to continue teaching you for quite some time. Hearing that Professor Gui was leaving, the students all felt a wave of disappointment. However, before I depart, I intend to conduct a final assessment for you all. Professor Guo looked at everyone and said with a smile. A final assessment? The requirement is that within 1 month, you must independently design and build a small drone. Of course, I'm not asking you to replicate the exact small drone I mentioned earlier. Rather, you must apply the knowledge you've learned and your understanding of drones to complete this task. I will evaluate your projects afterward. The student with the highest score will gain access to my small drone laboratory for further study and will be assigned small tasks. Hearing Professor Guo's words, the students all became excited. In the future, only a handful would follow in the footsteps of their homeroom teacher, Xing Jianeo, to teach in the elite youth program. Most would be recommended for positions at the Longka Academy laboratories. Gaining early access to a top-tier domestic lab to collaborate with leading scientific experts represented a rare and invaluable opportunity. Chapter 88, Exchange, 9 Sky Drone. Hearing Professor Guo's words, the students in the class instantly became excited. They looked eager to get started. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Professor Guo silently nodded in approval. These geniuses were far more driven than he had imagined. To spark genuine interest in drones among these future scientific geniuses of Dragon Nation, prompting them to voluntarily seek learning opportunities. He considered the purpose of this phase of his teaching achieved. He didn't expect these students, who had only studied drone technology with him for a little over a month, to actually develop anything truly remarkable. However, if he could identify a few promising prospects with potential in drone development for focused cultivation, that would be a major gain. Especially for Zeyu, the youngest genius in the class, Old Guo held particularly high expectations. After spending time with them, he was thoroughly impressed by Zeyu's scientific talent, which far surpassed that of his peers, as well as his remarkably steady temperament. Add to that his previous achievement of developing a powerful, advanced quadrupedal mechanical wolf for the military. Among all these gifted students, Zeyu was the one he favored the most. With just a few minutes left before class ended, he invited any remaining questions. Professor Guo glanced at the clock at the back of the lab and said with a smile. Professor Guo, I'd like to ask, what type of military drone project are you involved in? Li Yingda raised his hand to ask. Li Yingda, didn't you hear Professor Guo? That's a top-secret project in collaboration with the military. How could he possibly disclose details? Zhao Dongxiao shot him a disapproving look and scoffed. No worries. While this military drone project is indeed classified, I can briefly share some details with you. You could even find some related information online. The project I'm about to lead is the small drone project I've been discussing with you all this time. The Free Nation has been secretly researching this for ages, so we're starting relatively late with much higher development requirements. What we're developing is a small drone truly capable of executing high-risk, high-difficulty reconnaissance, jamming, and even strike missions. And it must be relatively inexpensive to produce. Of course, even I only have a basic concept for this kind of small drone. The research difficulty is immense. Whether it can be realized and when remains unknown. Moreover, I'm getting on in years. While I possess extensive technical experience, my ideas have become outdated. In the future, it may well fall to you to pursue this research. Professor Guo remarked with a look of deep reflection. Professor Guo, you mentioned that if I get the highest score, I could assist in your project lab. What if I just complete that small drone you mentioned earlier and submit it as my assignment? Wouldn't that make me the chief designer of this project? Li Yingda grinned, asking confidently. Ha! Ha ha! Even old Guo at the lectern couldn't help but chuckle. Yingda, you seem very confident.
If you can truly develop a compact drone, not only will you become the chief designer of this project,
I'd personally recommend you for a second-class merit award to the military. Heck, you could even call me teacher from now on.
Professor Guo said with a smile.
His words immediately drew a burst of laughter from the audience below.
As for Li Yingda, he scratched his head sheepishly. A second-class merit award is fine, but calling me teacher is out of the question. Old Guo's humorous remark instantly warmed the relationship between him and the students.
The bell rang.
Soon, the bell signaling the end of class rang.
Under the reluctant gazes of his students, Professor Guo walked out.
The surrounding students didn't leave immediately, instead discussing the final assessment project. Clearly, everyone was fascinated by the idea of independently designing a small drone. Boss, we can't be on the same team for this mini drone project.
It's a shame we'll be competing against each other. Hope you don't feel too much pressure. Even if your drone isn't as good as mine, don't get upset. As soon as class ended, Li Yingda patted Du Zeyu on the shoulder and said with a straight face.
Du Zeyu heard this and shook his head in utter exasperation.
This kid is up to his old tricks again. Put. Li Yingda, you must be out of your mind again. His desk mate Yu Mingxi sneered dismissively. Like you could ever outdesign Xiaoyu in small drone design? Dream on. Why can't I dream? If people have no dreams, what's the difference between them and dried fish? Get lost. Xiaoyu, ignore him. Let's grab lunch, let this chubby guy keep dreaming his big dreams.
With that, Yu Mingxi hooked her arm through Du Zeyu's and skipped out of the lab. Watching the two of them walk away so close together, Li Yingda stood rooted to the spot, his face clouded with frustration. Although the final assessment was an individual competition, Du Zeyu, Yu Mingxi, and Li Yingda had still applied for a shared lab to collaborate on their small drone research.
Inside the lab's private cubicle, Du Zeyu opened the system interface with a thought.
His personal panel popped up first. Host, Du Zeyu.
Age, 10. Position, Elite Youth Program Student, Dragon Academy.
Unlocked technologies, space launch vehicle technology, military mechanical wolf technology, 6th generation stealth coding technology.
Tech points, 7,300.
Seeing his technology points increase by another 1,000, Du Zeyu felt no surprise. He had already heard from Yu Ping yesterday after school that the Materials Research Laboratory of Xinfei Group had fully mastered the 6th generation stealth coding technology he had provided. These tech points were clearly from that advancement.
With ample tech points, everything became much simpler.
Soon, Du Zeyu located the military-grade small UAV technology within the unmanned systems category. What surprised him, however, was that military small UAV technology wasn't a single entry. Instead, there were 3 tiers. The basic tier was the standard military drone, requiring 3,000 tech points to unlock. The intermediate tier was swarm drone technology, featuring more complex and advanced systems. However, this technology could only be unlocked after acquiring and applying the standard military drone technology, requiring 4,500 tech points to exchange. The highest tier, known as the Nine Heavens Mother drone, boasts even greater technological sophistication and comes with higher exchange requirements. It requires unlocking the swarm drone technology and completing its application before becoming available, costing 7,000 tech points. This was the first upgradable weapon system Du Zeyu had encountered since acquiring the military technology system. With over 7,000 tech points currently available, he had more than enough to redeem the highest tier Nine Heavens drone mothership.
However, it required upgrading through multiple tiers.
This made Du Zeyu hesitate slightly, as he had worked hard to accumulate this many tech points. He had originally thought he could exchange for several military technologies. But now, exchanging for the highest tier drone technology would essentially deplete all his tech points. However, when he scanned the introduction panel for the Nine Heavens drone mothership, his eyes lit up and he was utterly stunned. The performance of this Nine Heavens drone mothership was formidable. It was absolutely worth the price. Without further hesitation, Du Zeyu selected the exchange. Instantly, military-grade drone technology flooded his mind. With this drone technology knowledge acquired, Du Zeyu's lips curled upward. Truly, this was technology provided by the system. Even this most basic military-grade small drone far exceeded his expectations in performance.
Chapter 89, The Fundamental Reason Righteous Cultivators Detest Evil Cultivators. Just as Du Zeyu finished exchanging for the small military drone technology,
a curse suddenly rang out beside him.
Damn it!
The third mold cracked again. Li Yingda ripped off his anti-static gloves and slammed the carbon fiber wing frame onto the table. The wing spar, as thin as a cicada's wing, displayed intermittent creases along its fracture surface, resembling a crumpled piece of paper.
See? Now you know developing this small drone isn't as simple as you imagined.
Yu Mingxi beside him grinned mischievously. The interlaminar bond strength of the composite material still isn't sufficient. The curing temperature of the epoxy resin we're using is too high. When heated, the wing spar deforms first.
At this point, Liangda glanced disappointedly toward the corner of the lab, where a mountain of scrapped parts had piled up. Most were wing surfaces torn off by high-pressure airflow, scattered like broken wings across the floor. Ingda, try to conserve materials. Sure, the materials are provided by the university, so it's not costing you personally. But carbon fiber is expensive. If you waste this much, what if the professor won't approve new materials for us later? Yu Mingxi scolded. How about it, Ingda? Need some help? Du Zeyu approached with a smile, addressing the frustrated Li Ingda. No thanks. This genius doesn't need your help, I can handle it myself. I'll beat you in the final assessment. Li Ingda struck what he thought was a cool pose, looking like a typical middle schooler. Whatever. Du Zeyu rolled his eyes and ignored the fool. Xiaoxi, how's your research progressing? Li Ingda leaned over to Yu Mingxi and asked with a smile. Things aren't going smoothly for me either. Yu Mingxi pointed at the 6 lithium battery modules on the table and pouted. To give small drones sufficient speed and payload capacity, a powerful propulsion system is essential. But these batteries' energy density can only sustain about 10 minutes of flight time at best. If we increase the endurance, the power and payload won't meet the requirements. Yu Mingxi looked utterly helpless. And the millimeter wave radar array on this small drone isn't working either. Commercial radar systems on the market have a detection range of less than 500 meters. The best solution would be to use a compact phased array radar. But shrinking phased array radar to fit a small drone is incredibly difficult. The thermal management challenges alone could fill a doctoral thesis. Only now did the two truly grasp the immense difficulty of developing small drones. No wonder even Guo Lao, the foremost authority in China's drone field and a heavyweight in aviation, still couldn't guarantee developing an advanced small drone. They must not only ensure the compact size of the UAV but also balance its power and payload capacity. Additionally, numerous technologies require miniaturization. These were all technical challenges that needed solving. Thinking about this, Yu Mingxi and Li Ingda instantly felt disheartened. Forget it. Let's just stick to the basics. No need to dream of building an advanced small drone in one go. Let's start by improving the simplest remote-controlled aircraft first. Li Ingda said helplessly, and Yu Mingxi beside him nodded in agreement. Hey, boss, it's been so long, why haven't I seen you researching mini drones? Have you given up too? Though Li Ingda didn't want to admit it, Du Zeyu was the only genius in the class with a real shot at developing an advanced mini drone. The giant white mechanical wolf he'd previously developed was the best proof of that. Give up? No way. I'm going to complete the small drone design according to old Guo's vision. Du Zeyu smiled with confidence. Put. I shouldn't have bothered asking. What's the point of talking to a freak like you? Li Ingda, deeply disheartened, shot him a resentful glance before returning to his lab bench to continue his experiments. Returning to his private room, Du Zeyu began sketching the small drone by hand. Li Ingda's carbon fiber wing frame concept wasn't flawed. However, the composite material used internally was unsuitable, and the material ratio was also crucial. That was the fascination of materials science. Collecting materials wasn't difficult, but even when you knew exactly what materials the other party's equipment used, you still couldn't achieve the desired effect. It was akin to those century-old restaurants guarding their secret recipes. Du Zeyu now possessed the complete material formulation technology for the drone in his mind. Thus, with minimal effort, he fabricated the carbon fiber wing frame required for the drone. And it was a one-shot success, flawless from the start. As for the compact phased array radar technology Yu Mingxi had mentioned earlier, that too resided in his mind. Technologies that might take others half a year, or even a full year, to research and master. For Du Zeyu, it was simply a matter of natural progression. This was the fundamental reason why righteous cultivators of ancient times despised heretical practitioners. What others painstakingly achieved after years of effort, he accomplished in mere minutes. After completing preparations for several key technologies, Du Zeyu activated the aerodynamic simulation interface. Using the virtual wind tunnel, he began debugging his small drone design. Over the next few days, Du Zeyu devoted all his energy to building the small drone. Meanwhile, students from other classes followed the lead of Li Ingda and Yu Mingxi. Initially, they all attempted to research the small drone concept proposed by Professor Guo. But they soon discovered that developing a real miniature drone was far too difficult. Eventually, every genius in the class except Du Zeyu abandoned this impractical idea. They diligently began modifying and researching aircraft models instead. Through their modifications and development, these models, while still aircraft prototypes, had begun to take on the rudimentary form of small drones. At the very least, they possessed all the essential configurations of a small UAV. However, their performance fell far short of meeting the standards for genuine military-grade small drones. Nevertheless, for students who had only studied drone courses for a little over a month, this was already quite impressive. Soon, the day of the final assessment arrived. Since testing drones requires a sufficiently large open area, Professor Guo specifically applied to the university to bring his students to a park on the outskirts of Kyoto. Not only was the terrain open and expansive, but there were also small hills and woodlands nearby.
No special testing equipment was needed. This was the perfect natural drone testing ground.
The students from the elite youth program were also thoroughly satisfied with this testing site. After all, getting out during school hours felt completely different from weekend outings with their parents. On the bus, the students chattered excitedly. Though the youth program class was small, it still numbered several dozen students. To ensure the children's safety, besides Professor Guo and homeroom teacher Xing Jianhua, Principal Li Hongjie had also assigned 2 security guards specifically for the trip. What they didn't know was that Zhu Peng, assigned to protect Du Ziyu's safety, had already dispatched multiple state security personnel to the park they were heading to and along the route upon receiving the notification. An hour later, the bus pulled up at the park entrance. Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi, each carrying backpacks containing drones prepared for testing. They chatted and laughed as they pulled Du Ziyu into the park. Chapter 90, Graduation Assessment Test. Such powerful data. Master Guai had chosen a large lawn within the park as the testing ground. The open space offered unobstructed visibility of the surrounding area. Although Master Guo's graduation assessment required them to design and build a small drone, he was well aware that these kids had only studied for a little over a month. They couldn't possibly build anything too advanced or complex. At best, they could only make improvements based on existing remote-controlled aircraft. Therefore, the test itself was quite straightforward. Professor Guo marked a finish line on the lawn and erected several red flagpoles at different positions along the route. The students had to navigate their self-designed small drones along a specified route, avoiding these red flagpoles, and return to the starting point. The winner would be whoever designed a drone that completed the course in the shortest time, successfully navigating around all the red flagpoles. Time deductions would be applied for mid-flight crashes or failure to complete all flagpole maneuvers. After announcing the rules, Professor Guo stood nearby as the referee. Students whose names were called reported the basic specifications of their drones before conducting flight tests. Mr. Guo watched the gifted students with eager anticipation and remarked, "These kids might have many technical shortcomings, but perhaps they'll come up with novel ideas that could inform and assist his drone research." Zhao Dongxiao. The first name called, Zhao Dongxiao looked around at his classmates with a proud expression. Then he strode forward with confidence. So what if he was called first? It doesn't mean he's already won. What's he bragging about? Seeing Zhao Dongxiao's smug expression, Li Yingda in the back row couldn't help but curl his lips. Several classmates nearby, including Yu Mingxi, chuckled quietly. "Zhao Dongxiao, please share the specifications of your drone design," Professor Guo said gently. Though Zhao Dongxiao usually came off as arrogant, one had to admit he was one of the few genuine scientific prodigies in the elite youth program. Before Du Ziyu arrived, he had consistently been the top student in the class. Therefore, Professor Guo still held a measure of expectation for him. "Yes, Professor Guo." Zhao Dongxiao stood up straight and announced loudly. "The small drone I designed has a takeoff weight of 25 kilograms, a cruising speed of 100 kilometers per hour, a cruising time of 10 minutes, a maximum range of 10 kilometers, and a payload capacity of 2 kilograms. This model, designed by Su Renjie, features a fixed-wing configuration and is equipped with 2 high-definition cameras." Upon hearing Zhao Dongxiao's report, the surrounding classmates were all slightly surprised. They had all designed their own mini drones, but their specifications fell far short of Zhao Dongxiao's design. Except for slightly lower endurance, its performance metrics utterly crushed theirs. Even Li Yingda, who had always looked down on Zhao Dongxiao, widened his eyes upon hearing these figures. How is this possible? How could Zhao Dongxiao's drone have such superior specs? Li Yingda muttered, his face betraying his refusal to accept it. No wonder he was our class's top scholar back then. His R&D skills are truly formidable. Yeah, my small drone only cruises at 20 kilometers h, but his specs are 5 times mine. That 2-kilogram payload capacity is also impressive. Looks like Zhao Dongxiao will take first place in this assessment. The surrounding students chattered excitedly, while only Du Ziyu seemed uninterested, quietly munching on potato chips. As he listened to his classmates' comments, the pride on Zhao Dongxiao's face grew more evident. However, after hearing Zhao Dongxiao's presentation, Professor Guo furrowed his brow slightly. "Dongxiao, the specs for your mini drone sound impressive. It even shows the beginnings of a genuine military-grade small drone. But I don't believe this drone uses an electric motor for propulsion, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Dongxiao, who had been beaming with pride moments ago, looked slightly embarrassed. Professor Guo, you're correct. I felt that electric motors couldn't meet the performance parameters I designed, so I opted for a gasoline engine instead." Hearing this, old Guo nodded with disappointment. When he had outlined the requirements for these students to design small drones earlier, he hadn't explicitly banned gasoline or diesel engines, but he had strongly encouraged them to use electric motors. In his vision, the ideal state for small drones was purely electric-powered. Well. I suppose I was being too demanding. Even for a fuel-powered design, this level of performance is quite impressive. Begin your tests. Old Guo shook his head with a smile, trying to reassure them, but the disappointment in his eyes was still noticed by everyone. Zhao Dongxiao, failing to receive the praise he'd hoped for, felt a pang of disappointment. Frankly speaking, his oil-powered drone design this time did take some shortcuts. But it couldn't be helped to achieve maximum performance, and electric drive simply couldn't deliver. Ha! I knew it. Zhao Dongxiao doesn't have that kind of skill. Turns out he wasn't using electric propulsion after all. If it's oil-powered, I could buy a model airplane, tweak it a bit and make it outperform his. Li Yingda sneered with schadenfreude. Hearing Li Yingda's taunts, Zhao Dongxiao's face flushed alternately red and white. But with so many classmates and teachers present, he couldn't very well lose his temper. He could only glare at Li Yingda with hatred before taking out his own drone design and starting the competition. Seeing the design of Zhao Dongxiao's drone, Old Guo felt even more disappointed. Just as Li Yingda had said earlier, it was merely a modified version of a fairly advanced commercial remote-controlled model aircraft. While its performance had been significantly enhanced, it lacked any real innovation. Buzz. Soon, Zhao Dongxiao took the remote control and began the flight test. Straight flight, sharp turns, and circling maneuvers were executed flawlessly in one fluid sequence. Time, 1 minute 35 seconds. Not bad. Old Guo watched the timer expressionlessly and remarked flatly. Although Zhao Dongxiao's small drone performed smoothly and stably during testing, the oil-powered design immediately dampened his enthusiasm. Next up, Li Yingda. Immediately, Old Guo scanned the list and called out again. Hearing his name, Li Yingda strode over with an equally cocky look. He flashed a taunting gesture at Zhao Dongxiao, who had just stepped off the field looking somewhat disappointed. Zhao Dongxiao seethed inwardly, cursing under his breath. Teacher Guo, while the overall performance of my small drone design may not match Zhao Dongxiao's model, but every single component was designed and assembled by me, and it uses standard electric drive technology. Li Yingda's pointed remark immediately drew roaring laughter from the surrounding students. Zhao Dongxiao, who had just returned to the group, flushed crimson. Cut the smart aleck remarks, kid. Using an electric motor isn't a strict requirement. The performance of your mini drone design is what matters. Guo Lao smiled at the mischievous Li Yingda. Teacher, the small drone I designed features a fixed wing configuration with a takeoff weight of 12 kilograms, a cruising speed of 55 kilometers per hour, a flight endurance of 15 minutes, a maximum range of 8 kilometers, and a payload capacity of 1 kilogram. This drone also features 2 high-definition cameras, but I've additionally installed millimeter wave radar and an intelligent stabilization system. Professor Guo nodded approvingly upon hearing this. Although Li Yingda's small drone design falls short of Zhao Dongxiao's in terms of performance specifications, it employed motor-driven propulsion, a design choice that aligned with his expectations. The addition of millimeter wave radar and an intelligent stabilization system was another major highlight. Not bad. Quite comprehensive thinking. Begin your testing. Mr. Guo's attitude toward Li Yingda was noticeably warmer than it had been toward Zhao Dongxiao. Got it. Hearing this, Li Yingda wasted no time, pulling out his compact drone. He began operating it for testing. Performing the same maneuvers, straight flight, sharp turns, and circling, it executed everything with remarkable smoothness. Though slightly slower than Zhao Dongxiao's drone, it earned applause from both Mr. Guo and the students. Clearly, everyone was quite satisfied with the drone Li Yingda had designed. Not bad. Yingda, this small drone you designed performs quite well. With further refinement, it could become even more powerful. Thank you for your praise, Professor Guo, Li Yingda said happily, tilting his head back. You may go now. Next student, please. Professor Guo nodded with a smile, glancing at the list. Chapter 91, Death Barbie Pink? Troubles Brewing. Student Yu Mingxi. Professor Guo called out again from the list. Teacher, here I come. Yu Mingxi bounced over, her pink backpack bouncing on her back, looking utterly adorable. Teacher, the small drone I designed also uses an electric motor. Whenever she heard those words, Zhao Dongxiao's lips would twitch violently in the crowd. Wasn't he just cutting corners for performance? Did everyone really have to start with that same line? Though Yu Mingxi hadn't meant to target anyone specifically, her words immediately drew laughter from the surrounding classmates. Zhao Dongxiao's face instantly burned. This compact drone features a fixed-wing design with a takeoff weight of 15 kilograms, a cruising speed of 125 kilometers per hour, a flight endurance of 16 minutes, a maximum range of 15 kilometers, and a payload capacity of 15 kilograms. It incorporates a millimeter wave radar array with a detection range of up to 1,000 meters. I also installed a high-definition camera with night vision capabilities. The motors utilize upgraded brushless motors developed during my previous research on robotic dogs. For the power system, it utilizes 8 lithium batteries with explosion-proof treatment, enhancing its safety. After Yu Mingxi finished introducing the performance of his small drone, the audience erupted in astonishment. Clearly, based on the data alone, Yu Mingxi's compact drone design demonstrated exceptional performance. Although it was electrically powered, its performance was nearly on par with Zhao Dongxiao's modified fuel-powered drone. In fact, it even outperformed Zhao Dongxiao's model in terms of speed. More crucially, Yu Mingxi's compact drone not only delivered outstanding performance but also demonstrated meticulous attention to detail. Girls really are more meticulous. These details are superbly executed, and the performance is impressive too. Let's see how it performs in testing.
Clearly, the data Yumingshi reported for the small drone was the most satisfying to Old Guo so far. Yumingshi nodded and promptly pulled out the compact drone she had designed.
Unlike Xiao Dongxiao and Li Yingda's rough-looking drones,
Yumingshi had thoughtfully painted her drone with pink paint.
She had even affixed several sparkling rhinestones to its surface. It radiated a distinctly girly vibe. Wow! So pretty! The surrounding female classmates all blinked their eyes in admiration.
Meanwhile, the boys rolled their eyes in disgust. Even Zeyu was speechless when he saw Yumingshi's painted drone. This guy, the assignment was to design and develop a military-grade mini-drone. And you went and painted it a deathly Barbie pink. If this thing ever got deployed to the troops, Zeyu couldn't even imagine how jarring the visual impact would be. Imagine a group of soldiers fighting under artillery fire on the battlefield, suddenly pulling out a drone encrusted with rhinestones and covered in pink from their backpacks. The mere thought of it made Zeyu shudder involuntarily. Seeing this, Old Guo just chuckled and shook his head. This pink and white paint job had clearly caught him off guard too.
But Guo Lao said nothing. After all, this was merely a test. It wasn't an actual selection process for the military.
His primary focus was on the drone's performance. Buzz. Soon, Yumingshi smoothly completed the race with her pink drone.
Impressive.
It took only 1 minute and 21 seconds, with exceptionally stable flight and smooth obstacle navigation.
This is a very well-designed small drone.
Old Master Gui gave it a very high evaluation. Hearing this, Xiao Dongxiao and Li Yingda both looked disappointed. Based on this time, Yumingshi was now in first place. If no one else outperforms her in both performance and speed, the opportunity to study at the top lab with Old Guo will be hers.
Boss. Xiao, she's in the lead now. You're our last hope for the guys team. You gotta take her down. Li Yingda mimed, slitting his throat with a menacing glare. Boring. Zeyu curled his lip, ignoring Li Yingda's adolescent antics. Next.
As time passed, one after another of the gifted class students took the stage.
As expected, the remaining prodigies from the youth program designed outstanding small drones.
They would be considered top-tier model aircraft outside this competition, but they still fell short of the drones designed by Xiao Dongxiao and Li Yingda.
Let alone surpassing Yumingshi.
And then there was the final student, Zeyu. Old Guo glanced at the list and remarked with a smile. Since Zeyu had transferred in later, his student ID number was at the very end of the list. Therefore, it was his turn last. When Zeyu's name was called, every student in the class turned their gaze toward him.
As a prominent figure in the elite youth program, everyone was eagerly anticipating Zeyu's small drone design.
Even Xing Jianhua, the homeroom teacher observing nearby, cast a curious glance his way. Under the collective gaze, Zeyu set down his potato chips and stepped forward.
Teacher Gua, I designed a reconnaissance strike integrated mini drone.
It features a quadcopter design with a takeoff weight of 25 kilograms, a cruising speed of 110 kilometers per hour, a flight endurance of 35 minutes, a maximum range of 175 kilometers, a top speed of 174 kilometers per hour, and a maximum hover time of approximately 16 minutes. The imaging system features a 12-megapixel sensor supporting 4K 60 FPS video recording, equipped with electronic image stabilization, distortion correction, and infrared detection capabilities. The warhead weighs 1 kilogram.
When loaded with TNT, its destructive power is equivalent to 282mm mortar rounds.
To enhance anti-armor capabilities, it can be equipped with an armor-piercing warhead utilizing a shaped charge to destroy armored targets. After Zeyu meticulously reported the specifications of his military reconnaissance strike UAV design, Professor Guo and the entire audience were left speechless. Especially Guo Lao. Listening to Zeyu's detailed specifications, he was completely dumbfounded. How could these specs sound superior to the military's upcoming small UAV project? And not just marginally superior. A maximum range of 175 kilometers. This figure was twice as high as the first-generation small UAV they were preparing to research. This speed could drastically compress the enemy's reaction time and increase strike success rates. And with such a low takeoff weight, this drone was clearly compact. This means the drone has greater freedom of movement in flight, enabling it to perform evasive maneuvers to avoid enemy interception. Utilizing various buildings and obstacles to conceal its approach, it finally charges toward the enemy at 170 kilometers per hour, leaving them no time to react. Moreover, it boasts an endurance of 35 minutes and is equipped with advanced high-definition cameras. Not only can it carry out suicide attack missions, but it can also perform reconnaissance tasks. Zeyu even thoughtfully calculated the warhead's explosive power for the military. Equivalent to 282mm mortar rounds, hitting an enemy would turn them into bloody pulp. It can also be fitted with an armor-piercing warhead to destroy armored targets. These specs are off the charts. Impossible. Xiaoyu, are you sure you didn't fake the specs? It wasn't that Old Guo didn't trust Zeyu, it was simply that the performance data he provided was too extraordinary. Such formidable performance parameters were beyond even his research capabilities. At the very least, they wouldn't be achievable until the second or third generation of drones.
And Zeyu had only taken his drone course for a little over a month. How could he possibly design such a formidable drone? Teacher. Though my drone hasn't undergone flight testing yet, these theoretical data are completely accurate. If you don't believe me, just test it directly. Zeyu smiled with considerable confidence. This compact military reconnaissance strike drone with off-the-charts performance was obtained through the system exchange. How could there be any issues? Alright then. With that settled, Guo Lao was about to let Zeyu conduct the test. Suddenly, police sirens blared loudly on the highway not far from the park. Several police cars, followed by 2 fire trucks, sped into the park. What was happening? Such a large-scale operation instantly drew everyone's attention. Even Guo Lao and Zeyu turned to look with curiosity. Chapter 92, Knife-Wielding Robber? Drone to the rescue. What on earth is going on? The piercing wail of police sirens startled old Guo and the surrounding students, who all turned to look. Not only police cars, but several armed police vehicles followed closely behind, rushing to a halt within the park. Before long, the area was completely surrounded by police and armed police vehicles. Everyone, please evacuate this area immediately. Assemble at the park entrance. Several officers began directing the gathered crowd to disperse. Spotting Mr. Guo and the group of students from the elite youth program, 2 officers immediately approached. You're the school's teachers and students, right? This area is temporarily under control. Please proceed to the park entrance immediately. Hearing this, Zeyu, Teacher Guo, and the others frowned deeply. Officer, may we ask what's happening here? Xing Jianhua asked. 2 robbers just fled into this park. Given the park's vast size and dense wooded areas, a large-scale search is necessary. Both suspects are armed with knives and are extremely dangerous. With so many children here, you should leave immediately. One of the older officers said in a solemn tone. What? Knife-wielding robbers? Hearing this, Xing Jianhua and the entire elite youth class were startled. Knife-wielding robbers are dangerous criminals. With so many children here, what if they get taken hostage? Alright, I'll take the kids out immediately. Xing Jianhua, as the homeroom teacher, immediately responded. Alright, I'll have someone escort you to the park entrance. Seeing the large group of students before him, the senior officer responded with great responsibility. Xiao Wang, escort these children out. Yes, Captain. The young officer nodded and prepared to escort everyone out. Just then, another officer rushed over. Captain, we just received a tip from a civilian. 2 middle-aged men matching the physical descriptions of the 2 robbers have hidden in the woods of the park. The armed police are planning to enter immediately for the search. We're to secure the perimeter. Hearing this, the older police captain's face darkened. Just what I feared. Those 2 cunning robbers have indeed hidden in the woods. This makes the search much more difficult. This suburban park in the capital covered a vast area, spanning a full 130 square kilometers. The large wooded area in particular was exceptionally vast. The most critical issue was its intricate network of paths, with exits accessible from any direction. With their current manpower, finding these 2 robbers inside was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And if they weren't careful, the robbers could slip away into the woods. Catching them would become even more difficult then. Xiaoyu, stop looking. We should leave this place first. Seeing Zeyu still frozen in place with a frown, homeroom teacher Xing Jianhua quickly called out. Wait. Zeyu suddenly called out. Teacher Guo, Teacher Xing, we have quite a few small drones here, right? Why don't we join the search team? Hearing Zeyu's words, both Mr. Guo and Xing Jianhua froze. Then they both realized. The small drones Guo Lao had commissioned them to design and build were all equipped with high-definition cameras. Yumingxi's drone even had night vision capabilities. While the team hadn't seen Zeyu's small drones yet, but based on the specs he'd shared earlier, their reconnaissance capabilities were formidable. But wouldn't this be too dangerous? Xing Jianhua voiced his unease. No, teacher. With our drones assisting, we won't need to deploy as many police officers. Besides, we'll be right beside the police. What danger could there be? Do you really think those 2 robbers would walk right into a trap? Hearing this, Xing Jianhua and old Guo both nodded in agreement. Very well. Let's use this real-world scenario to test the performance of your mini drones. It's a good opportunity. Whoever helps the police locate the suspects first will be the winner. Hearing this, Liang Da and Zhao Dongxiao, who had thought defeat was certain, suddenly perked up. The rest of the students also felt excited about participating in the police apprehension. Officer, we are faculty and students from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. We're here today to test our small drones, most of which are equipped with high-definition cameras. We might be able to use these drones to help your police locate those 2 robbers. Professor Guo addressed the police captain beside him. Drones? The police captain examined the remote controls in the student's hands and the machines resembling model aircraft. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Fine. We're short-handed anyway. Since your model aircraft have cameras, give it a try. Officer, these aren't model aircraft, they're drones. Yumingxi held her pink Death Barbie drone, pouting as she spoke. Oh, drones, then. Alright, thank you, kids. The officer relayed the message via walkie-talkie to the armed police who had just entered the woods. This forest is too large. You three should split into teams, each securing your own area for the search. That'll be more efficient. Commander Gua directed from the sidelines. Yes, Teacher Gua. The students pulled out their remote controls, preparing to launch their drones for the search. Hey, boss, what's that gear you've got? It looks different from ours. Holy crap! That gear is so cool! Liangda exclaimed suddenly from nearby. His voice drew the attention of the surrounding students. When they saw Du Ziyu's setup, they were all stunned. Unlike Liangda and Yu Mingxi, who had remote control devices with small screens, Du Ziyu held no remote device in his hands. Instead, he wore a pair of gloves made of some unknown material. Meanwhile, rows of silver metallic threads were wrapped around the knuckles inside the gloves, giving them a distinctly high-tech appearance. On the nearby lawn, a laptop was placed. The screen displayed the live feed from his drone's camera. Xiaoyu, what's all this gear? Old Guo couldn't help but ask curiously. Clearly, even he had never seen such peculiar gear before. Professor Guo, this is a wearable collaborative glove. The drone I designed doesn't use a traditional remote controller, it supports handheld operation. That impressive? Hearing Du Ziyu's explanation, Old Guo's eyes lit up. Wearable control gear does offer significantly better operability than handheld devices. But how do you determine control gestures and field of view? Are you using this laptop? That doesn't seem very convenient. Guo Lao frowned as he looked at the laptop on the floor. This wearable control gear is quite good, but if the view is on the laptop, it actually becomes less convenient to control. The laptop is only for sharing the view. The actual field of view is right here. Du Ziyu said, pulling another device resembling glasses from his backpack. He placed it on his head. What is this? Another wearable device? Old Gui was completely baffled. He was, after all, a leading authority in China's aviation field and had seen his fair share of equipment. Yet today, standing before Du Ziyu, he felt like a country bumpkin fresh off the farm. He hadn't seen a single piece of equipment Du Ziyu had pulled out before. These were VR goggles. Built-in gyroscopes, accelerometers, and other attitude sensors captured head movements like tilting and turning, converting them into flight control commands for the drone. For instance, tilting the head steered the drone's direction, while adjusting chin pressure controlled its speed. Moreover, I could experience first-person drone flight through it, enabling immersive search operations. VR glasses? Watching Du Ziyu fully geared up, he looked like a futuristic warrior. Many classmates around him couldn't help but feel envious. Regardless of how well Du Ziyu's drone performs, this gear alone is incredibly cool. Professor Gua, I'm ready. Du Ziyu announced after adjusting his posture. Alright. Everyone, begin your search and take off. Guo Lao responded immediately upon realizing the situation. Buzz. In an instant, dozens of small drones of various types, under the control of the elite youth class students, swiftly flew toward the nearby wooded area. Chapter 93, Your drones have X-ray vision. The massive roar of dozens of small drones taking flight instantly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Mommy, look. There are so many big bees in the sky. Honey, those aren't bees, they're remote-controlled planes. So many remote-controlled planes. It's truly spectacular. Look, the ones operating them are actually a group of elementary school kids. These elementary school kids are amazing. Many people pulled out their phones to capture this amazing scene. That pink remote-controlled plane is so pretty, I love it. Hey, look. All the other drones have fixed wings, but what's with that tiny one? It looks so weird. Yeah, it actually has 4 rotors, and it's flying way too fast. Where did you buy that drone? I want to get one for my kid too. Although Yumingshi's pink drone was eye-catching, Du Ziyu's design immediately drew the crowd's attention with its unique shape and blazing speed. But at that moment, Du Ziyu paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. Wearing VR goggles and experiencing a first-person perspective, he felt as if he were truly soaring through the air. This thrilling immersion felt utterly magical, even to Du Ziyu. This was his first test flight since building this compact reconnaissance strike drone. Initially, he felt unfamiliar and nervous. However, with the assistance of the VR goggles and the wearable control gloves, he quickly adapted to this unique sense of control. As Du Ziyu tilted his head slightly, the small drone in the air changed direction accordingly. A slight tightening of the fingers in the collaborative gloves caused the drone to accelerate. At first, the students of this elite youth program were brimming with confidence. They believed their elevated bird's-eye view would make the search a breeze. Yet, when they actually flew into the forest's airspace, they were stunned. The trees in this forest were not only towering but also incredibly dense. From their drone's perspective, it was nothing but a sea of green deep within, almost nothing was visible. Only areas not obscured by trees and undergrowth were visible. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty and reduced the accuracy of the drone search. Under these conditions, their drones could only provide limited auxiliary reconnaissance. Damn it! These trees are way too dense, how are we supposed to search here? Liangda exclaimed impatiently as he stared at the feed. CC, your drone has night vision, right? You should be able to see clearly. Are you stupid? My drone has night vision, not X-ray vision.
Yu Mingxi shot a glare at the chatterbox Li Yingda.
Ah, it seems these kids' drone design still leaves something to be desired. Seeing this, Old Guo shook his head silently. After all, truly advanced military-grade mini-drones were beyond the capabilities of these kids. He himself wasn't confident he could develop one either. Zeyu was clearly facing the same predicament. Although his drone boasted the highest resolution camera available, its field of view remained obstructed by the dense forest canopy. So, like his classmates, he could only fly the drone as low as possible, skimming the treetops. But this undoubtedly increased the difficulty of control. The slightest misstep could cause the drone to collide with the dense branches. Oh no, Teacher Gua, my drone's battery is dead. Oh no, teacher, my drone got caught on a branch and crashed. Mine's done for too, seems the battery overloaded and burned out.
Soon, most students' drones were out of commission, and they withdrew from the search. After a few more minutes, only Du Ziyu's trio and Zhao Doxiao's modified gas-powered model remained in the search.
Well, looks like we can't be of much help. Both Guo Lao and Xing Jianhua look slightly disappointed. Wait, my drone has infrared search capabilities, right? How could I have forgotten about that? Du Ziyu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing belatedly. After all, it was his first time operating a drone, and Du Ziyu hadn't immediately recalled its infrared search capability. Realizing this, he immediately made a gesture to activate the drone's infrared search function. Instantly, the VR goggles feed synchronized with the laptop on the lawn. Guo Lao and the others, who were observing the surroundings through the laptop, were instantly captivated. The vivid, saturated colors on the laptop screen vanished, replaced by a monochromatic grayscale image. Though the image seemed to have lost its color, it filled Guo Lao and the others with excitement. Du Ziyu's compact drone infrared camera clearly revealed the ground contours obscured by the forest canopy. Du Ziyu's infrared camera employed passive infrared imaging, also known as thermal imaging technology. Its principle was to directly detect the infrared radiation and thermal energy emitted by objects themselves, requiring no additional light source. The higher the object's temperature, the stronger its radiation. The detector converts these thermal signals into grayscale images. This characteristic allowed it to easily detect heat sources within its field of view. The body temperatures of those two robbers were particularly noticeable. Combined with their prolonged pursuit and escape, their thermal signatures were undoubtedly elevated. With the aid of infrared imaging, Du Ziyu's drone gained near X-ray vision in this dense forest. Now let's see where you run. Empowered by this X-ray vision capability, Du Ziyu's confidence soared. He tilted his head slightly upward, guiding the drone higher to gain a broader field of view. At the same time, he increased the drone's speed and began a rapid search. This series of adjustments significantly boosted the drone's search efficiency. Within mere minutes, Du Ziyu had completed the reconnaissance of a large peripheral area. The presence of humans was now instantly discernible, eliminating the need for the meticulous visual inspection required earlier. From the drone's perspective, everything was crystal clear: rabbits scurrying across the ground, birds perched on treetops. Awesome! Absolutely incredible! Classmates gathered around, watching the live feed on the laptop screen below, unable to contain their admiration. At that moment, Li Yingda, Yu Mingxi, and Zhao Dongxiao also abandoned their searches one after another. After all, their drone search speed couldn't even match the pace of the armed police on the ground. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Boss, your drone's got X-ray vision. That's called passive infrared imaging, you idiot. Even the police officers stationed nearby to protect them were drawn over by curiosity. When they saw the footage on the laptop, they were all stunned. Is this what a drone does? The search efficiency is insane. This single drone seems to search faster than an entire armed police squad. If our police force could get a set of these drone systems, catching criminals would be so much easier. Hearing the officer's remarks, Old Guo standing nearby couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Officers, there's no need to rush. If this drone passes testing, it will be deployed for military use first. However, after removing certain military-specific functions, it can still be allocated for police use. At this moment, Old Guo had already decided to submit this drone for military evaluation. Since Du Ziyu's previously submitted data was accurate, the performance of the small drone completely surpassed their planned small drone R&D project. Their project had only just been approved, and he, as the chief designer, hadn't even begun development yet. Yet a more advanced, fully functional small drone had been built by his own student. This filled Old Guo with overwhelming excitement. Huh? What's that over there? It's so bright? Looks like two people. Could it be the robbers found them? Boss, fly over and check it out. Li Yingda, who had been watching the laptop screen, suddenly shouted upon seeing the two light points. I see them. Heading over now. Du Ziyu nodded, then slightly lowered his head, clenching both fists. Instantly, the reconnaissance strike drone in midair dove rapidly into the forest. Chapter 94, Hostage Situation? I've got this. As Du Ziyu maneuvered the small drone deep into the forest, the camera mode switched back from auxiliary infrared to the high-definition camera. This reconnaissance strike hybrid drone featured a 12-megapixel camera. It supported 4K video recording sensors and featured electronic image stabilization and distortion correction. Thus, the footage captured by the drone was exceptionally clear. Watching the high-definition footage on the laptop, everyone felt as though they were viewing the highest-quality wildlife documentary, their eyes feeling remarkably comfortable. Xiaoyu, be careful, the branches in this forest are incredibly dense. One wrong move and you'll get snagged. Li Yingda, who had just lost his drone to a branch and exited target search mode, called out the warning. Several classmates nearby nodded in agreement. Many of their drones had been forced to abandon the search for this very reason. This forest was not only dense but also had branches at all angles. Navigating through them posed a significant technical challenge for drone operators. Don't worry. My drone is much smaller than yours and it has auto-obstacle avoidance. It'll be fine. Zeyu said with a confident smile as he used his VR goggles to maneuver the drone around various obstacles. Automatic obstacle avoidance? That's impressive. Watching the compact reconnaissance strike drone swiftly weave through the forest and effortlessly dodge obstacles, Old Guo felt increasingly astonished. The complex jungle environment itself posed a major challenge for small drones. Yet Zeyu's drone flew smoothly, thanks to its advanced intelligent obstacle avoidance technology and compact size. This meant it could also play a significant role in military jungle operations. This tiny drone was nothing short of a perfect combat robot. Just as everyone marveled at the remarkable capabilities of Zeyu's compact drone, the eagle-eye high-definition camera captured two figures moving through the forest ahead. A middle-aged man in a black t-shirt was leading a slender young man through the dense foliage at a rapid pace. Their terrified and frantic expressions confirmed they were the two robbery suspects the police were hunting. Found them. It's them. The police captain stationed nearby stared at the high-definition footage on his laptop, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he shouted. Quick! Contact the armed police officers conducting the search. The robbers' location has been pinpointed. They're southeast of the forest entrance, about 2,500 meters away. Have them search in that direction immediately. Roger that, Captain. Upon hearing this, the nearby officer immediately contacted the armed police. Great news. Xiaoyu, you've done us a huge favor this time. Li Yingda, standing nearby, patted Zeyu's shoulder with a smile. You're absolutely right. Locating these two robbers was entirely thanks to this young man and his drone. Once these two robbers are apprehended, we'll petition higher authorities to award you the title of hero for bravery. The police captain expressed his deep gratitude. Hearing that Zeyu might receive the government-awarded title of hero for bravery, many classmates in the youth program shot him envious glances. Only Zhao Dongxiao, standing nearby, was filled with jealousy. He had hoped to redeem himself in this final graduation assessment after his defeat in the mechanical dog competition. But now it seemed hopeless. Not only that, Zeyu would not only secure first place in this graduation exam, he'd also become a hero for apprehending criminals. This suddenly filled him with a bitter sense of despair, as if lamenting, why must both you and Liang exist in the same era? Of course, if Li Yingda knew what was going through his mind, he'd spit in disgust and add, as if you deserve it. While everyone around was admiring and praising Zeyu, Zeyu continued to carefully control the small drone, keeping it at a distance not far from the two robbers. To ensure a smooth arrest, he had to constantly pinpoint their location. He had to prevent them from suddenly changing direction and leading the armed police searching for them on a wild goose chase. In the woods. Upon receiving the drone's location data, the searching armed police immediately tightened their perimeter and advanced rapidly toward the target area. They immediately tightened their formation and advanced rapidly toward the target location. The distance between the two sides visibly closed with each passing moment. But just as everyone believed the two robbers were about to be apprehended, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sound of sirens outside the woods made the two robbers realize escape was unlikely. This only made the two robbers grow more violent and frantic. But they weren't alone in the woods. There were also some citizens who had entered the woods for a stroll, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Just then, the drone controlled by Zeyu happened to capture two female college students chatting and laughing as they walked by. The next second, the desperate robbers steeled themselves and abducted the two girls. Sharp knife blades pressed against their necks. Suddenly, the girls' piercing screams pierced through the forest and echoed out. Oh no! These robbers have gone mad. They're taking hostages just to escape. The police captain, who had just breathed a sigh of relief upon locating the robbers. His expression turned grim upon seeing the hostages. No one could have anticipated that what began as a simple robbery would escalate into a hostage situation. The situation had escalated further. Meanwhile, the armed police who had arrived to conduct the search also witnessed the scene and immediately hesitated to advance any further, fearing the two robbers might harm the college students. Damn it! This is trouble. They've taken hostages. This makes the arrest operation extremely difficult. The police captain watched the hostage-taking robbers on the screen, sweat pouring down his face in nervous tension. Quick! Notify the chief immediately and brief him on the current situation. Things have escalated. The sudden turn of events plunged the atmosphere back into oppressive silence. Old Gua, Xing Jianhua, and the other students all looked tense. Who would have thought these two robbers were so ruthless? They actually dared to take hostages. They're completely insane. Ah, young man, thank you for helping us locate these two robbers. Though the situation has escalated, your contribution won't be forgotten. Your task is essentially complete. Leave the rest to the armed police officers. You may retrieve your drone now.
The police station captain forced a smile at Zeyu and the others, trying to maintain his composure.
Hearing this, Old Gua nodded.
He understood that the situation had escalated beyond what a drone could handle.
Xiaoyu, recall your drone. You've done your part. Though the outcome wasn't perfect, Zeyu's drone demonstrated remarkable capabilities during this manhunt. Moreover, it helped the police pinpoint the location of the robbery suspects. That was sufficient.
Zeyu frowned slightly at the suggestion. Instead of immediately recalling the drone, he activated its hover function. He then removed his VR goggles and fixed the police captain with a sharp gaze. Officer, I have a way to help the armed police apprehend these two criminals without harming the hostage.
Ha? You have a way? Hearing Zeyu's words, not only the police captain froze,
but also Old Gua, Xing Jianhua, and the other students from the youth squad looked over in confusion. Right now, those two robbers are holding hostages and are in a standoff with the armed police.
Even they were at a loss. What could you possibly do? Chapter 95, Robbers Apprehended, Drone Deserves Credit. Xiaoyu, don't be reckless. Leave the rest to the police.
Mr. Gua said sternly.
Yes, Xiaoyu, you've done your best. Even the police haven't figured out a solution yet. Let's not complicate things further. Class advisor Xing Jianhua chimed in.
Teacher, I wasn't being reckless, nor did I cause trouble.
Zeyu looked at Old Gua and replied.
Mr. Gua, as I mentioned earlier, this mini drone I designed is both reconnaissance and strike capable. Meaning it not only possesses reconnaissance capabilities but also the ability to strike targets.
Zeyu fixed his piercing gaze on Old Gua. Xiaoyu, I understand what you're saying.
Your small drone design incorporates a warhead compartment that can indeed hold explosives. But this small drone hasn't been approved by the military yet, so you can't install a real warhead.
Moreover, those two robbers are holding hostages. Even if your drone had a warhead, would you really want to blow up both the hostages and the criminals?
Old Gua shook his head with a bitter smile.
He knew full well that Zeyu's reconnaissance strike drone possessed formidable capabilities. If deployed on the battlefield to strike enemies, it would be absolutely terrifying.
But right now, they weren't facing enemies who could be casually blown to bits. They were dealing with two armed robbers.
Even if the situation escalated and the hostages' safety was threatened, those two robbers could indeed be eliminated.
But the robbers were with the hostages.
What could they do?
Professor Gua, I never said I wanted to blow them up, Zeyu stated earnestly. I did install a launch module on this drone, though, to simulate it throwing grenades. But I didn't have real gunpowder, so to make the simulation more realistic, I filled the launch module with pepper spray.
Pepper spray? Hearing this, Wo Lao and the others froze.
Wait, kid, are you saying this drone can drop pepper spray from above?
The police captain asked, eyes wide. Exactly.
I bought it online. It's the same pepper spray used in personal defense sprays. I just need to hover the drone above the suspects, and I'm confident the pepper spray will drench the robbers. While this pepper spray won't cause serious harm to people, but it'll definitely give them a burning sensation for a short time, especially in the eyes. That's the opening the armed police officers need to move in.
Zeyu explained his plan. After hearing it, not only Zeyu's classmates and teachers, but even the nearby police officers couldn't help but twitch their lips. Good grief. What on earth is this kid up to? What kind of kid buys pepper spray online?
But this method might actually work.
After all, the situation was urgent. Any further delay might lead to other complications. The police captain pondered for a moment before nodding.
Alright, I'll discuss this with the armed police first. Zeyu nodded, then turned to Liangda and the other students.
Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Zeyu couldn't understand why his classmates now looked at him with a hint of apprehension and tension. Boss, you're the real deal. Liangda said admiringly.
Soon, the police and armed police forces held their discussions.
After some discussion, they concluded that Zeyu's proposed solution was indeed the most feasible option at present. With approval granted, Zeyu slipped the VR goggles back on.
He began piloting the drone, quietly ascending toward the sky. Although the compact reconnaissance strike drone he designed possessed exceptional stealth capabilities, the whirring of its rotors and motors could still be heard if approached too closely. Therefore, to ensure absolute safety, Zeyu ascended the drone to the highest possible altitude to avoid detection by the robbers. Meanwhile, the armed police officers who had received the alert
engaged in loud conversation to divert their attention.
Fortunately, the two robbers were on high alert at that moment. They failed to notice that a palm-sized drone was slowly approaching and hovering directly above their heads.
That's it,
Zeyu declared, his eyes burning with intensity.
Hearing this, everyone present held their breath, staring at the laptop on the grass. 3, 2, 1, launch. As Zeyu's right hand shot open, the micro-deployment pod beneath the compact reconnaissance strike drone in the trees instantly activated. The next second, a small metal vial plummeted through the air. It opened mid-air. A transparent liquid instantly sprayed out. Like rain, it poured down upon the two robbers and the university student. Ah! The pepper spray landed on the two robbers, instantly causing them to feel an intense burning sensation. They instinctively dropped the knives in their hands and began frantically slapping their bodies. But the more they slapped, the more intense the burning sensation became. One of the robbers unconsciously rubbed his eyes, only to be met with complete darkness. The primary component of pepper spray is high-purity capsaicin. It instantly irritates the eyes, respiratory tract, and skin, causing temporary blindness, violent coughing, and a burning sensation effects even physically strong individuals cannot resist. Though the two female college students being held hostage were also hit by the pepper spray, their condition wasn't much better than the robbers. But at least they were saved. Compared to their lives, this pain was nothing. Seeing the two robbers incapacitated by the pepper spray, several armed police officers who had been standing by quickly moved in and subdued them. Yes! We did it! On the distant lawn, the crowd cheered excitedly upon seeing the robber caught in pain. The nearby police officers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The operation had been incredibly dangerous, but thanks to Zeyu's drone and pepper spray, they had successfully completed the arrest and rescue mission. Soon, the armed police escort team emerged from the woods, transporting the robber. The two kidnapped female college students, accompanied by medical personnel, were having the pepper spray cleaned off their bodies. By now, the perimeter of the police cordon was swarming with onlookers and journalists. Captain, several TV reporters outside heard we successfully apprehended the robber and rescued the hostages. They want to interview us. Would you like to step outside and say a few words? A soldier from the armed police detachment jogged over to report. You handle the reporters yourself. I've got more important things to do here. Brigade Commander Li Suolong's eyes flashed with intensity as he ignored the reporters outside holding microphones and cameras. He strode quickly toward the direction of the youth squad. The armed police soldier was puzzled. The robber had been apprehended, and the hostages successfully rescued. What could possibly be more important? Chapter 96, Hacking to Craft Weapons is so satisfying. Captain Li, you're here. The police station captain spotted Li Suolong striding toward them and immediately introduced them with a smile. These are students from the National University of Defense Technology. This gentleman is Professor Guai. They're conducting drone evaluations in this part today. We really owe it all to these students, otherwise, this case would have been a real headache. Students from the National University of Defense Technology? These students look barely out of their teens. How did they get into a top-tier institution like the National University of Defense Technology? Li Suolong looked at the group of students with some confusion. Captain Li, these are all students from the youth program at the National University of Defense Technology. These kids are geniuses. Noticing Li Suolong's puzzlement, the police captain quickly added with a smile. No wonder that explains their exceptional skills. By the way, where's that drone that helped us catch the robber earlier? Li Suolong asked eagerly. This young man here, he designed and developed that drone. The police captain explained again. Upon hearing this, Li Suolong picked up the small reconnaissance strike drone that had just returned to the ground and began examining it with excitement. This drone was only palm-sized, yet it had been a tremendous help to the armed police. Unlike the police station captain's immediate concerns, Li Suolong's vision extended further. Beyond search and rescue operations. Sometimes criminals, desperate and panicked, would flee deep into the mountains, a common occurrence. Previously, they were left in the dark, with armed police soldiers risking their lives to search the mountains for criminals. But with this drone, they could quickly and clearly pinpoint the fugitive's location. They could then strategically position themselves in advance to successfully apprehend the fugitives. The impact is truly immense. Young man, did you design this drone? Li Suolong crouched down, smiling kindly as he asked. Seeing Li Suolong's expression, the armed police soldiers who had been on missions with him for years were stunned. When had their captain ever been this gentle? Yep, that's right. Zeyu, who'd seen plenty of big scenes, nodded naturally. Then could you tell Uncle how this drone precisely locks onto criminals in the forest? It utilizes passive infrared equipment thermal imaging technology. What's its endurance? Maximum speed? Cruising speed at 110 km per hour, cruising time 35 minutes, maximum range 175 km, maximum speed 174 km per hour. Zeyu recited the specifications of the reconnaissance strike drone. Upon hearing this, Li Suolong's eyes lit up. A game changer? This is practically a game changer for the armed police. Professor Gua, is it? Could this drone be mass-produced? Our armed police unit hopes to procure a batch. If feasible, I'll submit a request to our Armed Police Corps headquarters immediately. This drone holds immense utility for our operations. After confirming the drone's capabilities, Li Suolong stood up and turned to ask the elderly Professor Gua beside him. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Captain Lee, Old Guo replied with a helpless smile. Why not? Is it because our order quantity is too small? I can assure you this drone will be highly effective. If I submit a request to higher-ups, perhaps all armed police units nationwide could procure it. Li Suolong said with some urgency. It's not about the purchase volume. To be honest, I'm the project lead for the military's small UAV initiative. The small reconnaissance strike integrated drone designed and developed by Xiaoyu fully meets and even exceeds military standards. Once it passes acceptance testing, its technology will be deployed first within the military. But rest assured, once the military adopts it, police forces will definitely get access later. Li Suolong deflated upon hearing this. Their armed police unit was important, but clearly no match for the military. I see. Well, that's fine then, Li Suolong said disappointedly. This compact drone would be immensely useful for their work. With this drone, who knows how much it would lighten our operational load and save the lives of countless soldiers. Uncle Li, don't worry. While this reconnaissance strike integrated drone can't be provided to your Pabu unit. But if you only need a small drone for reconnaissance missions, I can certainly modify one specifically for you. You'll just need to find your own unit to handle assembly and production. Du Zeyu paused for a moment before replying with a smile. After all, the technology for this compact reconnaissance strike drone was stored in his mind. While certain technologies must remain exclusive to the military, providing a reconnaissance drone specifically for the armed police force poses no issue. In essence, it was a stripped-down version of the drone. These simplified drones could not only be used by public security departments but also exported overseas to earn foreign exchange. Is that really possible? Li Suolong asked, his face brimming with excitement. Of course. Just wait for my confirmation. Once I finalize the design, I'll notify you all. Du Zeyu assured them, patting his chest. While Du Zeyu and Li Suolong were talking, not far away, behind a park pavilion, Yu Peng gazed at the small reconnaissance strike drone, a faint smile playing on his lips. Keep your eyes on Xiaoyu. I'll make a call to report to the commander. Looks like new equipment is about to be deployed to the troops. Yes, Captain. Two young men in civilian attire, sporting crew cuts, stood at attention and saluted. How many times have I told you? You're on a protection mission now. Outside, you need to blend in as much as possible and look like ordinary people. Otherwise, you'll give ourselves away. Yu Peng stood up, his voice dripping with frustration. Go to the barber shop tomorrow and dye your hair blonde. Go to the mall and buy some temporary tattoos to stick on your arms. Got it? With that, Yu Peng grabbed his phone and walked out, leaving the two special forces soldiers frozen in place. At the very moment Yu Peng was calling the General Armament Department, Old Guo also pulled out his phone and dialed the Army General Staff Headquarters. Inside the Army Headquarters compound. Commander, it's done. It's done. Before even entering his office, Zhao Baodong heard Staff Officer Zhang Lei's loud shout echoing down the corridor. Are you out of your mind? This is Army Headquarters, not a vegetable market. What kind of behavior is this, shouting like that? Utterly undisciplined and unorganized. Zhao Baodong looked up, clearly displeased with Zhang Lei's recklessness. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll have you sent down to the troops to feed pigs for a month. Sir, let me finish before you continue yelling at me. Zhang Lei shrugged it off with a carefree smile, completely unfazed by Zhao Baodong's threat. Alright, what is it that's got you so excited? Zhao Baodong's curiosity was piqued. Zhang Lei was usually the steady type. The only time he'd seen Zhang Lei this excited was when the mechanical wolf was deployed last time. It's the drones, the small drones. They're finally ready. Zhang Lei exclaimed, his mouth stretching wide in excitement. I know that. The General Armament Department has already reviewed it. We're preparing to restart the development of domestically produced military-grade small drones. Isn't Professor Guo supposed to lead this project? Zhao Baodong shook his head, somewhat speechless. Is this really worth getting so excited about? It's not about launching a new project. The small UAV has already been developed. Our earlier plan to have Professor Guo visit the USTC youth program succeeded. Xiaoyu exchanged for an advanced military-grade small drone technology. We just finished testing it in the park, and it even helped the police apprehend two hostage-taking robbers directly. What? The small drone is already built? Upon hearing this, Zhao Baodong jumped up from his chair. He had been feeling uneasy about exploiting a loophole to guide Du Zeyu into exchanging for army equipment. But upon hearing that the mini drone had actually been developed, he instantly became excited. Indeed, this cheat code for weapon production is so satisfying. The domestic drone project had barely been approved when they'd already produced the finished product. Chapter 97, Army faster than our General Armament Department? Do we have the technical specs? How's the performance of the drone Xiaoyu developed? Zhao Baodong was grinning from ear to ear. The mechanical wolf has already entered limited service with army units. If the military-grade small UAVs are finalized, their combat robot platform will be fully complete.
By then, both quadrupedal robot and small UAV technologies would be locked down. Freedom Nation would have no chance of catching up in this domain.
And the ground forces of their Dragon Nation would finally achieve full unmanned intelligent combat deployment.
The thought filled Zhao Baodong with excitement.
Commander, these are the technical specifications provided by Old Gui just now.
According to his assessment, the reconnaissance strike integrated UAV that Xiaoyu acquired is at least 2 generations ahead of the military-grade small UAVs we're preparing to develop.
Whoa! Zhao Baodong took the documents and couldn't help but gasp.
After all, Old Gui was the foremost authority in their country's drone field. For him to state it was at least 2 generations ahead of their technology meant this small drone must be exceptionally powerful. Moreover, their primary military micro-drone project hadn't even officially commenced yet. In other words, even if the Free Nation managed to develop a generation of small military drones,
they would already be far behind.
Immediately, Zhao Baodong began poring over the documents with palpable excitement. The reconnaissance strike integrated small UAV features a quadcopter design with a takeoff weight of 25 kilograms, a cruising speed of 110 kilometers per hour, a cruising time of 35 minutes, a maximum range of 175 kilometers, a top speed of 174 kilometers per hour, and a maximum hover time of approximately 16 minutes. The imaging system features a 12-megapixel sensor supporting 4K 60 FPS video capture, equipped with electronic image stabilization, distortion correction, and infrared detection capabilities. The warhead weighs 1 kilogram.
When loaded with TNT, its destructive power is equivalent to 282mm mortar rounds.
To enhance anti-armor capabilities, it can be equipped with an armor-piercing warhead utilizing a shaped charge to destroy armored targets.
Zhao Baodong's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaoyu was truly thoughtful. He'd even arranged the warheads for them. So this reconnaissance strike integrated small UAV requires no modifications whatsoever and can enter mass production immediately? Excellent! Excellent! Now our army's unmanned systems are finally complete.
Zhang Lei, you personally go to Xiaoyu and get the blueprints for the small UAV. Then deliver them to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation.
Have their experts study the blueprints immediately and set up the production line.
Get this first batch of small drones out to me as soon as possible.
Zhao Baodong's heart surged with excitement.
Not only were the technologies exchanged through the military-industrial system incredibly advanced, but they also bypassed the need for tedious testing ready for immediate deployment. This not only bypassed their R&D process but also eliminated the subsequent inspection and testing procedures altogether.
Yes, sir. I'll arrange it immediately. Zhang Lei was also overjoyed at that moment.
Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Baodong called him back.
Hold on.
Once the first batch of drones is ready, I plan to have the Qinglong Theater organize another exercise. This time, equip the Blue Force with both drones and mechanical wolves simultaneously to see how powerful their combined combat capability is. Remember, keep the successful development of the small drones confidential from all military regions for now. We'll surprise them when the time comes. Also, if Xiaoyu is available, have him participate in this exercise as well.
Zhao Baodong smiled as he gave his instructions.
Yes, sir.
Zhang Lei grinned and stepped out of the office. Beijing.
The General Armament Department had also received Yu Peng's report. Chen Jian, currently serving as deputy head of the Military Industry Coordination Department, immediately relayed the information to Wu Pengtao.
What? Xiaoyu exchanged for a military-grade small drone this time? That seems to be army equipment too.
Upon learning what weapon Zeyu had exchanged for, Wu Pengtao couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the army has struck gold this time.
The Free Nation was counting on small drones to reclaim its lead in combat robotics. Little did they know we'd beat them to the punch again.
If the Free Nation finds out about this, they'll probably be furious.
Ha! Chen Jian never imagined the Free Nation would be so unlucky.
They've stumbled repeatedly in the field of combat robots. Moreover, according to intelligence from the National Security Department, the Free Nation had pinned high hopes on this small drone project. They've approved substantial funding for companies researching small drones. The goal was to have them develop a generation of small military drones as quickly as possible. Now their drones were 2 generations ahead of the competition and had been developed ahead of schedule. This dealt a significant blow to the Free Nation's military-industrial complex. Right, we need to notify Army headquarters immediately about this so they can prepare for mass production development as soon as possible. Wu Pengtao, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly added. This drone not only provides significant assistance to the military, but the massive amount of tech points Zeyu expended on it must be replenished as soon as possible.
Well, sir, it's a bit strange, actually. Zhang Lei remarked with a peculiar expression.
Actually, I just received Yu Peng's report myself. But the Army General Staff didn't get the news any later than we did. In fact, the Army General Staff has just called. Staff Officer Zhang has already led a team to the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. They also mentioned they've notified the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation and are preparing to conduct new military exercises.
What? The Army headquarters actually got the news faster than we did? They even handled notifying Shenyang Aircraft Corporation? Wu Pingtao was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? As the department specifically responsible for Zeyu and the military-industrial complex, how could our intelligence be slower than the army's? Never mind. Since the army already knows, we won't interfere. Let them handle it. Our priority is to expedite the production and deployment of this small drone. Wu Pingtao harbored doubts, but he didn't dwell on them. After handling the incident at the suburban park, Old Gua and Xing Jianhua led the group, escorting Zeyu and the other youth program students back to USTC by bus. On the way back, the youth program students were clearly more excited than when they had arrived. After all, they had personally participated in assisting the police in apprehending criminals. For these young minds, assisting the police in catching criminals was an immensely honorable feat. Before their departure, Li Suolong from the armed police detachment had mentioned that they would jointly apply with the police department to the government authorities for the elite youth program to be awarded the title of Honorable Collective for bravery in the face of danger. This was far more prestigious than the school's Three Good Students Award. But don't get too carried away with your own excitement. Why do you think our class achieved this? It was Zeyu, right? Li Yingda looked at everyone on the bus with pride. Yes, the students inside the bus shouted in unison. It really was thanks to Xiaoyu. If his drone hadn't been so advanced, we wouldn't have helped the police catch those crooks. Exactly. And then there was Xiaoyu's pepper spray, absolutely brilliant. Come to think of it, Xiaoyu helped the police twice. Yeah, even though we all got the credit this time, it was all thanks to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, thank you. On the bus, most of the students turned their grateful gazes toward Zeyu. Mr. Guo and Xing Jianhua nodded in agreement with knowing smiles. The credit for this operation truly belonged to Zeyu. Only Zhao Dongxiao wore a look of frustration and resentment. After this incident, Zeyu's reputation in the elite youth class had completely overshadowed his own. This was something the proud and ambitious Zhao Dongxiao couldn't accept. Why are there a few men in military uniforms at our school gate? Yes, our principal is here too. The bus approached the entrance of the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences campus. The students from the youth program saw several military personnel standing at the entrance, conversing with their principal, Li Hongjie. Just as everyone was puzzled, the bus came to a stop. As the youth program students stepped off the bus, Zhang Lei approached, accompanied by Principal Li Hongjie. Chapter 98, 9-Day Drone. Military Shot. Xiaoyu, finally get to see you. Zhang Lei from the Army General Staff spotted Zeyu immediately among the youth class students. He immediately walked over with a smile. Uncle, you know me? Zeyu looked at Zhang Lei in his military uniform, his face full of curiosity. Not only do I know you, you're a great benefactor to our army. Commander Zhao has been talking about you non-stop these past few days. Zhang Lei patted Zeyu on the head and said with a smile. Commander Zhao? You mean Grandpa Zhao from the army? Zeyu's eyes lit up. Back when he had handed over the military-industrial system, it was Zhao Baodong who had presided over the proceedings. All three military leaders were exceptionally kind to him. That's right. Your Grandpa Zhao. Zhang Lei nodded with a smile. Last time you helped the military develop the mechanical wolf, we not only took down several major fraud call centers in that monkey country Myanmar. But more importantly, this operation significantly boosted our nation's military image. And now you've developed these compact drones, finally completing our army's unmanned equipment suite. If you were a soldier in our unit, you'd have 2 first-class meritorious service medals by now. Zhang Lei said earnestly. You already know about the mini drones? Zeyu hadn't expected the military's intelligence network to be so efficient. He had only just wrapped up the park incident and hadn't even returned to campus when the military sent people over. Zeyu was well aware of the military's purpose in coming here. He immediately replied with a smile, Uncle, you're after the technology for the small reconnaissance strike dual-purpose drones, right? The technical documents are in the lab. I'll go get them for you. Hearing this, Zhang Lei smiled with satisfaction. No rush. We'll retrieve the technical documents later. Besides seeking the small drone data from you, we also plan to invite you to our military training ground to observe exercises. You can also tour our military base while you're there. What do you say? Interested? Hearing this, Zeyu's face lit up with delight. Naturally, Zeyu was eager to accept the army's invitation to observe military exercises. First, he could see how effective his self-developed small drones and mechanical wolves were in actual combat. Second, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the army's current weaponry and equipment. This would provide fresh insights for acquiring military technology. Boss, I'm so jealous. Getting to tour a military base and watch exercises? That's awesome. Yeah, I wish we could go too. When Zhang Lei offered Zeyu a tour of the military drills, Li Yingda and the other classmates all exchanged envious glances. Since you all want to go, let's go together. Seeing the eager, envious looks on his classmates' faces, Zeyu turned and asked. Uncle, can I bring my classmates along? No problem. Since it's your request, Xiaoyu, I'll agree. Everyone in your class can come with you. Zhang Lei agreed readily. Really? Yay! We get to visit the military base too? Uncle, do you have tanks there? Can we see them? How big is the military exercise? Will there be any cool equipment?
Upon hearing Zhang Lei agree to take them to the military base to watch the exercises, the students from the youth class excitedly asked questions.
Alright. Staff Officer Zhang will notify you when the time comes. Since your final assessments are over, you should return to class now.
Principal Li Hongjie stepped forward at the right moment, his stern face addressing the chattering students. Seeing the living devil speak, the youth class students instantly quieted down. They immediately followed their homeroom teacher, Xing Jianhua, back into the campus. Staff Officer Zhang, you and Xiaoyu can talk first. Old Gua and I will head back too. After ushering the students back to school, Li Hongjie tactfully departed with Old Gua. After all, matters concerning the Army General Staff's visit to Zeyu were not something they should overhear. He was well aware of that much. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Lei finally smiled and said, Xiaoyu, this mini-drone technology you acquired was also exchanged from the military-industrial system, right? Zeyu froze. Uncle, you know about the system? Of course. I attended that meeting where your system was decided. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Zeyu finally relaxed. He then replied, That's right. This military drone project was exchanged from the military-industrial system. But unlike before, this time the military drones come in 3 tiers. This small reconnaissance strike drone is merely the most basic model. The intermediate tier consists of swarm drones, featuring more complex and advanced technology. The highest tier drone technology is called the 9 Heavens Mother drone. Zeyu briefly explained the drone technology to Zhang Lei. Is this advanced reconnaissance strike drone really just the most basic model? And there are 2 even more powerful ones coming later? Hearing this, Zhang Lei shuddered. This basic small-sized drone already outpaces Freedom Nation by 2 generations. And there's even more advanced drone technology coming? 9 sky drones? What kind of technology is that? Is it really that impressive? Xiaoyu, could you give me a rough idea? Zhang Lei blinked his eyes, looking utterly bewildered. He'd never even heard of this 9 Heavens drone before. Well, these drone technologies require unlocking after acquiring standard military drone technology and completing its application. So I don't have detailed specs on the 9 Heavens drone yet. However, the system provides a basic description. According to its explanation, the 9 Heavens UAV functions similarly to an aerial aircraft carrier. Not only is it a large-scale drone itself, but it can also deploy hundreds or even thousands of small reconnaissance strike hybrid drones. Boom! Zhang Lei's brain froze instantly. An aerial aircraft carrier? Simultaneously deploy hundreds or even thousands of small drones? This is insane. Could it be that our army could have an aircraft carrier too? And an aerial one at that? The thought sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through Zhang Lei's veins, his entire body flushing crimson with excitement. Xiaoyu, this is absolutely critical. I must return and report this to the commander. Alright, you hand over the small military drone data to them later. I'm heading back now. Without waiting for Zeyu's response, Zhang Lei departed without delay. Watching Zhang Lei's frantic departure, Zeyu stood frozen in place. Was it really that urgent? But Zeyu didn't dwell on it, leading the Army General Staff officers straight to the laboratory. He handed over the documentation for the small reconnaissance strike integrated drone. He then turned and headed back to the classroom. The following evening. Happiness Home Community. Yang's vision report. Yesterday morning, a vicious robbery occurred on Kyoto Street. 2 robbers fled into a large suburban park amid the chaos and took 2 female students hostage in the woods. The Municipal Armed Police Detachment and local police station dispatched substantial forces to search the woods, ultimately rescuing both hostages and apprehending the robbers. Notably, during the police operation to apprehend the robbers, a group of elementary school students utilized their model aircraft to assist law enforcement. In recognition of their courageous actions, the municipal government has decided to award them the title of Honorable Collective for bravery. At the dinner table, Zeyu munched on cola chicken wings while watching the news on TV. This made the evening news? Zeyu muttered. Son, look at them elementary school kids helping the police catch criminals. They even made it on TV. When are you going to make your dad proud and get on TV too? Dubin watched the report on TV and said enviously. Old Du, what kind of talk is that? Is being on TV really that impressive? Your son is a genius. He knows all those experts from the Lunka Academy and even high-ranking military officials. If it weren't for your son, you'd probably be in detention right now, sewing on a sewing machine. Aren't you satisfied? Zhang Yumei shot Dubin a disapproving glare. Chapter 99, the cops are back and we're starting a drone factory. Besides, the fact that our family can live in such a house in the capital and that you have your auto repair shop, isn't that all thanks to your son? I was just saying. Dubin chuckled awkwardly. Although the car paint incident nearly landed Dubin behind bars last time, After Zeyu arranged for state security and military personnel to mediate, the matter was settled. Later, the General Armament Department sent someone specifically to deliver a new type of car paint to him. Though its performance fell slightly short of the paint Zeyu had previously supplied, it was comparable to other major international brands. The key advantage was its significantly lower price. After this period of operation, Dubin's auto repair shop regained its former bustling atmosphere. Daily revenue had actually increased rather than decreased. So much so that Dubin himself has grown a bit cocky, planning to open a branch nearby. Son, is it really okay that the assembly department delivered the car paint just now? The police won't come arrest me again, will they? Dubin couldn't help but voice his lingering unease. Dad, just relax. It's really fine. You've asked this question 1,000 times already. Zeyu said impatiently while munching on a chicken wing. I'm just worried, Dubin muttered with a pout. What if the cops come arrest me again? I couldn't handle that. Your son says it's fine, so stop freaking yourself out. You're such a jinx. If the cops actually show up later, I'll see how you handle it. Thud. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, making Dubin flinch. Oh no. Could it really be the police? Dubin's neck tensed up. What nonsense. If it were really the police, they wouldn't bother coming to the house to arrest you, they'd just take you away right here at the store. Hurry up and open the door. Right. Hearing his wife's words, Dubin chuckled and got up to open the door. Who is it? The moment Dubin opened the door and started to speak, he froze in place. Police? 4 or 5 police officers stood at the doorway, including one armed police officer. Dubin's legs instantly gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. This is it, my son's gotten me into trouble again. Last time it was just the police who arrested me, but this time even armed police are here, it must be something much worse. The police department officials standing at the door froze in place. What the hell is going on? How did this guy collapse the moment he opened the door? Could he be staging an accident? Seeing her husband slumped on the ground, Zhang Yumei hurried over. Zeyu followed her. When he saw several police officers in formal attire standing at the entrance, he too was momentarily bewildered. It wasn't until he spotted Li Suolong, the captain of the armed police detachment, among them that it clicked. It seemed these officers had come because of yesterday's incident where he apprehended a robber in the park. Xiaoyu, is that your father? Is he okay? Is he sick? Should we take him to the hospital? Li Suolong pointed at Dubin lying on the ground with a peculiar expression. They had come to present Zeyu with a certificate for his heroic act. But unexpectedly, before they could even enter the door, his father collapsed at the entrance. This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. Well, not exactly the first time. During their surprise arrests of criminals, similar situations had occurred when the criminals opened the door. Uncle Li, my dad's fine. He just has low blood sugar. He'll be okay in a bit. Zeyu gave an awkward chuckle. Mom, help Dad up quickly. I know this Uncle Li. You know him? They're not here to arrest me? Hearing Zeyu's words, Dubin snapped back to his feet. Arrest you? Ha, Xiaoyu, your father has quite the sense of humor. Didn't you tell your parents about how Xiaoyu assisted us in apprehending 2 robbers at the suburban park yesterday? We're here specifically to present you with a certificate for your act of bravery. Oh, this is Chief Wang from the Kyoto Police Headquarters. Acting bravely in the face of danger? The news report mentioned assisting the police in apprehending a robbery suspect. Turns out it was his own son? Dubin, who instantly figured out what was going on, angrily slapped Zeyu on the back of the head. You little bastard. Why didn't you tell me about this beforehand? Now I've been scared half to death. Wincing from the sting, Zeyu shot his father a resentful look. Dad, all these police officers and armed police uncles are watching us. If you hit me again, that'll be domestic violence. I won't care if they arrest you. Heh, officer, my son and I were just messing around. It's all a misunderstanding, nothing more. Frightened by the threat, Dubin immediately backed down. He quickly put on an apologetic smile and invited Li Suolong, Chief Wang from the police station, and the others inside. After handing the certificate to Zeyu, Director Wang, seated on the sofa, smiled and said, Young Mr. Du, I've heard from Captain Li and our officers. The small drone you designed would be extremely useful for our police work. We originally intended to approach you directly to discuss whether this drone technology could be provided to our police force. But I heard this compact drone was designed for the military? Hearing Director Wang's words, Zeyu instantly understood the police's true intentions. Uncle Wang, that compact drone has indeed been requisitioned by the military. There's no way we can provide it to your department. Oh, so that's the case. Commissioner Wang couldn't help but feel disappointed upon hearing this. However, I've already discussed this with Uncle Li. I'll design a simplified version of the small drone specifically for your police force. While it won't have much offensive capability, it should be perfectly adequate for reconnaissance and apprehending criminals. I just need to focus on the military project these days and won't have time until later to start working on it for the police.
As for production, I plan to have my father establish a small drone company. That way, it'll be easier to collaborate with the police. Du Zeyu shared his plans. That would be excellent.
Upon hearing this, Chief Wang Xiaoning and the others nodded in satisfaction. Only Du Bin stared blankly at Du Zeyu.
What? My son wants to start a company for me? I'm going to be the chairman?
After discussing the police department's functional requirements for small drones with Du Zeyu, Director Wang Xiaoning and the others departed.
Son, are you serious about starting a drone company? Yeah, absolutely. I'm already planning it out. We'll talk about it later.
Without elaborating further to Du Bin, Du Zeyu turned and headed back to his room. His reason for wanting to start a drone-related company was primarily to avoid squandering the high-value technology of small drones. Any military-grade drone technology would naturally be handed over to the state.
But even simplified versions of drones held significant commercial value.
And this world lacked any mature commercial companies specializing in small drones. He could leverage this drone to dominate the global small drone market and generate massive foreign exchange earnings for the nation.
Just then, Du Zeyu's genius watch suddenly rang.
Seeing the number, Du Zeyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered the call.
Hello, Uncle Zhang, what's up?
Xiaoyu, I'm calling to inform you that the timing for our army's upcoming exercise has been finalized. It's scheduled for early next month in Juri.
I'll pick you up then. Really? That's fantastic.
Hearing this, a look of delight spread across Du Zeyu's face.
Yes.
It's mainly because of the 9-day drone technology you mentioned. After I returned and discussed it with the commander, he placed great importance on it and instructed us to expedite the mass production of small drones.
This is to prepare for the development of your Zhoutian drone.
Zhang Lei's voice over the phone carried a hint of excitement. The Nine Heavens drone described by Du Zeyu has been deemed by headquarters experts as a strategic-level weapon capable of completely revolutionizing future army combat tactics.
Rest assured, Uncle Zhang.
I've already successfully assisted police in apprehending criminals using small drones that counts as real-world application. The system should unlock and upgrade the new drone technology very soon.
I won't keep you waiting long. Du Zeyu assured with a smile. Chapter 100, Queen Bee System, Swarm Drones Formed. Good. That puts my mind at ease. After receiving Du Zeyu's assurance, Zhang Lei on the other end of the line finally relaxed completely. After exchanging a few more words, Du Zeyu ended the call. Though the small reconnaissance strike drones hadn't entered mass production yet, their previous deployment in police operations to apprehend criminals could count as real-world application, right? Du Zeyu pondered uncertainly.
He had checked last night, and the system hadn't rewarded him with any tech points. The swarm drone technology section remained locked, still shrouded in darkness.
This left him feeling uncertain.
But just as Du Zeyu was pondering this, the long-awaited electronic mechanical voice finally sounded.
Congratulations, host.
Your developed technology has received preliminary national recognition. 1,500 tech points added.
An increase of 1,500 tech points, just like with the mechanical wolf before.
Du Zeyu was reasonably satisfied with the system's tech point reward. Intermediate swarm drone technology has been unlocked.
Would you like to claim it? Finally able to manufacture swarm drones? Hearing the system's notification sound, Du Zeyu instantly perked up. Claim,
he said without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, a whole new set of more complex drone-related technologies appeared in his mind.
After fully absorbing the swarm drone technology, Du Zeyu suddenly understood.
No wonder the system insisted on developing the small reconnaissance strike integrated drone first. It turned out that this swarm drone technology was also an upgrade based on the small reconnaissance strike drone. Unlike the previous small reconnaissance strike drones that could only be controlled individually, swarm drones operated in coordinated formations. Through a single queen drone system, the previously independently operating small reconnaissance strike drones were linked and organized into formations.
All small reconnaissance strike drones shared data completely.
With the technology Du Zeyu currently possesses, the maximum control unit for the swarm drones is 8. This means he can simultaneously command 8 small reconnaissance strike drones to operate in synchronized combat. This significantly enhances the combat performance and lethality of the small drones. Although the main structure and overall appearance of these 8 drones are largely identical, but their internal precision components differ considerably. For instance, only 2 drones are equipped with high-definition camera modules for reconnaissance purposes. These 2 drones serve as the reconnaissance units for the entire swarm.
Similarly, only 2 drones carry the small phased array radar for detection,
while the remaining drones utilize millimeter wave radar with slightly lower performance. This approach allows for a division of labor within the swarm. This significantly reduces the payload burden on each drone, allowing for heavier weaponry and greater strike capabilities. Consider this: a small reconnaissance strike drone only needs to install the key modules required for its specific role. Unlike previous designs, it no longer needs to carry components like phased array radars, high-definition cameras, or infrared auxiliary detection systems.
How much internal space and weight would this save? Moreover, despite fewer modules, performance actually improves. Of course, the greatest advantage of swarm drone technology lies in its ability to further reduce drone manufacturing costs. Each small drone can be produced at a significantly lower cost. Don't underestimate the significance of cost reduction. This is the very essence of warfare. As the king of land warfare, tanks remain the most crucial ground offensive asset for armies worldwide. It can dominate the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. However, while tanks boast formidable combat capabilities, their production costs are equally staggering. The mainstream tanks currently available on Blue Star's market all carry staggering price tags. For instance, the M1A2 tank from the Free Nation costs between $700,000 and $850,000. The T-14 tank from the White Bear Nation ranges from $450,000 to $800,000. The most expensive, Hanskat's Leopard 2 tank, costs a staggering $20 million per unit. In contrast, Zeyu's compact reconnaissance strike drone previously cost only 20,000 Long Nation currency. Now, with the adoption of swarm drone technology, each small drone costs only 8,000 Longwa currency. If the strike precision is sufficient, a single small drone can breach the tank's top armor and destroy it. Even if one fails, deploying 8 to disable the tank would cost a mere 60,000 Longwa currency. As is widely known, warfare is not merely a contest of weaponry technology but more crucially a contest of national strength. As the saying goes, when the cannons roar, gold flows like water. War is fundamentally a contest of attrition, a contest of money. Exchanging 60,000 Longwa currency for $20 million represents an unsustainable war expenditure ratio for any nation. What's even more terrifying is that Dragon Nation is the only country on Blue Star with a fully diversified industrial base, possessing the world's most independent and complete modern industrial system. Manufacturing small drones is not difficult, the challenge lies in the technology within them. Therefore, should large-scale warfare erupt in the future, Dragon Nation's industrial machinery will fire on all cylinders, churning out these small drones like locusts in an endless stream. Thus, swarm drone technology is critically important. The primary advancement in this technology lies not in hardware, but in software performance. The core of swarm technology lies in wireless self-organizing network communication, distributed control algorithms, and mission allocation and coordination mechanisms. Once these core technologies are mastered, the Queen drone system will be complete. Through this system, entire formations of small drones can be directly controlled, enabling swarm-based combat operations. The Army's military exercises will commence in 1 month. 1 month is ample time for me to complete the entire Queen Bee system. Then I'll give Grandpa Zhao and the others a huge surprise. Zeyu's lips curled upward as he spoke excitedly. No time to waste. For the next month, Zeyu's days became a routine between the classroom, the lab, and happy home. Building the Queen Bee system went much smoother than he'd imagined. In just over half a month, the entire system was completed. Zeyu didn't idle away the remaining time either. Using resources from the youth program, he hand-assembled 8 small reconnaissance strike drones in the lab. He then installed the Queen Bee system onto these compact drones. With that, Zeyu's swarm-based micro-drone system was fully operational. The next day, Kyoto Airport. Xing Jianhua and Professor Guo led the Young Scholars Program students onto a military aircraft specially chartered for them. Wow! This plane is huge. This is my first time flying in my entire life. Are we heading to the Army base right now? Just thinking about it gets me excited. The gifted students entered the cabin, peering excitedly in every direction. After all, they were all teenagers experiencing their first long journey, so naturally they were thrilled. And this time, they were heading to the Zurib base, Asia's largest modern military training ground. Only Zeyu felt somewhat weary, having been immersed in developing swarm drones and their systems lately. The plane had barely taken off when he drifted into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the plane had already touched down smoothly. Gazing out the window at the boundless Gobi Desert, Zeyu felt his energy return. Kids, we've arrived. Welcome to the Sun Chaser military training ground. Zhang Lei's powerful voice boomed out. Chapter 101, The Final Battle at Sun Chaser, Capturing Mansion Alive. Ulankub, Inner Mongolia. Zurin Military Training Ground. Spanning 1,066 square kilometers, this training ground is the Dragon Nation's largest and most modernized contract tactical training base. During the Gulf War, the Free Nation first deployed large quantities of high-tech weaponry in combat, demonstrating overwhelming air and electromagnetic superiority. Armed with revolutionary equipment and innovative tactics, it defeated the Middle Eastern military powerhouse, which possessed thousands of tanks and hundreds of fighter jets, with almost no effort. This campaign not only shocked the entire Blue Star but also sounded a wake-up call for the Dragon Nation. It was only then that the Dragon Nation's leadership realized that while the development of military equipment was indeed crucial, but the urgent need for new military doctrines and updated tactical strategies. In this era of peace, live fire exercises represent the most critical step toward future battlefields. Therefore, after the Dragon Nation military dispatched multiple high-level delegations to the Free Nation to observe its largest army training base, Fort Owen. Under the decision of the Central Military Commission and the General Staff Headquarters, this large-scale modern combined arms training base was constructed. From then on, the Dragon Nation's military broke free from the rigid, scripted exercises of the past. The selection of this location for the advanced training base was driven by multiple factors. The complex terrain encompasses desert, grassland, mountains, and ravines. It allows for the simulation of tactical maneuvers across diverse terrain conditions, serving as a natural battlefield with unique advantages for troop deployment and formation. From a strategic perspective, Zhuri and the surrounding area occupy the second echelon, bordering Mongolia to the north and west. Across the vast, flat plateau lies the Bear Country, facilitating the mobility of large mechanized forces. To the east, it controls the passes of the Xing'an Mountains and Yanshan Mountains, with a straight-line distance of only 500 kilometers to the capital. Its strategic importance is extraordinary. Not only today, but over 800 years ago, Genghis Khan's Iron Cavalry broke through the Jin dynasty's encircling cavalry at the Golden Motir, completely annihilating the Jin dynasty and sweeping across Eurasia. Upon landing, the elite youth class students from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences were immediately awestruck by the sun-drenched landscape and the vast, spectacular vistas. They eagerly toured the training base alongside military personnel. Xiaoyu, come with me. The commanders are holding a meeting at the base right now. Zhang Lei looked at Du Zeyu with a smile. Du Zeyu nodded and followed Zhang Lei to the command center of the Sun Chaser and training base. At that moment, Zhao Baodong was holding a meeting with several military personnel participating in the live fire exercise. When they saw Zhang Lei from the General Staff Office leading an elementary school student into the command room, they all looked utterly bewildered. Staff Officer Zhang were discussing the upcoming live fire exercise. Why did you bring a child in here? The commander of the Qinglong Military Region's army base frowned and asked. Although they were only discussing an exercise, it was absolutely confidential to the outside world. After all, the tactics, deployment, and various arrangements for the exercise constituted critical intelligence. If obtained by foreign intelligence, they could simulate the military's routine exercises to identify vulnerabilities. I asked him to come, Zhao Baodong, seated at the head of the table, said with a smile. Rest assured, this young man won't leak anything. Besides, his role is far more significant than this exercise itself. But you needn't inquire about his background, not even the commanders of each military region have the authority to know. Zhao Baodong's words sent shockwaves through the assembly of senior army commanders seated around the conference table. They all stared blankly at Du Zeyu. How could this seemingly ordinary child be so crucial? Even the heads of military regions couldn't investigate him? That level of secrecy was absurdly high. All you need to know is that the mechanized wolf recently deployed to the troops was developed by this young man. The individuals in this conference room were the core military commanders of the army. Though he couldn't disclose that Du Zeyu possessed the military-industrial system, the matters concerning the mechanical wolves and drones were within their purview to know. Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Baodong's words, the expressions of the assembled senior army commanders shifted instantly. They hadn't understood why Zhao Baodong would invite an elementary school student to such a crucial meeting. It turned out this elementary school student was the one who had helped the military develop the mechanical wolf. The performance and capabilities of that mechanical wolf were well understood by the army generals present. This alone qualified Du Zeyu to attend this meeting and sit at the same table with them. Xiaoyu, it's so good to see you again. Come on, sit here with Grandpa. Zhao Baodong's gaze softened, his expression as kind as a neighborly uncle. This display drew gasps of astonishment from the assembled senior army commanders. Was this truly the same stern, imposing commander who rarely smiled in military circles? Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Du Zeyu sat beside Zhao Baodong without hesitation. He paid no mind to the significance of his seating position. That was the advantage of being a child, no need to overthink social niceties and rules. The simple fact that he was just a child could resolve most complications. Xiaoyu, we'll talk after the meeting ends. Listen to us first, okay? Zhao Baodong asked with a gentle smile. Du Zeyu nodded obediently beside him. The moment he turned away, Zhao Baodong resumed his usual stern demeanor. Guangji, continue. Zhao Baodong gestured toward the middle-aged man with slightly tanned skin but piercingly sharp eyes. Yes, sir. At this command, the middle-aged man stood up with a solemn expression. Guangji? Du Zeyu froze upon hearing the name. He leaned close to Zhao Baodong's ear and whispered. Grandpa Zhao, is this uncle's surname, man? Zhao Baodong smiled curiously. That's right. How did you know? Do you know him? No, I don't. Hearing Zhao Baodong's reply, Du Zeyu's pupils contracted slightly as he shook his head vigorously. He claimed not to know him, but his heart was already filled with astonishment. He never imagined he'd encounter the famed Mansion from his original world here. Even though Du Zeyu was just a researcher in the original world, the name was as thunderous as a clap of thunder to him. This figure, revered by Dragon Nation military enthusiasts as the god of Manchuria, was the commander of the Sun Chaser and the Blue Army Brigade at the base. Zeyu commanded the simulated enemy forces. The Blue Army served as the hypothetical adversary in exercises, tasked with testing the Red Army's combat readiness through high-intensity confrontation. His command style, however, defied all conventional tactics. Leading the Blue Army Brigade, dubbed the Aliens, he defeated the main forces of all 7 military regions within 2 years, achieving an unmatched 32-to-1 victory ratio against the Red Army. Some hailed him as a hexagonal brigade commander excelling in attack, defense, speed, endurance, agility, and strategy. Some likened him to a modern-day Li Yunlong, while military enthusiasts affectionately dubbed him God of Full Stats or the Flower of the Imperial Army. Meanwhile, due to the extreme intensity of his military exercises, Mansion became the public enemy of soldiers across all major military regions. The phrases decisive battle against the sun and capture Mansion alive have become viral memes circulating online. Now, encountering Mansion here, Zeyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 102, A Gift for the Blue Army Swarm Drones. Unbeknownst to Zeyu, Mansion, who was unaware of his astonishment, was briefing the military personnel present on the key points of this exercise. This live-fire military exercise would still employ brigade-level formations for combat operations. Both individual soldiers and equipment were fitted with laser simulation systems to simulate firing in hits. The exercise controllers would replenish ammunition for soldiers through the laser system. When a soldier or combat vehicle was hit, it would emit thick smoke to indicate that the soldier or vehicle had been taken out. Eliminated units would withdraw from the exercise area. Upon hearing Manchen's explanation, the senior commanders of the Qinglong military region present nodded in agreement. These are standard procedures for combat exercises, no one would be unaware of them. Colonel Man, what is the adversarial scenario for this live-fire exercise? A senior commander from the Qinglong military region inquired. At this question, Manchen's lips curved upward as he replied calmly, the adversarial scenario this time is the beach assault on Longwan Island. According to the scenario, we'll simulate urban combat following the outbreak of the Longwan Island campaign. As the Blue Force, we will simulate Free Nation soldiers reinforcing Longwan Island, entering the island's urban areas. This includes densely populated areas such as residential buildings, hospitals, schools, and villages, where we will engage in urban combat against your Red Army forces. Upon hearing they would simulate urban combat following the Longwan Island beachhead assault, several military commanders from the Qinglong military district furrowed their brows. Military exercises based on this scenario have been conducted consistently over the years. In fact, the Longwan Island beach assault was the most frequently featured scenario in routine exercises. After all, it represented the exercise scenario most likely to become actual combat. According to exercise protocols, the enemy's combat strength must exceed actual estimates by 1 to 2 times. Furthermore, urban combat itself imposed the most severe constraints on the use of heavy firepower in the exercise scenario. Success essentially hinges on the overall strength of the ground forces. Many civilians fail to grasp how difficult it is to defeat the Blue Force under such conditions. After all, the Blue Force holds numerous additional advantages in these exercises. It's like playing Red Alert, where your opponent has full map vision, unlimited resources, and can freely deploy tanks or even nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, you have no map vision, your unit production and tech tree progression are painfully slow, and nuclear weapons are banned. Under such unfair conditions, where the blue team portrays the well-equipped Free National Army, the red team's path to victory is unimaginably arduous. Commander, this exercise is way too tough. The blue team has those mech wolves and we're fighting in urban terrain. This is pure hell mode. Yeah, last time we got utterly crushed by blue's mech wolves. Now they want us to do another exercise? This is just asking for a beating. Several high-ranking officers from the Qinglong military district complained with wry smiles. Previous urban combat drills were already absurdly difficult because the Blue Force could cheat. At least there was a glimmer of hope for victory. Now, with the Blue Army's mechanical wolves, the difficulty of urban combat has skyrocketed several times over. How were they supposed to fight in this kind of military exercise, which felt like a complete dimensional attack? Rest assured, this exercise differs from previous ones. I promise you, the blue team cannot activate full map satellite vision. Both sides will have equal resources and troop strength. Even the mech wolves, your red force has identical configurations. The blue team's only advantage is one additional type of new individual soldier equipment. What do you think of that arrangement? Zhao Baodong said with a hint of a smile. What? That's great. Upon hearing Zhao Baodong's terms, the senior commanders of the Qinglong military district leapt to their feet. Since the establishment of the Sun Chaser and the training base, this was the fairest combat arrangement they had ever heard for the Red Army. Previously, to ensure training effectiveness and military intensity, the Blue Army's advantage was exceptionally significant. In past exercises, Red Army tanks had to land 2 consecutive hits to be counted as destroyed. Meanwhile, Blue Army tanks only needed 1 hit to successfully destroy Red Army tanks. Additionally, Blue Army armored units could advance at full speed, while Red Army armored units were restricted to half their original horsepower. As for the Blue Army having default full map visibility with satellite surveillance, while the Red Army satellites were assumed destroyed, these were standard settings. It was also commonplace for Blue Force to receive air support on demand, while Red Force had to wait 2 to 3 minutes for air support to arrive. Even the effective kill radius of firepower differs. Blue Force's default artillery has a 50-meter effective kill radius, while Red Force's effective kill radius is only 15 meters. The most intolerable aspect is Blue Force's absurd cheat code. They can activate an intercontinental missile every half hour. Over the years, under this overwhelmingly unequal pressure, they've been thoroughly crushed. Now, Zhao Baodong declared he would eliminate all such unfair advantages. Even the mechanical wolves would be identical for both sides. This announcement ignited a blazing fire of battle in the eyes of the Qinglong command generals, who had endured countless humiliations at the hands of the Blue Army. Heaven has eyes. The Red Army's chance for revenge has finally arrived. As for Zhao Baodong's earlier remark that the Blue Army only held an edge with one superior individual piece of equipment, they couldn't care less. After all, it's just one piece of individual equipment. How much of an advantage could it possibly provide? Surely they weren't going to drop nuclear weapons on us? Commander, you mean this is real? No backing out? Bull. When have I ever backed down? I'll ask you just one thing, are you going to fight in this exercise or not? Zhao Baodong's eyes held a hint of strangeness, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Fight. We absolutely must fight. Yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for revenge. This time we'll finally redeem ourselves. Ha, Colonel Man, your blue team is about to suffer its second defeat. Your 32-1 victory record won't hold up. Several high-ranking officers from the Qinglong military district roared with excited laughter. Yet faced with their bold boasts, General Man showed not a trace of panic. Like Zhao Baodong, the corners of his mouth turned upward. For he was the only one present, besides Zhao Baodong, who truly understood the capabilities of the small reconnaissance strike integrated drones. Then I'll just wait for you Red Force to capture me alive. You bet. If we can't capture you alive, I might as well resign as commander of this military region. The Qinglong military region had issued a fierce challenge. Alright. Since all exercise arrangements have been finalized, we'll conclude the meeting here. Let your Qinglong military region exercise forces rest up tonight. The formal exercise begins tomorrow. Dismissed. Everyone except Guangji and Zhang Lei may leave first. Hearing this, several high-ranking Qinglong military region commanders, completely oblivious to the danger, all walked out of the command center with excited expressions. They couldn't wait to share this opportunity for revenge with the participating combat units. Once everyone had left, Zhang Lei spoke with a mischievous grin. Commander, look at how gleeful they are. They actually think they can win without any other advantages. Your tactic of feigning retreat to lure them in is brilliant. Zhao Baodong and Manshin couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Otherwise, how could we truly test the peak performance of these small reconnaissance strike drones? Du Zeyu, who had been listening in on the meeting, clearly understood the cunning of the others. Grandpa Zhao, Colonel Man, I brought you a gift this time. Du Zeyu smiled, ready to dig the hole a little deeper. Oh? A gift? What kind of gift? Zhao Baodong asked with a smile. A swarm of drones, Du Zeyu stated calmly. What? The swarm drone is finally built. Hearing Du Zeyu's words, both Zhao Baodong and Zhang Lei looked at him with excitement. Chapter 103, The Future of Warfare has changed. The army returns to the top. Xiaoyu, the swarm drones are truly built. Hearing Du Zeyu's words, both Zhao Baodong and Zhang Lei looked at him with excitement. Ever since Zhang Lei reported that the small reconnaissance strike drone Du Zeyu had acquired was merely the most basic model, Zhao Baodong had been so excited he hadn't slept well for several nights. He had immediately contacted the General Armament Department in Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to expedite the approval and production of the small reconnaissance strike UAV. Especially after hearing about the Zhoutian drone Du Zeyu mentioned, it became crystal clear to him. The future of warfare was about to change dramatically. Commander, what exactly are these swarm drones you mentioned? Are they even more formidable than these small reconnaissance strike drones? The only one still clueless in the room was Manshin. After Zhao Baodong personally brought the small reconnaissance strike UAV to their sun-chasing and training base, Manshin had been utterly captivated. This tiny drone was nothing short of a marvel for ground warfare. A master tactician, he instantly conceived over a dozen combat plans and tactics utilizing the small reconnaissance strike drone. He had planned to showcase his skills during tomorrow's joint exercise with the Qinglong military region. Little did he know that now, they seemed to be discussing yet another new drone. Grandpa Zhao, Uncle Man, this swarm drone is an upgrade based on the small reconnaissance strike integrated drone. Simply put, previously, a single operator could only control one small reconnaissance strike drone. But now, with this Queen system, a single operator can simultaneously command 8 small reconnaissance strike drones in combat. Du Zeyu explained the swarm drone system to the group. One person controlling 8 drones at once? How is that even possible? Upon hearing Du Ziyu's explanation, Mansion's eyes widened in astonishment.
The firepower of a single small reconnaissance strike UAV was already astonishing enough.
Now, one person could control 8? Under the old three-man squad tactics, wouldn't that mean 3 people could wield the firepower of an entire platoon or even a company? If every soldier in a platoon could control a swarm of drones, wouldn't that mean nearly 100 small drones could be deployed simultaneously? At this thought, both Zhao Baodong, the army commander, and Mansion, the Blue Force commander, felt a chill run down their spines. Observing their stunned expressions,
Du Ziyu smiled with satisfaction.
"Aren't you all suffering from firepower deficiency phobia? Well, I'll cure you of that."
Oh, and Grandpa Zhao, the new swarm drones have been priced down since they don't require multiple expensive precision components installed simultaneously.
On average, each small drone costs only 8,000 Manhwa currency. Of course, this is just my estimated cost. The more we mass produce, the lower the cost will be.
Combined with Longwa's military production capabilities, I believe we can keep the unit cost below 5,000 Longwa currency.
At that moment, both Zhao Baodong and Mansion were stunned into silence. A small reconnaissance strike drone costing just 5,000 Longwa currency?
This thing is cheaper than a rocket-propelled grenade. Crucially, its versatility and firepower make it a nightmare for all conventional weapons. This revolutionary compact reconnaissance strike UAV could exponentially enhance our army's combat potential.
Zhao Baodong clenched his fists, his lips trembling with excitement. "Xiaoyu, can this swarm drone be used in tomorrow's military exercise?"
If so, I want to see how it performs in real combat.
"Absolutely." Du Ziyu nodded confidently.
Although your current equipment consists of all-purpose small reconnaissance strike drones, that doesn't prevent them from forming a swarm. Once I integrate the Queen Bee system into the command backend, these reconnaissance strike drones will be upgraded.
"Good." Zhao Baodong's eyes flashed with excitement.
Guangji, take Xiaoyu to the director's command room immediately and complete the upgrade for all small drones.
Use the remaining half-day to find an unoccupied area for intensive training.
Tomorrow, I want to see this drone swarm deployed in actual combat.
"Yes,"
Mansion replied, his voice trembling with excitement.
"Then I'll be going, Grandpa Zhao." With that, Du Ziyu was led out of the command room by Mansion.
Even after they departed, Zhao Baodong's face, flushed crimson with excitement, remained unchanged. Though merely a drone upgrade, its significance was profound. The very nature of future warfare would be rewritten because of this exercise.
"Zhang, do you recall the Gulf War campaign by the Free Nation?"
It was that very campaign where the advanced weaponry and equipment displayed by the Free Nation jolted the nations of Blue Star into full alert. Zhao Baodong clenched his fists, his face filled with deep emotion.
"Do you know how heavy my heart felt when I realized war could be fought this way?"
That single battle not only cemented Liberty Nation's image as a military superpower, but also made us in Dragon Nation feel like complete greenhorns.
Back then, I kept wondering, when would our Dragon Nation be able to stand tall across the entire Blue Star, striking from a superior dimension like the Free Nation?
That single war by the Free Nation shifted Blue Star's warfare paradigm from land dominance to air and sea supremacy. The tank, once the undisputed king of land warfare, gradually fell from its pedestal. Now, I can sense the glory of our ground forces is about to return. This tiny drone may well reshape the future of warfare once more. And this time, the protagonist will be our Dragon Nation's army.
Ha!
At this moment, Zhao Baodong, the army commander-in-chief, was laughing like a child. As he laughed, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. This was the release of years of endurance and sacrifice in Dragon Nation's development. This was the anticipation of Dragon Nation's great rejuvenation.
"Commander, I know. I understand everything." Zhang Lei nodded, his eyes also brimming with tears. "Our Dragon Nation has never spoken of rising, only of revival. Perhaps this time we'll all witness this historic moment with our own eyes. Let China reclaim its place at the pinnacle of Blue Star."
The two exchanged a knowing smile, gradually calming their emotions. Commander, but from Xiaoyu's description, the combat capability of this swarm drone system has more than doubled compared to previous single reconnaissance strike drones.
Having the Blue Force employ swarm drones in combat, isn't that a bit unfair to the Qinglong military region's exercise troops? Hearing this, Zhao Baodong's lips curled upward. Bullying? That's exactly what exercise forces are for. Only through brutal military exercises can they remain composed on the real battlefield. The Qinglong military region wants to redeem itself through this exercise? Well, I'll see if they end up crying all the way back. Ha!
Zhao Baodong showed no sign of concern over the abuse the Qinglong military region was about to endure. Instead, a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes, anticipation for the sight of the Qinglong military region's drilled troops when they saw the sky filled with swarming drones on the battlefield.
Chapter 104, This elementary school kid is a legend. Sun chasing in the training base. Led by Mansion, Du Zeyu arrived at the Blue Army Combat Unit space with his backpack slung over his shoulder. This was his first time visiting the renowned extraterrestrial unit space. With the live fire exercise entering its final preparation phase,
Within the military camp, soldiers from the Tank Battalion, Artillery Battalion, Information Reconnaissance Battalion, Air Defense Battalion, as well as Combat Support and Logistics Battalions were all engaged in intense preparations.
Following Mansion's introduction, the two approached a nearby camp.
Before they even entered, Zeyu heard a familiar buzzing sound.
"Uncle Man, this is
the Drone Combat Battalion we formed based on the small drones you developed.
Though newly formed, our soldiers' training standards are nothing to scoff at. Come on, Xiaoyu. As the chief designer of this small reconnaissance strike drone, why don't you inspect our drone combat unit?"
Uncle Man chuckled playfully. Entering the Drone Combat Battalion, Zeyu saw the training field not far away. Dozens of soldiers were operating drones through various high-difficulty training exercises. Small reconnaissance strike drones darted swiftly through the obstacles scattered across the training field. This training ground was far more challenging than the suburban park where he had tested his first small reconnaissance strike drone. The field contained iron rings of varying sizes and heights, each with balloons attached. The drones had to pass through each ring in sequence and puncture all the attached balloons. The rings' diameters were quite small, barely large enough for a single small drone to pass through.
The slightest miscalculation in control would prevent them from passing through. Several hoops were even ablaze, resembling fire hoops in acrobatics.
Beyond these basic training exercises, Zeyu noticed a small 3-story building nearby. The building clearly looked newly constructed, its exterior walls still bare of paint, bricks exposed.
Several soldiers were piloting drones through the small windows of the 3rd floor.
Using VR goggles, they maneuvered the drones through the cramped rooms on each floor. Zeyu was dumbfounded by the soldiers' deft handling. It had only been about a month since he handed over his small reconnaissance strike integrated drone to the military. It would likely take at least another half-month for the experts from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to fully understand the drone technology and establish a production line. Meaning these soldiers had only had access to these small drones for a little over a week at most. To master such precise control in just over a week left Zeyu utterly amazed.
"Uncle Man, these soldiers are incredible. In such a short time, they've already mastered them so well?"
Hearing Zeyu's heartfelt praise, Uncle Man couldn't help but respond with pride.
"Xiaoyu, talent is the last thing our troops lack."
Hearing this, Zeyu nodded in agreement.
Mansion truly meant no exaggeration in that statement.
In a vast nation like ours, talent may not be everywhere, but it's certainly not in short supply. After observing the soldiers' drone training for a while, Zeyu felt completely reassured. After all, the Queen Bee system allowed 8 small drones to operate in combat simultaneously.
But 8 units were still significantly more challenging to control than a single one.
With less than a day and a half remaining before tomorrow's military exercise, he had genuinely feared that the Blue Force soldiers might not master the swarm drone controls in time. But now it seemed he had worried needlessly. Perhaps due to tomorrow's live fire exercise, a tense atmosphere permeated the entire military camp.
"Commander!" As Mansion and Zeyu entered the Blue Force Command Center, the technicians inside immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Old Lu, I have a task for you."
Mansion summoned the head of the base's technical department. "You'll assist this young man in installing a system on our drone control backend shortly. Afterward, he will instruct you on how to operate it to upgrade our small reconnaissance strike integrated drones."
Hearing this, Old Lu, the head of the technical department, froze in surprise. "Assist this elementary school student?" he asked. "Commander, this is our primary control center. It not only holds classified Blue Force combat data but is also linked to the entire base's command center. Don't underestimate this elementary student, he's a major contributor to our army,"
Mansion said with a smile.
"This is a direct order from Commander Zhao. All classified information from our Sunrise unit and the training base is open to him. Any further questions?" "What? The commander personally ordered it?"
Hearing this, Old Lu's head shook like a rattle. His eyes widened as he scrutinized Zeyu anew.
"This is just an ordinary kid, right? How did he become a major contributor to our army? Moreover, their Sunrise training base was the nation's most critical exercise site."
"Forget it, child, even commanders from other military districts don't have the authority to inspect them."
"Just who exactly is this elementary school kid?" "Hello, Uncle Lu." Zeyu smiled politely. He then sat down naturally at the main control computer in the command center. He deftly accessed the small drone's backend system and began writing code. "Whoa, kid, how do you know the ins and outs of this drone's backend?"
Old Lu and the other technicians in the command room were all stunned. The small drones had only been delivered to their unit a little over a week ago. Even they had only just begun to familiarize themselves with its back-end systems. Yet this elementary school student seemed to operate it with greater ease than they did. "Of course I'm familiar with it, I developed this drone's back-end system myself."
You developed it?" Zeyu's offhand remark sent shockwaves through the entire command center's technical staff.
They never imagined such a complex system could have been created by this elementary school student. Old Lu looked up at Mansion skeptically, seeking confirmation.
Mansion nodded firmly in confirmation. The room instantly erupted in disbelief. So the elementary school student sitting before them was actually a god. Lu, you and your team should learn diligently from Xiaoyu. If you have any questions, just ask directly. This is a rare opportunity, you tech department folks should make the most of it. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Even after Mansion left, old Lu and the others were still in a daze. Click. It wasn't until Zeyu entered a long string of code into the drone's backend that everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Oh, right, Uncle Lu, do you have any potato chips and Coke here? If you do, could you grab some for me? Zeyu flashed an innocent smile. Yes. Yes. Xiaowang, go get this little one some Coke and chips. Make sure to bring plenty. Old Lu hurriedly instructed the technician beside him. But where would we find that stuff in the barracks? Xiaowang asked, completely baffled. Are you stupid? If we don't have it here, we'll drive out to buy it. No. Driving there is too slow. Go find the armed helicopter unit and have them fly over. Old Lu snapped, eyes wide. What? Send an armed helicopter to buy Coke and chips? That's way too over the top. But recalling Mansion's earlier words, Xiaowang suddenly snapped to attention. He bolted out of the command room. Hey kid, hold on a sec, the chips and soda will be delivered shortly. Once you've finished upgrading the system, could you help us out with a few technical questions about the drone backend? Old Lu grinned, his face creased with wrinkles. No problem. Ask away if you have any questions. Zeyu declared, patting his chest. Chapter 105, Live Drill commences. After Zeyu implanted the Queen Bee system into the small drone's backend, he led the blue team technicians in making minor modifications to all the drones. Subsequently, the small drones successfully implanted with the Queen Bee system were handed over to the blue team's drone operators. The swarm drone assault training commenced. By the time these preparations were complete, evening had fallen. After more than half a day of exploration, the students of the elite youth class returned to the camp housing the main command headquarters, their bodies weary. There was no way to cover everything in a single day, the training base was simply too vast. Even traveling by vehicle, they had only explored less than 1/5 of the area over the past half day. To accommodate the elite youth program students, Zhang Lei had the cafeteria kitchen prepare extra meals. Fried chicken, French fries, sweet and sour pork, all the foods kids love. The exhausted students of the youth program were instantly thrilled at the sight of these delicacies. They couldn't help but dig in heartily. It was only then that Zeyu, guided by Mansion, arrived at the base cafeteria. Xiaoyu, where have you been all afternoon? I haven't seen you anywhere. Yumingshi blinked her wide eyes at Zeyu. Yeah, boss, you wouldn't believe it, we saw so much today. We saw tanks and armed helicopters, plus the soldiers training at the barracks. It was absolutely spectacular. When I grow up, I'm going to join the army here too. Liangda exclaimed excitedly while munching on fries. I helped them handle some issues with small drones. Zeyu smiled without elaborating, picking up a piece of fried chicken and taking a bite. Oh, and boss, I heard there's a military exercise tomorrow. Can we really watch it then? I've never seen a live drill before in my life. Liangda leaned in, his curiosity evident. Yeah, tomorrow we'll all be able to enter the command center and watch the exercise. So everyone should get some rest tonight and be well rested for tomorrow's live fire exercise. Hearing Zeyu's words, the students of the youth class instantly became excited. Meanwhile, not far from the command post camp, the Red Army participating units camp was equally bustling. A group of soldiers from the 69th Brigade of the 16th Army Group of the Qinglong military region were enthusiastically devouring their meals in the mess hall. In preparation for tomorrow's live fire exercise, the mess hall had specially added large chicken drumsticks to everyone's meal tonight. The 69th Brigade was a light mechanized infantry unit, while their 16th Army Group was a heavy army group, a crucial field force within the Qinglong military region. Not long ago, they had just completed a counter-exercise against the alien Blue Army forces led by Zhu Ri and Mansion. Not only did they have to face the Blue Force with their unfair advantages, but they also had to engage the mechanical wolves head-on. The result was a crushing defeat. Back at their base, the brigade became the laughingstock of other Qinglong military district units for a full 2 months. Haunted by the Blue Force's shadow, they entered this exercise with zero confidence. But when several high-ranking officers from the 16th Army Group returned from a meeting and informed them that all Blue Army cheats had been disabled except for one new individual weapon, every soldier in the 69th Brigade became excited and enthusiastic. As the field force of the 16th Group Army, they possessed their own pride. They firmly believed that in a fair fight, they could never be defeated by the Blue Force. Thus, everyone viewed tomorrow's live fire exercise as a battle to redeem their past defeat. Every soldier in the 69th Brigade was seething with pent-up fury. They were just waiting to kick the Blue Force's ass on the battlefield tomorrow without their cheat codes. Brigade Commander, would the Blue Force really be so kind as to remove all their external aids? Could this be a trick? Zhang Tian, commander of the 69th Brigade's Mechanized Infantry Regiment, asked with lingering doubt. How could that be? This was personally ordered by Commander Zhao at the meeting. Even if the Blue Army is formidable, how could they disobey the commander's orders?
Wang Xiaoning, commander of the 69th Brigade, declared with unwavering conviction.
The commander said this operation is primarily to test that new individual soldier equipment.
Hearing this, Zhang Tian and the other regimental commanders all broke into broad smiles.
Since it was an order from the army commander, they felt completely at ease. But brigade commander, what exactly is this new individual soldier equipment the Blue Force is using? Is it really that powerful? Otherwise, why would the commander let the Blue Force abandon cheating and fight us fairly?
Taking a bite of his chicken drumstick, Wang Xiaoning chuckled. Our army's new gear is naturally formidable, but the commanders didn't specify what it is.
Even if it's top-notch, it's still just individual weaponry. It won't boost the Blue Force's combat power much. I'd guess it's just some new firearms developed by the Weapons Research Institute. Dragon Nation's weapons and equipment are constantly evolving, with numerous new systems debuting at military exercises every year. The purpose of this is twofold. First, to test the combat effectiveness of these new systems.
Second, to identify effective tactical approaches for employing these new weapons during live fire exercises. Therefore, the Blue Force has long grown accustomed to employing new weaponry in combat. In fact, some newly developed weapons, having not undergone combat testing, their power and performance may not necessarily surpass existing weapons. Moreover, the equipment being used this time is merely a single soldier system, so there's even less reason to be concerned.
It's just individual equipment. How formidable could it possibly be?
Stop thinking about all that nonsense.
Tomorrow, you're all going to prove yourselves. This time, the Blue Force is fighting us on equal terms. If we lose again, I'll skin you alive. Got that? Wang Xiaoning bellowed, eyes blazing. Yes.
The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers shouted in unison. As the saying goes, a strong soldier makes a strong army, but a weak commander ruins the whole unit. As the elite field force of the 16th Army Group, the 69th Brigade was determined to reclaim the honor they had lost.
Early the next morning,
as the sun's first rays broke over the Gobi Desert, the drill grounds of both the blue and red forces echoed with the thunderous cadence of training commands. The piercing shouts were so clear that even the command center, located in a different camp, could hear them distinctly. Amidst this deafening din, Zeyu, Liangda, and their fellow elite cadets from the youth training program were jolted awake.
Training this early? That's just too grueling. I'm definitely not joining the military.
I'll stick to research instead.
Liangda hung his head, looking thoroughly groggy. All right, get up and eat quickly.
Otherwise, you'll miss the live combat exercise demonstration.
Zeyu spoke while putting on his clothes.
Upon hearing this, Liangda immediately stood up.
The exercise was finally about to begin. Chapter 106, What was that flying through the sky?
The military exercise codenamed Operation Nine Heavens commenced at the Sunrise Training Base. As the nation's most modernized contract tactical training base, multiple military exercises of varying scales are conducted here annually. The entire base can simultaneously accommodate 5 fully formed divisions for live force exercises. At this moment, the red and blue forces had already assembled in their respective deployment zones. The eyes of soldiers on both sides gleamed with steely determination and fierce resolve, ready to devour the enemy alive.
Inside the command center,
Army Commander Zhao Baodong, Staff Officer Zhang Lei, and the Deputy Commander of the Sunrise Training Base all took their seats at the director's table. They watched the impending urban combat following the beach assault on Dragon Claw Island unfold on the large screen before them. Meanwhile, Zeyu and his fellow elite cadets sat quietly with their homeroom teacher, Xing Jianhua, in the adjacent spectator section. They waited quietly for the live fire exercise to commence.
Report. Commander, both red and blue forces are ready. All equipment has been inspected. May we commence the exercise? Commence.
Zhao Baodong ordered, his gaze sharp and commanding.
Yes. I hereby declare the Nine Heavens military exercise officially commenced.
At the command, the red and blue forces on the electronic screen sprang into action.
Zhao Baodong and his team paid little attention to the tactical arrangements between the two sides. Their true focus lay on the battlefield performance of the swarm drones.
Meanwhile, the red forces participating 69th Brigade had already completed its beach assault. Inside the red command center, Brigade Commander Wang Xiaoning issued orders to land on Longclaw Island City. This time, not only were both sides fighting on equal footing, but the addition of the mechanical wolves had greatly boosted the confidence of the red team soldiers.
In the Gobi Desert,
the 69th Brigade's infantry armored vehicles, radar reconnaissance vehicles, and various other vehicles steadily advanced toward the front. On the ground, the light mechanized infantry regiment followed the vehicles as they slowly advanced toward the front lines.
For every 3 soldiers, 1 mechanized wolf was positioned ahead.
This formation ensured operational flexibility while maximizing their reconnaissance and combat capabilities.
Regimental Commander, what is our infantry regiment's mission? A soldier inquired.
To align with the tactical scenario of this live fire exercise, the Engineering Corps specifically constructed a town here based on the layout of a city on Dragon Claw Island.
Our objective is to eliminate the Blue Force within this town and locate their command post to take it out. Remember, before the command center issues the final assault order, we must thoroughly reconnoiter the town's building layout and Blue Force troop dispositions.
Once we advance into the town, all battalions must hold their positions and await the reconnaissance battalion's findings.
Zhang Tian stated solemnly.
Understood. The soldier beside him nodded solemnly.
With that, the soldiers of the light mechanized infantry regiment quickened their pace.
What they failed to notice was this.
Several dark dots were moving swiftly across the Gobi Desert sky. Blue Force Command Center. Mansion watched the high-definition feed on the electronic screen, a broad smile spreading across his face.
Although the Blue Force now lacked full map visibility, the small reconnaissance strike drones had filled that gap. The movements of every battalion within the 69th Brigade were now fully within their grasp.
Brigade Commander, the UAV Combat Battalion has locked onto all Red Army units. Shall we launch an immediate assault?
The Blue Force Deputy Commander beside him inquired.
Why the rush?
The commander ordered us to maximize the tactical effectiveness of the swarm drones and refine our tactics.
The Reds haven't even entered the town yet. Attacking now would be pointless. Wait a bit longer.
Once the street fighting begins, we'll give them a big surprise. Mansion narrowed his eyes slightly, a peculiar smile curling the corners of his mouth.
Click. As the Red Army forces steadily advanced, the light mechanized infantry regiment, the main force for urban combat, entered the town.
The reconnaissance regiment immediately deployed to assess the surrounding situation.
Zhang Tian surveyed the silent town and gave the order.
Yes.
Upon receiving the order, the reconnaissance regiment, accompanied by the Mech Wolf units, began a slow advance into the town's interior. With the Wolf Mechs in action, reconnaissance duties became considerably easier. Click-clack. The three-man reconnaissance squad, armed with light automatic rifles, followed the mechanical wolves into a three-story building. With the mechanical wolves clearing the path ahead, the risk of surprise attacks was significantly reduced. Report. Building 1 clear, no anomalies. Report. Building 2 clear, no anomalies. Report. Each reconnaissance team entered the buildings one by one, reporting their findings. Zhang Tian, stationed at the original position, couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Although this was the outskirts of the town, based on past urban warfare tactics, there should have been numerous Blue Army soldiers hiding here to prevent their rapid advance toward the town center. Yet now, after the reconnaissance team had thoroughly searched several surrounding buildings, not a single Blue Army soldier had been found. This only heightened Zhang Tian's unease. What was going on? Had the Blue Army changed tactics again? Zhang Tian wondered aloud.
Commander, I don't think we need to worry too much, the adjutant beside him interjected.
Have you forgotten that the Blue Army no longer has a global perspective? Without that advantage, they're just as blind as we are. They're clearly still adjusting to this exercise format. To prevent being wiped out too quickly, they're compressing their lines as much as possible. Exactly. How could Blue Force possibly detect their own units in advance? How could they possibly detect their own units early? Perhaps, as the adjutant suggested, the Blue team has long relied on external aids for combat. Now that these aids have been suddenly disabled, their previous tactics are inevitably rendered obsolete. Well said. Looks like I overthought it. Zhang Tian laughed excitedly. Our chance for revenge has finally arrived. Immediately seize the surrounding buildings and secure the high ground. Yes, sir. As Zhang Tian's orders echoed out, the light mechanized infantry regiment, previously concealed in the shadows, streamed out in formation. They swiftly seized several surrounding buildings. Not only them, but the rest of the 69th Brigade's forces also entered the town's buildings from their respective directions. Seated in the Blue Force's command post, Mansion watched the situation unfold on the electronic display screen, a smirk curling his lips. The Red forces have all entered. Now the street fighting can begin. Tap. Under the relentless advance of the light mechanized infantry regiment, they finally encountered the first wave of enemy forces. Both sides engaged in fierce firefights within a building. After a brief skirmish, faint blue smoke began to rise from the building, a sign that casualties had been suffered. Report. The reconnaissance battalion encountered Blue forces in the forward building, though thankfully their numbers were small. With the assistance of the Mech Wolves, we have secured the building and eliminated 5 Blue Army soldiers. Hearing this, Zhang Tian was overjoyed. It seems the Blue Army isn't so fearsome without their cheats. Good. Issue the order all battalions are to accelerate their advance. Eliminate every last one of these Blue Army soldiers. Avenge our previous defeat. As the Red Army forces advanced relentlessly, the sound of intense firefight erupted in every direction of the town. The exercise plunged into a state of fierce combat. In this urban combat, both sides demonstrated exceptional tactical prowess. Building after building changed hands between the Red and Blue forces. Neither side could truly gain the upper hand. However, just as Zhang Tian was preparing to intensify the offensive, buzz. A sharp, buzzing sound suddenly filled the city sky. Then, a dark shadow swiftly streaked past Zhang Tian's eyes before vanishing. The soldiers of the 69th Brigade, locked in fierce combat, remained oblivious.
Only Zhang Tian stood frozen, rubbing his eyes as a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze.
What was that thing that just flew across the sky? Could I have imagined it? Chapter 107, Dimensional Strike, Closing the Net. Inside the Blue Force Command Center, Du Zeyu, who had been in the control room, was brought over by Mansion.
Uncle Man, what do you think? The swarm drones are performing well, right?
Du Zeyu asked with a smile, munching on potato chips.
It's good. Really good.
Mansion pointed excitedly at the large screen.
Look, we've already marked the locations of all the Red Army units.
Especially your reconnaissance capabilities in swarm mode, they're absolutely incredible. It can actually stitch together scattered fragments into a complete high-definition image.
It can even perform 3D terrain scans of entire buildings, pinpointing every enemy location with precision.
Though the swarm drones haven't demonstrated their combat capabilities yet.
Its formidable reconnaissance capabilities alone have left Mansion and the others utterly amazed.
While the original small reconnaissance strike drones could capture clear ground imagery from high altitudes,
they only provided fragmented, partial photographs.
To obtain clear, comprehensive reconnaissance imagery, their technicians still had to manually integrate and analyze these photos. Now, however, the upgraded swarm drone sequence has transformed into a vast integrated system.
Reconnaissance photos captured from various positions were first transmitted into the Queen system.
The Queen Bee system automatically filters and integrates these images, merging them into a comprehensive reconnaissance intelligence map. Even more impressive, this system incorporates advanced analytical algorithms. By combining captured imagery with terrain scan data, it simulates the complete structure of urban buildings. It then marks the positions of all enemies concealed within. This granted them complete command of the battlefield situation. Throughout this entire process, they didn't deploy a single scout. Everything was accomplished independently by the swarm of drones. This reconnaissance capability and efficiency surpassed that of an entire reconnaissance company.
I called you over to witness our offensive. Now that the entire Red Force has entered the town center, it's time to close the net. Hearing Manchen's words, Du Zeyu raised an eyebrow.
Although these small reconnaissance strike drones were his own research creations, this was his first time witnessing such a large-scale, core-level firefight. According to Manchen's earlier account, the blue side had deployed hundreds of these small reconnaissance strike drones. He was genuinely curious to witness the scene when all these drones unleashed their bombardment upon the Red forces.
Du Zeyu sat obediently beside Mansion, his eyes fixed intently on the electronic screen without blinking. The time was right. It was time to close the net. The moment Manchen's command echoed from the blue team headquarters to the combat units. The swarm drones, previously concealed throughout the skies, seemed to respond to a sudden summons. The pods beneath their wings began flashing red. The small reconnaissance strike drones, switching from surveillance to attack mode, scattered in all directions toward their respective targets. Click-clack. Tap. In the town center, red and blue forces exchanged fire around a simulated street. Blue smoke occasionally billowed from the helmets of soldiers on both sides. Increasing numbers of soldiers were declared killed by the director system, forcing them to exit the battlefield. However, the red team's firepower clearly outmatched the blue forces. For a short time, using cover and seized high ground, the battle remained deadlocked. But as casualties mounted, the blue side's firepower plummeted, and their troops began a rapid retreat. Seeing this, the soldiers of the red side's 69th Brigade went completely berserk. The humiliation of being thoroughly beaten by the blue side over the past 2 months now fueled boundless combat power, unleashing frenzied attacks. Building after building fell under Red Force's control. In that moment, they seemed like war gods descended from heaven, unstoppable in their advance. Report. Blue forces in Sector 3 have retreated. The 2 tallest buildings are now fully under Red control. Report. Troops in Zone 2 have advanced another 500 meters. Blue forces have suffered heavy casualties and cannot halt our advance. Wave after wave of triumphant reports poured in, sending the entire Red command post in the rear into a frenzy of excitement. Ha! I thought the Blue Army was so formidable.
Turns out they were just relying on cheat codes. Without those hacks, they're no match for our field forces.
Exactly. How long has it even been?
We've already advanced from the beachhead to the city center. At this pace, we'll likely seize the entire city within hours. Defeating Sun Chuji and capturing Mansion alive, this dream of countless military district soldiers is now within our grasp.
But I'm curious, didn't the military say the Blue Force would be using new individual weapons in this exercise? Why haven't we seen any yet?
Well, they are new weapons after all.
Their performance probably isn't very stable.
Maybe the Blue Force just gave up on using them altogether. With victory within reach, everyone in the Red command post spoke excitedly. Only Wang, commander of the 69th Brigade, frowned as he stared at the large screen before him.
Brigadier, what's wrong? We hold a massive advantage now. Eliminating the Blue Force is just a matter of time. Why do you look so unhappy?
Yeah, our 69th Brigade is about to make history, becoming the second unit to defeat the Blue Force in sun chasing. If we win, headquarters might even award our entire brigade a collective third-class merit.
Yet the more his subordinates spoke, the deeper Wang Yin's frown grew. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Wang Yin murmured, his eyes fixed on the electronic display. Not right? What do you mean, Commander? Several commanders nearby asked, completely baffled. The Blue Army, known as the Sun Chasers, was famed as an abnormally powerful force, almost alien in their strength. Their strength absolutely isn't just from exercise hacks. Even without that advantage, their tactics and strategy remain formidable. But up until now, have we encountered any significant resistance from them during our urban assault? They've mostly been fighting a retreat, and their forces deployed in the central area aren't particularly numerous. I can't shake the feeling they're deliberately luring us into the city center. Hearing Wang Yan's analysis, the surrounding commanders froze in surprise.
His insights made them increasingly aware of how smoothly their red team's advance had been. Initially, they had attributed this to their troops fighting with renewed vigor to redeem past failures.
But now they realized something was definitely amiss.
Moreover, as blue team forces who had been rotating through combat operations in Juri in several major military districts year after year, they were highly proficient in various tactics. Even without external support, they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. The problem was, both sides had comparable forces. The blue side held no advantage beyond a previously unseen individual weapon.
What were they trying to achieve by luring their own forces into the city center?
Just as everyone frowned in analysis, the Red Command's communication systems erupted.
Report. Our outer tank positions are under attack from unknown enemy fire.
System confirms all casualties.
Report.
All 6 snipers on Hill 8 are confirmed dead.
Report.
The heavy weapons squad inside Building 23 is all killed.
Report.
The support and logistics company responsible for communications in the north has been system confirmed as completely wiped out.
Report. The relentless stream of fatality reports echoed in his ears. Wang Yin and everyone at the Red Command Post all paled. Chapter 108, No More Fighting. This is too much. What's going on? How could our forces suddenly suffer such devastating blows? Didn't the commander explicitly forbid the Blue Force from using ICBMs? They're violating the rules. Exactly. We adopted this tactic precisely because you said the Blue Army couldn't cheat.
Now they've wiped us out in one fell swoop.
This is outright cheating. Brigade Commander.
We're heading straight to headquarters to lodge a formal complaint.
The Blue Force is completely unethical.
Inside the Red Command headquarters, several officers shouted angrily. Before the exercise, the Army commander explicitly stated in a meeting that the Blue Force would not use external systems during this drill. That's precisely why they devised this concentrated assault strategy. But now, just as they'd gained a significant advantage, the Blue Forces had resorted to underhanded tactics, deploying intercontinental missiles to wipe out their entire unit in one fell swoop.
Wasn't this cheating? Shut up. That's not the effect of an ICBM strike. Whoever uses an ICBM to attack a single building. Moreover, the casualties this time spanned all 3 lines. Even if they were cheating, they couldn't possibly launch multiple ICBMs at once. Wang Yin stared at the screens, now blurred into black and white mosaics, his face ashen. Hearing his words, the previously agitated crowd instantly calmed down.
Indeed, even if the Blue Force disregarded all military ethics, they couldn't possibly launch multiple missiles at once. Such an action would render the exercise meaningless. They might as well just drop a nuke and end the exercise altogether.
Moreover, the system had declared not only their reorganized units as casualties.
There were also scattered sniper teams.
The blue team couldn't possibly use ICBMs to blast even small squads that would be utterly heartless. But if the Blue Force wasn't cheating, how could all our troops at so many strongpoints suddenly be wiped out en masse?
The command center was filled with skeptical faces.
Wang Yin clearly had no clue about the cause either.
Worst of all, the entire support company responsible for communications had been wiped out. Not only could their command post no longer issue combat orders to various units, but they were also cut off from real-time frontline intelligence.
The brigade commander's unit's casualties are coming in.
A technician in the command post shouted.
Quick!
Display these images on the main screen.
Wang Yin barked.
Immediately, footage of the fallen units was split into multiple smaller frames and displayed on the large screen.
Wang Yin and the others immediately began studying them intently. Zoom in on frame 2. Wang Yin pointed to a scene showing the death of a sniper squad.
This sniper team was positioned within 2 5-story buildings. These were the tallest structures in the surrounding area.
6 snipers were concealed on the rooftops of the 2 buildings, guarding the flanks.
They assisted the red team's ground forces advancing through the streets below. Simultaneously, they were eliminating blue team soldiers who dared to show themselves in surrounding buildings. In theory, even with full map visibility, blue would struggle to detect their presence. Even if they did, without air support or ICBM-equipped systems, eliminating these snipers would be exceedingly difficult. Seeing this scene, Wang Yin and his team grew even more perplexed. How had this sniper squad been completely wiped out? Suddenly, a 3-member blue squad emerged from a 3-story building in the footage.
They appeared to be preparing to launch a surprise attack from the building. But the sniper squad, occupying the high ground, had already spotted them. Two snipers swiftly adjusted their aiming angles, locking onto the three Blue Force members below. In their hands were LR-24 7.62mm high-precision sniper rifles. This was one of the primary sniper rifle choices for the Dragon Nation military. Chambered for 7.62 51mm NATO rounds, featuring a free-floating barrel and rotating bolt-action design, it delivers exceptional accuracy. Equipped with specialized high-precision ammunition and a white light thermal imaging scope, it is suitable for medium to long-range sniping. Its muzzle kinetic energy exceeds that of the 7.62 by 51mm round by more than double, with an effective range of 1,500 meters. It has been progressively deployed across the three military branches and armed police forces, becoming the long-range trump card for reconnaissance teams. For these snipers, eliminating the three Blue Force soldiers below with this rifle was a simple task. As two snipers adjusted their aiming angles, everyone could clearly see their hands slowly moving toward the trigger positions. Clearly, they were preparing to complete the hunt. At that moment, several dark figures suddenly appeared on the floor above the sniper team. This scene instantly stunned Wang and the others. What were those dark dots in the scene? Unclear? Could they be missiles? Impossible, missiles don't move this slowly. Curiosity furrowed their brows. As the dark spots drew closer to the two buildings, the group finally made out their shape. Model airplanes? But why did they look so strange? Could it be that Blue Team modified RC planes into reconnaissance devices? That's some wild thinking. Just as the command post personnel were still speculating about the purpose of these bizarre-looking RC planes, several palm-sized reconnaissance strike drones suddenly accelerated. They dove rapidly toward the snipers positioned on the rooftops of the two buildings. Due to the sheer speed of these tiny drones, the camera couldn't capture any clear details of the drones. All they could make out were long, blurred black streaks. Their blinding speed meant the snipers below, utterly focused on their targets, detected nothing amiss. The next instant, several drones slammed into the snipers. Then, blue smoke signaling death simultaneously billowed from the helmets of all 6 snipers. That's it? 6 elite snipers from the Red Army were just wiped out like that. Everyone stared at the screen in utter shock. The 6 fallen snipers themselves stood dumbfounded, clutching the palm-sized drones in their hands. They never imagined they'd be taken down by these tiny things. Cheating. Brigade Commander, the evidence is clear. The Blue Army is cheating. Exactly. While the drone's speed was astonishing and caught us off guard. But how could a palm-sized toy plane crashing into our snipers result in instant death? Exactly. This is completely unreasonable. We protest. The entire Red Command Post shouted in protest. The Blue Team's cheating is way too obvious. First off, their snipers' positions were extremely well concealed. How could they possibly spot snipers so easily without a full map view? And how could that tiny drone pack such a punch, wiping out every single sniper in one blast? The Blue Team must have adjusted the explosion's power to trigger the system's elimination of the snipers. Brigade Commander, look at our tank company. A commander shouted directly at a small window on the electronic screen. What's wrong with the tank company? Wang and the others looked up. Another screen showed the tank positions on the outskirts of the town, where several Type 96A main battle tanks were also surrounded by aerial model aircraft. Soon after, several RC planes crashed directly into the tops of the Type 96A main battle tanks. With just 4 aircraft striking the tank's turret, the system immediately declared the tank destroyed. Boom! Seeing this scene, even Wang couldn't help but react. This was simply outrageous. These were 3rd-generation main battle tanks. How could a few toy planes crashing into them render them completely useless? This is outrageous. Let's go. We're not participating in this exercise anymore. We're going to the command center to demand justice. Wang stormed to his feet and slammed the door behind him. Chapter 109, Commander, this is a misunderstanding. We were wrong. Sun Chaser and the training base. Directorate Headquarters Hall. Exercise concluded. Red Army defeated. The sudden broadcast left everyone in the command center stunned. What's going on? Didn't the Red Army still have significant combat strength? How did they suddenly lose? Zhao Baodong and Zhang Lei stared blankly at the exercise results screen. It wasn't just them, the gifted youths from the elite youth program watching the drill from the rear were equally bewildered. This red versus blue military exercise had their blood boiling. The intense combat scenes were more realistic and thrilling than any war movie. But just as they were engrossed, the feed abruptly cut off and the exercise was declared over. This left Li Yingda and the others utterly baffled. It ended just like that? Weren't both forces still locked in fierce combat moments ago? Yeah, hadn't they said this exercise was supposed to last a whole day? It had only been a few hours, how could it be over already? Hearing the murmurs from the group of cadets behind him, Zhao Baodong's expression darkened considerably. What the hell is going on? Could it be that our exercise evaluation system malfunctioned? No, Commander, the Red Side command post surrendered directly.
A technician from the command center hurriedly interjected.
The red team command center just gave up? What kind of nonsense is this? Nonsense. This is a live fire exercise, you don't just quit like that. Get the Qinglong military region personnel over here. I'll ask them what they think they're doing.
Zhao Baodong's face was flushed with fury.
This is a live fire military exercise. A side doesn't lose until their command post is taken out.
To simply abandon it is a grave dishonor to their military honor. It also severely violated military discipline. No sooner had Zhao Baodong finished speaking than Wang Xiaoning of the 69th Brigade and several Qinglong military district officials entered together. Their expressions looked even more grim than Zhao Baodong's.
What are you trying to accomplish, Qinglong military district? The exercise clearly isn't over yet, why would you voluntarily forfeit?
If this were a real battlefield, this would be surrender.
Treason. Zhao Baodong unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the Qinglong military district personnel. Commander, can we be blamed for this? The Blue Army is cheating and playing dirty, how are we supposed to fight like this? Exactly.
If you'd stated from the start that the Blue Force could use cheats like before, we wouldn't have complained even if we lost. But during the briefing, you explicitly stated that the blue team would only be allowed to use one new individual weapon, all other cheats were cancelled. We changed our tactics based on your orders, only for them to activate their hacks again when they were about to lose.
Isn't that bullying? Exactly. We Qinglong military district are seething with frustration. If you're going to penalize us, just do it already.
Zhao Baodong hadn't expected that before he could even finish his reprimand, the Qinglong military district commanders were already fuming hotter than he was.
Bull. Cheating? When did the blue team ever cheat?
I saw it all clearly from the command center.
How could I not know if they were cheating? Zhao Baodong cursed angrily.
He finally understood. The Qinglong military region felt he wasn't keeping his word and was treating them unfairly during the exercise.
Come over here yourselves and see if the Blue Army's cheat system is even activated.
Zhao Baodong, fuming with rage, pointed at the instruments in the command and control center. Hearing this, several Qinglong military district officials approached with skepticism. When they saw the external system was indeed deactivated the entire time, they were stunned.
This doesn't add up. If they weren't using the external system, how did the Blue Army manage to detect all our positions? And how did that RC plane take out our tanks? Wang Xiaoning and the others murmured to themselves. The aircraft model?
You mean that small reconnaissance strike drone? That's the new individual weapon system I mentioned the blue team would be using.
Now Zhao Baodong finally understood where the problem lay and his temper flared instantly. What? A drone? That little thing is a drone?
The purpose of this exercise was to test the combat effectiveness of this small drone.
The reason your entire field of vision was under blue team's control? It was all thanks to this small reconnaissance strike drone.
Moreover, it packs the explosive power of 282mm mortar rounds.
These figures are all real. I ask you, is there any doubt this firepower could take out your main battle tanks?
Zhao Baodong barked sharply. This. At these words, the entire Qinglong military district fell silent. They had assumed the command center was aiding the blue team by activating a cheat system. Little did they know it was all accomplished by that small drone Zhao Baodong mentioned.
Commander, are you saying our Dragon Nation has developed an advanced mini-drone? Not only does it possess formidable reconnaissance capabilities, but it also packs tremendous destructive power? Wang Xiaoning and the others from the Qinglong military region stared wide-eyed as they asked.
Of course. Not only that, but this drone has been upgraded into a swarm drone.
A single operator can control 8 units simultaneously.
Whoa! Hearing Zhao Baodong's words, the Qinglong military district personnel's eyes lit up.
Their hearts surged with excitement. Though they still didn't know the exact specs of that swarm drone.
But combat had already proven the formidable power of these small drones. Earlier, they had been completely undetected while being thoroughly scouted by those small drones. Later, a dense swarm of these drones had completely neutralized their heavy firepower and concealed strongholds.
This thing was even more terrifying than the mechanical wolf.
At this moment, they couldn't care less about the exercise. Their minds were consumed with when their Qinglong military region would finally be equipped with this weapon.
What the hell are you guys in the Qinglong military district doing?
I just closed the net and was ready to wipe you all out. But my swarm drones weren't even finished yet. How could you surrender so quickly? At that moment, Manhwa stormed into the director's control room with Zeyu, his displeasure palpable.
Manhwa glared angrily at the Qinglong military district personnel.
To test the swarm drone's effectiveness, he had deliberately sacrificed numerous Blue Force soldiers. His goal was to maximize the performance of these small drones. Although the subsequent barrage of swarm drone strikes had instantly crippled the Red Army's frontline outposts and heavy firepower equipment. But Manhwa, with his perfectionist tendencies, remained dissatisfied that the Red Army hadn't been completely wiped out. It felt like a punch built up with immense force, only to land on cotton. That sense of disappointment gnawed at him.
Guangxi, this is a misunderstanding.
We had no idea our military had developed a compact reconnaissance strike drone.
We thought you blue team cheated again. Wang Xiaoning gave an awkward chuckle. Cheating? Mansion, who had just caught on, burst out laughing in exasperation.
So that's why. With the misunderstanding cleared, Wang Yin and several high-ranking generals from the Qinglong military district all turned to Zhao Baodong with fawning expressions.
Commander, we were in the wrong about this matter. Whatever punishment you deem fit, we accept. But could you please allocate some of these military swarm drones to our Qinglong military region first? Indeed, Commander.
We did contribute to the field testing of these small drones.
Surely we should be the first to receive them when they enter service? You have the nerve to ask for drones? Bringing this up only made Zhao Baodong's anger boil over. You ruined an entire test exercise.
Let me make this clear, the Qinglong military region can forget about getting these small drones.
What? You're not giving us the drones? That's absolutely unacceptable. Commander, we truly made a mistake. Here's what we'll do, we'll head back immediately and fight the Blue Army again. No matter how badly they beat us, we won't complain. You absolutely must not withhold these small drones from our military region. Wang Yin and several senior commanders from the Qinglong military region pleaded earnestly.
Du Zeyu, watching from the sidelines, saw how pathetic the Qinglong military district looked in their desperate attempt to get the swarm drones.
Couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 110, The Rampant Biliu Branch Studies the Nine Sky Drone. Finally, after the Qinglong military district's senior commanders pleaded relentlessly, Zhao Baodong finally relented, allowing them to conduct another confrontation exercise with the Blue Army. As punishment for the Qinglong military region, Zhao Baodong revoked their right to deploy the mechanical wolves. Facing the dual assault of the Blue Army's aerial swarm drones and ground mechanical wolves, the Qinglong military region was utterly crushed this time. They set a new record for the fastest defeats suffered by the Red Army. Only then did the anger in Zhao Baodong's heart begin to subside. Sunrise Training Base Office.
Xiaoyu, you've developed these two unmanned combat systems, the mechanical wolves and the small drones, for our army. They've significantly boosted our combat capabilities. I must express my sincere gratitude for this. Zhao Baodong gazed fondly at Du Zeyu sitting on the sofa, his face softening into a benevolent smile.
Grandpa Zhao, it's all part of my duty.
Although the military-industrial system is under my jurisdiction, it would have been impossible for me alone to accumulate so many tech points in such a short time. Right after the military exercises concluded, the swarm drones received preliminary approval from the military, and the system rewarded him with another 2,000 tech points.
Listening to Du Zeyu's words, Zhao Baodong nodded with satisfaction. You're absolutely right.
While the swarm drone's field test was successful, it was ultimately just an exercise. To truly boost your tech points, we need real-world applications.
After a moment of deep thought, Zhao Baodong's eyes lit up. Right. Not long ago, Baba Yang Nation requested our assistance. The Billy Land armed group within their borders has been particularly rampant lately. Not only have they disrupted the nation's stability, but they've also sabotaged multiple large-scale projects we're funding there.
Recently, they attacked a railway line in Babayan, killing over 300 civilians. They even attacked an airport we were constructing for Baba Sheep Nation. The Biliuzi group used over 100 kilograms of explosives, directly targeting our engineering convoy. This resulted in 32 injuries and the immediate deaths of two of our country's outstanding senior engineers. At this point, Zhao Baodong's expression darkened. Every senior engineer dispatched by the state was a talent from the Dragon Nation. They were highly respected even within their own country. Yet now they had been sacrificed for no reason in another country.
Who wouldn't be furious upon hearing this? Du Zeyu's expression also turned cold upon hearing this.
He had heard of the notorious reputation of the Biliuzi organization. This was an armed group banned by the Babayang Nation, primarily active in Baluzi province. In truth, the Biliuzi armed group itself possessed little real strength, with its personnel numbering less than 500 at most.
However, its influence was substantial. Other tribal armed groups in Baluzi province often claimed the organization's name after launching attacks. The group eagerly claimed responsibility for attacks it hadn't carried out, amplifying their impact to expand their influence. Throughout its development, the group received backing from multiple factions. It was originally established by the Bear Nation, later gaining backing from the Free Nation and the neighboring Indian Nation. Their audacity to attack the airport being constructed by the Dragon Nation in support of the Goat Nation this time was most likely fueled by backing from the Free Nation and the Indian Nation. Otherwise, they would never have had the audacity to act alone. Originally, this was purely an internal matter for the Goat Nation. The Dragon Nation had no reason to intervene and was unwilling to do so. But now that they have attacked the airport built with Dragon Nation aid and caused the death of their own engineers, the significance is entirely different. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's desire to deal with Biliuji stems not solely from this incident. It is also part of the Dragon Nation's strategic planning for its top-tier national cooperation initiatives. The Dragon Nation had previously proposed a crucial Belt and Road Cooperation Initiative, a vital strategy for rebuilding land-based trade routes across Asia. And Baba Sheep Nation is central to this initiative.
Workers and enterprises from the Dragon Nation plan to establish high-capacity ports, industrial complexes, freight rail hubs, and large-scale logistics facilities in the Goat Nation. This would serve as a foundation for advancing westward, extending trade and prosperity into Central and West Asia. However, a thriving market favorable to the Dragon Nation and a stable Central Asian environment are outcomes neither the Free Nation nor India desires.
On this path toward revival and prosperity, Billy Uzi is an unavoidable detour. Assisting Baba Yangwa's industrialization requires electricity, and electricity demands secure energy supplies. And Bilawuzi province holds Baba Yangwa's largest natural gas field.
Engineers from Dragon Nation and Baba Sheep Nation must establish gas wells, factories, and even power plants here to meet the demands of economic and social development.
Moreover, achieving balanced maritime and land trade necessitates reliance on ports. As Baba Yang's largest port, it lies just over 10 kilometers from Bilawuzi province.
Dragon engineers are also scattered along the rivers there, conducting exploration and constructing hydroelectric facilities.
Bilawuzi province also borders Ilong Camel and Afuhan. The strategically vital port of Gudal, leased to the Dragon Nation, is also located here.
This is precisely why the Free Nation and India are desperately maneuvering here, seeking to sever the Dragon Nation's strategic plans. Previously, we considered deploying a unit equipped with mechanical wolves under the guise of a joint counter-terrorism exercise to eliminate them. Now it seems we can deploy the swarm drones you developed instead. This approach not only enhances the combat effectiveness of the suppression force but also allows you to gain more tech points through this real-world application.
Xiaoyu, what do you think? Zhao Baodong asked with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, Du Ziyu shook his head slightly. Grandpa Zhao, could you possibly delay this joint counter-terrorism exercise with Baba Yang Nation for a while longer? Wait a while? Zhao Baodong froze, clearly not grasping Du Ziyu's meaning. Time-wise, there's no rush.
After all, Baba Yang Nation is taking this seriously now and has stepped up coastal security.
There shouldn't be any major issues in the short term. But what exactly are you asking us to wait for?
Wait for the 9-day drones.
Du Ziyu's lips curved upward as he spoke.
The 9 Heavens drone represented the highest tier drone technology he could exchange for from the system. Deploying it in combat would surely yield substantial tech points as a system reward. Moreover, the 9 Heavens UAV should be based on the reconnaissance strike integrated drone. Therefore, once the development and construction of the 9 Heavens drone were completed and deployed in combat, he would likely receive multiple system rewards at once. Upon hearing the name of the Jiutian drone, Zhao Baodong's entire body trembled, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The Jiutian drone was the ultimate unmanned weapon he and the army's high command had long coveted.
If Du Ziyu could successfully develop it, the Dragon Nation's capabilities in unmanned warfare would be revolutionized.
At this thought, Zhao Baodong's expression turned grave.
Xiaoyu, are you ready to develop the Jiutian drone now?
Yes, the technology is now in my mind. However, it is ultimately a large-scale unmanned aerial platform. We can't build it in our USTC lab, it requires large-scale specialized equipment and facilities.
Zhao Baodong exclaimed excitedly. That's easily arranged. I'll contact Shenyang Aircraft Corporation immediately.
They've been tasked with manufacturing the swarm drones and are the nation's premier aircraft manufacturer.
They can meet all your needs, both in terms of equipment and environment.
Hearing this, Du Ziyu nodded with a smile. That was precisely his intention. With Shenyang Aircraft Corporation on board, combined with his existing technology, the Jiutian drone would be produced swiftly. At that point, they would hold an absolute leading position in the drone field. Chapter 111, Reclaim What Was Lost. Across the ocean, in the land of liberty. White House, Office of the Secretary of State. Anthony was reviewing the detailed breakdown of last quarter's military expenditure items sent from the Pentagon. Compared to the previous quarter, the latest military expenditure had seen a significant increase. After all, as the sole superpower on Blue Star, dominance relied on more than just military might. It also required actual control over the major regions of Blue Star. To sustain such vast influence on Blue Star, they must allocate funds not only to bolster the armed forces of various nations. Take, for instance, the Myanmar Monkey Nation's telecommunications fraud syndicate, which had been dismantled by the Dragon Nation's police. Simultaneously, they must establish extensive military bases across Blue Star.
To intimidate Blue Star's nations with tangible military might.
Consider the sheer scale of Liberty Nation's military bases on Blue Star. Within its own borders alone, it maintains 871 military bases, including 242 naval bases and 384 air bases. Overseas, they maintain 374 military bases spread across more than 140 countries and regions, housing over 300,000 troops. Each of these bases must house a certain number of armed forces to conduct specific military activities. The military expenditures required to maintain these overseas bases alone constitute a substantial sum. Of course, these are largely fixed military expenditures. Unless the United States provokes another war in that region.
Or unless certain nations spiral out of control, erupting into severe internal crises that demand substantial funding for intervention.
Beyond these factors, another major contributor to military expenditure is defense research and development funding.
As the sole military superpower on Blue Star, the free nation's most crucial pillars of strength are its economy and technological prowess.
Having built their fortune on arms sales, they possess a uniquely powerful military-industrial complex. This military-industrial complex constitutes a vast interest group comprising the armed forces, defense contractors, and certain members of the Free Nations Congress.
The free nation's defense economy is largely carried out by private enterprises. This does not mean that military research projects do not require government funding.
On the contrary, many of the financial conglomerates backing these defense contractors have deep ties to members of Congress. The annual funding allocated to these private military-industrial groups under the Pentagon's name is no small sum. This year, a major area of military R&D investment has been unmanned combat platforms. For instance, to encourage corporate research into quadrupedal robotics, the Pentagon invested substantial funds. However, after being overtaken by China in the quadrupedal robotics field, these funds were largely wasted. After careful analysis, the Pentagon has decided to reclaim its advantage in unmanned combat platforms by investing heavily in the field of small drones.
The current investment in this sector even surpasses the amount previously allocated to quadrupedal robotics. Anthony frowned as he examined the project details with skyrocketing military expenditures.
The previous setback in quadrupedal robotics had already significantly impacted the free nation's military standing.
Should the small UAV project fail again, the blow to Liberty Nation's military image would be even more severe. Knock. After a knock on the door, the Secretary of State's aide entered.
Mr. Anthony, word has come from the Pentagon. The small drone project commissioned to Lockheed Martin has achieved all technical breakthroughs. In 1 month, this small drone will undergo rigorous testing.
The drone testing will be conducted by a team of experts from the 744th Naval Air Transport Squadron, the Aerospace Operations Center, and the Defense Equipment and Support Department. Once testing is successful, the Pentagon will proceed with fielding this small UAV into service. After hearing his secretary's report, a flicker of delight crossed Anthony's eyes.
This was the best news he'd heard in months.
Excellent.
With this small drone, we can regain the initiative in unmanned combat platforms. Then, have the Pentagon prepare their public relations campaign.
We absolutely must reclaim the prestige we lost with the quadruped robot. A cold smile touched Anthony's lips.
Though the Pentagon's investment in these small drones was substantial this time, at least they finally produced tangible results.
By the way, any significant intelligence from the Dragon Kingdom lately?
Upon hearing this, the secretary paused briefly before reporting. Recently, the Central Intelligence Agency hasn't sent any significant intelligence regarding the Dragon Nation.
Oh, wait, there was one thing.
It seems the Dragon Nation's Sun Chaser and training base conducted another military exercise.
Anthony frowned. What kind of important military intelligence is that? Isn't it common for the Dragon Nation to hold military exercises? Or could it be that the Zhongyang Intelligence Bureau obtained internal documents about this particular exercise?
As one of the top 3 military powers on Blue Star, conducting drills was hardly unusual. However, Longwa's large-scale military exercises are subject to extremely strict confidentiality measures. It was difficult for their intelligence agencies to uncover detailed internal information about the exercises. No, the Zhongyang Intelligence Agency hasn't obtained any materials related to the exercises. But they mentioned that Longwa had just conducted a major exercise last month, and now another one is happening only a month later. The interval between exercises was too short, leading them to suspect this one might involve unusual content.
Anthony heard this and shook his head with a smile. What's so unusual about that? I think the Central Intelligence Agency is overthinking it. Have them look into Longwa's recent military research projects.
Lately, I can't shake the feeling that Dragon Nation's military R&D pace has accelerated significantly. At this rate, our free nation will truly be overtaken by them.
Anthony said coldly. Yes, sir. I'll relay that immediately.
The secretary nodded and hurried out of the office.
Watching the secretary's retreating figure, a savage grin spread across Anthony's lips. To think they could surpass our free nation militarily? They're dreaming. Once our advanced mini-drones debut, every nation on Blue Star will realize that we are the undisputed military superpower of this planet.
If Dragon Nation wants to catch up to us, they'll have to wait another few hundred years.
With the conclusion of the Sun Chaser and military exercises, the elite youth program students concluded their journey.
They boarded a special aircraft with their homeroom teacher, Xing Jianhua, and returned to the capital.
At Du Ziyu's request, Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi remained behind.
Of course, Wu Lao, the foremost authority in China's drone field, also remained behind. They would assist Du Ziyu in traveling to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to jointly develop the Zhoutian drone project. After all, through these days of training in the elite youth program, Du Ziyu had developed a solid rapport with both Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi. Moreover, both were military engineering prodigies. Though similar in age to him, their expertise in military technology seemed no less than that of seasoned specialists. What they lacked now was simply an opportunity to participate in a major military research project. Zeyu believed that once the development of the Jiutian drone project was completed, the potential of both men in the field of military research would be fully unleashed. They would become his partners on the path of military research. Liangda and Yu Mingxi naturally accepted Zeyu's invitation. After all, their shared dream was to become researchers in the military industry of Dragon Nation. Now that they had the opportunity to participate in a key military project for the army, they were naturally eager to seize it. Moreover, summer vacation was approaching, so conducting research at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation wouldn't interfere with their studies. A few days later, escorted personally by Zhang Lei from the General Staff Department, the group boarded a plane bound for Shenyang Aircraft Corporation in northeastern Longhua. Chapter 112, heading to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. Are these kids experts? Shenyang Aircraft Corporation is the earliest aircraft manufacturer established in Longhua. It has witnessed the growth and expansion of the Dragon Nation Air Force, earning the reputation as the cradle of Dragon Nation fighter jets and making immense contributions to the development of the nation's combat aircraft. After disembarking the plane, the group boarded military vehicles and traveled to the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. The scale of the facility exceeded their expectations, leaving Liangda and Yu Mingxi wide-eyed with excitement as they looked around in awe. Staff Officer Zhang, you're finally here. When the commander mentioned you'd be bringing experts for a crucial classified drone project, we were all thrilled beyond words. At the entrance of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Chairman Zhao Yachang grasped Zhang Lei's hand, his face radiating excitement. Behind him stood several research experts from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation involved in the drone project. Why is only Old Gui here? Didn't the call mention several experts? Why didn't they come together? Zhao Yachang glanced behind Zhang Lei and noticed that besides Old Gui, there were only a few children. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mr. Zhao, these are the experts in charge of the key drone project. Zhang Lei stepped aside and smiled as he pointed to Zeyu, Liangda, and Yu Mingxi. What? These kids are the experts? Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Zhao Yachang and the drone experts behind him all froze in shock. Has the military started playing pranks now? Staff Officer Zhang, please don't joke with me. Didn't the army say on the phone that this was a major drone project? What could these kids possibly understand? Zhao Yachang didn't look down on these youngsters. It was just that the army had stated this project would be their major focus for the latter half of the year. For such a major project, every participant is a top-tier expert in the country. Bringing in a bunch of kids now, what kind of joke is that? Zhao, don't underestimate these youngsters. They're all geniuses from the elite youth program under the Dragon Academy. And this little guy here is a major contributor to our army. Not just our army, even your Shenyang Aircraft Corporation owes him a debt of gratitude. As Zhang Lei spoke, Zhao Yachang and the others grew even more bewildered. He had certainly heard of the elite youth program under the Longhua Academy. In fact, their Shenyang Aircraft Corporation employed 2 researchers who had graduated from the program. These 2 possessed remarkable talent in research and development, rising to become key researchers on the group's flagship projects within just 2 short years. But even so, these children were still so young. What possible contribution could they have made to the army that would warrant Zhang Lei bestowing such a grand title upon them? Major contributors to the army, even among the nation's top researchers, few had earned such an honor. Besides, even if this elementary school student were a major contributor to the army, what does that have to do with Xinfei Group? Why should they thank this child? Staff Officer Zhang, I'm a bit confused. What does this child have to do with our Xinfei Group? Zhao Yachang looked at Zhang Lei with confusion. Want to know? Zhang Lei smiled. Yes. Zhao Yachang nodded earnestly. All right then. Please have your group's experts planning to participate in this project sign the confidentiality agreements first. As soon as Zhang Lei finished speaking, several personnel from the confidentiality department approached. Hearing this, Zhao Yachang and the experts behind him froze in place. What? We don't even know anything yet, and you want us to sign a confidentiality agreement first? Staff Officer Zhang, even I have to sign? Zhao Yachang asked incredulously. Shenyang Aircraft Corporation was part of the Longhua Aviation Industry Group, and as its top executive, his standing in the military-industrial sector was already quite high. Except for major national defense projects like 5th-generation fighter jets, there were few occasions where he needed to sign a confidentiality agreement. Yes, General Zhao. Even you must sign. Zhang Lei stated with unwavering certainty. All right. Zhao Yachang nodded and signed the confidentiality agreement alongside the drone research experts behind him. Only then did Zhang Lei speak with satisfaction. Mr. Zhao, please don't think we army folks are being troublesome. This project is simply too crucial for our service. Many of the projects this young man is involved in are currently classified. Zhang Lei brought Zeyu forward and smiled again as he said. Let me reintroduce him to you. His name is Zeyu, and he's 10 years old. The mechanical wolf quadruped robot recently deployed by our army was developed by him.
He also developed the small reconnaissance strike integrated UAV we commissioned you to produce. He has also provided critical key technologies for the next-generation carrier rocket of the Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Now you understand why I had you sign the confidentiality agreement first. Whoa! After hearing Zhang Lei's introduction of Zeyu, Zhao Yaqiang and the others, who had earlier grumbled about signing the confidentiality agreement right off the bat, all sucked in their breath. Holy crap! This elementary school kid has achieved more than those top domestic experts who've spent their entire lives researching. And all of this was cutting-edge military technology. No wonder Zhang Lei called this kid a major contributor to the army. Both the mechanical wolf and today's drones represent cutting-edge technologies capable of transforming future ground warfare. And the next-generation launch vehicle? That's the very cornerstone of future aerospace endeavors. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Zhang Lei paused deliberately before adding with a smile. Zhao, do you recall the stealth coating technology for the 6th-generation fighter jet you acquired recently? That technology also came from Xiaoyu. What? At that, Zhao Yaqiang and the others' expressions changed completely. He might not understand other projects, but the 6th-generation fighter jet stealth coating technology was now within their group's grasp. This stealth coating technology not only directly solved their research challenges on 5th-generation fighter stealth coatings, it also elevated the stealth performance of their fighter jets by an entire order of magnitude. Not only did it elevate the technical specifications of their 5th-generation fighters, but it also dramatically accelerated the pace of their development. No wonder Zhang Lei had instructed the Aviation Industry Corporation to express their deepest gratitude to this young man. Turns out he was also a major contributor to the 5th-generation fighter's development. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Seeing Zhao Yaqiang and the other experts gaze at him as if he were a national treasure, Zeyu felt somewhat uncomfortable and could only offer a polite greeting. Alright. Xiaoyu, right? On behalf of the Aviation Industry Corporation, I should properly thank you. The stealth coating you developed has been a tremendous help to us. Zhao Yaqiang said excitedly. No need for thanks. We're just a bit hungry after rushing all this way. It's mealtime now, so we'd just like to grab something to eat first. Zeyu's words immediately resonated with Li Yingda beside him. Yeah, we ate all our snacks on the way. We're starving now. Can we eat first and discuss other matters afterward? Li Yingda rubbed his stomach as he grumbled. No problem. I'll take you to the cafeteria right now. Xiao Lu, tell the kitchen staff to prepare some extra special dishes for these young guests. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the secretary Lu nearby hurried off toward the cafeteria. These young guests were now honored guests of the Aviation Industry Corporation. They dared not treat them lightly. Hearing this, satisfied smiles finally appeared on the faces of Zeyu and Li Yingda. Chapter 113, Going Big? The depth of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. It must be said, the food at Xinfei Group's cafeteria was far superior to that at the Sunrise Base or the training facility. Row upon row of food stations lined the cafeteria, offering local specialties alongside common dishes from other regions. Having endured several meals of coarse grains at the Sunrise and Training Base, Zeyu and his companions quickly dug in with gusto. Even Yu Mingxi, though not wolfing down her food like Zeyu and Li Yingda, ate considerably more than usual. Watching the ravenous kids, Zhang Lei beside them gave an awkward chuckle. Anyone unaware might think I mistreat these kids normally. Mr. Zhao, forgive us, Zhang Lei explained. These kids just finished a training exercise with us at the sun chasing and training base. As you know, the food there is indeed inferior compared to your group's standards. Hearing Zhang Lei's explanation, Zhao Yaqiang hastily waved his hands. No need to explain, Staff Officer Zhang. They're just kids, I understand. By the way, I heard this military exercise at Zurich was specifically to test the small reconnaissance strike drones we produce. How did they perform in actual combat? As one of the first manufacturers of these small UAVs, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation naturally has insights into the exercises. Hearing this, Zhang Lei nodded. The performance of these small UAVs has been extremely stable, no issues whatsoever. They demonstrated remarkable combat capabilities during the adversarial exercises. Our commanders are preparing to contact the General Armament Department to accelerate the deployment of these small UAVs. After speaking, Zhang Lei took a sip of wine and continued. Oh, and one more thing before this military exercise, Xiaoyu designed an entirely new Queen Bee system. With this system, a single soldier can simultaneously control 8 small reconnaissance strike drones. Moreover, it eliminates the need for each small UAV to be equipped with top-tier specifications. This means the small reconnaissance strike drones you produce can be several times cheaper. After dinner, I'll have Xiaoyu hand over this Queen Bee system and the drone modification technology to your experts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqiang's gaze toward Zeyu shifted once more. Good heavens, what kind of prodigy is this elementary school student? Shenyang Aircraft had only just figured out that small reconnaissance strike drone and produced its first batch. But before the production line was even stabilized, the drone had already been upgraded. The pace was simply too fast.
At the same time, he was eager to learn what major drone project they had come to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to research.
Staff Officer Zhang, we've signed the confidentiality agreement. What major project is the army planning to collaborate with us on this time? Could it possibly be another small drone? Zhao Yaqian personally refilled Zhang Lei's wine glass as he asked with puzzlement. Not a small UAV this time, we're going big. A big one? Didn't our Dragon Nation already have a large UAV?
Zhao Yaqian was puzzled. The primary advantage of the advanced small reconnaissance strike drone lies in its compact size. Their compact size grants them numerous advantages unmatched by large drones. For instance, agility, portability, stealth capabilities, and lower production costs.
These are the true innovations of small drones.
Large drones, however, have long been developed by both China and several Western nations. Even their own country, Longhua, has developed one created by none other than the very Guolao sitting at their table.
So Zhao Yaqian couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't drone development be evolving towards smaller sizes? Why the sudden shift back to researching large drones?
Mr. Zhao, the drone Xiaoyu is leading the development of this time is completely different from the large-scale drone I researched years ago. Or rather, they're two entirely different things.
I simply don't possess Xiaoyu's capabilities.
Mr. Guo said with a wry smile.
Xiaoyu is developing a heavy-duty drone with flexible configuration capabilities.
Its fuselage houses heterogeneous honeycomb mission pods, while the tail section accommodates transport pods.
Additionally, it can rapidly swap out various heavy-load mission pods and utilizes 8 external hardpoints.
By swapping out different modular payloads, it can fulfill diverse mission requirements from air transport and airdrops to information support, counter-fire strikes, and fire support.
During his journey to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Zeyu had already sketched the overall design draft for the Zhoutian drone.
Therefore, he was thoroughly familiar with the Zhoutian drone project Zeyu was about to undertake. Meanwhile, Old Guo was profoundly astonished by Xiaoyu's design for the Zhoutian drone.
This design concept alone was years ahead of their current capabilities. Sure enough, after hearing Old Guo's brief introduction to the Zhoutian drone,
Zhao Yaqian and the other Shenyang Aircraft Corporation drone experts at the table all stared wide-eyed. They had never imagined drones could be designed this way.
Genius! This is pure genius!
Zhao Yaqian exclaimed excitedly. After Zeyu and the others finally finished their meal, Zhao Yaqian led the group on a tour of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. Shenyang Aircraft Corporation operates multiple key factories and workshops. The CNC machining workshop, for instance, serves as our primary production base for large titanium alloy and aluminum alloy components in aircraft manufacturing, acting as the cornerstone for parts production.
The workshop houses various advanced CNC equipment, focusing on precision machining of titanium alloy frame structures and large aluminum alloy components to provide core structural parts for military and commercial aircraft.
Then there's the Composite Materials Manufacturing Center, an integrated workshop combining the design of forming tooling for composite parts, process engineering, manufacturing control, and surface maintenance.
This is the Component Assembly Workshop, responsible for assembling aircraft components and processing airframes.
It integrates tens of thousands of parts supplied by the CNC machining plant and Composite Materials Manufacturing Center into major components such as fuselages, wings, and tail sections.
This is the final assembly workshop, the ultimate stage of fighter production, where the entire aircraft is assembled.
All components undergo final integration here, including engine installation, avionics system integration, landing gear mounting, and other critical steps to form a complete fighter or commercial aircraft airframe. After assembly, the aircraft is shipped to the test flight station for debugging and test flights. Over there is the test flight station hangar, responsible for conducting test flights and applying aircraft paint schemes. Test pilots conduct comprehensive performance evaluations to ensure all specifications meet design requirements. Simultaneously, the aircraft undergoes exterior painting to prepare it for delivery. Additionally, we have heat treatment and machining workshops, surface treatment workshops, casting and forging workshops, as well as the digital workshop of the Civil Aircraft Processing Division. Zhao Yaqian led the group on a tour of the vast Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, explaining each facility with pride. Li Yingda and Yu Mingxi were both awestruck by the professionalism and strength of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation.
Zeyu nodded repeatedly in agreement.
The title of Cradle of China's fighter jets was no empty claim.
Whether in aerospace R&D capabilities or manufacturing prowess, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation ranks among the world's foremost.
From rare materials for aircraft construction to advanced processing techniques and a complete R&D production industrial chain, the group possessed everything needed. Choosing this location to research and manufacture his Zhoutian drone was undoubtedly the best decision.
Xiaoyu, what do you think of our Shenyang Aircraft Corporation? Can it meet the needs of your project research?
Zhao Yaqian asked with a smile.
Shenyang Aircraft Corporation is formidable. I'm confident we can develop the Zhoutian drone in a short time frame.
Zeyu replied with unwavering determination.
Hearing that puts my mind at ease.
Zhao Yaqian continued. These experts previously participated in the development of your reconnaissance strike integrated UAV technology. They will assist your project research. Furthermore, you may utilize all workshops at our Shenyang Aircraft Corporation.
When the time comes, just have old Gua give me a heads up. Thank you, Uncle Jay.
Du Zeyu said, pulling out a set of documents from his backpack behind him and handing them over. Uncle Zhao, this contains technical documentation on the swarm drone system.
You can start reviewing it first. Taking the documents, Zhao Yaqian's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Chapter 114, the Zhoutian Heavy-Duty UAV project officially launched.
With the full backing of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, the heavy-duty drone project named Nine Heavens was officially launched. Du Zeyu was formally appointed as chief engineer, with Old Guo serving as deputy chief engineer. Liangda and Yu Mingxi, along with other UAV specialists from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, joined the project as researchers. With the research project established and the core team assembled, everyone began their development work.
Although all the technical specifications for the Zhoutian UAV resided within Du Zeyu's mind.
But for a medium to large-scale military project like this, relying solely on Du Zeyu would likely exhaust him to death. Take the next-generation carrier rocket project as an example. It involved hundreds of core technologies alone. Additionally, thousands of external technologies required resolution. Even if Du Zeyu possessed all the necessary expertise, it was impossible for him to independently develop every single technology. Such large-scale projects necessitated substantial assistance from other research personnel. While the Zhoutian drone project wasn't as technically complex as the next-generation launch vehicle, it was by no means an easy task. Simply drafting the intricate internal blueprints for the Zhoutian drone consumed over a week of Du Zeyu's time. Therefore, Du Zeyu assigned different tasks to the RD team. Professor Guo led experts from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, primarily overseeing the development of the Zhoutian drone's external components and non-core systems. Du Zeyu, meanwhile, led Liangda and Yu Mingxi in developing the drone's internal core technologies. With this clear division of labor and the full support of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation's resources and workshops, the Zhoutian drone project progressed at a remarkable pace.
Beijing, General Armament Department. Wu Pingtao glanced at the documents sent from Army headquarters and couldn't help but chuckle. The Army was truly riding high these days. First, the mechanical wolf made a spectacular debut, and now this small reconnaissance strike drone achieved tremendous success in the military exercises. This should silence those who've claimed the Army hasn't produced any new weapons besides new boots in recent years.
Chen Jian nodded in agreement.
Yeah, I heard that too.
After Xiaoyu went to the Sun Chasing and Training Base, he upgraded their original reconnaissance strike drones to swarm drones. Word is that during the counter-exercise, the Blue Force used these drones to absolutely destroy the 69th Brigade of the Qinglong military region.
Their brigade commander even declared that anyone asking them to participate in military exercises over the next few months would have to deal with his wrath. Ha, that's interesting. Wu Pingtao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this gossip. Now Du Zeyu is completely tied to the army.
After participating in the sun-chasing military exercises, they still wouldn't release him. Instead, they sent Du Zeyu to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to research heavy-duty drones. Wu Pingtao, who regarded Du Zeyu as his own grandson, felt a pang of longing after so many days without seeing him. The Army headquarters has directed us to expedite the approval process for that new swarm drone model.
They're preparing to formally deploy it on a large scale.
According to the Army's plan, they intend to establish an unmanned legion within their forces first. This unmanned corps would conduct operations primarily with small drones and mechanical wolves, with soldiers serving only in auxiliary roles. Once this experiment takes shape, the Army will truly begin to resemble a future military force. Wu Pingtao said with satisfaction. Additionally, regarding the operation to eliminate the Biliu armed group, the higher-ups have formally coordinated with the Baba Yang faction. Headquarters has agreed to initiate joint counter-terrorism exercises with Baba Yang only after the completion of the 9-day drone project.
Let those armed groups live a few more days.
Wu Pingtao said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Commander, I heard from State Security that Lockheed Martin in the Free Nation has also developed a small drone. It's currently in the testing phase, and they aim to use this drone to reclaim their reputation in the field of war robots.
Moreover, the National Security Department has largely confirmed intelligence regarding the attack on our Dragon Nation forces by the Biliu armed group in Baba Yang.
This incident was indeed orchestrated by the Free Nation, which instructed the Biliuzi armed group and supplied them with weapons. However, the Indian neighbors have also provided them with substantial financial backing.
Wu Pingtao's eyes grew cold.
Although they had long known that the Free Nation wasn't the only backer of the Biliuzi militia, India was also one of their financial sponsors. He still felt his teeth itch with rage upon hearing the news. The Free Nation was one thing, but this Indian nation would have to be dealt with sooner or later. Over the years, the Third had grown increasingly arrogant, especially after their population first surpassed that of the Dragon Nation. They'd become utterly unstoppable. They dreamt daily of becoming a blue star superpower that surpassed the Dragon Nation in every aspect. Their delusions were truly beyond measure. Especially under the Free Nation's manipulation, the Indians were openly and covertly opposing them. They've long forgotten why their capital is now called New Delhi. As time passed, the international scene grew considerably calmer.
On the Dragon Nation's side, beyond condemning the attack on their engineers in the Goat Nation, they've said little else. Even the Free Nation, which had always relished stirring up controversies and disputes, seemed to have gone quiet. This unusual situation caught the attention of nations worldwide. Everyone sensed this was merely the calm before the storm. Liberty Nation. Located in Montgomery County, Maryland, it is home to Lockheed Martin, the largest arms manufacturer on Blue Star. The company originated as Liberty Nation Aerospace Manufacturers. Over time, Lockheed Martin's core business expanded significantly. It now encompasses 4 major categories: aerospace, missiles and fire control products, rotary and mission systems, and space. Its most formidable capabilities lie in aviation and aerospace. Its aerospace products include various categories of military aircraft. Notable fighter jets include the F-16 Fighting Falcon, F-22 Raptor, and F-35 Lightning II. Transport aircraft include the C-130 Hercules Tactical Transport Series. Additionally, they produce the U-2 High-Altitude Reconnaissance Aircraft, the SR-71 Blackbird Reconnaissance Aircraft, and the P-3 series of anti-submarine aircraft. It can be said that nearly all of Liberty Nation's most advanced air power originates from this company. In the aerospace sector of military products, it boasts the Hercules rocket, Triton submarine-launched ballistic missiles, terminal high-altitude area defense THAAD systems, and various types of communication satellites, weather satellites, and reconnaissance satellites. Among these, the Triton missile is the only submarine-launched ballistic missile in the Free Nation's Navy. Furthermore, Lockheed's rocket and satellite systems dominate nearly all military satellite production and launch operations for the Free Nation. At this moment, a team of experts from the Free Nation comprising the 744th Naval Air Transport Squadron, the Aerospace Operations Center, and the Defense Equipment and Support Department arrived at the site. Before them on the test site stood a compact unmanned aerial vehicle. Though described as compact, its wingspan reached 488 meters, and its fuselage length approached 3 meters. Compared to the palm-sized drone developed by Zeyu, the difference was staggering. Yet, as they examined this compact drone, members of the Liberty Nation military and expert team wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. For this was Liberty's first portable drone. It also represented the nation's hope to reclaim its dominance in the field of war robots. Chapter 115, Free Nation, we have a small drone. Greetings, representatives of the expert panel. This gentleman is Mr. James, Chief Designer at Lockheed Martin. He is also the Chief Designer at Skunk Works, Mr. James. This advanced small unmanned aerial vehicle was designed by him. The president of Lockheed Martin Corporation introduced him with a smile. Though called a factory, Skunk Works is actually the official code name for Lockheed Corporation's advanced development program in the Free Nation. The Skunk Works name is known to everyone in the aerospace industry. It was born amidst the flames of the Second Blue Star War and flourished during the golden age of aviation from the late World War II era to the Cold War period. Its leader, Chief Designer Kelly Johnson, became a legendary aircraft design master whose name resonated far and wide. Decades ago, the Free Nation Army Air Corps issued a tender to major domestic aircraft manufacturers, seeking to equip a new jet fighter. Lockheed's L-160 proposal ultimately won the contract. But the military imposed an extremely demanding requirement on Lockheed: you must deliver a new fighter jet within 180 days. Chief Designer Johnson scrambled to assemble a team of 23 engineers, forming a unit separate from the main factory. They set up a makeshift workshop beside the factory's wind tunnel using aircraft shipping crates. He led his team of designers, working over 10 hours daily, sacrificing all days off to push through the project. In just 143 days, Kelly Johnson delivered his creation to the Army Air Forces of the United States. This model would later be known as the P-80 Lightning. Thus emerged the renowned Skunk Works development methodology. Johnson and his team thus embarked on creating one aviation marvel after another. The core feature of Skunk Works management is establishing a highly autonomous R&D team. Project managers were given full responsibility for all issues, enabling small teams and flat management structures while involving customers early in project communication. This approach, which eliminates cumbersome administrative tasks and focuses solely on objectives, grants R&D personnel significant freedom and boosts development efficiency. Thus, the Skunk Works became the flagship of Lockheed Martin. It represents the company's most advanced aircraft design capabilities and formidable R&D efficiency. The Pentagon's urgent requirements for the small UAV project demanded that they design a small drone meeting military specifications within a short time frame. They must design a small UAV meeting military specifications within a tight timeline. To secure substantial domestic defense contracts through this project, Martin assigned the small UAV project to Skunk Works. The Skunk Works did not disappoint, rapidly designing this advanced, compact, portable drone. James approached his masterpiece with a beaming smile and introduced it with a warm smile. Distinguished experts, allow me to proudly present the VXE-30 vertical takeoff and landing small unmanned aerial system. This compact drone features a wingspan of 160 feet and a fuselage length of 85 feet, making it highly transportable. Powered by fuel cells, it has a maximum takeoff weight of approximately 1,996 kilograms, with a standard endurance of 4 hours and a maximum endurance of 8 hours, meeting the demands of prolonged continuous surveillance. Its core technological feature is the ability to take off and land in confined spaces without requiring a runway, significantly enhancing deployment flexibility in complex terrain. This makes it particularly suitable for rapid response requirements of frontline forces. Additionally, its low-noise propulsion system produces minimal acoustic signatures during operation, effectively evading enemy radar detection and human perception. This makes it ideal for covert missions such as night reconnaissance and surveillance in sensitive areas. Furthermore, we've integrated an advanced navigation system that supports autonomous flight along pre-programmed waypoints, reducing manual operational workload. Its modular design allows for rapid replacement of power modules like batteries and fuel cells. Hearing James's presentation, the entire delegation of Free Nation experts wore expressions of excitement. This skunk works truly lives up to its reputation as Liberty Nation's most advanced and efficient design unit. In such a short time, they've developed such an advanced small UAV for their military. All performance parameters meet our military requirements. Let's proceed with testing. An official from the Pentagon building stated. Next came the tedious testing phase. Although minor glitches occurred during testing, they did not affect the final results. As expected, this compact, portable drone developed by Lockheed Martin passed the expert panel's evaluation. The test report was promptly delivered overnight to the Pentagon and the White House. Anthony, the third-ranking official in the Free Nation and Minister of State, looked thrilled upon seeing the test report. Bang! He immediately instructed the press office to prepare for a Pentagon press conference first thing tomorrow morning to announce the news to the entire Blue Star. The first small UAV on Blue Star has been created by our Free Nation. Anthony couldn't suppress the upward twitch of his lips. Early the next morning, the Pentagon conference hall was packed with journalists from major international media outlets. All eyes were fixed with curiosity on Burns, the Liberty Nation Defense Secretary, standing at the podium. The Free Nation's news department had already notified these journalists last night. They were summoned to attend a press conference where the Pentagon would unveil a revolutionary unmanned weapon system. Naturally, mainstream journalists from various countries wouldn't miss this news. After all, the Free Nation's military image had suffered severe damage when its quadrupedal robot technology was overtaken by the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolf. This time, the Pentagon was holding a press conference to unveil their new unmanned system. Many interpreted this as the Free Nation's attempt to re-establish its image of military technological prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, the revolutionary unmanned system I am announcing today is the first-generation compact portable drone developed by Lockheed Martin for Blue Star. Our Marine Corps has already placed an order for 200 units with Lockheed Martin. This drone will become a core component of our Marine Corps' distributed warfare strategy. Leveraging its long endurance, strong modularity, and low maintenance requirements, it will enhance Liberty Nation's global military operational capabilities. Burns, clad in the Liberty Nation uniform, spoke with head held high and brimming confidence. Small UAV? The first of its kind on Blue Star? Burns' announcement sent ripples of excitement through the assembled journalists. Clearly, none had heard of such an advanced weapon as a mini drone. Mr. Burns, is this small drone truly Blue Star's first? Doesn't Dragon Nation have one too? A reporter from the French press agency raised his hand and asked. After all, in the field of quadrupedal robots, the Free Nation and Western countries had consistently maintained a leading edge. This prompted the Free Nation to spearhead a Western-backed proposal to legalize combat robots. Yet after the resolution passed, Dragon Nation countered by unveiling the far more advanced mechanical wolf. This caught them completely off guard, instantly shifting Liberty Nation and other Western nations from leaders to laggards in this field. Therefore, when the Free Nation now confidently claims this is the first small-scale drone on Blue Star, this inevitably raised doubts among numerous journalists. After all, the Free Nation publicly declared to the world that their first-generation small drone was specifically designed to exact revenge on the Dragon Nation, to reclaim the face they lost with the quadruped robot. If they were humiliated by the Dragon Nation again, the Free Nation would become a laughingstock. Chapter 116, The Nine Heavens drone takes shape. Hearing the AFP reporter's words, Burns chuckled smugly. The reporter had asked a good question. It was common knowledge that in the field of drones, the Free Nation had always been at the forefront of technology. The development challenges for small drones far exceed those of previous large-scale unmanned systems. In fact, they represent entirely different technological domains. Even with our nation's formidable technological reserves, it took immense investment in both technical personnel and financial resources to successfully develop this compact drone. I can confidently state that this is absolutely the first truly small-scale drone on Blue Star. Clatter. Burns's emphatic declaration drew thunderous applause from the journalists below the stage. Burns, since you're so confident that the Free Nation leads in the field of small drones, then I must ask, compared to quadrupedal robots, which holds greater strategic importance in the field of combat robotics? The AFP reporter fired off another sharp question.
Now everyone knows that after Dragon Nation eradicated the telecommunications fraud families of Monkey Nation using mechanical wolves, nations across Blue Star have recognized the might of the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. They hailed it as the ultimate product in the field of war robots. Now, the Free Nation is promoting their compact drone as Blue Star's first battlefield disruptive unmanned system. This was clearly intended to counter the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. After the AFP reporter finished his question, numerous journalists from major international media outlets in the audience turned their gaze toward Burns on stage. Hearing the reporter's question, Burns was already beaming inside. He thought to himself, this Agence France Presse reporter was practically speaking his mind. Whatever he wanted to say, the AFP reporter had already voiced it for him. It was incredibly thoughtful. The performance specifications of this small drone will be published on our Pentagon website after the press conference, so I won't elaborate here. What I need to emphasize is that this small drone is far more agile and adaptable to various environments than those quadrupedal robots. To put it bluntly, quadruped robots are simply incomparable to our compact drones. Following thorough analysis by our Pentagon team, we have decided to shift the primary focus of future warfare robotics development toward compact drones. Because it is the undisputed protagonist of future warfare. Only by creating advanced small-scale drones can one truly be considered the ultimate powerhouse in the field of combat robotics. This statement once again sent shockwaves through the journalists below the stage. According to Burns's argument, the role and value of small drones far surpass those of the Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. This was nothing short of a direct challenge to the Dragon Nation. Following the press conference, journalists from major media outlets worldwide immediately published reports. In no time, nations across Blue Star were debating the significance of small drones. The debate raged over which held greater strategic importance in the realm of war robots, the small drones or the mechanical wolves. Opinions among netizens worldwide were divided on this topic. Regardless, the buzz surrounding Liberty Nation's development of Blue Star's first small drone quickly overshadowed Dragon Nation's mechanical wolves. This development left the Dragon Nation citizens deeply dissatisfied. Yet the Dragon Nation's leadership remained silent on the matter, as if unaware of the controversy. This only fueled the arrogance of the Free Nation and Western powers. They interpreted this as Dragon Nation being unable to counter the claims. Yet they were unaware that at that very moment, in northeastern Dragon Nation, a large unmanned aerial vehicle had already been constructed. Outside the hangar at the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation's flight test station, personnel from the Army and the General Armament Department now filled the space. Unlike the Free Nation's rigorous testing expert delegation, the Dragon Nation Army and General Armament Department personnel were present solely to understand and evaluate this heavy-duty UAV. After all, the high-ranking officials from the Army and the General Armament Department were well aware that Zeyu's heavy-duty UAV had been exchanged from the military-industrial system. Technically, there would be no issues whatsoever. They also had complete confidence in Shenyang Aircraft Corporation's aircraft manufacturing capabilities. At that moment, the research team of Zhoutian Unmanned Aerial Systems stood together. The three young children at the forefront stood out strikingly in the crowd. Little you, it's been so long since you visited our General Armament Department. Grandpa Wu here nearly missed you to death. Wu Pengtao patted Du Ziyu's head affectionately, his face beaming with warmth. Although the Zhoutian drone project was a key piece of equipment for the Army, their final assembly department did need to send personnel to handle the formalities. But it didn't require Wu Pengtao, the head of the assembly department, to be present in person. Yet Wu Pengtao had insisted on coming simply because he missed Du Ziyu so much. Grandpa Wu, I missed you too, Du Ziyu replied, looking up at Wu Pengtao and nodding obediently. I especially miss the Beijing roast duck, Jinling press duck, and all the other delicious treats you prepared for me, Grandpa Wu. Du Ziyu's words instantly made everyone around him burst into laughter. Who would have thought that such a food-loving elementary school student would develop the world's most advanced drone technology? Ha, no problem. Grandpa will prepare all those things for you. Once you return to Beijing, I'll have someone arrange it for you. But since you're here today, let's first discuss this Zhoutian drone you've developed. Hearing this, Du Ziyu nodded and dropped his playful expression. Xiaoyu, did you catch the press conference at the Pentagon in Liberty Nation today? Lockheed Martin developed a compact, portable drone for the Free Nation military. They even claim it's the world's first compact drone. Utterly laughable. Wu Pengtao's lips curled upward as he spoke with evident satisfaction. The surrounding military personnel and Shenyang Aircraft Corporation experts all burst into laughter. It was no wonder they held such contempt for Liberty Nation's small UAV. After all, Du Ziyu had developed the compact reconnaissance strike UAV, followed by the swarm UAV. Liberty Nation's bulky, underpowered portable drones simply couldn't hold a candle to them. What's more, Du Ziyu had now led his team to develop the even more formidable Zhoutian heavy-duty drone. In the field of drones, they had surged to the forefront among all nations on Blue Star. In this domain, they had no rivals. That said, if it weren't for the compact drones developed by Xiaoyu for us, the portable drone unveiled by Liberty Nation would indeed be considered advanced. Yes, in the drone race, the Free Nation had indeed been far ahead of us. Without Xiaoyu, we wouldn't be laughing now. But enough of that. The fact is, we're actually ahead now. Ha!
Everyone knows it was Du Ziyu's emergence that turned the tide. It allowed them to surpass Liberty Nation twice in the field of war robots. He firmly secured the Dragon Nation's military standing. Without him, they'd still be lagging behind in unmanned technology. Forget competing with the Free Nation. Even compared to other Western nations, they'd still be a step behind.
Alright, we'll discuss this matter later.
For now, let's focus on understanding the performance of this Jiutian drone designed by Xiaoyu's team.
I've been holding my breath on the way here. Zhang Lei from the Army General Staff spoke with some urgency. After all, this Jiutian drone holds immense significance for the Army's combat capabilities.
Hearing this, Wu Pingtao and the others all turned their gaze toward Du Ziyu. Chapter 117, Disruptive Equipment, the Airborne Aircraft Carrier.
Xiaoyu, as the chief engineer of the Jiutian drone project, why don't you walk everyone through the specific capabilities of this drone?
Wu Pingtao said to Du Ziyu with a smile.
Sure thing.
Du Ziyu nodded, passing the potato chips in his hand to Li Yingda. After instructing him not to sneak any, he walked over to the prototype of the Jiutian drone. This heavy-duty drone I spearheaded is also a reconnaissance strike integrated model. However, its role is as a swarm mothership drone. You could think of it as an aerial drone carrier. Since the Nine Heavens drone project is a key initiative for the Army, security is extremely tight. Therefore, even among this group of military personnel present today, many were unaware of the project's existence until now. Thus, when Du Ziyu defined the Jiutian drone, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions turning exaggeratedly shocked. The previous generation of small reconnaissance strike drones already led the world by 2 generations. The subsequent swarm drones further elevated the capabilities and performance of small unmanned aerial vehicles to unprecedented heights. Now Du Ziyu had developed a large reconnaissance strike drone, even dubbed the airborne drone carrier. This truly pushed drone technology and capabilities to their absolute limits.
Let me briefly outline its basic specifications.
Its maximum takeoff weight reaches 16 tons, with a maximum payload capacity of 6 tons. It can operate at altitudes up to 15,000 meters and achieve a maximum speed of 700 kilometers per hour. It boasts an endurance exceeding 12 hours and a range of 7,000 kilometers.
Its mission payload can utilize 90 kilowatts of electrical power, powered by a turbofan engine.
Hearing this string of specifications, even Wu Pingtao and Zhang Lei, who had some familiarity with this drone, were stunned. The rest of the group erupted in astonished murmurs. A maximum payload capacity of 6 tons, yet a range reaching 7,000 kilometers. These figures even surpassed the performance of a medium-sized business jet.
Most crucially, this was merely a drone.
Before the crowd could recover from the staggering baseline specs of the Jiutian drone, Du Ziyu continued. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, while the Jiutian UAV is also a large reconnaissance strike integrated aircraft, its primary role is as an aerial mothership. Therefore, the greatest technological highlight of this heavy-duty UAV is its heterogeneous honeycomb mission pod. My earlier concept of swarm drones referred to small UAV clusters that achieve numerical superiority through coordinated operations, launching collective attacks on the battlefield. The advantages of swarm drones lie in their flexibility, low cost, and autonomous coordination capabilities, enabling rapid deployment within enemy radar coverage areas to achieve massive destructive effects. The heterogeneous honeycomb mission pod enables swarm flight of over 200 small UAVs. This represents the greatest technological advantage and highlight of the Jiutian drone.
Over 200 drones flying in swarm formation? How terrifying would that sight be?
At this thought, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. The mission pod of the Jiutian drone resembles a honeycomb, capable of carrying various types of small suicide drones internally. Upon approaching the target area, the fighter jet can deploy a large number of drones as needed to conduct saturation attacks against enemy ships or ground targets. Compared to traditional long-range missile strikes, swarm drones can disperse into smaller groups mid-air, simultaneously threatening the enemy while deceiving their air defense systems and weakening their counterattack capabilities. This combination of fast, slow, small, and numerous munitions makes effective interception difficult for the enemy, delivering a significant tactical breakthrough. Most importantly, this fully unmanned aerial carrier significantly enhances adaptability in high-risk environments.
Even if shot down during missions, there would be no personnel casualties. Moreover, for large vessels like aircraft carriers, intercepting swarm attacks within complex air defense networks is virtually an impossible task. This makes Jiutian a revolutionary new tactical asset. This perfect integration of swarm tactics with large unmanned aerial vehicles. Whether in anti-ship warfare or air defense suppression, it has become a crucial game-changing weapon. It may even reshape the future trajectory of tactical development.
Gulp! Wu Pingtao and Zhang Lei both swallowed simultaneously.
The significance of the Jiutian drone far exceeded their previous expectations.
It had transcended the limitations of a single piece of equipment, embodying the Dragon Nation's top-tier design capabilities in unmanned, intelligent combat systems. So this was the swarm mothership Xiaoyu had mentioned. It was like bringing science fiction movies to life.
Every soul present trembled in that instant.
Grandpa Wu, I've covered the basics of this 9 Heavens drone. How about it? Pretty impressive specs, right? Du Zeyu asked, eager for praise. Decent? It's absolutely incredible. Du Ziyu's words left everyone somewhat numb. Staff Officer Zhang, the army has truly hit the jackpot this time. Not just the Air Force and Navy, even our General Armament Department is envious of you. Wu Pingtao shot Zhang Lei an envious look.
The army now possesses compact reconnaissance strike drones and has acquired the Zhoutian drone, a true aerial aircraft carrier.
Their combat capabilities and operational reach will surge dramatically. Moreover, this Zhoutian UAV can even operate alongside naval fleets, forming formidable area denial capabilities. Uncle Zhang, now that our Zhoutian UAV has passed testing, can it be deployed immediately to strike the Billy Land armed group? Zhang Lei nodded vigorously.
They had already coordinated with the Babayan Kingdom. Had they not been awaiting this 9 Heavens drone, they would have already dispatched troops to Baba Sheep Country to eliminate that rampant Billy Uzi armed group.
Now that the Zhoutian UAV was finally operational, the smaller drones could also be deployed at any time. The joint operation against the Billy Uzi militia is ready to commence.
Minister Wu, the acceptance and approval process for this heavy-duty drone will be handled by your General Armament Department.
I must now return to report to the commander and prepare for the joint counter-terrorism operation with Babayang Nation.
Zhang Lei said with a look of excitement on his face.
Very well. Proceed with confidence. Leave the rest to us. Wu Pingtao nodded earnestly.
After Zhang Lei and the Army Staff Department personnel departed, Wu Pingtao patted Du Ziyu's shoulder with satisfaction.
Well done, Xiao Yu.
You've earned another major achievement this time.
When we get back, Grandpa will treat you to a proper feast. Thanks, Grandpa Wu. Du Ziyu smiled sweetly. Over the next few days.
Thanks to the special expedited processing by the General Armament Department, the Zhoutian UAV equipment officially passed acceptance and was directly deployed to Army units. Although it was merely a prototype, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation spared no expense during its construction. In fact, many materials were even upgraded beyond the required specifications.
Meanwhile, the Billy Lu armed group in Babayan Nation, after initially attacking the railway and personnel under Dragon Nation's aid project, went into hiding out of fear. They feared China might eliminate them just as decisively as it had wiped out the Myanmar-backed cyber fraud militia.
However, as time passed, the Dragon Nation did not issue any strong statements regarding the matter. This gradually lowered the vigilance of the Billy Uzi armed group, allowing them to become active again within Baba Yang's territory.
Under the direction of the Free Nation and the Indian faction,
they launched multiple sabotage operations in quick succession, testing the limits of both Baba Sheep Nation and the Dragon Nation.